Hello. The instructor from the intensive language program. Why are you calling me during summer break? I'm about to go play in the World Cup. What? Your 20-year-old daughter wants my autograph. Is your daughter pretty? Does she look a lot like you? Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Time rewinds to June 15, 2017, on the water blue planet in a parallel world. It is the summer tournament. Leicester City are battling Chelsea. It is clearly just a friendly match, yet the atmosphere is strangely intense. Both sides are going at it with everything. Isn't this supposed to be a warm-up match? Why do I feel like I'm watching a Champions League final? The sharp voice of the commentator drills into every fan's ears. Hazard takes the ball, breaks down the flank. Maguire launches into a sliding tackle. The two crash into each other. The referee blows for a foul. Maguire is shown a yellow card. Maguire keeps on arguing, and tempers flare between the two sides. What on earth is happening here? By now 15 minutes have already passed in the match. From the very moment both teams stepped onto the pitch, the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Though it was only a friendly, both sides had sent out half of their main lineup. The challenges were ferocious. On the bench, a handsome teenage boy muttered inwardly. They're playing like their lives are on the line. It's just a friendly. Why are they risking everything? His name is Lin Chun. He is a product of the Premier League youth system. His father Lin Yu was a famous player who, after retiring, resolutely took his son abroad to join youth academies. They first settled at Everton, where he trained for 2.5 years. At 16, he caught the eye of the Foxes and transferred to Leicester City. Throughout every stage of the Premier League youth leagues, Lin Chun performed brilliantly. There was undoubtedly true talent in him, otherwise he would never have entered the Premier League youth system so smoothly. People had often asked Lin Yu why he refused to let his son return home to play. Lin Yu's answer was always the same. I want my son's talent to be developed in the best possible way. Back then, Lin Yu had roamed the Blue Water Cup Youth League. Gifted and extraordinary, he quickly secured a starting spot and attracted interest from many championship clubs. Rumors even spread that Premier League teams were interested in him. Yet at that crucial juncture, Lin Yu suddenly faded into mediocrity. The Championship and Premier League clubs that had once shown interest quietly withdrew their olive branches. In the end, Lin Yu could only muddle through the remainder of his professional career. The reason his bright future was swallowed by obscurity lay in the chaotic, mud-like state of the Huaxia football world. It was his own experience that convinced him Lin Chun must never go back to play there. Europe currently possesses the most complete and modern football system. In terms of youth development and personal growth, it is obvious that staying in Europe's youth leagues would give Lin Chun far more support. Under no circumstances would Lin Yu let his son repeat his own path. Thus, Lin Yu brought Lin Chun into the Premier League youth system and strove to keep him there. Lin Yu refused to let his son walk his old road again, and he believed Lin Chun might one day go to Spain and play in the World Cup. Yet when Lin Yu voiced these thoughts in an interview far away in Huaxia, a former teammate of his burst into loud laughter. The man laughed unrestrainedly. Ha ha ha. Spain. Does Lin Yu think that just because he married a Spanish wife, Lin Chun can join the Spanish national team? Wake up. His son is nothing but a useless piece of trash. When Lin Yu heard these words, his anger instantly flared. In a later interview, he called that person out by name and cursed him harshly from afar. A torrent of fierce curses spilled out, classic Huaxiao invective. From that moment, their relationship was completely shattered. Lin Chun also utterly lost any chance of returning home to play. With matters blown up to this extent, Lin Yu instead felt a long breath of relief. He placed all of his hopes upon Lin Chun. After his own career had been destroyed, Lin Yu had secretly collected evidence of everything he suffered. Through his many years in professional football, he had hidden away quite a trove of proof. Evidence in hand, Lin Yu waited. When Lin Chun truly becomes a world-class superstar, he will choose the perfect moment to settle all accounts from his buried career. He understood that exposing everything too early would not stir up any great storm, so he held on to that truth and endured in silence for years. Yet Lin Yu also believed that when others maliciously attack you, you must fight back. That is what a man should do. Time now returns to the present, the preseason friendly on July 15th. Sitting in the stands, Lin Yu looks toward Lin Chun on the bench. He knows clearly that his son is gifted far from the useless label others have given him. Because it is a preseason friendly, many young players have been arranged on the bench, perhaps to be given some playing time. Lin Chun concentrates on the flow of the match. This is a friendly, he might well get a chance to play. Just as he is thinking, ouch, foul. This is way too intense. Outwardly, Lin Chun looks calm, but inside his little inner demon is already roaring. Make a substitution already. This is just a friendly. Why are you letting the main squad fight like this? The intensity is too high, they can't control it. Let me go on. Leicester's head coach Shakespeare is chewing gum as the team doctor hurries over to report. There's no need to take such risks. Chelsea are playing far too rough. There's no point in matching their intensity. Shakespeare nods, then turns to sweep his gaze over the substitutes. If he wants to avoid his key players getting injured in a mere friendly, youth players are the best option. Lin, he calls. Put on your shin guards. Shakespeare puts an arm around Lin Chen's shoulders and speaks earnestly. Remember this, it's a friendly. You may not have many first-team opportunities. Seize the time you get. Shakespeare urges Lin Chen to express himself, for Lin Chen's contract with Leicester City is close to expiring. Did you understand, he asks. Lin Chen nods vigorously. Boss, don't worry, Lin Chen replies. Leave it to me. At that moment, the commentators notice that Lin Chen is coming on. Lin Chen is about to enter the pitch. His father is Lin Yu, a very well-known player from Huaxia. He was once courted by several championship clubs, but for reasons unknown, he lost his starting spot and returned home. Lin Chen's appearance here surely carries tactical purpose. As expected, he tries a long-range shot. Unfortunately, the power is too great, and it fails to pose real danger. Still, it's a decent attempt. Since Shakespeare has told him to express himself, Lin Chen naturally throws himself fully into the game. It is, after all, only a friendly, and his contract is about to expire. If he doesn't showcase his ability now, then when? After the long shot, Lin Chen shakes his head. Maybe it's because I just activated it, and I'm not proficient yet, he thinks. Yes, 1 minute after stepping onto the pitch, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the system activation mission, first team appearance for a club in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Activation reward, heavy artillery, all-round midfielder, star C. In the live broadcast room, commentators watched the match. This young man really isn't afraid of the spotlight. As soon as he came on, he immediately tried a long-range shot, though sadly the quality was poor. Of course, that has to be Shakespeare's tactical instruction. Look at Shakespeare on the touchline, waving his arms and gesturing wildly, absolutely delighted. Fortunately, this is only a friendly. If this were an official match and he had to face Chelsea's midfield directly, Leicester City would have been blown apart already. The fans continued to debate the performance of Lin Chen, who had just come on from the bench. Lin Chen, however, seized the lull to open his system interface. The system had appeared a year ago when he signed with Leicester City. Star C Supergiant system, accompanying your growth. Activation quest, make your debut in a first-team match. Though this was only a friendly, it still counted as a first-team game. After stepping onto the field, Lin Chen finally activated the planet-soaking system and received his activation reward, the heavy cannon all-around midfield star C. In his mind, the heavy cannon all-around midfield planet shimmered brilliantly. Heavy cannon all-around midfield star C, blessing all the host's bodily and mental qualities related to midfield attributes will receive extra nourishment. At the same time, the host may choose one attribute and increase it by an additional 20 points. Note this effect is unique to growth-type star Cs, but the 20 points can only be added to a single attribute at one time. Different star Cs affect different bodily qualities linked to attributes. Only then did Lin Chen realize that his own attribute panel had already surfaced before his eyes. When he had seen the activated module titled Heavy Cannon All-Around Midfield Starcia, Lin Chen instinctively assumed he possessed an unfailing long-shot ability, so he went straight for a speculative effort from distance. His dreams were beautiful, reality brutally sobering. Before reading the detailed Starcy description, Lin Chen had simply believed the system had just been activated, and he was still unfamiliar with it. He had not expected the Star C to be a growth-type blessing rather than a direct skill. Yet with such comprehensive midfield-focused growth, once he evolved it to its complete form, who would still be his rival? By now the goalkeeper had already taken the goal kick, and the match resumed. Lin Chen sighed inwardly and threw himself back into the game. Suddenly, Didi launched himself forward for a diving header, trying to contest the goal kick, but crashed violently into Hazard. The collision was ferocious, and Didi looked to be in immense pain. At that moment, a fan stormed the pitch, sprinting straight toward Hazard, hoping for an autograph. A simple friendly descended into utter chaos, and the match came to a standstill. With play halted, teammates seized the chance to rehydrate, and Lin Chen now had plenty of time to keep reading. Through training and matches, you can inject extra energy into the Star C. The injected energy will help the Star C further nourish the host's attributes. Rare hidden special quests may grant additional freely distributable attribute points. Later, when the grand prize pool is unlocked, it may also yield freely distributable attribute points. When the host battles in the league, each victory grants 10 points, a draw grants 3, and a defeat grants none. Winning a championship and reaching fan count milestones along various channels will also grant extra point rewards. The same applies to the Champions League and Cup competitions. Points may only be used to draw skills. After accumulating 3 skills, the host may freely nurture the next Star C. Every 300 points allows 1 skill draw. League and Champions League debuts will each grant a reward of 150 points. If the host's performance in a single match is outstanding, additional points will be awarded afterward. After opening the second Starcia, a far richer points prize pool will be unlocked. Good luck, host. By this point, Lin Chen had fully grasped the system structure. In the glittering skill pool, legendary names rose and fell in endless succession. Platini, Cruyff, Batistuta, Maradona, Pele, Zidane, Kaká. Name after name shimmered within the blazing skill pool as Lin Shen stared fixedly at it. I want them so badly. Yet he currently had no points at all. He could only wait for his league debut and work hard to accumulate points. Is there no option to increase the number of draws? Sharing to gain extra attempts, daily logins, cumulative login rewards. Aren't those all standard? Besides, would he even get the chance to make his league debut? With Leicester's squad, it would be hard for him to receive real opportunities, especially in midfield. Since he had obtained the all-around heavy cannon Starcia, his first stage of growth would inevitably be as a complete all-around midfielder. Out on the pitch, Ndidi was still being treated by the team doctor, while the pitch-invading fan darted nimbly away from the pursuing security guards before proudly securing a photo with Hazard. At that moment, Lin Shen suddenly remembered. System, where is my newbie gift pack? The system remained silent. Activation reward has already been delivered to the host heavy cannon all-around midfield Starcia. Lin Shen chuckled. Hear that? You yourself said that was an activation reward, not a newbie gift pack. His shameless streak emerged in full force. He stretched out his hand as if demanding payment. He simply refused to back down. I'm not asking for anything extravagant in the newbie gift pack, just one free chance to draw skill. When a new shop opens, they still hold free grand promotions. You have to at least let me see if your product is any good. The system stayed silent. Then a chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining one skill draw opportunity. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Begin to draw. Golden light erupted. Countless legendary names churned within the pool. At last the golden glow slowly faded. Then his mind fell into darkness. A calm expanse of sea appeared with a bottomless depth from which a single gold-shining skill slowly rose. Huge characters blazed above it. Reese Grenade Cannon. The skill of Reese, Gerard's famed partner. Lin Shen's impression of Reese ran deep. One thunderous long-range strike had once shocked the entire Premier League. Shot from extreme distance, immense in power with a wicked angle. Opponents hardly dared give Reese even an inch of space to shoot from afar. Even so, Reese still relied on his long-shot prowess to score numerous goals in the Premier League. Since the skill was Reese's Grenade Cannon, Lin Shen's thoughts shifted instantly. The 20 points granted by the growth Starcia would be invested in strength. Only with raw power could he unleash earth-shattering long-range blasts. Complementing the skill, this would also make him fearless in any physical duel. Imagine it, a midfielder who fears no clash, whose body is formidable, and who can fire heavy artillery from distance. Who would dare stand in his way? Just then the match resumed. Shakespeare stood by the touchline and shouted at Lin Shen, let me remind you once more. Perform well, but don't be reckless. Long-range shots demand timing, power, and genuine ability. Do you understand? His meaning was crystal clear. Only if Lin Shen truly had the ability should he shoot from distance. Lin Shen gave Shakespeare a thumbs up. He understood perfectly. The implied message was that as long as he seized the right moment and controlled the power, he could take long shots. A sly grin tugged at his lips. Just wait and see. The match flowed on. Chelsea's midfield is truly luxurious, the commentator intoned. Fabregas paired with Kanté, offering both interception and creativity. Chelsea were brimming with determination, treating the friendly almost like a Champions League final, intent on proving that they were stronger than Leicester City. Their midfield coordination was excellent. Through repeated small area combinations, they pierced Leicester's defensive line time and again. Chelsea's grip on possession became nearly absolute. If this continues, Leicester conceding is only a matter of time, the commentator declared with certainty. A single long-range effort from Fabregas could break the deadlock. Just then the situation on the field changed abruptly. Fabregas was carrying the ball forward. He beats Fuchs and drives down the flank. Ndidi slides in. Perfectly timed interception. Long ball to the right. Simpson bursts forward to join the attack. His pace is excellent, surging toward the final third. The long pass carried slightly too much force. It looked difficult to control, but Mahrez brought it down beautifully. He was about to drive forward when a shout reached him. "Ma ball king." In the middle. Mahrez immediately played a square pass. After all, someone had just called him Ma ball king. Who could possibly resist such flattery? Mahrez sends a cross-field pass toward the top of the box. A teammate arriving. There's a chance for a long-range shot. Lin Shen. The commentator froze for a moment, and Mahrez too was taken aback. The player appearing at the arc of the box was actually Lin Shen. Meeting Mahrez's pass in stride, Lin Shen drew back his leg, ready to strike. In that instant, the world fell silent. In Lin Shen's eyes there was only the ball hurtling toward him. Reese's Grenade Cannon glowed brilliantly, radiating light. Bang! At Stamford Bridge, a merciless rocket of a strike tore through the air, sending the commentator into a wild roar. It's here. Oh my! Lin Shen unleashes a furious shot. Lin Shen has scored, and it's a world-class long-range strike, the commentator roared. Can you believe it? Not just the commentator. Spectators in the stands clutched their heads in disbelief. Even Shakespeare on the touchline frantically shook his own head. A thunderous long-range blast, a world-class strike. Lin Chun has given Leicester City the lead in this friendly match. In the livestream, who is this young man? That long-range shot was absolutely ferocious. When did this youth develop such ability? Truly, youth advances with astonishing speed. Almost no one could believe what they had just witnessed. Lin Yu in particular stood utterly stunned. No one knew his son's capabilities better than he did. Since when had he mastered long-range shooting? Even his own father had no idea. Had the boy been secretly training? Or had it simply been a stroke of blind luck? Leicester's teammates sprinted toward Lin Chun in ecstatic celebration. Though merely a friendly, Chelsea had opened with fierce competitiveness, provoking quiet resentment among the Foxes' squad. That goal was the perfect retort to Chelsea. Ndidi threw an arm around Lin Chun and exclaimed, "Brilliant. First time I've ever seen you score from distance. And what a stunning one it was." Lin Chun sensed an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through his body, a sensation entirely new to him. The first half resumed, and Chelsea continued playing with relentless aggression. Yet Leicester's backline held firm this season. Morgan, the promising Maguire, and the ever-advancing fullback Simpson, who repeatedly surged up the flank to neutralize Hazard. Before long, momentum unexpectedly swung in favor of the Foxes. In the 39th minute, Leicester surges forward. Mahrez dribbles down the flank. He's blisteringly fast. Lin Chun checks in, quick 1-2. Exquisite. A rapid exchange of passes sealed the move, the very same 1-2 between Lin Chun and Simpson. Simpson, the armed wingback, surged to the byline before cutting back sharply across the face of goal. Opportunity. Shoot. The defender cleared just in time. What a near goal. Leicester's combination play was truly magnificent. At last the first half ended. Players returned to the dressing room. Once inside, the Foxes immediately began discussing the first half. After all, the opening 45 minutes had brimmed with drama. Leicester had arrived expecting a relaxed friendly, but Chelsea had refused to grant them even that courtesy. Maguire stayed close beside Lin Chun, clearly eager to speak with him. The second half continued, and Lin Chun remained outstanding on the pitch. When the final whistle blew at 90 minutes, his inaugural appearance for Leicester's senior squad came to a close, even if it was only a friendly. For the next month, Lin Chun remained with Leicester's academy squad, competing in youth league matches. A month later, he was summoned to the manager's office. Leicester wished to renew his contract, but could not meet his. Lin Chun sought promotion to the senior team for the new season, with contractual clauses guaranteeing minimum appearances and playing time. Starting roles would be ideal, but Leicester flatly declined to offer such assurances. "We regret to inform you. We're happy to renew, but you'll remain in the Academy League. Our senior squad is already overflowing with talent, especially in midfield. There's simply no room. So you won't receive significant senior team minutes next season. At most, we might slot you in for brief substitute appearances late in dead rubber matches. We won't mislead you. The reality is as stark as that." Lin Chun nodded, grateful for Leicester's candor. His ambitions had long since outgrown youth league confines. Under those circumstances, extending his contract with Leicester made no sense. Given his consistent excellence in the Academy League and his dazzling performance in that friendly, Lin Chun trusted European clubs would soon extend offers. After all, he had undergone rigorous European youth development. As the new season loomed, Lin Chun's academy contract with Leicester officially expired. After careful deliberation, Lin Yu unconditionally supported his son's decision, and Lin Chun formally terminated his ties with Leicester City. News of Lin Chun's departure broke instantly across major media outlets. Lin Chun terminates contract with Leicester City. This may open doors elsewhere. His market potential is immense, and his youth league performances revealed exceptional promise. Such a player belongs in Europe. Lin Chun had already shone brightly in the Academy League, and his commanding display in the friendly, complete with that sudden, devastating long-range ability and mature composure, had ignited widespread interest across the football world. Lin Yu had no doubt his son would receive multiple invitations. After parting ways with Leicester, Lin Chun packed his belongings in his dormitory, preparing to return home to Spain. His Leicester teammates were deeply saddened, especially Maguire, who had once played alongside Lin Chun in the Academy League. Maguire had remained at Leicester and earned steady senior team minutes. He'd assumed the club would strive to accommodate Lin Chun's playing time just as it had for him. But Leicester made it unequivocally clear they couldn't oblige, deeming Lin Chun still too young and lacking the caliber to challenge Ndidi and others for senior team minutes. After all, Ndidi had been hailed by fans as the next Kanté. Having sold Kanté to Chelsea, Leicester had signed Ndidi precisely to groom him as Kanté's successor, and they wouldn't easily pivot from that long-term vision. Lin Chun, however, believed his abilities warranted far greater playing time. Though leaving Leicester, he remained confident lower-tier clubs would pursue him. Even relegation-threatened sides, if they offered guaranteed minutes, would be the ideal fit. Only through actual match time could he activate his system, draw new skills and rewards, and continue ascending in strength. As his abilities grew further, interest from stronger clubs would inevitably follow, allowing him to step up progressively while maintaining consistent playing time. This was the optimal path forward. Young players thrive on regular minutes, and Lin Chun with certain relegation battlers would extend invitations after his departure from Leicester. With his Premier League academy pedigree, he could help such clubs satisfy senior squad registration requirements, a highly coveted asset in English football. Yet neither Lin Chun Lin Yu nor most fans anticipated what followed. Yes, several relegation-threatened clubs did approach him, but one invitation from a single club left the entire football world stunned. The speed at which news spreads far exceeds what people imagine. After terminating the contract with Leicester City, Lin Yu returned home to rest, waiting for invitations from other clubs. Lin Chun had not yet had the opportunity to thoroughly study his attribute values. After returning home, he finally found time to comprehensively examine his attributes while taking a shower. Name Lin Chun. Age 18. Height 1.83 meters. Weight 76 kilograms. Shooting in the penalty area 65. Long shots 73. Offensive positioning 65. Short passes 67. Vision 70. Heading 64. Stamina 70. Explosiveness 71. Speed 70. Interceptions 61. Tackles 59. Defensive positioning 66. Dribbling 68. Strength 90. Crossing 66. Curvature 64. Long passes 62. Skill Luther's Grenade. Lin Chun was studying this. No wonder he could stay in Everton's youth training for so long and later be noticed by Leicester City. Having such attributes at just 18 years of age does show some talent. Thus his original strength was 70, and after adding 20 points it became 90. A definite monster with his talent and original performance. Even if he terminated the contract with Leicester City, there would surely be other clubs extending invitations to him. At that moment Lin Yu heard his son finish showering, picked up a change of clothes, and prepared to bathe. Upon entering the bathroom, he saw Lin Chun murmuring to himself, "This attribute is not bad. This one is a bit lacking. Not fast enough. The explosiveness still needs training." Lin Yu did not understand what Lin Chun was doing and walked over to him. "Your muscles. Have you been secretly training?" Lin Yu squeezed Lin Chun's arm. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chun was his biological son Lin, you would hardly believe he was only 18 years old. Lin Yu was actually a bit worried. He feared that after leaving Leicester City, Lin Chun would not receive invitations from European teams and would be forced to leave European football. But soon the numerous club invitations made Lin Yu realize that his worries were completely unnecessary. A few days later in Spain at Lin Chun's home. "If a team is interested in you, which league do you most want to go to?" Lin Yu inquired. Lin Chun pondered for a moment. "I hope it will be an English Premier League team." He had already been in Everton and Leicester City's youth training. With the status of a Premier League youth player, there was no need to apply for a work permit. Moreover, the system growth template was that of an all-round midfielder, and with the additional 20 points in strength, he was very suitable to thrive in the competitive Premier League. After Lin Chun left Leicester City and became a free agent, the news was quickly exposed, and the public opinion was completely different from what Lin Chun had imagined. Sky Sports, Lin rejected Leicester City's new contract. Perhaps this is an opportunity in the Premier League. Premier League news. Did no one notice Lin Chun's long shot in the friendly match? It seems he is starting to showcase his talent. Marca, according to reliable sources, several Premier League teams have extended olive branches to Lin. After the news broke, some Premier League teams investigated Lin Chun and surprisingly submitted contract requests. On July 17th, Lin Yu and Lin Chun were having tea at home. Suddenly a phone call came in, followed by a series of calls from the Premier League, and even some teams mailed invitation documents to Lin Chun's home. These documents began to arrive at Lin Chun's home one after another. Clearly, they were mostly sent out on the same day, which is why they all reached Lin Chun on the same day. Lin Yu tallied the calls and began to review the documents one by one. "We have received numerous invitations from La Liga and Premier League teams. Watford, Norwich, Brighton, Everton." Lin Yu named several teams, all of which were mid to lower tier teams or struggling in the relegation zone. Lin Chun almost gave up hope. Well, with his current fame, fantasizing about strong teams extending olive branches was undoubtedly a delusion. However, after Lin Yu listed a few relegation teams, he took a sip of red tea from the table. After exhaling, he continued, lastly, raising a document with a red team emblem in hand. Lin Chun's pupils instantly constricted. Even from a distance, even if he could only see a corner of the iceberg, he immediately recognized it. Liverpool, Liverpool. Lin Chun took the document. Indeed. "I'm not mistaken, am I? This is definitely Liverpool." Lin Chun repeatedly checked the document to ensure there were no errors. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I'm not surprised at all. Since Klopp took over, Liverpool's performance has started to improve, but they still have issues in midfield. They really do lack a good midfielder." Lin Yu, who initially had some doubts, had already made it clear in his heart that Liverpool genuinely needed players. Liverpool's transfer request was not motivated by profit considerations. They might genuinely see Lin Chun as a young midfielder with potential to nurture. After all, Lin Chun originally left Leicester City to gain more playing opportunities. With his talent and ability, he must have first-team playing time to realize his potential. Otherwise, long periods without high-intensity first-team matches would only lead to the gradual fading of his talent. For Liverpool, they didn't have much transfer budget, so signing a young player for free was a viable option. After all, if he doesn't perform, the club wouldn't lose much. So whose invitation will you choose to accept? To confirm Lin, you still asked the question to which he already knew the answer. And all of this originated from Lin Yu. A few days ago at Liverpool's headquarters. After receiving invitations from some relegation teams, Lin Yu was unwilling to settle and actively research teams in the 5 major leagues. After organizing Lin Chen's information, he began to take the initiative. Liverpool thought they were the only club receiving Lin Chen's self-recommendation. In fact, they were just one of the many clubs Lin Yu had approached. Jurgen Klopp, the current head coach of Liverpool. He excels at high-pressing defensive counterattacks and orchestrated attacks, truly a tactical maestro. He has a unique approach to managing the locker room. Outstanding players are essential in his tactical system. It is well known that although Liverpool's roster appears complete, they lack a midfielder. Upon learning that Lin Chun had not received a contract, Klopp's new assistant coaching team immediately began their research, just as Lin Yu proactively extended an olive branch. Clavett's, a member of the coaching team, repeatedly studied Lin Chen's youth training videos from Everton and Leicester City and concluded after reviewing his performances in friendly matches. He definitely has talent. His long shots are beautiful, which is quite rare. We can give it a try. Clavett's was very confident in his abilities, and since it was a free signing coupled with the ordinary contract offered to Lin, which had a low salary, Liverpool wouldn't lose much even if Lin Chen didn't perform. Klopp slammed the table. Anyway, we've tried so many midfielders in these past few years. Let's give it a try. Both parties were willing participants, and a collaboration was quickly established. Lin Chun and Lin Weiner packed their bags that night and headed to Liverpool. Upon arriving at the club the next day, there was no one else present except for the sporting director, who was there to welcome. This was understandable, as Lin Chun knew he was just an unknown figure. Perhaps some fans in Roja would recognize. However, in Europe, there were very few fans who had heard of him. A special car from Liverpool came to greet him, taking him straight from the airport to Anfield. Upon arrival at the headquarters, Mike, the club's general manager, took quick steps to open the car door. Lin, finally we meet. Lin Weiner immediately got out of the car, and they chatted as they walked. Liverpool offered Lin Chen a basic salary contract as he had just joined the youth training camp. Lin Chen didn't mind. He was confident that he could quickly secure his first professional contract through his own abilities. Given his current attributes, joining Liverpool's youth training camp and playing in the youth league was merely a matter of dominating. Klopp was urgently searching for a young midfielder, especially with Liverpool deep in a wave of injuries. Even Mike couldn't help but remind Lin Chen. Currently, there are as many as 4 midfielders injured in the first team, including Lucas. Many key players are hurt. Do you know what this means? Mike patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Klopp is so anxious he can't sleep at night. As long as you can impress him thoroughly in the youth league, I guarantee Klopp will immediately call you up to the first team. Even if you can't start right away, sitting on the bench will still benefit you. Lin Weiner took care of Lin Chen's accommodation arrangements and was about to return to Spain. She wanted to stay a few more days, but Julia kept calling repeatedly. Julia, Lin Chen's mother, was a standard. Lin Weiner had put in considerable effort to win her over. It was also because of their excellent genetic background that they had a strikingly handsome son, Lin Chun. A Chun. Although she was Spanish under Lin Weiner's prolonged influence and encouragement, Julia had mastered quite a bit of basic Huaxia language. You must take good care of yourself over there. Just saying these few words made Julia's eyes turn red. As the lobby manager of a top ham shop in Spain, Julia was usually very busy and had no time to send Lin Chen back to England's youth training. If anyone bullies you over there, listen to mom, and we'll just go back to Spain. No problem, as long as I'm here, you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. You can play wherever you want, live however you like, and have whatever hobbies you want. It's all up to you. Since childhood, Julia and Lin Weiner had taken 2 entirely different approaches to raising Lin Chun. Lin Weiner, as a father, was strict with Lin Chun. Although he rarely demanded academic performance, he had high expectations for his character. A common saying of his was, "Young people must take risks while they are young, rely on themselves, and work hard. However, no matter the outcome of doing it on your own, you must remember the way home. That's the mark of a true." In contrast, Julia was completely unconcerned, often saying, "Lin Weiner, if you ever dare to hit my son, I won't spare you. Son, don't mind your dad. Do whatever you want. Shoot fireworks, catch chickens, walk dogs. Just have fun." This educational approach from both of them led Lin Chun to develop a lively, yet composed character, both cheerful and appropriate. Seeing Julia starting to tear up again, Lin Chun couldn't stand it. "Mom, oh my good mom, Don't worry, no one can bully your son. I promise, Lin Shin said, patting his chest and lifting his head. I will definitely make a name for myself at Liverpool. Julia nodded while crying, and then turned to Lin Wainer, who was only showing half of his head on the video call. Her voice changed from gentle to sharp and piercing. As for you, hurry up and get back here. Don't think you can run wild in England. Lin Wainer smiled wryly and nodded. After sending Lin Wainer off, Lin Shun returned to the youth training dormitory. He had previously lived alone while at Everton, so Lin Wainer was quite at ease. He knew his son had strong independence. In a 4-person dormitory, the 3 teammates living together were all youth training players, strong and sturdy. Liverpool's youth training was known for cultivating such players. The 3 looked at Lin Shun as if they were observing something unusual. The player in bed number 4 spoke up, his bed adorned with a number 6 jersey. He seemed to be a defender. Ocho. Ocho stood up to introduce himself. This is Danny, our goalkeeper. Danny nodded at Lin Shun, who smiled in return. And this is Beto, the left back. All 3 were very... Ocho was 18 years old, while the other 2 were both 17. Ocho was attending a language course at Liverpool's youth training to improve his language skills. Since Lin Shun would soon be joining as well, he had already completed all his pre-university studies with excellent grades while at Leicester City. He was originally set to attend Madrid University, but now that he was in Liverpool, he would only need to wait for a suitable time to enroll at Liverpool University for further studies. Although you understand English, Liverpool will probably have you come to continue improving your language skills with me, Ocho said, rummaging through his books, seemingly wanting to familiarize Lin Shun in advance. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shun was already pinching his acupoint. I thought that after transferring to Liverpool, I wouldn't have to take language training anymore. What a pity. The youth training supervisor quickly brought Lin Shun the necessary books for language training. There was still over a month until the next training session began. Fortunately, Lin Shun had a solid foundation in the local language thanks to his experiences in Everton's youth training. While chatting, Lin Shun discovered that Ocho had also attended Everton's primary school. The 2 had only been a wall apart at that time. Because of this peculiar bond, Ocho and Lin Shun quickly found common ground in conversation and became friends. Ocho began to introduce Lin Shun to the upcoming youth league. They say you are the one Klopp specifically wanted. I have a feeling you will be promoted to the first team soon. Ocho paused. However, even if you move up to the first team, you still have to train for at least 6 months. Hearing this, Lin Shun's heart sank. However, Lin Shun thought it over and found it acceptable. If he shone brightly in the first team, returning to the language improvement class the next day, both the principal and the teachers would surely welcome him back. Wouldn't the beautiful girls in the class all actively throw themselves at him? With this thought, Lin Shun smiled. Ocho was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Lin Shun remained silent, just smiling. After a moment, he asked, by the way, are there any pretty girls in our class? Ocho nodded. You didn't know? Our class is known as the class of school beauties, consisting of female youth training players over 18, just like us, aiming to improve their language communication skills. There are 25 members, 19 of whom are girls. The top 3 beauties voted at the school level are all in our class. Hearing this, Lin Shun's smile grew even brighter. I forgot to tell you, my biggest hobby is studying. Young people must keep learning to progress. When does school? I will study hard. Liverpool's youth training program offers excellent benefits. The cafeteria environment is great, and there are no restrictions on meals based on player performance. All players can eat there. Professional chefs create balanced meal plans to ensure young players receive proper nutrition. After Lin Shun joined the youth training squad on July 17th, he officially began intense training to enhance his attributes. The training focuses on explosiveness, speed, and long-range shooting. Lin Shun does not want to be a burden when he steps onto the field. As an all-round midfielder, he must possess strong explosive capabilities. He helps the team transition from defense to offense in an instant, seizing counterattack opportunities. Lin Shun understands that he must achieve significant growth in his abilities before the new season's youth league starts to secure a place in the first team. Due to his low base attributes, Lin Shun quickly improves through training, especially in the 5 attributes enhanced by the all-encompassing growth from the heavy artillery. It's more like the difference between 40 and 50 points. Clearly the latter is easier, as one only needs to answer a couple of choice questions correctly to break through. 1 month later, August 7th, the head coach enters the tactics meeting room holding the starting lineup. The new season's youth league will continue tomorrow, with Liverpool's next opponent being Manchester City. After changing ownership, Manchester City has prioritized youth training and established a more advanced training camp. Since then, they have focused on cultivating several highly talented young players, sweeping through the youth league and gaining attention from many of their young talents. At this moment, Lin Shun is seated in the front row surrounded by teammates. Over the past month, his muscles have... A month of hard training has sculpted his muscles, giving the already handsome Lin Shun an even more masculine... Do you think we can win against Manchester City tomorrow? Whispered Ochoa nervously. What are you afraid of? Just go for it, Lin Shun replied casually. Lin Shun was indifferent. After all over the month his attributes had seen comprehensive improvement. Not to mention Manchester City, no youth training camp would pose a threat to him. In his mind, a brand new attribute panel shone brightly with several attributes having been enhanced. Name Lin Chen, age 18, height 183, weight 76. 3 kilograms. Goals in the penalty area 70 long range shooting 77 offensive positioning 71 short passing 70 vision 72 heading 69 stamina 76 explosiveness 75 speed 75 interception 66 tackles 65 defensive positioning 68 dribbling 70 strength 90 crossing 69 curving 69 long passing 70 Lin Shen can feel that. Training can enhance attributes especially those with low values. However, as training time increases the speed of attribute enhancement also decreases. Reaching a strength attribute of 90 has made further improvement a challenge. Occasionally a small movement seems to remind him that his efforts have not been in vain. However, through further research on the system Lin Shen discovered that the experience points gained from playing matches outweigh those from training. Therefore, by the time he can compete in the Premier League, as long as he performs well, his attribute improvements will accelerate, creating a virtuous cycle. The head coach turned on the projector displaying important youth players from Manchester City. First, Phil Foden, an absolute genius. The head coach played his youth training video. He possesses exquisite ball control and has recently secured a spot in the first team. There are few young players who are valued so highly by Guardiola. In the video, Foden dribbled past multiple defenders with ease, showcasing spectacular solo runs. Lin Shen observed closely while Ochoa for some reason began to shake his leg unconsciously. Stop shaking. Lin Shen pressed down on Ochoa. What are you afraid of? He can't get past you. Ochoa gave a skeptical look. No one in the entire youth league last season could stop him. Lin Shen smiled and said, that's because I wasn't there last season. The head coach continued. Second, Brahim Diaz, a central attacking midfielder with great movement ability. Third, Palmer. His height affects his ceiling, but he has good ball control and is a key player on the wing. Fourth, Siwelia, a center back with excellent front interception and turning back ability. For players that need close attention, showcase the strength of Manchester City's youth training. A fierce battle is inevitable. On August 18th, the first round of the Youth League, Manchester City battles Liverpool. With no locker room, both teams prepare briefly on the sidelines. Hundreds of fans, mostly loyal Liverpool supporters, gather on site. This youth league receives little attention, with only local fans choosing to watch during the afternoon when they have nothing else to do. Being Sunday, along with unusually cool weather, the crowd on the sidelines continues to grow. Mostly Liverpool fans, they cheer loudly for their young players. Gradually, Lin Shen, who is changing his shoes, attracts the attention of the fans. Is that Lin who transferred back from Leicester City? It seems so. I heard he fell out with Leicester for playing time and has a very aggressive style on the field. So he's quite a spirited young man who I like him. The fans chatted excitedly as both teams entered the field with Lin Shen trailing behind the group. Standing to the right is Phil Foden, known as a top talent. Lin Shen couldn't help but size him up, looking small and skinny as if he could be crushed with one hand. The unknown referee waved his hand confirming both sides were ready and then blew the whistle. Manchester City kicks off. Foden receives the ball and pushes forward without hesitation. No Liverpool fan is unaware of Foden, or rather no English fan is unaware of him. Last season's dribbling king with a 100 success rate. He was even called up to the first team by Guardiola ahead of time and has already played a few minutes. He's certainly how enviable. If only he were one of Liverpool's youth players. While Liverpool fans discussed, Foden had already dribbled to Lin Shen. Facing Foden, Lin Shen remained calm. His eyes did not focus on the ball, but rather on Foden's feet. Foden dropped his shoulder, initially feinting to the left. After a fake step, he quickly changed direction. He exploded into action. This is his tried and true dribbling move. Instinctively using his explosiveness to change direction, Foden even raised his head to see if any teammates were making runs. He thought he had successfully broken through. However, upon looking up, Foden found only a silhouette resembling an iron bull before him. Suddenly a surge of power hit his chest. Bang! He fell back. On the ground. Ochoa's eyes widened and his mouth gaped, releasing a few sounds of disbelief. You're kidding me. Did he just knock him over? All the spectators among the Liverpool fans seemed momentarily frozen, their wide eyes fixated on Lin. Just moments ago, Foden executed a beautiful explosive breakthrough with the ball, even adding a feint before the move. A perfect dribble. Let alone the youth training team, even some lower-level players in the Premier League might not be able to defend against it. Foden's powerful ball control almost made the ball stick to him, as if it had a magnetic pull. Yet this extremely splendid dribble was accurately anticipated by Lin Shen. He stepped in first, positioning himself to protect the ball, while forcefully overturning Foden behind him. But that wasn't the end. Seeing his teammates seemingly frozen, Lin Shen turned with the ball, shouting, "What are you looking at? Charge forward." This roar instantly awakened his teammates. The center forward Diouf rushed forward with as many as 3 forwards making simultaneous runs. The Manchester City defense was highly alert as Havoya directed his teammates to position themselves. Palmer chased back, relentlessly continuously interfering from the side to prevent Lin Shin from passing. As the counterattack opportunity seemed about to vanish, Lin Shin felt Palmer buzzing around him like a fly. Instinctively raising his hand, he forcefully pushed Palmer aside. Then he abruptly halted. With a deft touch of his right foot, he stopped the ball, and then stopped again. He turned and flicked the ball away. Charging again. A series of sudden stops followed by deceptive bursts. Palmer managed to hold steady during the first stop, but lost his balance on the second, and with Lin Shin's left hand pushing, he instantly tumbled. Palmer stumbled and fell looking utterly disheveled. Fear surged from the depths of his heart. The look in Palmer's eyes when he glanced at Lin Shin evidently changed. Although it was just a moment of contact, he could distinctly feel the immense energy contained within this young man. Is this really the strength an 18-year-old should possess? Are you kidding me? Not just him, even Havoya felt a flicker of trepidation. Watching helplessly as 2 opponents were knocked over, Lin Shin continued to advance with the ball, as if nothing was amiss, his muscles rippling to maintain balance. Manchester City's coach Lescott was utterly dumbfounded, yelling from the sidelines, "Get in there. Go stop him. Don't back away." The midfield had already been breached. Seeing Lin Shin with the ball getting closer to their penalty area, Havoya could only grit his teeth and charge in. Once Lin Shin entered the penalty area with the ball, attempting to intercept would be utterly futile. Havoya left the box and positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area. He focused intently, preparing to intercept. He was ready. But Havoya made a fatal error. Normal defense should maintain a reasonable distance between his legs. His positioning, while seemingly capable of guarding both sides of his body, reduced his turning speed. Lin Shin instinctively tapped the ball with his toe, then exploded into action. One arm raised to maintain balance, he swiftly slipped past Havoya's left side, creating a stunning illusion like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Havoya hadn't even had time to clasp his hands together to make a wish on the shooting star when he felt a gust of wind rush by. By the time he turned back, Lin Shin had completed the ball separation. At this moment, Manchester's goal and goalkeeper were completely exposed. The City goalkeeper took small steps on the spot, ready to dive at any moment, confident he could block Lin Shin's shot. Then came the sound of a furious shot. The fans in the stands instinctively shivered. Whoosh! Just moments ago, startled Liverpool fans suddenly raised their hands in celebration. Lescott stood on the sidelines with his hands on his head, mirroring the actions of the Liverpool coach. All the fans in the stands erupted into madness. Are you kidding me? Is that the sound a long shot makes? Is that the sound of kicking a ball? What kind of terrifying power is this? How old is he? 18. Are you sure? Did he really score? How long has the match been going on? Not even. What kind of player is this? This is purely a Superman. And he can shoot like a Superman. At this moment, the Manchester goalkeeper was still in a ready position until the thunderous sound of Lin Shin's kick echoed in his ears, the exaggerated speed of the ball rocketing towards the net. Only then did he realize that he had just thought he could save the shot from this young man. Like an ant trying to shake a tree. With Lin Shin's current strength and long-range shooting ability, perhaps a Premier League caliber goalkeeper might have a chance to save. But for a youth training goalkeeper, not only would he not be able to save, just protecting himself would be a fortune. Phil Foden and Palmer were still on the ground, slowly struggling to get up. The areas where they had collided with Lin Shin were still tingling with heat. Almost everyone was in a state of extreme shock, while Lin Shin turned gracefully, as if he knew that this goal would definitely go in. Allowing his teammates to revel and jump in celebration, he maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, simply clenching his fist. Lin Shin made a gesture of "Don't get too excited, don't cheer, this kind of operation is just routine for me." In short, the match resumed with Manchester City taking the kickoff again. Still it was given to Foden. Still Foden brought the ball forward to organize. Once again it was Lin Shin marking him. He even blocked the passing route, forcing Foden into a unknown with him. Aren't you the unknown king of last season? With a 100 success rate. Then let me give you a proper experience. Facing Lin Shin, Foden recalled their previous collision and felt a bit unsteady on his feet. Still he lowered his shoulders, not fainting as he attempted to break through with a sudden burst. However, Lin Shin guessed the direction correctly. He stretched out his foot first, his powerful right leg firmly wedged between Foden and the ball he had just pushed forward. It was this very distance that made Foden feel as though he was worlds apart from the ball. Lin Shin then applied force with his right leg, charging forward with his shoulder. He forcefully intercepted Foden. Snatching the ball, he pivoted without hesitation. Facing Palmer, who still attempted to charge, he faked with his left foot, then smoothly redirected with his right. One step past. Manchester City's midfield was rendered ineffective. Lin Shin had another opportunity to face the defense directly. Once again Havoya charged in. This time Lin Shin did not choose to go solo. He passed the ball to a teammate with a short pass. The latter did not stop the ball flicking his ankle and passed it horizontally. A wall pass. The teammate shortened the distance for Lin Chen's shot, creating space for him to shoot. The Manchester City goalkeeper could almost predict what was about to happen. Lin Chen propelled himself off the ground. His right foot providing support, he swung his left leg forcefully to strike the ball. Bang! Whoosh! Another goal. 2-0. The Liverpool coach was stunned. Lescott was dumbfounded. Liverpool fans were going crazy. Isn't this a complete domination? Am I watching a youth league? Are you sure Phil Foden was the dribbling king? Why does it not look like it? Scoring twice in 2 minutes, what does dimensionality reduction strike mean? The Liverpool fans were already prepared to be thoroughly beaten by Manchester City, and they consoled themselves with the thought it's just a youth training match, it doesn't matter much. However, once the match began, the developments within just a few minutes far exceeded their expectations. The once relatively quiet venue gradually became restless with Lin Chen's 2 goals. The fans were as excited as if they were watching a Premier League match. This young man, his talent is so high. Does anyone have his youth training videos from Everton and Leicester City? I want to see if he has always been this strong. TCH, what videos do we need? Didn't you watch the friendly match a few days ago? That explosive shot was simply outrageous. The Liverpool fans engaged in fervent discussions. After all, it had been a long time since Liverpool's youth academy produced a gifted young player. In recent years, there were some young players who performed decently, but they quickly faded into obscurity. Otherwise, Liverpool wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to develop their youth academy, aiming to cultivate a midfielder produced by their own academy. Yet they still ended up spending money to buy players, and few of those could be of significant use. Neither Lucas nor Emre can live up to expectations. Now they barely relied on Henderson, but Henderson was a workhorse midfielder lacking creativity in offense and possessing little long-range shooting ability. After the match resumed, Manchester City finally began to play cautiously. Foden even hesitated to break through from the middle and could only seek opportunities from the wings. This caused the pace of the match to stabilize, but Lin Chen had no intention of letting Manchester City off the hook. After the match resumed, Lin Chen proactively pressed forward, calling for his teammates. Charge forward, everyone stay in sync. Liverpool's formation pressed higher and higher. Manchester City's formation was gradually suppressed, even starting to retreat. The coach on the sidelines was increasingly shocked as he watched. This young man was actually employing a high-press tactic. This was a strategy only the first team of Liverpool could execute. The high press, also known as the all-out pressing tactic, has been used by many strong teams to force opponents to lose possession since its inception. If the opponents do not want to frequently lose possession, they will strive to maintain control of the ball and reduce pressure among players through passing. However, once a player makes an error while passing, it allows the pressing side to regain possession and launch another attack. This tactic is generally implemented by teams with sufficient strength, requiring individual ability as a foundational guarantee. But isn't Manchester City the stronger side? The head coach momentarily thought he was seeing things, misjudging the team. Was this truly the team he was leading, playing so assertively? If this continues when Klopp leaves, wouldn't the head coach position for the first team be? The head coach he had begun to fantasize about his bright future. On the field, Liverpool continued to press. Manchester City's defense kept retreating, and soon the structure began to disappear. This was the effect Lin Chen desired. In football matches, once the formation loses its structure, defensive gaps will appear. In the 19th minute of the match, just as Manchester City had managed to secure a brief moment of calm, their defense was once again put to the test. Lin Chen pressed forward with the ball, waving his left hand to signal the fullback to move closer. With a raised hand to direct, making a gesture, the two fullbacks advanced simultaneously. Liverpool's tactics instantly shifted from high pressing to wing breakthroughs. The connection was perfect, as smooth as water, without any hesitation. The pace quickened. What was initially Foden's breakthrough with the ball turned into a steal, and Ocho immediately passed the ball to his good brother. Lin Chen received the ball, in turn maintaining the rhythm without any pause for the ball. Because Lin Chen didn't even stop the ball. He pulled the ball while receiving the pass, pulling the ball and turning. Then he applied force again, exploding into even greater speed, charging straight towards Manchester City's penalty area. It was this clever acceleration with the ball that broke through Manchester City's midfield. Lin Chen regarded Manchester City's midfield as inconsequential. He lifted his foot once again, preparing for a long-range shot. Just this preparatory motion left Manchester City's defense trembling. The goalkeeper even instinctively wanted to make a save. However, as Lin Chen waved his left leg in the air preparing for a long shot, he changed it to a pass at the moment of contact. With the outside of his foot, he delivered a beautiful through ball. The forward instantly succeeded in a delayed offside only because he understood Lin Chen's signal. Liverpool's center forward understood and seized the unknown opportunity. Facing the goalkeeper, he powered a shot, changing the score to 3-0. At this moment the match had just reached the 20th minute. 3 goals in 20 minutes. Can you believe this is a football match? In fact, it is common to see large scores in youth training leagues, or instances where a gifted player scores many goals. For example, Michael Owen often scored multiple goals in a single match during his youth training at Liverpool. There were even cases of scoring 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8 goals in a single game. If a match only sees 1 or 2 goals scored, the fans would be puzzled instead. As the first half neared its end, Lynch scored another goal, changing the score to 4-0. After the last match, Liverpool's head coach hurriedly made substitutions. Indeed, he replaced Lynch. At this point, Lynch hadn't even broken a sweat. But with a 4-goal lead, Liverpool truly felt no pressure. Just like Michael Owen, who often scored hat-tricks and then clocked out sitting leisurely by the sidelines enjoying water, Lynch was the same now. The Liverpool fans on the sidelines spontaneously began to applaud Lynch, delighted to witness such an outstanding young talent grow in their academy. Lynch smiled and waved back at the fans, thanking them for their praise. These are Liverpool's most loyal fans who would buy tickets to watch Liverpool play live. Some even have season tickets. Not everyone would spend money to consistently support their home team. Moreover, some of them might have sons or daughters who could become classmates, helping to foster good relationships for the future. After Lynch was substituted, the assistant coach hurriedly handed him a bottle of water, while the coach and teammates stood by the sidelines waiting to high-five Lynch, welcoming the MVP of the match. After Lynch left the field, Liverpool began to adopt a defensive strategy to stabilize the situation. In the second half, Phil Foden managed to score a goal, ultimately finalizing the score at 4-1. Some Liverpool fans filmed Lynch's performance in the first half with their phones and uploaded it online. The video instantly went viral, quickly spreading across the internet. Especially Lynch, who had a background of being forced to transfer yet delivered such an impressive performance, created a fascinating feeling that many fans found irresistible. As the video's popularity surged, fans began to like and comment. The exceptional performance in youth training continues to rise in viewership, being shared by countless fans. In just 20 minutes, Lynch single-handedly contributed to 3 goals in the youth training league. The video has caused quite a stir upon reaching Huaxiao, with a well-known Huaxiao football app featuring it prominently. Huaxiao fans who watched the video exclaimed in delight, "Isn't this Lynch's son? How did he end up in Liverpool?" Lynch's son, it seems that his choice to take him abroad for youth training was absolutely the right one. If he had stayed in Huaxiao, Lynch could never have showcased such talent. I heard Lynch married a very beautiful Spanish woman. Does Lynch have a chance to play for the Spanish national team? In any case, don't return to play in Huaxia. The current football scene, there is a quagmire. Even the god of football would get slapped around and gradually assimilated. As the video's popularity soared, it finally garnered attention. As the head coach of Liverpool's first team, Klopp inevitably saw the news. Especially the head youth coach, who immediately drafted a report on Lynch's youth training data and match statistics, that evening submitting it along with the video. He knew that the first team desperately needed midfielders. Even if it was just a young midfielder with many key midfielders sidelined due to injury, Lynch's promotion to the first team could at least add depth to the bench. Furthermore, if he successfully recommended Lynch, he would leave a deep impression on him and also receive rewards from the club. Perhaps one day, he could even gain tactical insights from Klopp. It was a win-win situation. Klopp had indeed been worried about the midfield for a long time. Henderson would be out for at least 3 weeks. Milner was aging and struggling to perform at full capacity. Emre Can was unpredictable, sometimes performing brilliantly, other times being a complete surprise, leaving Naby Keita, whom the team had purchased for a hefty sum, could only join the team after the next transfer window, which would open in January 2018. Klopp felt like he could just change into a jersey and play himself. He had seriously considered this possibility, if it weren't for the fact that his playing skills were inversely proportional to his coaching ability. On the evening of August 11th, Klopp was deciding the starting lineup for the club's first match of the new round of the Premier League was about to begin. Liverpool had been in intense preparation for a month, but their performance in the previous friendlies was lacking. The main issue lay in the midfield. Klopp could sense the primary problems in the team's midfield, including a lack of creativity, insufficient coverage, and no shooting ability, especially the absence of players capable of intercepting. There were also significant issues during transitions between offense and defense, with ineffective counterattacks and slowing down of progression, leading to missed scoring opportunities. Such problems plagued Klopp. With the Premier League about to kick off in a few days, Liverpool's first opponent was Watford, known for their defensive tactics. Aiming for relegation survival, they would undoubtedly set up a defensive wall, at least to secure a draw at home against Liverpool. Despite having a renowned attacking trio with the outstanding winger Main on the left, Egyptian Pharaoh Salah on the right, and Brazilian striker Firmino in the center. However, to unleash the full potential of the attacking trio, a sufficiently skilled midfielder was essential to provide them with support. Klopp pondered and became increasingly troubled, so he decided to take a break and have a cup of coffee to relieve his stress. Just as he brewed his coffee, an email notification pinged. The sender was the youth training coach. Hesitant, Klopp oscillated between his freshly brewed coffee and the blink. Ultimately, Klopp mustered all his strength and decided to open the head coach's email. "I hope your email is more enticing than the coffee I was about to drink, otherwise I'm going to give you a hard time." As he spoke, Klopp opened the email. A handsome face appeared on the screen showcasing Lin Chen's detailed match data and analysis from his youth training period. Further down, there was a meticulously edited video. Klopp first carefully studied the data analysis, then called his capable assistant Kravitz to his office. Kravitz, a top-notch tactical analyst, was particularly skilled in developing targeted strategies. He had decades of tactical analysis experience and a unique tactical philosophy of his own. He always managed to pinpoint details based on different players' performances, allowing him to discern a player's style of play and general capabilities. During his early years playing alongside Klopp at Dortmund, Kravitz had even achieved miraculous feats. After analyzing, he identified the playing habits of the opponent's key midfielder and devised targeted defensive strategies, helping Dortmund reach the Champions League final. Upon receiving the news, Kravitz rushed to the office. Klopp's tone was urgent. He eyed the video play button, yet his hand hovered over the coffee. "He'll drink later, let's watch this video first," Klopp hurriedly interrupted. Kravitz muttered, "What video could be more tempting than your free coffee?" As he spoke and clicked play, what appeared before his eyes was the stunning moment of Lin Chen overpowering Foden Palmer, then bulldozing past a defender to score. "Is this real?" Kravitz questioned, doubting the authenticity of the video. "Is this video real?" Klopp nodded. "It's gone viral online. There are countless match videos of him." Kravitz immediately utilized his expertise frame by frame to replay and analyze, studying intently. "No flaws here." Half an hour later, Kravitz finally concluded his analysis. "His football intelligence is high and his playing style is very reasonable. What surprised me most is his extraordinary strength. Is he really a young player?" Kravitz continued. "In confrontations with peers from Manchester City, he completely dominated, looking quite at ease. Moreover, he has one major advantage." Klopp eagerly inquired, "What advantage?" Kravitz replied with a smile, "This kid is good-looking and has a strong personality. These days, finding a young player with character is incredibly difficult." Seeing Kravitz offer such high praise, Klopp finally made up his mind. He dialed a number. A few seconds later, he spoke. "Cavill, notify the youth training camp to assemble at the first team tomorrow. We are organizing a major clash between the youth training camp and the first team." On August 12th, at 8 in the morning, there were still 4 days until Liverpool's first Premier League match. Cavill was escorting Lin Chen as Klopp had specifically requested to meet him alone. The youth training camp was not far from Liverpool's first team headquarters. "What's up with your hairstyle?" "I happen to have a bottle of gel. Oh, just spray some to keep it in place." When you meet Klopp, make sure to speak slowly and remember to lower your posture. You're still a young man. Cavill kept reminding Lin Chen along the way, fearing he might say something wrong when meeting Klopp. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at headquarters, and the security guard let them in. Cavill took Lin Chen through a series of twists and turns until they reached the staff building, heading straight to the 3rd floor. They turned left out of the elevator and walked directly to the head coach's office. Just before Cavill knocked on the door, he wanted to remind Lin Chen a few more things, but they happened to bump into Klopp, who was opening the door on his way to the restroom. They met face to face, just like that. Klopp looked at Lin Chen and suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, saying, "You must be Lin, right?" "Hello." The English translation is hello. Cavill's face instantly turned green. Inside, his inner demon was roaring wildly. "What do you mean hello? Am I your head?" "He's the head coach. At least say something like hello boss, lower your head and back." Lin Chen then extended his hand, shaking hands with Klopp with neither humility nor arrogance. There was no arrogance or conceit, yet no inferiority, either, embodying the demeanor expected of an 18-year-old. Klopp had been pondering what kind of person Lin Chen would be, but after this brief meeting and greeting, he was quite certain that Lin Chen was exactly the type of player he desired, at least in terms of character. If Lin Chen had bowed and acted submissively during their meeting, it would have undermined the image Klopp had of him. After a brief chat, Klopp sent Cavill away, who had wanted to stay for dinner. "Coffee." Klopp shook the coffee cup in his hand. Lin Chen got up to take the brew, and they finally began to get to the point. "Do you know why I wanted to meet you?" Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Because of my video." Klopp smiled. "Your performance is indeed impressive. You've grown quickly. Many youth training staff have praised you, saying you are disciplined and possess a maturity that is uncommon among young people." Just as Lin Chen was about to be modest, Klopp immediately continued. "Since everyone is praising you so much, how do you view the competition for a starting position in the first team?" "I will demonstrate the corresponding strength. And I believe you will give me that opportunity. Moreover, I can guarantee one thing: if you give me the chance, you will find it irresistible to keep offering me more opportunities." Upon hearing this, Klopp's appreciation for Lin Chen only deepened. A football player must have a personality, otherwise on the field they are at best just a softie. Simply put, I will give you a chance to train with the first team. If you perform well, perhaps you will earn some playing time in the whether you can stay with the first team or return to the youth academy with a youth contract is up to you. Klopp was very skilled at motivating young players. Lynn, the first team lacks midfielders. If you can become the player I want, I guarantee your life will become extraordinarily rich from then on. You will earn in 1 week what an ordinary person cannot earn in 5 or even 10 years. You will drive a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari with beautiful women lining up from Liverpool to Manchester just to pursue you. You can enjoy steaks grilled with top-notch craftsmanship, sip on milk tea that costs hundreds of pounds a cup, and wear clothes worth thousands of pounds each. No matter the occasion, others will stand up to welcome you, calling out your name, eager to forge a connection with you. More importantly, Klopp said, shifting his tone, his gaze fixated on Lin Chun. You will enjoy the cheers of tens of thousands of fans at the top European venue Anfield. Hand in hand with the ball boy walking through the tunnel, stepping onto the pitch amidst applause, symbolizing glory. Then showcase your unique football talent to fans around the world as everyone shouts your name and cheers wildly for you. This is the charm of football. Lin Chen's inner desire was burning fiercely, longing to step onto the Premier League stage immediately. He stood up and spoke to Klopp. Just tell me where the training ground is. A simple sentence made Klopp smile. Life with the first team was dreamlike, boasting a more luxurious cafeteria and more attentive service. Here, apart from playing football, you don't need to worry about anything else. Not to mention the wonderful feeling of seeing top football stars like Henderson, Suleiman, and Firmino being greeted friendly by them and training together. That afternoon, the youth players headed to the first team's training ground. Lin Chen arrived at the training ground an hour early, thinking he would be the first to arrive, but Firmino was already practicing his shooting. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he excitedly waved at him. Gradually, more players arrived. The chaotic battle was about to begin. Klopp was at the front while Klavitz was on the left. Even the simple warm-up of first-team players was evidently faster than that of most youth players. The chaotic battle was about to start with 11 against 11. The youth players and first-team players mixed and regrouped, testing the performance of the first-team players while allowing the youth players to feel the strength of the first-team players, aiding in their growth. Lin Chen was assigned to the same team as Firmino. On the opposite side were Selo, Wijnaldum, Gomez, and Mignolet. It seemed that the main players were far more numerous than his side. On Lin Chen's side, aside from Firmino, there was also Milner, while the rest were youth players or first-team players who hardly got any playing time. Klopp had deliberately arranged this to see if Lin Chen truly possessed the strong pressure resistance showcased in the video. He personally supervised the chaotic battle, holding a form to record player performance data. Wijnaldum was full of confidence. Facing the young players as a senior brother of the team, it wouldn't be too much to let them feel the intensity of the competition, right? Once the competition began, Wijnaldum indeed took the initiative to engage in confrontation aggressively, trying to seize the ball. As Firmino kicked off, Lin Chen received the ball and passed it back to Ojo. Ojo was also on Lin Chen's team, playing as a central defender. But he clearly appeared very nervous. Upon receiving Lin Chen's pass, his expression was somewhat dazed. Faced with high pressing, he instinctively kicked the ball long, but his effort fell short, only traveling a few meters. Wijnaldum charged forward, ready to intercept the ball. If he could succeed, their side could launch a counterattack. The more he thought about it, the faster Wijnaldum ran. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he rushed towards the first drop point. It looked like he was about to reach the spot. Suddenly, a shadow beside him, like a giant stone, forcefully shoved him aside. It was Lin Chen. Wijnaldum couldn't save face and desperately tried to regain the ball. Yet Lin Chen's solid body and immense strength were like a stone, firmly guarding the ball in front of him. No matter how Wijnaldum tried to snatch it, he wouldn't give him the chance. In an instant, the players on the field were a bit dumbfounded. Firmino, who was nearest, was even more astonished. Is this for real, eh? He just physically resisted Wijnaldum? Of course he did. In an instant, the training ground fell silent, with Lin Chen continuing to dribble the ball, launching a counterattack. After a series of feints, he cut inward to the left. Raising his foot as if to shoot, Gomez rushed forward. But in the next second, Lin Chen changed direction and made a deft dribble. Another deft maneuver. The perfect rhythm completely fooled Gomez. Klopp's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, as it was now the critical moment to test a player's true abilities. During his time at Dortmund, Klopp emphasized one thing: I don't care how excellent your dribbling is, how beautiful your footwork may be, or how good your passing is. I only care about your finishing touch. If you lack the ability to seal the game, you will never become an exceptional. After bypassing Gomez, Lin Chen stumbled slightly, but relied on his strong core strength to keep Gomez at bay and forced his way into the penalty area. Faced with Mignolet, who had rushed out early, desperately trying to minimize Lin Chen's shooting angle, he could hardly see any opportunity to shoot. Mignolet's tackle was timely, perfectly executed with no mistakes. But Lin Chen focused his gaze, then shifted his body, causing the ball to explode forward. It was this subtle yet deft touch that surprisingly completed a nutmeg. Minale was caught off guard, losing his balance and attempting to turn for a save, but his body collapsed instead. Lin Shun accelerated past Minale, took 2 steps, and smoothly slotted the ball into the empty net. Team A took the lead 1-0. Everything happened so quickly that even before Lin Shun scored, Team B hadn't yet realized what had happened. Wijnaldum looked at Minale, who in turn glanced at Gomez, all three wearing expressions of what just happened. Assistant coach Kravitz was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Boss, baby. Kravitz lowered his voice as if he had taken a stimulant, while Klopp remained calm and composed. What are you so excited about? In Dortmund, don't you see young talents like this often? Whether it's a flash of brilliance or genuine skill, we need to observe further. While Klopp spoke steadily and maintained a calm expression, Kravitz keenly noticed Klopp's hand gripping the whistle. Boss, if you're not excited, why are you shaking? Is Parkinson's acting up? After clearing his throat a couple of times, Klopp whispered, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct your full attendance this month and take away 3 days of your annual leave. The threat was effective and Kravitz immediately quieted down. Wijnaldum walked back towards his half, while keeping an eye on Lin Shun. After scoring, the young man showed no signs of celebration or excitement. Rather, he was joking around with his teammates, as if he had been part of the first team for a long time. Lin Shun integrated quickly. Soon the brawl resumed, and it seemed like Klopp could only see Lin Shun. He wanted to know if this young man was truly adept at confrontation and had the ability to push forward. As the pace of the match quickened, Lin Shun not only kept up, but also showcased his formidable strength in the middle. Wijnaldum watched Lin Shun gritting his teeth in frustration. As a frontline player, tall and strong, Wijnaldum had always been responsible for interceptions, tackles, and sweeping up in Liverpool's midfield. But now, facing a young player who had just been promoted, he found himself completely suppressed in the area he excelled at. As more goals were scored, the atmosphere of the brawl began to liven up. What started as a friendly exchange between veterans and young players after Klopp recorded the data no longer needed to be overly competitive. Lin Shun relaxed more and more, and the long 90-minute brawl finally came to an end. In Klopp's hands was the record sheet regarding the ratings of the midfield players, with Lin Shun ranking first. However, he did not announce it, but simply gave a few reminders before declaring the training over. Youth players can return to the training camp. First team players, take note: tomorrow afternoon there will be the final physical test before the season starts, and all players must participate. The tests include fitness, strength, and basic health metrics. The test will start at 3 o'clock sharp, so everyone should not be late. Lin and Ojo, you two will stay in the first team and take the preseason physical test together this afternoon. After Klopp announced the end, the players quickly left, and Ojo followed closely behind Lin Shun. Dude, how did you manage to stand up to Wijnaldum? Can you teach me? On the way back to the hotel, Ojo relentlessly pestered Lin Shun. But Lin Shun just smiled and dodged the question, as such things are hard to explain to anyone. Since he was just temporarily promoted to the first team, Ojo was not provided accommodation by the club and stayed in Lin Shun's room. The two played some football games to pass the time, and the next afternoon at 2 o'clock they set off together to the club for the physical test. When they arrived at the club headquarters, it was just 2:30, and only a few first-team players had arrived. Main and Firmino were warming up and chatting about life. Seeing this, Lin Shun joined in and started warming up in a similar manner. Lin, you performed really well in yesterday's match. Main greeted Lin Shun first, and Lin Shun smiled back as they started chatting. This was what Lin Shun wanted. Only by chatting more with the first team could he quickly integrate into the larger team and secure playing opportunities. At 2:50 in the afternoon, the first team players were mostly present, and after Klopp's team counted the numbers, they decided to start early. The first item was the fitness test. The best performing players during the running within the stipulated 20 minutes would score higher. Lin Shun's current fitness attribute was 76, which wasn't very high, but for an 18-year-old, having a fitness attribute of 76 was already quite impressive. Lin Shun was focusing on improving his fitness attributes, wanting to play as an all-around midfielder where fitness was fundamental. At the end of the first test, Lin Shun ranked 14th. Next was the strength test. Kravitz could almost calculate the approximate weight each player could deadlift without needing to measure. For the high-level players in Liverpool's first team, the deadlift weight was about double their body weight. This weight was also the most applicable calculation formula in fitness, so when players took turns to try, the weights they lifted were roughly as Kravitz had estimated. But the players started to have fun. Some suggested a friendly arm wrestling competition. Many were engaging in light-hearted arm wrestling challenges with opponents of similar size and strength. However, no one dared to challenge Firmino, as everyone knew that as a versatile striker, Firmino possessed immense strength, often finding opportunities against strong defenders on the field. Firmino wanted to give it a try. In the midst of lively conversations, a sudden challenge brought the whole room to silence. Lin Shun called out, challenging Firmino to an arm wrestle. Since the morning training, everyone had been curious about Lin Chen's strength. After all, no one had tested his. Although they knew Lin Chen was strong, his age made them skeptical about his chances against Firmino. Firmino appeared relaxed, shaking his wrist to warm up, then stepped forward to take his stance. All the teammates gathered around, eagerly anticipating. Firmino smiled. Come on, let me see how strong you really are. After Firmino assumed his stance, all his teammates gathered around to watch. Lin Chen also moved his wrists, noticing the bulging muscles on Firmino's arms, which were undoubtedly a result of his hard training, a source of pride and a testament to a man's honor. Lin Chen placed his arm on the table and then firmly grasped Firmino's resilient and powerful hand. With a command from Klopp, both of them exerted their strength simultaneously, the clash of muscles eliciting cheers of excitement from their teammates. Firmino gritted his teeth and pushed hard. He certainly didn't want to lose to this young man. However, after 3 seconds of effort, he was astonished to find that this young man remained completely unfazed, not even showing the slightest change in expression. Then Lin Chen suddenly exhaled, and at the same time exerted tremendous force. Bang! Firmino was directly overthrown. Klopp held his head in disbelief, and it wasn't just him, most of the players present felt the same way. Lin Chen accidentally applied too much force, smashing Firmino's hand down onto the table. He hurriedly lifted Firmino's right hand again, rubbing his palm, with an innocent smile on his face. At that moment, he transformed back into that innocent young man. But Firmino glanced at Maine, who in turn looked at Sulla. At that moment, the Fab Four of the Reds were filled with nothing but shock, and Wijnaldum even felt a sense of relief in his heart. Firmino certainly knew how strong he was. Playing as a striker in the Premier League posed great challenges in terms of physicality and strength. Firmino often spent time in the gym to ensure his strength was sufficient to survive in the Premier League. Yet in the recent arm wrestling match, it was clear he was no match for Lin Chen. As the elder statesman of the team, losing to a young man in this manner was somewhat embarrassing. Just as Firmino was about to awkwardly get up, Lin Chen spoke again. Thank you, senior, for letting me win. It's obvious you didn't use your full strength. Firmino was taken aback, looking at Lin Chen, who was smiling at him, while the surrounding teammates also began to laugh. The awkward atmosphere was instantly dispelled, and Firmino patted Lin Chen, growing fonder of this young man. Wijnaldum felt relieved, because he always thought that during morning training Lin Chen hadn't gone all out in their confrontations. The looks from all the first-team players towards Lin Chen clearly carried a bit more respect. In the third segment, testing physical health metrics, Klopp felt fortunate. All first-team players had high health metrics with no injury risks, able to greet the new Premier League season in optimal condition, except for midfielder Henderson, who would miss out due to injury. The first training session, combined with physical testing, laid a solid foundation for Lin Chen to remain in the first team. On August 14th, the first round of the Premier League was about to kick off. The news of Lin Chen's transfer to Liverpool's youth academy had long spread through Chinese football. Iron Lu Hai simply couldn't believe Lin Chen would get an opportunity at Liverpool. The Premier League is one of the most followed leagues in the football world today, known for its intense competition and the abundance of strong teams. However, in terms of creating commercial value, the Premier League no longer needs to add to its prestige. It is undoubtedly the leader among the top 5 leagues. Chinese football was keeping an eye on this young player who was bought into the first team by Liverpool, wondering if he could seize the chance, especially since his father Lin Yu was once a highly regarded figure among Chinese football fans. At 4 p.m. European time on August 14th, the opening match of the Premier League commenced. In the Chinese live broadcast room, the fans' favorite commentary duo was ready. Football fans, it's a pleasure to reunite with you once again. The annual football extravaganza is back, and today's opening match of the Premier League officially kicks off. This match will be commented by myself and the esteemed director Zhang, sitting beside me. The live broadcast room had a multitude of fans, breaking 1-0 views right after starting, with the heat exceptionally high. Fans flooded the bullet screen, all exceptionally excited. The Premier League is finally back. I can continue watching my beloved Liverpool play. I came for Lin Chen. Ooh, I heard he's Lin Yes' son. Will he get a chance to play? A chance to play. Whether he even makes the squad is another question. He is just an ordinary young player. Lin Chen seems to have been in Europe for a long time, first at Everton, then Leicester City, and now Liverpool. I heard Lin Yu had a falling out with Iron Lu Hai, who vowed not to give Lin Chen any chances. If he doesn't get a chance, why bother playing for him? It's all about privilege. It's not pure football. Fans were discussing fervently, with most of the focus on Lin Chen. Director Zhang continued commenting, both sides have submitted their starting lineups. First, let's take a look at Watford's starting lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Gomez. Defenders Holibas, Kabul, Britos, Yamet. Midfielders Chalaba, Clever. Forwards Pereira, Okaka, Nordine. In the live broadcast room, there are indeed a few talented midfield players. Chalaba is reportedly being eyed by many top teams. Watford is not weak. They will surely want to grab points quickly in the Premier League opening match to lay the groundwork for staying in the league. It feels like they've hit Liverpool's weak spot. Liverpool's midfield is already weak, and now Watford's midfield is indeed very strong. Football fans, Lin Shan has made it into Liverpool's first-team lineup and is sitting on the bench ready to go. Director Jean then introduced Liverpool's starting lineup, his voice laced with joy and high spirits. Liverpool has set up a 433 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Alexander-Arnold. Midfielders Wijnaldum, Henderson, Emre Can. Forwards main Firmino, Salah. I must say, if the midfield were a bit stronger, Liverpool's lineup would indeed be very complete. Henderson has returned from injury ahead of schedule, showcasing remarkable recovery abilities, but starting is still somewhat risky. The starting players had already entered the tunnel, with Lin Shan wearing the substitute's jersey leading the way onto the field, sitting on the bench. Some Liverpool fans greeted Milner, who was also on the bench, but very few waved at Lin Shan. Lin Shan could accept this. After all, in front of the stars of the first team, he was still an unknown rookie. Moments later, the match began. Watford kicks off first. They're trying to execute a tactic. Back to cleverly passing into the box. Very decisive. The long pass is accurate, finding Doucouré. Danger. Okaka at the back, a powerful shot on goal. Beautiful. Watford scores first. A dream start. A perfect goal. Leading Liverpool 1-0. Can you believe it? This is football. Watford takes the lead at home, catching Liverpool off guard. It seems they were unprepared for this early strike. Watford's midfielders Doucouré and Chalobah charge forward simultaneously, creating a significant impact as they quickly enter Liverpool's penalty area, generating a chance. They then formed a clever connection that ultimately allowed Doucouré to find an opportunity for a header, and Okaka at the far post did not waste the easy chance, scoring successfully. Seeing the ball hit the net, Okaka was overjoyed, rushing towards the sidelines to embrace the coach passionately. Watford's coach rallied his team before the match, everyone eager to secure a winning start and lay a foundation for the season, boosting morale and aiming for better results. Klopp stood on the sidelines with his hands raised, signaling for the players to remain calm, even as Klavitz beside him wore a worried expression. "Boss, we need to address Watford's midfield issue quickly." Klopp crouched on the sidelines, deep in thought, searching for solutions. The match continued. After conceding a goal, Liverpool pushed forward, trying to mount a fierce attack, but Watford's defense was very solid. Watford employs a multi-man defense, the most common strategy used by weaker teams. They do not rely on man-to-man marking, so they won't be easily breached by opposing players' individual skills. 19th minute of the match. Henderson pushes forward with the ball, but he is met with significant resistance. Cleverly is well-positioned, defensively passing to the left, where Wijnaldum receives the ball. A long pass finds Main. Can he break through on the flank? He's gone past. But Chalobah's timely intervention clears the ball. Watford's formation is very structured. This is what we just discussed regarding their defensive strategy. Even if a player is beaten in an unknown situation, proper positioning allows another player to immediately step in and cover, preventing opponents from creating chances. We all know that Liverpool's two flanks are very strong, but both Main and Salah, unless in exceptional form, find it extremely difficult to keep progressing after beating one or two defenders in such tight spaces. As an ardent Liverpool fan, Director Jean certainly knows how often Salah dazzles with his wing play. Main possesses similar abilities, but it's not feasible for both to play so freely in every match, especially since Watford has made targeted preparations specifically to defend against the wings. With the flanks heavily guarded, the only option to open up the game is through the center, but Liverpool fans look at their midfield, which lacks any attacking prowess. No one possesses the ability to advance. This is the most fatal flaw for the midfield. As time ticks away, the situation hasn't improved. Liverpool indeed holds firm control of the ball. But 30th minute of the match. Manuel plays a short pass to Wijnaldum in the center. Receiving the ball and turning, he attempts to push forward, while Doucouré is hot on his heels. Physical confrontation. Wijnaldum stumbles a few steps, almost losing the ball. A back pass to Henderson, but it's a bit weak. Oh, thankfully Emre Can was there to cover, or Henderson would have been intercepted by Chalobah. These two young Watford midfielders are aggressive in physical confrontations, and if Henderson hadn't been steadying the tempo in midfield, Liverpool's midfield would have crumbled long ago. Director Jean, observing the current situation on the field, couldn't help but sigh. Although he must remain neutral as a commentator, he believes that at this moment Liverpool fans are feeling mostly disappointment. From the real-time possession statistics displayed on the screen, we can see that Liverpool has maintained 69 possession, a significant lead. However, in terms of shots, the match has progressed for a full 30 minutes, and still only Watford's initial shot. Liverpool struggles to operate the ball through the midfield. Watford is very clever, willing to allow you to organize play in their half. But once past the midfield line, Chalobah and Cleverly will stride forward with their strong legs, launching a fierce interception. Director Zhang added, although his commentary may not be as professional as Director Zhang's, he is undoubtedly among the best in tactical analysis. What surprises me is that Watford's two midfielders are in outstanding form today. In football, the midfield position is crucial, serving as the hub between defense and attack. Liverpool's midfield is unable to push forward, and the world-class attacking trio lacks the firepower support. I haven't seen Firmino on the ball in ages. As time ticks away, the first half concludes with Liverpool still trailing 1-0. The visible restlessness among Liverpool fans in the stands is palpable, and those in the live chat feel confused. Is it that they haven't found their match rhythm, or is our midfield simply at this level right now? If they can't showcase their characteristics against slightly stronger midfielders, then Liverpool can forget about competing for the title this season. Honestly, I miss Gerrard. I miss him to the point of madness. After the players returned to the locker room, silence filled the air as Klopp continued to ponder strategies. But no matter how he and Klavitz analyzed, the conclusion was clear: without someone to withstand Chalobah and cleverly assaults, Liverpool's midfield simply could not advance. Boss, given the current situation, the player most capable of physical confrontation in our midfield is Henderson. But he plays in the holding role. We can't have a holding midfielder leave his position to press forward, as that would easily expose us to counterattacks. If you ask me, why not be a bit bolder? Klavitz suggested with a glint of adventurous spirit in his eyes, looking at Klopp. Life is short. We might as well show more courage. Klopp retorted, let's discuss tactics without all the motivational fluff. Klavitz insisted, back in Dortmund, we did this often. Arriving at Liverpool, we should maintain our style. Klopp was conflicted, hesitating. But seeing the despair in the midfield, he decided to make adjustments. Lin Shun was sitting in the corner, not expecting to see playing time in his first match. Until Klavitz approached him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Lin, the boss says you're going in, give it your all. Lin Shun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Let me step on the pitch and give Liverpool fans a little surprise. Pausing for a moment, Lin Shun spoke again. I promise it will be a surprise. During the halftime break, Coach Jean and Coach Zhang were chatting with the fans in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, Liverpool's substitution appeared on the screen. Everyone immediately saw the substitution news for Liverpool. Most fans in the live broadcast room thought they had misread it. Is this for real, eh? For real, eh? Who let Lin Shun come on? Are we waiting for him to be smashed by Cleverly? Who taught Klopp to make such substitutions, sending a young player to face Ducour? Are you kidding me? Crazy. Liverpool must be out of their minds. I was looking forward to a comeback in the second half, but now it's completely ruined. All fans instinctively reacted that Lin Shun would definitely get crushed by either Ducour or Cleverly. After all, Ducour and Cleverly had strong bodies and visible muscles. In the fans' minds, Lin Shun was still an 18-year-old young man. Liverpool club had always considered Lin Shun as a secret weapon for training. Although his highlights from the first youth training league went viral, that was still a youth league, and the opponents were merely peers. But now Lin Shun had to play in the Premier League, the most fiercely contested league in all of Europe. Not just the Chinese live broadcast room, but the English live broadcast room exploded in an instant. In the official commentary room of the Premier League, commentators Neville, Gerrard, Carragher, and Drogba were repeatedly confirming the lineup. Seeing that the substitution was indeed happening, Manchester United legend Neville laughed heartily, mocking Gerrard and Carragher. It's over. Looks like you're starting to panic and make desperate moves. Neville crossed his legs and leaned back comfortably in his chair. It seems the only thing I need to do in the second half is enjoy the show. Can he really play in the Premier League? Dream on. Moments later, the second half resumed. Wearing the number 29 jersey, Lin Shun indeed took the field, and as soon as he appeared, he was met with a barrage of boos from the home fans of Watford. Hey, do you think you can stop our midfield? Dream on. Playing against kids in the youth league is one thing, but you think you can take on Ducour? I declare Watford has already won this match. There's no need to play the last 45 minutes. Lin Shun turned to the fans who were mocking him, revealing a confident smile. Looks like Lin Shun isn't afraid at all. This young man has quite the nerve. Coach Jean silently cheered for Lin Shun. Although Liverpool fans had their doubts, they still hoped Lin Shun would deliver a good performance. Stay steady. Lovren patted Lin Shun. We all believe in you. Lin Shun nodded and smiled back. After the match started, Lin Shun actively roamed in the midfield, staying close to Henderson to stabilize Liverpool's midfield defense. However, Ducour clearly had a plan, repeatedly dribbling the ball to find Lin Shun's side. We can observe that after the second half started, Ducour intentionally dribbled the ball, trying to find space from Lin Shun's side, but Henderson always managed to cover well. In the 55th minute of the match, Ducour once again dribbled the ball, and this time as Henderson came to cover, Ducour suddenly turned and passed to a teammate. This was his usual way of dealing with opponent pressure, playing in combination. Ducour and cleverly executed a 1-2 combination, successfully getting past Henderson. Henderson, as Liverpool's last line of protection, was very important, but now he seemed to have lost his protective capability. Receiving the return pass, Ducour turned and sprinted. At this moment, only Lin Shen stood in front of him. If he could get past Lin Shen, he could create an opportunity for his team. This was a golden opportunity for him to contribute to his team. Dukor's chance. Unknown with Lin Shen. If he breaks through, Watford can launch a counterattack. Lin Shen focused entirely on the ball at Dukor's feet. He would not be deceived by Dukor's feints. Dukor executed 2 feints in quick succession, then suddenly changed direction just as he was about to forcefully get past Lin Shen. In his eyes, this was just a kid who had just graduated from the youth league. What strength could he possibly use to compete with me? But in the next second, Lin Shen made the correct judgment, moved his body, and then forcefully bumped Dukor aside. Dukor, surprised, tried to exert more force to push Lin Shen away. However, Dukor found Lin Shen too strong in front of him. No matter how he charged, he couldn't push Lin Shen away. Then this young man surprisingly pushed him completely away from the ball and cleverly intercepted it. Coach Jean, who had been worried, said, "Lin Shen must be cautious. Dukor is very strong." Strong? Oh my God. What a beautiful interception. A fierce interception. A ruthless interception. Lin Shen intercepted Dukor and completed the steal. The tackle was so clean, so timely, so beautiful. In the Premier League studio, Neville instinctively held his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Meanwhile, Lin Shen on the field, after stealing the ball, quickly turned and initiated a counterattack. Without any hesitation, he picked up the pace. Lin Shen steals the ball. Liverpool is ready to counterattack. In an instant, the dynamics on the field shifted. Lin Shen is decisively bringing the ball forward. Dukor is desperately trying to track back, but speed is not his strong suit. Lin Shen charged forward with the ball unconcerned, and as if entering a no man's land with only the opposing penalty area in sight. Seeing there was no way back, the center-back had no choice but to charge forward. Britos chose to press. This decision seems a bit reckless, as there is some space in the Watford penalty area. Britos, as a center-back, chose to leave the penalty area to press forward, already prepared for whether to get past the ball or not. Lin Shen, while dribbling, observed that both flanks were tightly defended and Firmino in front of him was preparing to make a run to break the offside. At this moment, Lin Shen subtly signaled, and Firmino understood him perfectly. He no longer attempted to break the offside, but suddenly dropped back, shaking off the defender and coming to Lin Shen's right side. Smack! Lin Shen passed the ball. Firmino received it and returned it. Wall pass. 1-2. The ball returned to Lin Shen. Lin Shen received the ball, and at that moment only the goalkeeper remained in front of him. Such a golden opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Without hesitation. Although the distance was short, he struck with tremendous force. Lin Shen unleashed a powerful shot, as if to shatter hell. The entire stadium fell silent. All eyes were focused on Lin Shen. Liverpool fans even raised their arms in anticipation of a cheer. Boom! A loud sound shattered the silence. But the cheer from Liverpool fans made the atmosphere lively again. They couldn't remain silent. Coach Jean stood up and shouted, "What a blast! A powerful shot!" He scores on his debut. At the moment when the team needed him the most, he stepped up. Lin Shen equalized. As the shot sailed into the goal, Lin Shen was filled with excitement, dashing to the sidelines like a rocket propelled by sheer determination. His agile body traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air before crashing down to the ground. Yet Lin Shen felt no pain. Instead, he leveraged the momentum to spring back up, spreading his arms wide in a display of overwhelming joy. An explosively exuberant celebration. Who taught him to celebrate like this? Who taught him to show off like this? He's so damn cool. Coach Jean couldn't help but let out a curse. Beside him, Coach Jean was equally thrilled, finally managing to exclaim, "Awesome." In the live broadcast, Lin's shot burst into the net like lightning, swift as the wind. Who is Chalobah? Where's Dukor? Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of humanity that allows Lin Shen to score such a goal? Isn't he only 18? Scoring just minutes into his Premier League debut. He held off Dukor and overpowered Chalobah. Isn't it said that all black players are strong? Why isn't Lin Shen built like that? All his Liverpool teammates rushed towards Lin Shen, the attacking trident tightly embracing him and shaking him furiously. "I love you so much. Incredible. I love you way too much." Firmino was especially excited. Ever since Lin Shen was promoted to the first team and beat him in an arm wrestling match, he had taken a liking to Lin Shen and offered him much assistance in the first team. After this match, he was the first to encourage Lin Shen, as he had a strong feeling that this young man would surely contribute to the team. At this moment, his premonition proved correct. Maine pinched Lin Shen's face as if trying to confirm that this guy was indeed real. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the score had just been equalized. For Liverpool, it was crucial to secure 3 points against an opponent like Watford, so Lin Shen gestured for his teammates to move back towards their own half. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of the league debut, earning 150 points. Lin Shen's heart swelled with joy. With 150 points in hand, he had instantly completed half the process to draw the next skill. A match could yield 10 points, meaning he needed to achieve 10 consecutive wins to draw the next skill after 10 matches. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded happily. At this moment, 10 consecutive wins in the Premier League felt as simple as eating and drinking, yet Liverpool had just equalized with Watford. Humans are always like this. When fantasizing, one thinks they can conquer mountains greater than anyone else, but only when standing at the foot of the mountain do they realize the gap between dreams and reality. As the game resumed with the equalizer scored, Liverpool continued to press aggressively, while Watford maintained a solid zone defense, stabilizing the tempo. After equalizing, Liverpool's morale soared and their movements on the field became increasingly agile. Chalobah and Doucouré aimed to suppress Liverpool's midfield, as they had in the first half, limiting Liverpool's attacks. But they soon realized that a phantom was drifting in the air, swaying with the wind, always appearing at the most crucial moments in the right position. In the 61st minute of the match, Liverpool is pressing forward. Emre Can wants to advance. Doucouré intercepts. Is there an opportunity? Lin Chen rises with the ball. A beautiful physical clash. He pushes Doucouré aside to regain possession. Chalobah is behind him. He shields and passes to the right. 1 against 2. Lin Chen stands like a giant Buddha in midfield. Damn, that's intense. Coach Jean didn't even realize this was the first time in his long commentary career that he had cursed consecutively. It was simply because Lin Chen, who came off the bench, was performing far beyond everyone's expectations. All the fans instinctively thought that a young man would be crushed between the strong Chalobah and Doucouré. However, Lin Chen stood firm in midfield, exuding an air of steadiness. His powerful physical advantage instantly helped Liverpool's midfield turn the tide, firmly controlling the tempo of the game. He who controls the midfield controls everything. From this moment on, I believe the scales of victory have tilted towards Liverpool. If Watford wants to hold on for a draw, they must give it their all, putting in 150 effort. Watford was indeed doing just that. Their forwards began to drop back, forming a defensive fortress in an attempt to secure a point. With the forwards retreating, the space for Liverpool's backline to control the ball widened. With no pressure, Lovren even advanced the ball all the way to the midfield line to support the play. In the 74th minute of the match, Liverpool's attack is back again. A long ball to the right. There's Salah. He cuts and passes one. Wants to pass another, and he's done it. Continuing towards the center. A shot. Just a bit of luck is needed. Salah's curling shot grazed the post and flew out of bounds, narrowly missing the chance to take the lead. As Salah's shot missed, although the scales of victory seemed to lean towards Liverpool, it felt as if the deity of luck had unpacked its bags and settled in Watford's home. In the 79th minute of the match, attempting to break through with the ball, Doucouré was intercepted by Henderson. Henderson is pushing forward. There's an opportunity on the left. Pass it to Lin Chen. Does he want to take a long shot? Arriving on the left, Main takes a sharp angle shot. It's caught by the goalkeeper, hitting it too straight, missing this opportunity. In the live broadcast, Liverpool, please score quickly. There's no time left. Just seize one opportunity, just one. What is Liverpool doing? Don't they know that frequently wasting opportunities might lead to punishment? This is a football match, not a game. Oh no, why do I have this ominous feeling? Are Liverpool going to be forced to a draw by Watford? Coach Jean's voice sounded a bit worried in the Huaxia live broadcast. Watford has set up a bust defense, which is indeed very effective, completely limiting Liverpool's attacking space. They need to score quickly. Time is running out. However, the more anxious they became, the more opportunities they missed, and by the 85th minute of the match, Liverpool still hadn't found a chance to score. At this moment, Lin Chen, lurking in midfield, suddenly surged forward towards the attacking front. This was not the tactic Klopp had arranged for him, but Lin Chen had spotted a gap in Watford's defense. In the 87th minute of the match, Liverpool continues to press forward. Time is running out for them. Disrupting the positioning, brilliant. Passing to the center, given to Lin Chen. Breaking through with the ball. Is there an opportunity? Henderson and Emre Can exchanged runs to attract the central defense, while Lin Chen sneakily raised his hand for the ball in the center. As he received the ball and turned, only Cleven was left in front of him. Without hesitation, he started dribbling, leaning left with his shoulder, then using his body to block Cleven. He forcefully slipped past Cleven's left side. Arriving at the edge of the penalty area, there were still 4 Lin Chen knew that if he continued to dribble forward, he would only be restricted in space. The best option at this moment was to take the shot directly. The cannon of Reese erupted with brilliant golden light. Lin Chen squatted slightly to gather his strength, swinging his left leg towards the ball and striking it fiercely. Boom. It hit the defender, and Firmino followed up. And then, oh no, Lin Chen creates another goal. My God. Leading the comeback in his debut, Lin Chen, he doesn't have to worry about his playing time anymore. Because from this moment on, since Gerrard left, the struggling Liverpool midfield has finally welcomed their son of hope. Firmino, imitating Lin Chen, threw his entire body forward, releasing all his strength. Although the shot did not score, Firmino's follow-up shot found the net, and the outcome was good enough. Lin Shun excitedly charged toward the sidelines, pulling Firmino along before sitting down once again, facing all the Liverpool fans, and performing a double fist-pumping celebration. This time some Liverpool fans already knew how Lin Shun would celebrate, and they began to mimic the fist pump. In the official commentary room for the Premier League, the Liverpool commentator instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. If it weren't for Neville holding him back, the two might have jumped up and danced the hula in the commentary booth. Gerrard's excited roar echoed through the studio. Google all. It's in. 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 Liverpool has taken the lead. He reigns supreme. Super Warrior Lin. He represents the defiant spirit of Liverpool. He embodies the unyielding soul of Liverpool. He symbolizes the hopes of countless Liverpool fans. Bearing the heavy burden, yet remaining calm, he scored with composure in the face of a great opportunity. Though young Lin possesses an extraordinary composure that gives me hope. Gerrard generously praised Lin Shun, while Drogba beside him was so excited he was practically dancing. All the Liverpool players rushed over one by one, jumping toward Lin Shun to congratulate him. In the live broadcast room, is there a better debut performance than this? A substitute debut that helped the team take the lead. Lin is a natural talent. Thanks to the Foxes, thank you Leicester City for not meeting Lin Shun's playing requirements and handing such a gem to Liverpool. Goodness, this young man's violent shots are too wild. Amazing. Klopp and Klavan watched Lin Shun help the team take the lead, and Klopp excitedly threw 3 punches into the air in celebration. Amid his excitement, Klavan suddenly interjected with some calmness. The fist-pumping celebration is quite cool, but the prior self-punishing pre-shot needs some adjustment. If every goal is celebrated like this, Lin's backside will eventually be ruined. In the Chinese commentary room, Director Zhang was still watching the replay, while Director Zhang carefully observed and spoke up. Friends, those who understand football may have already noticed that Lin Shun plays as a standard all-round midfielder. This is a midfield role increasingly essential in modern football, and it is very challenging to play. To perform well in such a midfield role, the requirements for players are very high and very comprehensive. You must showcase your attacking talent when the team needs to attack and also appear in the correct defensive position when the team needs to defend. This role truly turns the midfield into an art. Currently, there are very few representative all-round midfielders among active players, and the transition between generations is lacking. Director Zhang, as a tactical commentator, shared deeper knowledge with the fans. At this moment, the Liverpool players finished their celebration and the match continued. With little time remaining, Watford fought with all their might, trying to equalize. They were eager for a point. But Lin Shun allowed Watford's midfield to launch their attacks unimpeded. For the first time, the Watford midfield felt such strong resistance. In the past, they had always dominated their opponents through physical advantage. However, facing a young man in this match, their greatest advantage turned into a disadvantage. Time flew by quickly. Watford was anxious, but whenever they looked at Lin Shun, they felt utterly powerless. In the end, amid the eager gazes of all Liverpool fans, the referee finally put the whistle to his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. Director Zhang's excited voice surged into the fans' ears. The match is over. The match is. Liverpool has narrowly defeated Watford in this match. It seems they have not quickly found their league form this season, but fortunately they secured the 3 points. Having won the match, the system rewarded points again, and due to his outstanding performance, Lin Shun received an additional 50% of the points. Lin Shun was filled with joy, counting the points rewarded from this match along with the debut points. He was getting closer to extracting the next skill. As the match ended, Lin Shun roared in celebration, scoring in his debut appearance and performing excellently in both offense and defense to help the team complete a comeback. The significance of this victory was self-evident. Lin Shun believed that he had already made a deep impression on Klopp and the Liverpool fans with his strength. While celebrating, Lin Shun caught sight of Cleverly striding toward him with an imposing demeanor, his robust body moving across the grass. Recalling everything he had just done to Cleverly, Lin Shun found it hard not to suspect that this guy was coming to fight. Firmino also sensed something amiss, standing beside Lin Shun. Lin. The deep voice matched Lin Shun's impression of Cleverly's appearance. Can we swap shirts? The deep voice suddenly turned a bit shy, mixed with a hint of bashfulness. The summer breeze blowing at this moment seemed to carry a hint of pink, which was quite inconsistent with Lin Shun's impression of Cleverly. Of course, Lin Shun took off his shirt and exchanged it with Cleverly. Cleverly was not angry. Instead, he respected Lin Shun even more. He admired this true man's spirit. At the post-match press conference, Lin Shun was awarded the best player and attended with Coach Klopp. Klopp generously praised Lin Shun in front of all the reporters. I can hardly remember the last time a young player made my blood boil. And today another talented young player showcased his abilities on the Premier League stage. This is a milestone. All teammates had been lying in wait backstage, suddenly rushed out and came forward to congratulate Lin Shen, ruffling his hair and patting his back and chest. The reporters went wild with their cameras capturing this milestone moment. Lin Shen laughed heartily, embracing his brothers who came to celebrate with him, feeling that he was truly becoming part of this big family. Since entering the new media era, short videos have become the best way to gain more traffic. Naturally, various short video platforms could not miss out on Lin Shen's wave of popularity. The FA quickly released a short video highlight to attract traffic, and after much thought they finally came up with a title that matched Lin Shen's performance, The Golden Boy of Football. Lin, come sit with me. Over here, Lin. Firmino stinks, but I smell great. On the morning of August 16th, as Lin Shen entered the meeting room for Liverpool's tactical briefing, teammates immediately called out to him. All players watched Lin Shen with warm, knowing smiles. They treated this young talent with genuine care, admiring his promise and respecting the growing acclaim he commanded among fans. Klopp and Klavitt chuckled too. Such unity, the kind where laughter flows freely and trust settles deep, was precisely the atmosphere the head coach cherished most. Only through cohesion could players forge seamless connections and execute flawless synergy on the pitch. Lin Shen smiled in return and hurried to take his seat, acutely aware of the enveloping wave of trust from his teammates. With each passing day, he was earning his place in the first team, not by privilege, but by merit. Glancing sideways, he noticed Ojo was no longer beside him. Ojo had only been temporarily promoted to the senior squad. Liverpool's central defense remained well-stocked. Lovren and Matip formed the established starting pair, and rumors swirled that the club planned to reinforce the backline in the winter transfer window with Virgil van Dijk. Firmino slid into the seat beside Lin Shen, while Maine settled down immediately to his right. Most Liverpool players gathered in the front two rows awaiting the start of the briefing. Klopp maintained a daily ritual. Every training morning began with an official team meeting, not focused on intricate tactics, but on disciplined execution and the profound significance of match day. Once everyone was seated, Klopp switched on the projector behind him, and the next opponent materialized on screen. The UEFA Champions League qualifying round, TSG Hoffenheim of the Bundesliga. Having narrowly qualified for the playoff stage due to last season's modest league finish, Liverpool now faced a single decisive hurdle: defeat Hoffenheim or remain outside Europe's elite competition. The importance of Thursday's match needs no elaboration. If you aspire to be a player watched by the entire football world, you must play in the Champions League. Year-end awards, Player of the Year, Team of the Year, are selected exclusively from performers who shine on this very stage. This is football's pinnacle at the club level. Having delivered his message, Klopp handed the laser pointer to Klavitt. The next phase: video analysis of Hoffenheim. Widely regarded as football's preeminent video analyst, Klavitt possessed an uncanny ability to dissect even the subtlest misstep in footage, amplifying its implications until it revealed a strategic vulnerability, then transforming that insight into a lethal weapon for Liverpool's attack. As Klavitt spoke, the players leaned and fully absorbed. His expertise was matched only by his wit. His vivid phrasing and playful delivery never failed to ignite their curiosity and sharpen their focus. Listening intently, Lin Shen couldn't help but muse, if only my university professors taught with half. With the new season underway, so too began Lin Shen's final academic year. As a professional footballer, he'd learned from Ojo that his course load would be light, perhaps even negligible. Liverpool's academy, often dubbed the Academy of Language and Development, maintained a notably relaxed academic culture. Beyond aspiring athletes, many academy students were children of local dignitaries and elites. Just then Klavitt noticed Firmino drifting off. With theatrical precision, he aimed the laser pointer at Firmino's forehead, like a sniper taking final aim before issuing a command. What was the last point I made? Firmino drew a blank, until Lin Shen, stifling a grin, whispered softly beside him. Klavitt said, "We'll definitely beat Hoffenheim. We must maintain blind confidence." Firmino shot Lin Shen a look of heartfelt gratitude, then rose and declared loudly, "We'll definitely beat Hoffenheim. We must maintain blind confidence." Klavitt sputtered midair. Blind your mother's head." 5 extra laps on the pitch after the meeting, your punishment. Lin Shen grinned. Firmino slumped back into his seat, dejected, only for Lin Shen to murmur again, "Truth is, I wasn't listening either. Thanks, brother, for trusting me so completely." As Liverpool intensified preparations, Lin Shen trained relentlessly. Only through disciplined practice and competitive matches could he strengthen his Star-C ability, and the stronger that ability grew, the faster his core attributes would ascend. Yet lately Klopp had been wrestling with a persistent question posed repeatedly by Klavitt: should Lin Shen start? Of course he starts. If he's the player we need, and he's performed exceptionally well, then he belongs in the starting 11. Henderson remained sidelined with injury, Emre struggled for form. Liverpool's midfield was critically depleted, and Lin Chen's 45-minute cameo against Watford had delivered a performance so commanding, so convincing that Klopp's faith in him had solidified beyond doubt. The more Klopp reviewed that Watford match, the more certain he became Lin Chen deserved his first senior start. August 18th arrived, Hoffenheim's home ground. A Chinese livestream channel launched early. Ever since Lin Chen's emergence, commentator Jean had refused to miss a single opportunity to narrate his matches. Even this Champions League qualifier, just the first leg, prompted Jean to secure broadcast rights immediately and begin streaming well ahead of kickoff. Fans, welcome to the first leg of the Champions League qualifying round. Liverpool of the English Premier League face TSG Hoffenheim of Germany's Bundesliga. The winner on aggregate advances to the group stage. Qualifying for the Champions League unlocks greater revenue, global prestige, and heightened visibility, not just for players, but for the club itself, attracting top-tier talent across the board. It's a triple win. This is an opportunity none can afford to miss, and both sides will fight with absolute resolve to claim it. The stream overflowed with viewers, most drawn there solely for Lin Chen. He played so brilliantly last time. Surely Klopp will bring him off the bench again. Please, let him start just once. I'm here for him alone. His match highlights have gone viral overseas. Massive engagement, sky-high likes. As Jean chatted casually with fans 1 hour before kickoff, both teams officially submitted their starting lineups. Jean hummed a cheerful tune, sipped his coffee. Then suddenly Jean slammed his palm onto the table. It's here? It's finally here. Jean jolted upright, startled. Brother Jean, what on earth? What could possibly get you this worked up? We're veterans. Calm down. But before he finished, Jean froze. Jean was already holding aloft the official lineup sheet. With a lightning-fast motion, like the nine-inch skeleton claw, Jean snatched the paper. His pupils dilated instantly. 3 seconds later, his trembling voice echoed across the stream. Fans, this is a bold, audacious decision, but one I believe countless Liverpool supporters will celebrate with unrestrained joy. Klopp has named Lin Chen in the starting 11. Lin Chen's very first senior start arrives. If I'm not mistaken, Coach Jean repeatedly examined the starting lineup. Even though he had instinctively shouted that Lin Chen was starting, he was still uncertain. If I'm not mistaken, Coach Jean finally confirmed. Dear fans, Lin Chen has made it to the starting lineup after experiencing a Premier League match. In the live broadcast room. What's so surprising? Klopp has always been bold in utilizing new players. Lin started in the Champions League at 18. At 18, I was still enjoying my university summer vacation, playing games with friends and sipping milk tea. Don't think Liverpool will win easily. Hoffenheim's lineup is very strong. Some fans mentioned this issue while Coach Jean was explaining the starting lineups of both teams in the live room. Dear fans, Hoffenheim is the most unique team in the Bundesliga, often referred to by fans as Hoffenheim. The starting lineup has been submitted for this match, featuring several young players worth noting. First, let's take a look at Hoffenheim's 3-4-3 formation. Goalkeeper Baumann. Defenders Hubner, Voigt, by Kaksik. Midfielders Grillich, Demerbe, Rupp. Forwards Kramaric, Gnabry, Wagner. From the starting lineup, we can see that right winger Gnabry is Germany's current rising star. Center forward Wagner has strong hold-up play. Demerbe has balanced skills in midfield, and left winger Kramaric possesses excellent dribbling ability. Coach Jean then began to introduce Liverpool's starting lineup. Liverpool is still in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders Wijnaldum, Henderson, Lin Chen. Forwards main Firmino, Sulla. It's worth mentioning that the young player Lin Chen is starting in midfield. We hope he can deliver a good performance in this European match. At this moment, players from both sides were prepared in the player tunnel, entering the field under the lead of the main referee. Hoffenheim's home ground was packed, and all the fans were loudly cheering for their team. Of course, there were also some extreme German fans who sneaked into the stadium, again holding up a high banner to lodge a complaint against Hoffenheim's president. Another banner was raised in the stadium. It will soon be driven away by security personnel. Due to ownership reasons, most German teams are not solely owned by one president, but Hoffenheim's president has changed this tradition. The club is entirely under his control, which has caused dissatisfaction among some fans of other teams. The broadcast camera captured the scene on the field where both teams had lined up in their respective halves. Beep. With the referee's whistle, dear fans, the match officially begins. Hoffenheim excels at applying pressure in the opening stages of the match. As expected, they launched an attack towards the left side, aiming for Kramaric. Wagner headed the ball, creating an opportunity in the middle. Wagner heads it toward the goal. Minale was very focused, parrying the ball away with both hands. After the match began, Hoffenheim pressed forward aggressively, maintaining a fast pace, and momentarily pushed Liverpool back into their half. It's the 15th minute of the match. They attempted a quick attack down the flank, but it was intercepted by Rupp due to excessive force. They launched a counterattack with a direct pass, getting behind Moreno. Gnabry cut inside, dodging the defender. Another cut. There's space. He lifts his foot for a curling shot. Oh, it was just a bit off. Nabry's curling shot grazed the post and went out of bounds. If his ankle had been a bit tighter, that shot should have gone in. Coach Jean observed the aggressively pressing Hoffenheim and remarked, Hoffenheim always starts with great excitement. That's their strength, and Liverpool needs to endure this challenging opening phase. Gnabry is indeed very strong. His signature cut always allows him to gain space for shots or passes, and his explosive ability is his forte. Hoffenheim primarily plays through Gnabry on this side. As soon as the midfield sees an opportunity, they immediately make long passes to switch sides, providing Gnabry with unknown chances. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Lin Shin seemed to have disappeared since the match started. In simpler terms, he was invisible. In the live broadcast room, where has that incredibly strong Lin gone? It's been over 10 minutes, and we haven't seen him. This is European competition. How well can an 18-year-old kid perform? I don't understand why Klopp would let him start. These haters definitely haven't watched Lin Shin's highlights from the last match. Do they know what it means to compete? Do they understand what a shot is? Liverpool fans quickly started arguing with Hoffenheim fans in the live room. However, Lin Shin suddenly began to move, expanding his running range. The fans weren't wrong. He had indeed been invisible, but he was invisible to fulfill his defensive duties. Although Hoffenheim attacked fiercely, the closer they pressed, the more space opened up in the back. Lin Shin was constantly looking for counterattack opportunities. As the match progressed, Lin Shin finally noticed that Demirbay had a higher tendency to carry the ball toward the right side to pass to Gnabry. Demirbay might not even have realized it was a matter of habit. As long as he could find a way to intercept Demirbay's ball, he could immediately breach Hoffenheim's midfield blockade, leading to a counterattack. Lin Shin quickly signaled to his teammate in midfield, and Henderson understood. Lin Shin proactively retreated to the left rear, making himself invisible again, but this time the invisibility was for better defense. In the 30th minute of the match, Demirbay looked at the open space before him, unable to hold back his urge to advance with the ball. His excited heart and trembling feet propelled him forward, quickly soon crossing the halfway line. Just as he wanted to pass to Gnabry, he noticed Moreno closely marking him, so he could only continue to advance himself. At this moment, Lin Shin, who had been invisible, suddenly appeared. Henderson swiftly joined in to help. Demirbay was immediately at a disadvantage in numbers and was instantly surrounded and tackled. Demirbay hurriedly stopped the ball, but he was already isolated. The seemingly invisible Lin Shin left him no room to maneuver. Lin Shin fiercely tackled and completed the interception. With his left foot pushing off the ground, he exploded into a counterattack, causing all Liverpool fans to rise in anticipation. Lin Shin has completed the interception and is charging forward. The Trident is pressing forward, creating a counterattack opportunity. Lin Shin observed while carrying the ball. His gaze first turned to the left side where Maine was being double-marked, while Firmino suddenly dropped back. Lin Shin immediately made a short pass. Firmino received the ball and laid it back. Another expertly executed wall pass between the two. After receiving the return pass, Lin Shin not only didn't stop the ball, but instead effortlessly curled it with his left foot. The ball perfectly bypassed Hoffenheim's right-back Hubner and found the onside Sulla. The Egyptian pharaoh controlled the ball and, after a quick adjustment, unleashed a powerful shot towards the near corner. Swish. Goal. Lin Shin lays it on a platter. Salahi, the Egyptian pharaoh, shows his might. 10. Li Wu-Pu Air sees the lead on enemy soil. After scoring Salah, he waved toward Lin Shin. Lin Shin hurried to catch up. Ufei Ermi Nua was on the left. The three ran shoulder to shoulder toward the sideline, embracing. Ma Nei rushed to join, unwilling to miss the moment of celebration. In the commentary booth, they praised the debut assist and early spark Salah, he demonstrating his power with a perfect setup. A flawless strike. As a midfielder, Lin Shin harbors a fierce attacking appetite. He largely orchestrates Li Wu-Pu Air's progressive passes. Do not be complacent. Hoffenheim's offense remains formidable. Although Li Wu-Pu Air struck first, their supporters could still sense the visiting team's dangerous firepower. Lin Shin relied on trap-like defending to snuff out Hoffenheim's central penetrations, but after kickoff, the visitors suddenly altered their approach. They ceased attacking through the middle and launched both wings, seeking chances from the flanks. Match minute 39. It seems they still intend to create from the sides. After all, they possess Gulabu Li and Kulam Ali Chi. They held possession centrally, switched it to the right, and looked for Gulabu Li. Unionon against Mo Le Nua, 2 successive stepovers. He beat him, reached the byline, and went past him. That feint was exquisite. Mo Le Nua left flat foot. He was still driving toward the box and took a tight-angled shot. It did not find the net, it struck the side netting. Gulabu Li did not cross. Wagana was furious, waving his arms in protest toward Gulabu Li. Had Gulabu Li chosen to cut the ball across, Wagana's chance might have been far clearer. Kuluopu could still feel the danger posed by Hoffenheim. he knew tactical adjustments were imperative to fully neutralize their threat. Soon the remaining minutes ran down, and the teams retreated to the dressing rooms at halftime. Kuluopu poured over plans with his coaching staff as they walked. Kulaweci kept insisting the wide lanes must be sealed, but Kuluopu held a different view. Though they appeared to attack down both wings, every danger for Hua Funhaimu originated from the middle. If we can choke their central play, forcing them to loft long balls from the flanks, then their two-wing approach will no longer carry menace. Attacks that bypass the midfield are largely futile. Kulaweci was won over by Kuluopu, and they immediately devised a new targeted tactic within minutes. In the second half, I want the midfield to step up physically to contest the press with intensity. I want constant tactical rotation, seize counterattacks with pace, strike their central areas. Force them into worthless flank play. I'll under no circumstances surrender control of the match. Kuluopu resolved to wrest back command of the battlefield. If Hua Funhaimu insist on the flanks, Li Wu Pu'er would use their midfield mastery to keep the ball, thereby splitting Hua Funhaimu's tactics from their possession. A team that wants to attack without possession must steal it in Li Wu Pu'er's half, but Li Wu Pu'er enjoy numerical superiority there. It would be difficult for Hua Funhaimu to wrest it back. If Hua Funhaimu cannot regain possession in Li Wu Pu'er's half, their attacks become impossible. The tempo returns to Li Wu Pu'er, and they will expose more space behind the visitors for attacking opportunities. The second half began, and Linshan maintained high alert, searching for opportunities through relentless runs. Whenever Hua Funhaimu tried to operate through the middle, Linshan would appear silently swift of foot and resolute of frame, throwing his whole body into the press to halt their midfield progression. Soon the game shifted. Li Wu Pu'er began to regain more possession. As control rose, Hua Funhaimu were forced into reactive rotations, their energy drained, and the rhythm returned to Li Wu Pu'er. Match minute 61. Hua Funhaimu still insisted on constructing from midfield, then switching to the wings. The keeper played a short pass to the dropping demi-air by. He received, turned, and looked to the flank, but the pass was cut out. Linshan anticipated and intercepted a step ahead, muscling past demi-air by. The referee did not call a foul. Linshan's interception stood. The ball was played left, the delivery sat deep. Ma Nei swung in a cross, aiming for the center. A good trajectory. A header at goal. Goal. It's in. Fei Ermi Nua's header finds the net. Li Wu Pu'er strike again. 22 away goals, and a lead over Hua Funhaimu. If the tie ended with this score returning to an Fei Erda for the second leg, would make Li Wu Pu'er strong favorites to qualify for the Champions League proper. The dawning of victory seemed to light their way. Demi-air by watched Linshan and keenly felt the intensity of that earlier duel. The youngster's solid frame and uncompromising tackle were unmistakable. He seldom experienced such force in the league. Yet when he glanced again at Linshan, the ferocious midfield hardman from moments before was suddenly grinning like a child. Youth still softened his features. Beside Fei Ermi Nua, he danced and cavorted with an oddly earnest, awkward joy. A few minutes later, play resumed. The playful Linshan changed expression in an instant. His face grew austere, gaze steeled, his bulging muscles pressed tight as he shadowed Demi-air by like a living shield. Demi-air by felt breathless at times. Linshan offered him no space to breathe. Match minute 74, Fei Ermi Nua tried a long shot unsuccessfully. Hua Funhaimu restarted with a short pass. They fed the ball to fullback Kadaja Beiku, who looked into midfield. Demi-air by found Linshan standing close beside him. Facing Kadaja Beiku, Demi-air by for the first time lost his appetite for the ball. He dropped back to open a passing lane, hoping Lu Pu would receive it behind him. Kadaja Beiku immediately played a horizontal pass toward the center. Before Lu Pu could take it, a dark shadow lunged straight at him. Lu Pu sensed danger and sprinted forward to reach the ball before the shadow. But the shadow was faster. A powerful body like a blade cut into the gap between Lu Pu and the pass. Interception. It was Linshan. He controlled, turned, and looked to launch a counterattack. Lu Pu desperate grabbed and held him. He had no choice. Yellow card. Lu Pu pulled with all his strength, hands clinging to Linshan in a tugging struggle to stop the counter. The scene was odd. The strong Lu Pu forced to seize Linshan's right hand, as if in a contest of strength. He yanked backward until Linshan could not carry the ball away. Linshan almost nonchalant shook off Lu Pu's grip. He felt regret flicker. He had seen a very promising route for a breakaway. With little time remaining, Kuluopu made a substitution, replacing Linshan with Lu Kasi. Linshan was only 18. The intensity demanded rotation to reduce his risk of injury. Though Kuluopu admired that powerful physique and doubted Linshan would succumb to injury as head coach, he had to consider every precaution. Linshan departed reluctantly. The visiting Li Wu Pu'er supporters in the Hua Funhaimu Stadium rose as one, shouting his name and applauding him. In the Huaxia commentary booth, Coach Jean studied Lin Chen's match statistics and could not help but exclaimed 5 central duels contested and all won. 4 crucial interceptions, 3 key tackles, and an assist. Lin Shen erected a wall in midfield by virtue of his talent, dissolving Hohenheim's attacks with intelligent, efficient pressing. This, they declared, is what it truly means to dominate the midfield. After being substituted, Klopp embraced Lin Shen at the sidelines and Klavitz handed him a towel. Lin Shen leisurely walked back to the bench, continuing to enjoy the remaining match. The match concluded with Liverpool triumphing over Hoffenheim with a score of 2-0, firmly establishing their advantage for advancement. A system notification echoed in Lin Shen's mind, granting him an additional 15 points, 10 points for the victory, plus an extra 5 points for his outstanding performance. His total score had reached 240 points. The match has ended. Coach Jean was overjoyed, doing his best to suppress his excitement and make his voice sound fair and impartial. In the first leg of the UEFA Champions League qualifying round, Liverpool defeated Hoffenheim 2-0. It was an exhilarating match with Firmino and Sulla scoring goals for the team, but Lin Shen's performance in midfield was equally remarkable, providing an assist while showcasing strong interception skills. We can now confirm that Lin Shen is the archetype of an all-round midfielder. He embodies this rare midfield role. I believe that given enough time, Lin Shen will surely grow into an all-round midfielder like Yaya Toure or Matt. The broadcast camera now focused on Lin Shen. Although the MVP of this match was awarded to Sulla by the organizers, there is no doubt that Lin Shen's performance was also significant. More importantly, this young player emerged like a dark horse, and many fans were astonished to find that since Lin Shen's debut, they seem to have shifted their attention away from other young English players. All eyes were on this midfielder. On one hand, the attention was drawn by the on-field conflict prior to his transfer to Liverpool, followed by the viral videos of his relentless play in the Youth League, which had taken the internet by storm. Later came his debut in the Premier League, standing up against Chalobah and Cleverly, and now in this qualifying match, Lin Shen displayed an even more versatile side. Everyone knew that what Liverpool lacked was a midfielder. After Gerrard's departure, it seemed that every Liverpool midfielder fell short of expectations. Gerrard had set the bar so high that fans were filled with anticipation for Liverpool's midfield. Now Lin Shen truly fulfilled some of the fans' expectations. Even though he was still in his developmental phase, they could see the potential within him. With the match concluded, Liverpool achieved the desired outcome, and the players sang victory songs all the way to the airport to catch their flight back to England. After disembarking the plane, Firmino drove Lin Shen back to the hotel. Although it wasn't the most convenient route, Firmino was eager to build a good relationship with Lin Shen. While the two were chatting and enjoying a drive, suddenly a strange message arrived on Lin Shen's phone. It was a video from Ojo inviting Lin Shen to join him at a celebration party for young English training players. Most of the players attending this youth training party were young talents under Barnett's agency. Barnett, a well-known agent in England, had signed many young domestic players and nurtured them towards the top 5 leagues, which is the main reason why Barnett was so popular among young players in England. This was Barnett's routine celebration event before the start of the new season, and some newly joined players under his agency would also participate in the party. Barnett hosted such party events with the aim of fostering friendship and mutual assistance among the young players. In the future, some of these young players would undoubtedly step into the Premier League or other first-tier teams to play in the top 5 leagues, and these players could potentially help their friends achieve greater progress. The strong support the weak, the old guide the new, thus achieving the continuous growth of young players under Barnett's agency, allowing talents to keep emerging and solidifying Barnett's position in nurturing youth training players in England and even in European football. Ojo was one of the young players under Barnett and naturally received an invitation to the party, but he didn't want to go alone. Feeling somewhat socially anxious, Ojo decided to bring Lin Shen along. Since he was free and had just officially joined the first team, Lin Shen was in high spirits and agreed to Ojo's request to head to Barnett's mansion together. The queue started at 2 in the afternoon, mostly consisting of young players, so alcohol was not permitted. Various drinks and delicacies were provided at the venue. Lin Shen's sole purpose for coming here was to enjoy some good food, as his current salary was still low and he had not encountered much of the grand world. It must be said that the culinary level at the party met Lin Shen's expectations. He indulged in various luxurious dishes. Meanwhile, Lin Shen also saw some young players chatting happily with Ojo, who were his friends. Seeing Lin Shen, who had already devoured nearly half of the food, Ojo decided to stop this terrifying guy, since he was the one who brought him. Lin, let me introduce you to this player who is also under Barnett and is currently training at Chelsea's youth academy. The young player smiled at Lin Shen. My name is Mason Mount and my idol is Lampard. In the future, I will rise to Chelsea's first team and become a midfielder like Lampard. Ojo, long time no see. Why haven't you moved up to Liverpool's first team yet? If you really can't make it, just come to us at Villa. We will let you start as a center back. Oh please, Grealish, I will definitely get playing time at Liverpool. I will become Liverpool's center back. That's been my dream. Ojo replied with a smile. Lin quickly bonded with the others. The four of them sat together in a corner, chatting as the party reached its crucial moment when Barnett officially made his appearance. For these young players, Barnett was akin to a deity. Thus, when Barnett appeared, the venue instantly fell silent. No one spoke, and Barnett looked at the talented young players under his wing, evidently pleased. These were not just his players, they were his wealth, the guarantee for his company to continue progressing. Welcome everyone to my party. There are quite a few new players who have joined my agency. I hope the veteran players familiar with my agency's system can provide assistance to these new partners and answer their questions. I promise that at Barnett's agency you will receive the fairest treatment. As long as you have talent and work hard, you can play in the top 5 leagues. Looking at the spirited Barnett before him, Lin Chun felt a surge of heat throughout his body, recalling the other renowned agents in today's football world. For instance, Jorge Mendes, who has earned enough from Cristiano alone to enjoy a comfortable retirement. People can see Mendes' exceptionally skillful management tactics, maximizing the income for the players under. As for Raiola, Lin Chun had heard of him as well. The most famous player under Raiola's representation must be the young Pogba. Being able to let Pogba leave Manchester United only to be bought back for a hefty price of 100 million, one should understand how extraordinary Raiola's methods are. Raiola is the type of agent who would not hesitate to clash with clubs to help his players achieve their income goals. The club presidents despise him as much as the players under Raiola adore him. As for Barnett, Lin Chun admittedly did not know enough about him, but given the admiration from so many young players present, he must be a capable agent. Coincidentally, he now lacked a suitable agent, and Lin Chun knew it was only a matter of time before an agent would come knocking at his door. However, so far no other agents had extended an invitation to Lin Chun, which puzzled him. Seeing Lin Chun about to leave, Barnett had his beautiful secretary approach to invite him not for a collaboration proposal, but to meet him in person. Barnett was unaware that Ocho had brought Lin Chun along. He had been paying attention to Lin Chun, but had delayed extending a collaboration invitation. This was because he originally intended to retire. At nearly 70 years old, he was busy with various affairs of the agency, and managing the numerous young players he had signed caused him immense psychological pressure. If he were to sign Lin Chun, it would certainly increase that pressure. Yet, deep down, Barnett felt a significant regret as a football agent. This was also the main reason why other agencies, particularly Mendes, mocked Barnett's agency. Barnett's agency has never nurtured a Ballon d'Or player. The Ballon d'Or is undoubtedly the highest honor in the football world, though any agent who can help their player win it will be deemed a top agent, just like Mendes. And the reason some fans do not regard Barnett as a top agent is that he has no Ballon d'Or players. When he collaborated with Bale, he initially thought he could help Bale win the Ballon d'Or, but unfortunately Bale was overshadowed by Ronaldo at Real Madrid, whose performance was simply too outstanding and was also a key player nurtured by the club. Barnett thought he would retire with this regret until he noticed Lin Chun. Others might not see it, but Barnett, having seen countless players in his lifetime, could easily recognize young players who fit the type that could contend for the Ballon d'Or. Players like Lin Chun, who possess personality, meet the mental criteria for competing for the Ballon d'Or regardless of their skills. Moreover, such players are often loved by journalists, media, and fans, which is one of the crucial factors for winning the Ballon d'Or. Thus, Barnett had been hesitating, contemplating whether to place his last hope on Lin Chun. After seeing Ocho bring Lin Chun to the party today, Barnett decided to meet him. Arriving at Barnett's impressive agency building on the top floor, Lin Chun encountered Barnett, who smiled warmly. After a brief chat, Lin Chun understood that Barnett was not looking to collaborate with him, yet he was still in a state of hesitation. However, Lin Chun felt that Barnett was a great fit for him, and he wanted to work with Barnett. I need an agent. And you need a player who can help you achieve your ultimate dream. We would be the best partners, the best combination. Lin Chun was confident as he looked at Barnett, understanding what Barnett desired. Given the complex competitive relationship between Barnett and Mendes' agency, Lin Chun was also certain that as long as he performed exceptionally, Barnett would dedicate all resources to him. Barnett would forge him into a weapon to counter Mendes' agency. Barnett looked at Lin Chun, knowing he was moved. Since that's the case, there was no need to hesitate any longer. His mature British accent was identical to the voice Lin Chun had heard at the party. You know, 3 years ago, I announced my gradual withdrawal from the agent world, retreating to the background. After helping Gareth Bale achieve a record transfer to Real Madrid, I realized I could only do so much. Bale's personality is not one to be competitive. Even holding a team flag for a photo feels like a hassle for him. Such players are difficult to manage for personal achievements. I have many members in my agency now, but few belong to me. I see the talent in you. I have been following you since the youth league right up to the first team matches now. Since you say that, I can also assure you, Lin. Barnett suddenly stood up, staring intently at Lin Chun. The desire and longing in his eyes were exactly the same as those in Lin Chun's. I, Barnett, have spent my life not starting from scratch, but I know what hard days are like, and also what a life of utmost luxury is. Now I have no desire for money because I already have plenty. What I want most is respect. I want to nurture a true top player. Sign with me, and in European football, I guarantee that all the honors that belong to you will be yours. All you need to do is to perform well on the field and maintain a good persona off it. The rest is up to me. I will tilt the resources of my agency worth hundreds of billions all towards you. I will help you obtain a continuous flow of resources. I can change your current not-so-wealthy life immediately. I will have you smoking top-notch cigars, driving an expensive green car, and when you step onto the field, tens of thousands of fans' gazes will be all focused on you. All the applause, the cheers, the shouts, all will resonate for you. Although Barnett had hesitated before, he did not rest. He had already planned how to manage Lin Chun in the future. Barnett officially announces the signing of Lin Chun. After gradually stepping back from the football agent scene 3 years ago, Barnett makes his return. For English football fans, Barnett holds a status higher than any other agent. Rewind to last night. After the old and young duo officially confirmed their collaboration, both sides felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Barnett was initially hesitant about inviting Lin Chun, the latter's performance and words today solidified Barnett's resolve. Lin Chun was delighted to collaborate with Barnett, for his massive agency is a weapon he can rely on, unlike other agents in Europe. Once Barnett fully activates his agency solely for Lin Chun, it will undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the football world. After confirming their partnership, Barnett dismissed all assistants, and the young players had already left, leaving only Ocho waiting outside. The atmosphere suddenly became particularly quiet. Lin Chun finally had the time to closely observe Barnett. Indeed, Barnett had aged with many wrinkles on his face, yet he remained robust, exuding a decisive aura. Only Barnett and Lin Chun remained in the room. Barnett put a cigar in his mouth without lighting it. Lin Chun smiled and asked, "Why don't you light it?" Barnett chuckled, holding the cigar, and cryptically said, "Rich people never smoke cigars, but they must hold one." "Young man, trust me, you will soon understand the meaning of this statement." Barnett pulled out a printed collaboration. "I will represent you in all negotiations, but you have the right to propose your desired price, and I will do my utmost to help you achieve it. I will not take a cut from your signing fee or salary. My income will come from the other party, which is my agent's fee, while your benefits are yours alone, unrelated to me." Lin Chun briefly reviewed the contract, confirmed everything was in order, and signed his name, finalizing a 3-year agency contract with an option for Lin Chun to renew for another 3 years. This was Barnett's usual signing method. As long as players were willing to sign with him, he was confident they would continue working with his agency. Watching Lin Chun sign, Barnett finally relaxed. "I will start preliminary contact with Liverpool FC, but given that you have only played 2 matches, obtaining a first-team contract may be quite difficult. However, the upcoming schedule for Liverpool is favorable for you, as they are about to face their rivals Manchester United, and your performance has already caught the attention of many Liverpool fans who hope the club retains outstanding young players. Based on various signs, you have a good chance of securing a first-team contract in the near future." Barnett had already conducted research. It was indeed challenging for a young player who had only played 2 matches to get a first-team contract. However, the attention Lin Chun received was exceedingly high, and his performance was undeniably impressive. In the second round of the Premier League, facing the fierce rivals Manchester United, if Lin Chun could deliver a standout performance like the previous 2 matches, he would surely leave a deeper impression on Liverpool fans. Having the support of the fans means everything. Barnett could then leverage this opportunity to secure a genuine first-team contract for Lin Chun from Liverpool. Even a low-tier salary for a first-team contract would be at least 10 times Lin Chun's current youth training contract salary. Lin Chun's income would experience a significant leap. The two stayed in the room to continue their conversation. Barnett spoke little, but each word was always to the point. His tone was calm and deep, carrying the authentic accent of an old English man. Barnett was clear. As long as Lin Chun could deliver an equally brilliant performance against Manchester United, he was confident he could negotiate a first-team contract for him. Thus, Lin Chun committed himself fully to the preparations. At this time, Klopp and Kravitz were also discussing the starting lineup for the Red Devils clash, both agreeing that Lin, originally not supportive of Lin Chun starting, Kravitz switched sides and began advocating for his continued inclusion in the starting lineup. "We need his creativity and interception in midfield. He can attack and defend. He performed flawlessly in the last match." Klopp nodded but couldn't help but feel some concern. "We are discussing the Red Devils clash, one of the most intense derbies, and he is only 18. I hope he can handle such a match." Klopp supported Lin Chun starting. He was simply worried about the high-intensity match possibly causing an injury, as derbies were different from any other matches. Despite being called a midfield monster and a beast on the field by fans, such nicknames flooding the internet, both sides were nervously preparing. On August 22nd, the second round of the Premier League Red Devils clash was about to begin. On August 21st, at the pre-match press conference, the special one Mourinho, as Manchester United's coach, maintained his stance. "Lin, I watched his matches, nothing special, just a bit stronger. We have many players like this in our team: Rashford, Lingard, Lukaku. These young players are all better than him. I don't understand why English football fans are so keen on praising him. The special one made bold statements before the match. This was his usual press conference style. You never knew if he was speaking the truth or not, but he always enjoyed using such remarks to disrupt the opponent's mindset before a match. For both Liverpool and Manchester United, the Red Devils derby was a match they could never afford to lose. The rivalry between the two teams dates back many years, rooted in trade and culture between the two cities, escalating to economic and social developments with various frictions and conflicts. In modern times of peace, malicious warfare is no longer the proper way to confront one another. Thus, both sets of fans have brought this rivalry onto the football field. Over time, the atmosphere has built up to the point that whenever these two teams meet, it is guaranteed to be an. Both sets of players carry a mindset of victory, unwilling to lose the derby, leading to fierce clashes, and fans might even engage in brawls during the match. Because of this, the attention on this Red Devils derby is extremely high, with the number of fans booking to watch the live broadcast already exceeding 1 million. All players know this is a match they cannot afford to lose. I assure you all, I would rather eat 10 donuts with 10 scoops of honey syrup than lose to Manchester United tomorrow. On August 21st, the pre-match tactical meeting, or rather Klopp's favorite mobilization session. He patted his chest and assured all the players that he absolutely did not want to lose this match. Klopp habitually announced the starting lineup for the next day during the pre-match tactical meeting. Lynch, sitting in the front row, felt a bit anxious, worried that Klopp might not let him continue as a starter. Given his outstanding performances in the past 2 matches, any coach would be expected to give him a starting opportunity, but unfortunately, he faced the doubled clash and encountered Mourinho's provocative remarks before the match. Lynch worried that Klopp would think Mourinho's comments affected his mentality, potentially leading to him being benched. However, Klopp's thoughts were entirely the opposite of Lynch's. After watching Mourinho's press conference, Klopp, who had been hesitating on whether to start Lynch, slammed the table and immediately decided that Lynch must start. He understood the character of young players and knew exactly what kind of player Lynch was. From their first meeting, Klopp recognized that no comments could undermine Lynch's resolve. Mourinho's remarks would only ignite the fury within him, and for this reason Klopp confirmed Lynch's starting position. Turning around to display the starting lineup on the projector the moment he saw his name, Lynch let out a long sigh of relief. Klopp was right. Lynch was indeed brimming with determination. An unnamed fire began to blaze within Lynch from the moment he witnessed Mourinho's press conference and heard his taunting remarks transforming from a flicker into a flame. Klopp loudly pointed at the starting lineup on the projector, saying, "I will continuously make adjustments based on your performance in training and matches. Everyone has a chance to enter the starting lineup, I assure you. And this starting 11 has been decided after careful consideration by myself and Kravitz. I have immense trust in you all. The only thing I need from you is to take the field with the utmost courage, passion, and imagination to implement our tactics. Win the match. We need goals. Goals. More goals. Then defend. Defend. More." On August 22nd, in the Roja live broadcast room, Old Trafford, Manchester United's home ground, commentators Jean-Loup and Jean-June were already prepared. When the live camera turned on, some fans even thought they had tuned into the wrong channel, only to hear that familiar commentary voice. "Dear fans, you are now watching the second round of the Premier League, the highlight battle of the doubled match. Liverpool versus Manchester United. The stadium shrouded in red smoke you see on the screen is Manchester United's home ground. One of the oldest and most prestigious stadiums in England, Old Trafford. At this moment, looking down from above the live broadcast, smoke wafted over Old Trafford, emitted by Manchester United fans. Fans in the broadcast room felt puzzled, while Liverpool fans on site could only feel anger. The match had not yet begun, but Manchester United fans had already begun to attack them with frenzied mockery and insults. Fans from both sides continuously hurled derogatory chants at each other. Manchester United fans shouted, "What are you? Useless without a single Premier League title." Liverpool fans retorted, "What competitiveness do you have without Ferguson? You are outsiders in Manchester. The sky of Manchester will always be blue." Lynch was currently sitting in the locker room, feeling the stadium tremble with the fury of the fans from both sides. Even before stepping onto the field, the Liverpool players had already experienced the unique charm of Old Trafford. Klopp remained silent, but his gaze towards all the players conveyed nothing but trust. Kravitz waited at the entrance of the locker room, high-fiving and embracing the starting players who walked into the player tunnel one by one. Lynch was the last to enter the tunnel, standing at the back of the line with Manchester United's Lukaku on his right. The Belgian striker looked extremely confident, casting a disdainful glance at Lynch. At this moment, Jean Guided began to introduce the starting lineup to the fans. "Dear fans, let's take a look at Manchester United's starting lineup. Mourinho has set up a 4,231 formation, his preferred defensive counterattacking setup. Goalkeeper De Gea. Defenders Darmian Jones, Smalling Valencia. Double pivot Matic Herrera. Left winger Martial, right winger Ashley Young, attacking midfielder Mkhitaryan. Lukaku up front. We have the best young striker in the world, Lukaku, whose finishing ability is top-notch. Look at our luxurious substitutes with the outstanding young Lingard and the super winger Rashford. Who can stop our luxurious forward line? Who can? As for Liverpool, Klopp has set up a 433 form. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders Wijnaldum, Henderson, Lynch. Forwards main Firmino, Salah. In the broadcast room. Your luxurious forward line. Has our super trio spoken yet? One word, go. Blow up the man dogs. I am in seat 102 of the North Stand at Old Trafford, being surrounded by 3 Manchester United fans requesting support. Riot police have entered the scene, with multiple riot police and security personnel entering Old Trafford to deter the extreme Manchester United and Liverpool fans, preventing conflicts. Referee Atkinson led the starting players onto the field, and the battle was about to begin. Lin Chun could clearly feel the fiery glares from the Manchester United players directed at him. Both teams stood firm in their respective halves, with Liverpool kicking off first. The fans in the venue fell silent, holding their breath, waiting to witness the match. Referee Atkinson blew the whistle, and the match officially commenced. Firmino passed back, and Henderson, just as he was about to distribute the ball to Lin Chun, was suddenly met by Lukaku, who charged like a missile, shoulder colliding harshly with Henderson's. Referee Atkinson immediately blew the whistle for a foul and issued a verbal warning. Lukaku, however, held his head in his hands, looking innocent, but this was just a small signal for the match. As the match resumed, the sounds of fierce collisions and cries of pain echoed frequently. Just 8 minutes into the match, Atkinson had already called 4 fouls. In the center, Lin Chun receives the ball and attempts to turn, but there's another foul. Matic pushed Lin Chun from behind. Lin Chun was slightly staggered after being shoved, nearly losing the ball. The referee immediately called the foul, and Lin Chun, turning around, saw Salah making a run on the right side, quickly taking the free kick. Salah received the ball on the wing with his chest, but before he could break through, Ashley Young retracted, and with a vicious tackle sent Salah crashing to the ground. This time the Liverpool players were unwilling to back down. Lin Chun was the first to charge at Ashley Young, grabbing his collar fiercely, his mouth wide open as if to devour him. Lukaku and Mkhitaryan rushed over, trying to pull Lin Chun away, but found it a difficult task. Liverpool players immediately stepped in, and a massive conflict erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. The red smoke above Old Trafford thickened, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Jean Guided looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a true bloodbath." Fans enjoy the charm of top-level football matches. A foul on the flank ignited a large-scale conflict between both sides, and Salah fell to the ground in agony. Lin Chun led the charge towards the Manchester United players, with the Liverpool players not willing to be left behind. This is a staple of the derby. Looking at his teammates, Salah felt a wave of security. Lin Chun is just a young player, yet he shows no fear in front of these star players from Manchester United. Some Manchester United fans are throwing beer, eggs, and other debris onto the field, creating a chaotic scene. At this moment, some Liverpool fans and Manchester United fans were entangled together in the stands, nearly sparking a conflict. The atmosphere both on and off the field was thick with tension. The red smoke flares set off by the Manchester United fans became more frequent, shrouding the stadium in a haze, and even creeping into the field, prompting Klopp to cover his mouth and nose. At this time, staff members began confiscating the red smoke from the fans to prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control. The fourth official and the assistant referee rushed to the scene of the conflict, attempting to separate the players. Matic held on to Lin Chun's collar stubbornly, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge this young man even an inch. Lin Chun shrugged off Matic and Herrera, pushing all the Manchester United players back, with his teammates, a provocative smile on his face, showing no signs of panic. The referee showed a yellow card to Ashley Young to quell the unrest, holding the yellow card in hand, while warning the surrounding players still trying to instigate conflict. "If anyone wants to continue to receive yellow cards, then go ahead and provoke further. I assure you I won't hold." Upon hearing this, Lin Chun released his grip on Matic, and the others then feigned innocence, wearing a smile befitting an 18-year-old player, as he complained to the referee. "Referee, they attacked me. They are bullying me because I am only 18, I'm scared." Matic was bewildered. How could the wrongdoer turn into the victim? He came over intending to protect Ashley Young, but in a moment of distraction, Lin Chun grabbed his collar, and he couldn't push him off. 18 years old. "Referee, does he look 18 to you?" Matic smiled bitterly, pointing at Lin Chun. Atkinson chuckled, and the conflict finally calmed down. The match resumed, and Manchester United continued to engage in various provocations on the field, with constant minor antics disturbing the Liverpool players and causing the pace of the game to become disjointed. This is a typical style of a Mourinho team. Whether at Inter Chelsea or Real Madrid, Mourinho's teams are characterized by their fierce defense on the field. Especially when facing teams stronger than themselves, this style of play can effectively limit the opponent's offense. Since the start of this season, Liverpool's first match did not see them in top form, but their second match showcased a powerful offensive force. Mourinho surely hopes to use this method to restrict Liverpool's offense. In the 17th minute of the match, De Gea launched a long pass from the back directly towards Lukaku, and Lovren accurately headed the ball towards midfield. Henderson quickly stepped forward, shielding the ball and passing it to Wijnaldum. At this moment, Lin-Chun made a long stride forward, running diagonally. After receiving Wijnaldum's pass, he twisted and turned to quickly switch play to Main on the left. Main controlled and maneuvered past Valencia. Like a dagger, he pierced into the penalty area. What a chance! Main has entered the box. He shot. De Gea performed excellently. He spread his right leg to deflect the ball out for a corner. Lin-Chun's pass was incredibly penetrating, slicing through Manchester United's defensive line to find the advancing Main. Unfortunately, the final shot had too tight an angle. If it were Aguero, perhaps the chances of scoring would have been. Even though Main missed, Manchester United felt the threat Lin-Chun posed in midfield. Mourinho's eyes flickered, and without needing to signal, Matic immediately understood he was Mourinho's trusted lieutenant. A corner kick opportunity arose, with Main taking the kick towards the center. Firmino was about to head the ball when De Gea rushed out to claim it. A powerful throw-in found Ashley Young racing forward. Although Young lacked breakthrough ability, his passing was precise, especially his signature long-range curved balls. Sure enough, after a steady first touch, he delivered a long-range curved ball to the left, finding Martial on the other side. Martial controlled with his chest, and without looking sent the ball forward, while sprinting, delivering a powerful cross into the middle. A low cross. An opportunity at the front post. Lukaku arrived just in time to shoot. Unexpectedly, he misjudged the ball's trajectory. His swinging left foot went over the ball mistakenly, using a shooting motion to let it pass. Mignolet dove to catch the ball, while the Manchester United fans gasped in disbelief, and the Liverpool fans pointed and laughed at Lukaku. Is this the legendary Belgian striker known for his finishing ability? How much did Manchester United pay for him? 80 million. I am truly fed up. I am really fed up with Lukaku's poor performance every day while pretending to be someone strong and impressive. Beside him, Mourinho's expression darkened, likely contemplating a reasonable excuse to slap Lukaku. The ball returned to Liverpool's possession, and Mignolet leisurely tossed it to the right. Arnold received the ball and controlled the tempo, gradually advancing forward. Lin-Chun turned to observe, spotting Firmino coming back for support. A clear attacking route formed in his mind. As long as he passed to Firmino, the latter would return it, and he could follow up with another cross to the left, once again piercing through Manchester United's defense. With this thought, Lin-Chun immediately sprang into action, moving towards the flank to request the ball from Arnold. Arnold, not hesitating, immediately passed it low. Just as Lin-Chun received the ball and was about to turn, Matic charged in fiercely from the side. Not going for the ball, but targeting Lin-Chun, he slammed into him, hitting him at his waist. The unsuspecting Lin-Chun was finally knocked down by Matic. A sharp pain hit him from the side as the referee rushed over to show a yellow card. But how could the Liverpool players stand by and watch their little brother get bullied? Firmino rushed forward and smashed his forehead into Matic's head. A large-scale conflict erupted again. Lin-Chun suffered an unfair blow, knocked down by Matic from the side. That was a dirty play. Lin-Chun held his waist and fell to the ground, relieved that it was just a bruise. After rubbing it a few times, the pain gradually subsided. Struggling to get up, the referee showed yellow cards to Firmino and Lukaku, who had played provocative roles in the recent conflict. The first half hadn't ended yet, but 3 players had already received yellow cards. At this moment, Lin-Chun's gaze towards Matic clearly changed. He would never let this unfair blow go unpunished. In the 31st minute of the match, De Gea, another long pass to the center. Matic aims for a header. Just as Matic leaped, a shadow loomed behind him. Lin-Chun first overpowered Matic with a header. Then, using his immense strength, he forced Matic to lose his balance in midair. Lin-Chun decided to gamble, betting that Matic would try something dirty. Matic indeed attempted to foul, trying to flip Lin-Chun over in the air. But Lin-Chun had been waiting for this moment. With Matic making the first move, this aerial duel became a legitimate contest. Immediately exerting his strength, Lin-Chun exploded with power, flipping Matic over, who was charging at him. As Matic flipped in the air, he seemed to hear a voice like a demon whispering, "Enjoy the moments to come." Bang! A tremendous sound captured the attention of all the fans, and Old Trafford fell silent in an instant. Lin-Chun and Matic were seen lying together, with one of Lin-Chun's legs resting on Matic. Matic desperately wanted to move his leg, but he couldn't lift it. He was in too much pain. Lin-Chun, lying down, winked at his teammate, putting on a mask of feigned agony as the referee approached. Beside him, Matic lay motionless, witnessing Lin Chen donning his homemade mask of pain. Matic also put on a mask of pain, but his was a genuine one, not a makeshift version like Lin Chen's. The main referee immediately waved for both teams' medical staff to enter the field. The Liverpool team doctor, holding a medical kit, was about to rush onto the pitch when Klopp suddenly stopped him and whispered, "Water, bring 2 bottles up. Do you really think that guy is injured? The person who truly feels a stomach ache cannot roll around like he is and still speak. Bring 2 bottles of water up for them to replenish their stamina." The situation does not look optimistic. Lin Chen appears to be in great pain, clutching his stomach and wailing. However, from the replay of the live broadcast, it can be seen that when the two fell, Lin Chen fully protected himself, while Matic fell awkwardly and lost his balance after losing strength. Finally, from the close-up replay, it was Matic's abdomen that made direct contact with the pitch. On the sidelines, Mourinho, seasoned and experienced, recognized Lin Chen's little trick, which he had previously made Ramos use more than once during his time at Real Madrid. Thus, how could Mourinho not know what Lin Chen was doing? He angrily rushed to the sidelines, loudly complaining to the referee, "This guy is acting, you should give him a red card. That was an extremely foul play. What a reasonable collision. Both players exerted force. Who can control their body? I think that guy can control himself. Just look at him. Even a century-old wild boar from the mountains isn't as strong as he is." Mourinho was infuriated. He had always believed that only his team should cause trouble for the opponents, never expecting Lin Chen to have his players suffer a hidden loss this time. He had signaled to Matic to deal with this young kid. As a young man who had just started playing in the Premier League, perhaps it was time for him to pay some protection money. But Mourinho did not expect that this young man would not only refuse to pay protection money, but would also slap back at the thug, trying to collect it, being extremely arrogant. When the Liverpool team doctor entered the field, he symbolically sprayed some dry ice on Lin Chen's abdomen. Though this thing cannot treat stomach issues, the doctor quickly brought out several bottles of water and handed them to the Liverpool players. An injury break turned into a hydration break for Liverpool. On the other side, the Manchester United doctor treated Matic for a full 5 minutes before he slowly recovered from the pain and was assisted to the sidelines, waiting to return to the field. The game continued, and Liverpool, taking advantage of Manchester United being a man down, immediately pressed forward to launch a fierce attack. Matic was anxiously pacing on the sidelines. He frantically waved his hands at the referee, but due to the injury that interrupted the pace of the game, the player had to wait on the sidelines until the referee signaled that he could return. At this moment, Liverpool had a strong presence, pushing their formation past the halfway line with Henderson in a defensive midfield position, dribbling the ball past the center line. They aimed to take advantage of Manchester United's troubles. Manchester United quickly retreated, but there was nowhere to backtrack. Forced into the penalty area, their formation's depth completely vanished. Manchester United's formation has lost its depth. This is the most taboo mistake, allowing Liverpool to gain more opportunities. As expected, at this moment, Lin Chen quickly repositioned, running back to draw Herrera away from his position, which he indeed did. At the top of the Manchester United penalty area, there was completely no one to defend. Henderson's pupils constricted as he saw a perfect through ball route. With his left foot, he instantly pushed forward, delivering a sharp through ball that pierced through Manchester United's flank. Jones fell to the ground to intercept, but he could only watch as the pass slid right past him. What a pass! It broke through the defense. Main received the ball on the left side and broke into the penalty area. It's a onion on. He shot at the near post. Beautiful. Finally breaking through De Gea's defense. Main did not miss this opportunity. A powerful strike. Main scores. Liverpool has taken the lead and Manchester United is behind by 1 goal. The camera first focused on the celebrating Main and then shifted to Mourinho on the sidelines, who was furious and seemed ready to breathe fire. Why isn't Matic allowed to return to the field immediately? Why? Why are we a man down? This goal is unfair. Mourinho exploded with rage. Upon hearing the commotion, the referee promptly approached, not to comfort Mourinho, but to show him a yellow card. "If this happens again, I will send you off." Mourinho's face turned pale, but facing the referee, who was like a god during the match, he could only seize his furious outburst. Meanwhile, Liverpool fans erupted in celebration, taking control of the match as they passionately celebrated at Old Trafford. After the game resumed, Manchester United frantically pressed forward. Manchester United must want to equalize before the end of the match. If they can carry the same score into the second half, they will still have a chance to overtake. A high ball is sent directly into the penalty area. They want to utilize Lukaku's heading ability, and he indeed managed to reach the first drop. The ball is directed to the left, follow up and shoot. It went wide. The home fans surely thought that shot went in, but it actually didn't. Having just taken a shot before Manchester United could catch their breath, Minole rushed to the ball boy for a new ball, quickly taking the goal kick and delivering a long pass to the left. Fine Main chest control, he stops and goes past. Continue down the left going for the kill. A cutback. A shot. Blocked. There's still a chance. Follow up and shoot again. Firmino had 2 consecutive shots that were brilliantly saved by De Gea. The match has completely opened up. Both teams are attacking. It's an intense game. The tension was evident in the voice of director Jean. The most critical moment. Whoever can withstand this back and forth and ensure they don't concede will regain control of the match. The first half ended, and both teams returned to their locker rooms. What Klopp and Mourinho said in the locker room was surprisingly consistent. In the second half, go head-to-head with them. No one is allowed to retreat. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match began. The second half has started, dear fans. I assure you these will be an incredibly exciting 45 minutes with both sides holding nothing back. Indeed, director Jean was correct. Klopp and Mourinho stood on the sidelines, as if 2 invisible chakras. The pace on the field reached a fever pitch, with Lin Shin even afraid to blink, quickly wiping the sweat that was sliding down his forehead with one hand, while sprinting with all his might, his nerves taut. Bang! Clap! Bang bang! Pass it back. I'm on the left, receive me. The only sounds on the field were the crisp sounds of passing and receiving the ball, along with players communicating with one another. The referee hadn't blown his whistle even once in the 10 minutes since the second half began. There were no fouls, and the game became smoother with both sides focused solely on offense and scoring. The match is being played beautifully, so fluid and full of danger. Any stoppage of the ball, even for just half a second, could leave you vulnerable to being intercepted. A quick pass, rapid coordination, that's what you should be doing now. In the 59th minute of the match, a chance in the center, advancing with the ball. The tempo remains fast. In the center there's Firmino, at the back post there's Maine. Will Lin Shin pass? Still going for it, forcefully cutting inside. Attempting a curled shot, but the angle is too tight and De Gea secures it. On the sidelines, Klopp is fuming. He is very dissatisfied with Salah's handling of the ball. I must say sometimes Salah does play quite selfishly, but even if the star player of the team is a bit selfish, after all, the personal abilities of the stars in the team can always save the team from peril at critical moments. As the offensive showdown gradually reached a critical moment, Liverpool, with its strong resilience, began to withstand Manchester United's assault. Liverpool not only held their formation, but also stabilized the pace, regaining possession of the ball little by little, pushing Manchester United back. Mourinho's team could only shrink back, resorting to their best defensive counterattack. Manchester United fans were extremely dissatisfied, while Liverpool fans were strutting around Old Trafford like kings, with some Liverpool fans even provoking the surrounding Manchester United fans. The atmosphere off the field was intensified. A strong smell of gunpowder hung in the air. Even the riot police holding anti-explosion shields felt tense. Manchester United fans became incredibly wild, as if they had taken performance enhancers. Whenever Liverpool players came to the sidelines to prepare for a throw-in, the Manchester United fans behind them would definitely interfere, attempting to mentally crush the Liverpool players. In the 65th minute of the match, Lin Shin carried the ball in the center, pushing forward. He quickly broke into the right wing, but unfortunately he was double-teamed by Matic and Herrera. With no other choice, Lin Shin could only continue pushing along the sideline, reaching near the corner flag, skillfully kicking the ball off Matic to earn a corner kick for his team. Klopp on the sidelines immediately erupted in applause for him, but the Manchester United fans were displeased. A cup of beer narrowly missed Lin Shin's head. He deftly dodged it, smiling at the Manchester United fans in front of him, who were flipping him off. What was just a normal smile now seemed full of provocation in the eyes of the Manchester United fans. Don't let me see you on the streets of Manchester. I will never let you go. FYCU. Fuck you. Lin Shin didn't even know what he had done, and soon the entire Old Trafford erupted with rhythmic insults and jeers directed at him. Lin, fuck you. Lin Shin was not deterred. Instead, he waved his hands, signaling for the Manchester United fans to yell louder, which further ignited the anger of Old Trafford. Manchester United players were eager to score an equalizer to support their fans. The match had completely entered the strangling phase, especially in the midfield, a critical tactical battleground where everyone had to contest. Manchester United finally initiated a physical confrontation against Lin Shin in the midfield, but they overlooked one thing. The confrontation was precisely Lin Shin's favorite aspect. In the 70th minute of the match, still carrying the ball, Lin Shin is observing. There's an opportunity on the right. Does he want to pass? Matic intercepts. Lin Shin feints and accelerates inside. He gets past Matic and continues with the ball. He wants to go again. Herrera attempts to foul, pulling Lin Shin. Herrera intended to grab Lin Shin to halt his advance, but Lin Shin shook off Herrera's right hand and pressed against his shoulder, maintaining a reasonable distance. Then he exerted force and continued to carry the ball, breaking through the left flank like a tank. Just as he intended to take a long-range shot, Mkhitaryan came back in time, and the 3 players finally intercepted the ball from Lin Shin's feet. However, Lin Shin was not planning to give up. after Mkhitaryan intercepted the ball and turned to advance. Lin Shun took a big stride forward, forcing his body into position from the side and rear. He forcibly squeezed Mkhitaryan aside, sending him tumbling to the ground. An unreasonable tackle. The referee immediately blew the whistle for a foul and verbally warned Lin Shun. Did that foul really get called? Actually, I feel it's on the line of being callable and not callable. Lin Shun also found it incredible. He clearly gained positional advantage through his physical play, yet the referee still awarded possession to Manchester United. A one-goal lead is not secure. You never know when Manchester United will strike back with a sharp counterattack. As director Jean spoke, Mourinho made another substitution on the sidelines. Mourinho is making a substitution. The young talents Rashford and Lingard are coming on. This aims to increase breakthroughs on the flanks. Can Liverpool withstand Manchester United's attack? With the two young wingers on the field, their breakthroughs were indeed sharp. Full of energy, they sprinted madly down the field. Meanwhile, Liverpool's two fullbacks were visibly fatigued, and thanks to this substitution, Manchester United finally regained the rhythm of the match, even pushing Liverpool back as the match approached its conclusion. Manchester United's formation pushed higher and higher. With so little time left in the match, scoring quickly became essential. At this moment, Lin Shun was observing Manchester United's formation. The higher they pressed, the more opportunities he could see for a counterattack. It seemed like Liverpool was being suppressed, but Lin Shun knew that as long as he was given a chance to counterattack, he could certainly help Liverpool score again. In the 84th minute of the match, Manchester United earns a corner kick, sending in a high ball towards the center. Mignolet charges out, punching the ball towards midfield. Lin Shun quickly propelled himself forward. He saw an opportunity. Lin Shun dashed forward, securing the first touch and firmly bringing the ball under control. Bursting into action, initiating a sprint. Both of Manchester United's centre-backs remained in Liverpool's penalty area due to their involvement in this corner kick attack. Lin Shun looked up and saw an open field before him. He quickly advanced with the ball, and in just 3 or 4 seconds he crossed the midfield line and entered Manchester United's half. Matic and Herrera were desperately chasing back, but gradually Matic was dropped, leaving only Herrera. Lin Shun forcefully pushed forward a couple of steps, reaching the top of the penalty area, just as Herrera caught up to him. Just as Herrera prepared to intercept, Lin Shun lifted his left foot, pretending to shoot, but instead executed a feint. His agile body became even more fluid, layer upon layer of agility. He faked out Herrera, shifting the ball to the right side, twisting his hips and bending his knees. Bending down to exert force, his body pivoted around his hips, then he swung his right leg, sending all his strength crashing down onto the ball. Bang! The ball skimmed along the grass, heading straight for the goal. With a resounding thud. Under normal circumstances, the shots taken by professional players usually carry a spin. In the moment of striking the ball, it is challenging to hit the precise, defined point, which refers to the point of contact that allows the ball to receive full force, converting all power into inertia. However, as long as the most optimal point is not hit, the ball will inevitably carry a degree of spin. Yet Lin Shun's shot skimmed the grass, producing a sound without any rotation. It smashed into the dead corner of the goal. It's in. Bang! All the fans on site were startled, especially the Manchester United supporters, whose hearts sank in despair. Goal 8. Gerrard shouted, raising his arms high. Goal. Lin. Gerrard was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, jumping up and running wildly in the Sky Sports studio. Can you believe it? An 18-year-old young man scores in his first Merseyside derby. This crucial goal completely extinguished Manchester United's hopes of a comeback. Klopp's decision to start him was correct. It was the right move. It was significant. Gerrard exclaimed, "Since retiring, I haven't seen such a talented young midfielder in a long time. He has shown me the significance of an all-round midfielder. This rare tactical role has not vanished." Manchester United intended to mount a comeback. In fact, they once regained control on the field. But this goal will completely shatter all their hopes. After scoring, Lin Shun rushed to the sidelines, signaling for Old Trafford to be quiet. He waved to the Liverpool fans, urging them to cheer and celebrate to their heart's content. "Lin Shun," exclaimed Coach Zhang excitedly. "He is showcasing his abilities to his fans at the Theatre of Dreams. He allows the Liverpool fans to be enveloped in glory. This moment will surely become one of the most iconic milestones in Lin Shun's career. I think those who mocked him earlier, even attempting to attack him, must now silence themselves." Their jeers didn't frighten Lin Shun. Instead, they ignited this young man's fighting spirit. The Manchester United fans were furious. Old Trafford fell silent, then erupted with boos. But this sounded more like useless roars. A football field should speak through the ball. Yet Mourinho's attempts to have Matic engage in small tactics did not gain any advantage over Lin Shun. In the end, the score turned into a 2-goal deficit and Manchester United fell into despair. Mourinho's face darkened as he witnessed Lin Shun score, shaking his head angrily in the coach's seat. Liverpool fans in the studio were excessively boastful. Manchester United. Speak up. I just want to ask, do you feel the strength of Liverpool now? With such a win in the Merseyside derby, it feels like a dream. Am I dreaming? This young man is astonishingly strong. His physical confrontations and long-range shots are his strengths. Although he needs to improve in passing accuracy and set pieces, his overall abilities are already exceptional for a young player. It is evident that Lin Chen's current abilities are not yet comprehensive. Especially his passing accuracy under high-intensity confrontations needs to improve, yet in critical moments, he always manages to gain the upper hand through physical confrontations and long-range shots. Carragher spoke up. Lin's greatest strength is not his long shots or physicality, but rather his awareness of where his strengths lie. He knows when to showcase his individual talents and when to leverage his strengths to assist his teammates. In other words, he plays with intelligence. This guy has an exceptionally high football IQ. Both Gerrard and Carragher, who were once Liverpool legends, were completely captivated by Lin Chen's performance in this match. With little time left in the match, each passing minute felt like a countdown to Manchester United's demise. The Manchester United fans were despondent, and some even began to leave early. Klopp was frantically disturbing the fourth official, hoping the referee would blow the whistle to stop the match soon. It was the 90th minute. The match has entered stoppage time with 4 minutes added. Manchester United has no chance. Trying to level the score in the last 4 minutes is like climbing to the sky. Lin Chen kept looking at the referee, hoping he would quickly put the whistle to that damned mouth. Finally, amidst the desperate gazes of countless Manchester United fans and the expectant gazes of Liverpool fans. Beep, beep, beep. The match has ended, dear fans. In the second round of the Premier League, the Merseyside derby concludes here. Congratulations to Liverpool for defeating Manchester United, achieving back-to-back victories in the Premier League, accumulating 6 points, and sitting second with Manchester City at the top, due to goal difference. In a thrilling attacking battle, Liverpool emerged victorious in the end. Coach Zhang, as a Liverpool fan, was naturally very happy, but he could not show it. As a commentator, he couldn't display favoritism. In the Premier League official commentary booth, Drogba and others had already gone wild. Neville was sandwiched between Carragher and Drogba, who were mocking him from both sides, feeling lost and despondent. What more do I need to say, dear fans? What you are witnessing is Liverpool's future midfielder. Lin's talent is visible to the naked eye. I'll say it here, he will surely grow into an outstanding player as long as he is not too distracted by temptations. The camera focused on Lin Chen, and at that moment countless Liverpool legends began posting online. Paisley, if I were still coaching Liverpool, I would start Lin in every match. Carragher, is there anything more to say? Premier League, get ready to tremble. Dalglish, everyone praises his physicality and long-range shots, but am I the only one who sees his extraordinary football IQ and impressive imagination? Barnes' long shots are better than Lampard's, his ball control is better than Gerrard's, but he still falls a little short compared to me. Gerrard, Barnes, everyone knows you're shameless. No need to emphasize it yourself. One after another, Liverpool legends praised Lin Chen in their posts, many of whom hadn't posted in a long time. In an instant, Lin Chen became the center of attention among Liverpool. Soon after, fans began to question on, can someone tell me why Liverpool hasn't offered Lin a first-team contract yet? Are they waiting for him to be poached? There are reports that a fan saw Barnett meeting secretly with Mike, the official representative of Liverpool. All right, before we start the negotiations, let me ask you 2 more questions. First, what kind of person is Barnett? Mike immediately replied, cunning and deceitful, a guy who lies as easily as he breathes. Not a word he says can be trusted. Finway nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask. Second, how should we negotiate with Barnett? Mike answered again, stand firm on your bottom line, leave no room for error, and hold on to the highest price without letting go. Finway nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you can start your mission. Remember, this is a war for our group. Saving us more money will correspondingly raise your salary. Do you understand my meaning? To save as much as possible, Finway even resorted to the tactic of raising Mike's salary. After hearing this, Mike's eyes lit up with excitement. With this incentive, Mike walked into the negotiation site with his chest held high, dressed in a sharp suit and a serious expression, heading to a hidden cafe in Liverpool. Mike was extremely confident until he arrived at the negotiation table and pushed the door open. He had intentionally arrived 5 minutes late to bait Barnett, but the room was empty and Mike's heart sank instantly. What does this mean? At that moment, Barnett was driving his luxury Rolls-Royce with Lin Chen in the car. Just follow our plan from last night. I will be the bad guy and you will be the good guy. Barnett confirmed once again with Lin Chen to ensure no mistakes would occur. Shoulders as a signal. If you feel the final offer meets your needs, just place your hand on my shoulder. Before that, no matter how much he pesters me, I will not agree. Lin Chen nodded, remembering the negotiation process Barnett practiced with him last night, which left a lasting impression. A true negotiation expert, Barnett. Barnett had already anticipated Mike's little tricks, so he only started driving from home exactly 10 minutes after their agreed negotiation time, wobbling and moving slowly. If both parties were unfamiliar, Barnett would arrive right on time, but he had been friends with Mike for over a decade. He certainly knew what preparations Mike would bring to the negotiation. By the time Mike finished his 6th cup of coffee, Barnett and Lynchen arrived just in time. Pretending to be in a hurry, Barnett pushed open the door and rushed in, giving Mike a big warm hug before he could react. "My dear old friend. How long has it been since we last met?" 5 years. 10 years. Mike unhappily pushed Barnett away, waved to Lynchen warmly, and retorted, "We only met the night before last. You shamelessly came to my house to steal my wife's Chinese dumplings, eating 25 in one go, and even took a bottle of my red wine." Barnett immediately touched his nose, sitting down with a guilty conscience. "How can that be called stealing? That was the crystallization of our friendship." Mike laughed. "Crystallization of friendship? Then why is it always me who ends up paying?" Barnett laughed louder, and Lynchen sat closely beside him. All right, Mike, let's get to the point. Everyone is urging you to provide Lynn with a professional contract. I think you should be prepared for this." Mike handed over the first contract, printed in black and white. "Considering his outstanding performance in the first team, we are willing to offer him a genuine professional contract that meets the first team salary standards, with a weekly salary of £20,000. For an 18-year-old, a weekly salary of £20,000 was already quite generous, but Barnett didn't even glance at it, his face darkening without a word. The atmosphere at the negotiation table turned chilly, revealing Barnett's formidable negotiation skills. When it comes to negotiations in the entire English football scene, Barnett is second only to none. The most powerful aspect is that Barnett is adept at using his body language and facial expressions to change the atmosphere at the negotiation table according to his emotions. Barnett doesn't need to speak. Just sitting there can create a sense of pressure and fear for his negotiating opponent. There is a saying in the English football world, "I would rather fight with the devil for 3 rounds than negotiate with Barnett for 1 round." Mike had practiced thoroughly with Finway before coming, but facing Barnett, he suddenly felt his momentum weaken. Then his speech became stammered, and eventually, he had to resort to the identity of an old friend attempting to persuade Barnett to lower the price. "We have been friends for over a decade. Considering you took my bottle of 1982 Lafite the night before last, don't be too harsh." Barnett remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "How about this? If we can't reach an agreement today, and the weekly salary doesn't meet my expectations?" Barnett leisurely began to threaten. "If it doesn't meet my expectations, I will help Lynn contact Manchester City. He'll contact Chelsea and Manchester United. I know plenty of people." Barnett suddenly laughed at the mention of Manchester United. "If I could get Lynn over to Manchester, the effect would be explosive. From then on, no agent in the entire football world could compare to me." Mike was even more panicked upon hearing this. He initially wanted to lower the price, but now he felt that hope was slipping away. "I can only strive for 30,000 at best for Lynn. A weekly salary of £30,000 is already very high for a young player just promoted to the first team. Phil Foden only earns £20,000 a week after being promoted to the first team next door." Barnett waved his hand. "Phil Foden. Foden has only played a few minutes in the first team. Is he better than Lynn?" Seeing that even £30,000 couldn't satisfy Barnett, Mike was completely panicked. He had only one last chance. "Enough, Barnett, stop torturing me with your little looks and expressions." Mike had had enough. "Just give me a straight answer." After speaking, Mike turned to Lynchen, hoping he could plead for him. "Lynn, my dear Lynn, my wife is your loyal fan. Leave me a way out. I also need to report to my superiors." Lynchen shrugged and pointed to Barnett. "I listened to him. I don't understand anything." Mike was in complete despair. At this moment, Barnett finally took the initiative to speak. "A weekly salary of £45,000 plus all potential championship bonuses for Lynn in Liverpool's competitions, plus a goal bonus, plus an assist bonus, plus an additional option after meeting 15 appearances in the Premier League. The weekly salary will automatically rise to £100,000. At this moment, Lynchen placed his hand on Barnett's shoulder, satisfied with such terms. The 4 additional bonuses made Mike's eyes widen, but he knew that once Barnett made the final offer, it would be hard to change it. Although it was much higher than the initial offer, it was still within Mike's authority. Gritting his teeth, Mike would rather face the king of monsters than negotiate with Barnett. He really couldn't stand this suffocating negotiation atmosphere. "All right." Mike hesitated. Barnett grunted. Mike finally stopped hesitating. "Deal, deal." The words were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. Mike felt his heart shatter. He knew his hopes for a raise were dashed, as the salary that rightfully belonged to him had been taken by Barnett, this vampire. As the contract was finalized, Barnett was overjoyed, though he maintained a neutral expression and motioned for Lynchen to sign the contract with Mike first. Once the black and white agreement was signed, neither party could make changes. With trembling hands, Mike signed his name, sealing the contract. As the dust settled on the agreement, Barnett finally smiled, wrapping his arm around Mike's shoulders and giving them a playful rub. "Let's go tonight. I'll treat you to dinner at my place, and we'll drink some 1982 law fight." Upon hearing about the 1982 law fight, Mike's mood lifted slightly, but as they walked he suddenly seemed to recall something. 1982 law fight. Isn't that the one you borrowed from my house 2 nights ago? Fuck you. The story of Mike and Barnett stretches back a full 18 years. At that time, Mike was a waiter in a restaurant while Barnett was just starting to run his own agency, facing financial difficulties and on the brink of bankruptcy. In deep depression, he entered the restaurant hoping to buy something to eat with the last 10 pounds he had. However, after looking around, he found that he couldn't afford what he wanted and reluctantly prepared to leave. It was late at night when Mike saw the forlorn Barnett. He spent his 2 pounds to buy Barnett a 12-pound cake. Then he stole a bottle of red wine from the kitchen and grabbed some Sunto Expire snacks. The two of them drank together for a long time that night, discussing many things and discovering that they were both struggling in their respective fields. Mike was originally not a waiter, but the owner of the restaurant, possessing an exceptional business acumen. Unfortunately, he encountered a turbulent economic market. He initially planned to close the restaurant to endure the tough times, but ultimately chose to take a gamble, betting his entire fortune, and lost everything. Their situations were essentially the same. Both were characters willing to take bold risks in the business market. Just a month later, Barnett's funding chain had not broken. After quickly receiving a boost, he resurrected his business and immediately sought out Mike to help him start getting involved in football-related matters. He began as a scout, then became a small agent responsible for negotiating professional contracts for youth players at the championship level. Later, Fenway Group moved into Anfield, urgently needing a local talent from England with rich football knowledge and outstanding business sense. Fenway approached Barnett for advice, and Barnett immediately recommended Mike. From that point on, Mike secured his position as the England director at Liverpool Football Club. He was responsible for all matters within the club, including negotiations with players' contracts and the selection of youth players, as well as the coordination of physiotherapists, masseurs, chefs, and other personnel. Fenway thought that the pre-negotiation training would awaken Mike, but he never anticipated that the years of friendship between himself and Mike could not compare to the 18 years of deep camaraderie he shared with Barnett. The bond between the two was greater than anything else, which is why Mike agreed to Barnett's contract demands. Had it been any other young person, no matter how outstanding, he would never have acquiesced. After just 15 appearances, his weekly wage skyrocketed to the level of €100, a sum typically reserved for an 18-year-old player. In 2 or 3 years, when Liverpool looked to sign Lin Shun to another contract, the base salary would have to start from €100 and go upwards. This was no small sum. Many top clubs offered players contracts with weekly wages of €700 to €800 because they had initially given too high a salary in their youth, gradually increasing, it ultimately breaking through the ceiling. After signing the contract, a system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching a milestone by signing your first professional contract, earning 150 points. Cumulative points have reached 345. You can draw the next skill." Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately began the drawing. "Drawing for the host, please wait a moment." The golden swirling skill pool surged continuously, and then black and gold light burst forth from the skill pool. He is the embodiment of elegance, the ultimate midfield master. His exceptional football intelligence and broad vision enable him to pass the ball to any area on the pitch. With delicate technique, the ability to escape from difficult situations combined with outstanding control over the pace of the game, he has become a legendary midfield star. Congratulations, host, for drawing Perlo's black gold skill, extraordinary passing. Upon hearing about the remarkable football intelligence and extraordinary passing ability, Lin Chen instinctively thought of Perlo, and the result that emerged was indeed as he had anticipated. The skill, glimmering with black and gold, floated slowly beneath the attributes, and Lin Chen clicked to check. Black gold special skill, extraordinary passing, increases the host's long pass accuracy by 25 and ground pass accuracy by 15 when positioned in the midfield area, with a 5 increase in through ball success rate. With all 3 passing abilities enhanced, Lin Chen was overjoyed. From this moment on, he would no longer be the laborer-type midfielder who could only charge forward recklessly on the pitch. As long as he continued to accumulate through serious training and matches, further enhancing his passing attributes, he would become a midfielder capable of both physical confrontation and organizing play with the ability to control the rhythm of the game. Both skill draws were perfectly suited to his needs, and Lin Chen looked forward to drawing the third skill, and then starting the next star C draw, confident that his abilities would achieve a more comprehensive growth. After signing the contract, although Fenway's face was grim, he knew Lin Chen's status in the hearts of Liverpool fans. No matter what, Liverpool had to keep him. Soon the news was announced across the internet, and Liverpool fans expressed their congratulations, with legends coming to show their support. Gerard, the first good news I received today. Congratulations to Liverpool for keeping Lynn. How much weekly salary did Fenway offer Lynn? Is this really the best Fenway can do? Did I misread it, or did Fenway drink too much during the negotiations? I never expected that Fenway would one day awaken and be willing to offer better treatment to his players. It truly moves me. Looking at the positive comments online about himself due to this contract, Fenway smiled with satisfaction. He suddenly felt that granting Lin Shun such a valuable contract might indeed be an exceedingly correct decision. After defeating Manchester United, Liverpool entered an 8-day rest period. Klopp generously gave all players a 3-day break, followed by an open training session on August 25th, inviting loyal Liverpool fans to watch at the training base. This open training was the first guideline established by Mike after joining Liverpool, requiring the first team to hold at least 2 open training sessions each season for fans to observe. This is also a reason for the high engagement of Liverpool fans. On August 25th, at the A training ground of the Liverpool training base, fans gradually poured in, quickly filling the area to capacity. During this open training, Klopp certainly would not reveal his tactics. It was more about interacting with the fans. Hence, the training atmosphere was lively, with players divided into 8-a-side and 6-a-side matches. Fans were crazily taking pictures of their favorite stars, with cheers erupting from the sidelines. Naturally, the most popular among them was Captain Henderson, along with the front trio, known as the Red Arrows. However, many fans were also calling out to Lin Shun, asking for autographs and photos. An elderly man with white hair, looking quite dignified, gave Lin Shun the impression of a smaller version of Barnett, standing beside Lin Shun during training and repeatedly speaking. "Lin, give me an autograph, my daughter is your fan." After Lin Shun gave him an autograph, the old man continued to speak. "Lin, give me another autograph. Oh, my second daughter is also your fan. Lin, give me another autograph. Oh, my wife is also your fan. Lin." This seemingly endless stream of requests had Lin Shun realized he had signed 7 or 8 autographs for him. This made him suspect whether this guy was a local scalper in England obtaining his signature to sell. Not only that, Lin Shun could feel several intense gazes. Beside the white-haired old man stood a few tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauties in tight professional attire, all staring at him intently. Those fiery gazes seemed to be shooting flames, making Lin Shun feel uneasy. The open training lasted a full hour, with players basically fulfilling the desires and needs of the fans. After signing autographs for the blonde beauties, Lin Shun followed the crowd as Liverpool continued their preparations for the 3rd round of the Premier League. Lin Shun was also about to face a significant event. His language improvement university was finally started. August 28th was the day to report. When Lin Shun and Ocho arrived at the school gate, they realized that compared to the surrounding players carrying books and various documents, the two empty-handed looked more like sports students who would secretly play cards in their desks during class. "You've already taken half a year of language improvement classes here. Don't you know what to bring for the new round?" Lin Shun looked at Ocho helplessly. Ocho flashed him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, we're football players. We have a special status." Special status naturally comes with special treatment. Lin Shun remained skeptical. He did not rule out the possibility of the two being kicked out of the school. "We are in a special training class in Liverpool consisting entirely of the youth training teams for both the men's and women's football. I've heard that the teachers are very beautiful. However, the original teacher resigned, so I'm not too familiar with this new beautiful teacher. I've heard she is very strict. Although she's beautiful, few players are willing to study under her." Upon hearing Ocho's description, Lin Shun's heart sank. Although he was a good student who loved learning, he was still afraid of strict teachers. The two were chatting as they reached the 3rd floor. Turning a corner led to the classroom, and just as Ocho confidently prepared to turn, a thunderous voice erupted. An extremely sharp female voice, though one could discern from the tone that it was likely a beauty. "First day of reporting, showing up without books or team documents, coming empty-handed, huh? I can't believe I have a student like you. Give me your parents' phone number and the phone number of your youth training coach, and tell them to bring everything over immediately." Lin Shun was frozen in place, poking Ocho in the side. "Brother, I think we can still run away now." Yet Ocho stubbornly pressed forward into the classroom. "Keep your heart steady, brother. I'm here, it'll be fine." Ocho felt uncertain, but thought he couldn't lose face in front of Lin Shun, so he continued into the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, the blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful homeroom teacher stared at Ocho, then looked at his empty hands, immediately understanding the situation. "Ocho, don't think just because you're a veteran of Liverpool's youth training that you can get special treatment. Call your youth training staff immediately and have them bring your things over." At this moment, Lin Shun, who was following Ocho, just wanted to turn around and escape. The blonde, blue-eyed homeroom teacher glanced at Lin Shun and immediately changed her expression. "Lin, you didn't bring anything either." Lin Shun nodded. The homeroom teacher immediately welcomed Lin Shun into the classroom to sit down. "It's fine, you can bring your things next class. Just don't learn from Ocho, he'll lead you astray." The voice was incredibly gentle, making Lin Shen at one point think he was imagining it. Is this really the same person as the strong-willed woman whose voice echoed throughout the classroom hall just moments ago? Ocho felt even more innocent. What do you mean, learn from me? If it comes to shamelessness, he couldn't compare to Lin Shen even 1,000th. Ocho's seat was right next to Lin Shen, and after sitting down he whispered, "Most of the students in this class are the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy families, many of whom have loved watching Liverpool play since childhood. Also, many of the teachers and staff here are Liverpool fans." Lin Shen suddenly looked up, recalling that this blonde, blue-eyed beauty was one of those who had been standing beside him during the open training days ago, watching him play and asking for an autograph. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the homeroom teacher turned on the projector, displaying the principal's portrait. "This is our principal. Make sure to greet him when you see him at school and be polite. Remember to avoid him when doing bad things." Lin Shen was petrified. What the heck? Isn't this the old man who tricked me into signing with all sorts of excuses? The first day was simply to familiarize with the teaching environment. As the students introduced themselves, countless intense gazes immediately focused on Lin Shen when it was his turn. Especially the female players from Liverpool's youth training camp, all over 18 years old, including 2 new players from the first team at 20, their gazes seemed to want to devour Lin Shen alive. After the school activities concluded on the way back to the base, Ocho patted Lin Shen with a smile. "We don't have many classes to take. Most are focused on familiarizing ourselves with communicating in the local English language. I think you'll quickly become the biggest star at this youth training university." Ocho winked at Lin Shen, hinting at something deeper. Lin Shen smiled and said, "The biggest star in this school. I still want to become the biggest star in the entire football world." After saying this, the two exchanged smiles and burst into laughter. Lin Shen's photo was published online with reports claiming he forgot to bring his books on the first day of school. Who can stop Liverpool's attacking football, or rather that young player who suddenly burst onto the scene? Liverpool is in excellent form and has garnered much attention, especially Lin Shen, who stands out. Liverpool is set to face Crystal Palace in the 3rd round of the Premier League. Since the start of this season, Crystal Palace's performance has been underwhelming, suffering defeats in both of their first 2 matches and currently sitting in 18th place in the league. The scores in both matches were 0-1, which was largely due to bad luck, Gerrard said, while discussing Crystal. "Moreover, I believe they have intentionally prioritized physical confrontations. While the Premier League indeed encourages physical play, they need to focus on scoring goals." Crystal Palace, a remarkable team. So remarkable that fans can only think of their style of play and their player acquisition strategy when they hear those 3 words. Crystal Palace especially favors strong and combative players. They are their prized assets. The team's playing style is also distinctive, embodying traditional English football. It's the kind of game where while playing you suddenly have no idea what they're doing, and then out of the blue they start launching long balls and crossing madly. Then they rely on luck, hoping that their crosses will lead to scoring opportunities. What leaves fans both amused and bewildered is during one league match, a live broadcast captured a Crystal Palace fan sleeping soundly in the stands. The match taking place was a home game for Crystal Palace, where they were held to a 0-0 draw. Since then, fans have learned to bring pillows when watching Crystal Palace matches. Of course, this is just a joke among local fans. Due to Crystal Palace's poor form, Klopp made a complete rotation of the squad to prepare for the upcoming 4th-round clash against Arsenal, wanting to give his starters some rest in the 3rd round. Players like Sturridge and Milner got their chances, while Salah, Firmino, and Lin Shen sat on the bench waiting. Upon seeing the starting lineup, Coach Jean couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Shen's position in Liverpool is evidently becoming increasingly important as he sits on the bench alongside the starting stars ready to come on. The match quickly began, taking place at Crystal Palace's home ground. Crystal Palace frequently engaged in physical confrontations, trying to break through Liverpool's defense. But soon Crystal Palace realized that their physical clashes not only failed to yield any results, but also exacerbated their own fatigue. Liverpool remained unhurried in their attack, maintaining their formation and allowing Crystal Palace to strike, doing everything to prevent them from entering the most dangerous areas. In the 30th minute of the match, Crystal Palace's midfield stamina evidently began to decline. Liverpool immediately shifted from defense to attack, attempting to create offensive opportunities through high pressing and central assaults. In the 35th minute, from the central assault, Crystal Palace is clearly being suppressed. Wijnaldum is pressing Cheek, and he intercepts it. Pass it to Milner to initiate the counterattack. There's Solanke on the wing. Long pass. Solanke receives the ball. He may not have Salah's dribbling ability, but Solanke's long-range passing is exceptional. As Coach Jean was saying, Solanke indeed cut inside and delivered a wide cross to the left. Just as expected, a long ball. Liverpool excels at using such wide passes to stretch the space. Maine receives the ball, cuts inside, and continues toward the center. He gets past Tompkins, but there's no opportunity. Still going. Keep going. Shoots. So hesitant. Ming could have shot 2 steps ago, but it seems he wants to cleanly get past the defender first. Just 5 minutes later, Liverpool had another opportunity. Milner carried the ball forward with a surgical through ball that sliced through the defense, finding Sturridge making a forward run. Beautiful. Sturridge is unknown. Coach Jean was very excited. Get past one, the goalkeeper opts to rush out. An open goal. Still wants to get past him. Sturridge shoots. Oh no. How did that not go in? Coach Jean's excitement instantly turned to anger. Sturridge, come on. You should have taken the open shot earlier. Why must you wait to cleanly get past the defender before shooting? What's wrong with Liverpool's forwards today? Do you need the ball to be fed to you directly? After the first half ended, Klopp returned to the locker room angry. When there's an opportunity, just shoot. Don't keep dribbling and trying to cleanly get past the defender. This is a football match. This is a real game. I don't need fancy dribbles. I need that final touch. All I need is to score. We need to score. However, Klopp's shouting did not change anything, as Sturridge and Solanke, being substitutes indeed, had limited abilities. After the second half commenced, Liverpool continued to struggle to score like thunder without rain. Meanwhile, Crystal Palace gradually recovered from their fatigue, and anyone with eyes could see that if this continued, the situation would soon tilt in favor of Crystal Palace. We should have scored first instead of indulging in all these fancy plays which are of no use. Gerrard watched Liverpool on the field, his worries growing. There's a saying in the football world, the team that wastes opportunities will not get the lollipop. The implication was clear to those who understood. What worries me is that Liverpool still hasn't scored, and with the match time, including stoppage time, only about 30 minutes left. Look at the smiles on the Crystal Palace fans. They must be satisfied that their team managed to hold Liverpool to a draw, at least securing 1 point this season. Indeed, the Crystal Palace fans in the live broadcast were satisfied with their team's performance. At least from the rhythm of the match, so far we haven't been suppressed by Liverpool, and that's enough for us. If we can get a point off Liverpool, that would be acceptable. After all, Liverpool's strength is indeed much greater than Klopp. I know you're strong. You can defeat us with your current lineup. You definitely can, just don't substitute anyone. As the fans were speaking, Klopp waved his hand from the sidelines. Substitutions are coming. Coach Jean's tones sounded like a monkey that had been trapped for centuries, expressing his relief upon knowing he could finally emerge. Liverpool is making substitutions. Linchen and other starters are coming on. Can the Crystal Palace fans still keep smiling? Crystal Palace players prepare to face Liverpool's even stronger firepower. Linchen replaced the midfielder. Wijnaldum. Salah came on for Solanke, and Firmino took Sturridge's place. All three players had underperformed in this match, failing to meet expectations. As long as you want to listen, I can list countless examples of matches where teams dominated, yet were ultimately defeated by a last-minute goal. Coach Jean glared at Sturridge, who was substituted, his anger flaring once again. Last season, Manchester City faced Leicester City, dominating possession with a staggering 70, hitting the target 8 times out of 13 attempts, yet they lost 0-1. Thus, one must never overlook the importance of scoring. With about 30 minutes remaining in the second half, if Liverpool wanted to maintain their winning streak in the league and stay competitive for the championship, they needed to defeat Crystal Palace. Manchester City hired the renowned champion coach Guardiola precisely to secure the league title. Guardiola's secret to maintaining the league title is his unwavering ability to never lose to lower-tier teams. He always secures the points that are rightfully his. The Liverpool fans were anxious as time was running out. After Linchen entered the field, he first stabilized the midfield tempo. The midfielders of Crystal Palace were strong and robust, with Punch and Luka excelling at physical play, but they had long heard of Linchen's reputation. In today's Premier League, no one dared to claim they could outmuscle Linchen. However, the Crystal Palace coach had already devised a targeted defensive strategy, avoiding physical confrontations with Linchen and intentionally allowing space for passing. After studying Linchen's results from previous matches, the Crystal Palace coach discovered that while Linchen was adept at physical play, his passing accuracy was not high. His forward passes also lacked a certain threat, so Crystal Palace preferred to let Linchen pass rather than allow him to charge into the midfield. The coach's strategy was sound, provided Linchen did not possess Pirlo's extraordinary passing ability. Now equipped with a new skill, what seemed to be an effective defensive strategy for Crystal Palace transformed into a grand gift for Linchen. Once on the field, Linchen diligently observed, trying to find reasonable passing opportunities. However, he soon realized he had more passing options than he expected. The Crystal Palace midfielders were merely trying to prevent him from carrying the ball forward, yet they did not actively block his passing lanes. Clear passing routes emerged before Linchen's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. The strange smile made Punch uneasy as he suddenly felt uncertain, not knowing what actions this young man would. In the 73rd minute of the match, Crystal Palace attempted a long pass, but the quality was poor and was easily intercepted by Mignolet. After receiving the ball, Mignolet took a moment to observe, and then launched a powerful throw to Linchen in the midfield. Punch immediately pressed forward, using his long legs to impede Linchen's advance. However, Lin Chun had no intention of pushing forward. He slightly turned his body and caught a glimpse of Sulla on the right flank. He raised his right hand and waved gently. Sulla understood immediately and burst into action. With incredible speed, he outpaced Van Aanholt and cut behind Tompkins. At this moment, Lin Chun forcefully angled his body to deliver a through pass akin to a cold sword being unsheathed. It sliced through the air, penetrating the flank of Crystal Palace. It not only pierced Van Aanholt, but also sliced through Tompkins. The pass raced towards the right side of the penalty area, accurately finding Sulla, who was making a run to evade the offside trap. What a fantastic pass, cutting through two defenders. Sulla is through on goal. Cut inside. Shoot. Beautiful. Coach Jean was thrilled. It's all thanks to Lin Chun and Sulla. The connection between the two was exquisite. The Egyptian pharaoh finally broke the deadlock and Liverpool led. Coach Jean was ecstatic. This is how football should be played. You must be sharp, decisive, and calm on the field. Only then can you overcome all challenges and send that damned ball into the net. In the live stream, when did Lin start making such incisive through passes? Does he still have passing abilities that he hasn't shown us? The difference between starters and substitutes lies in the ability to contribute immediately upon entering the field. A sword-like through pass. A perfect shot. After scoring, Sulla ran to the sidelines to perform his signature celebration, then pointed at Lin Chun and embraced him, both laughing joyously. With Lin Chun's assist, Sulla was overjoyed. All the fans in the stadium erupted in celebration, and after such a tough match, Liverpool finally saw the light of victory. The match continued. Crystal Palace was not prepared for Lin Chun's unexpected performance, and their midfield began to increase pressure on him, blocking his passing lanes. But a 10 lead was not secure. Klopp stood on the sidelines, his expression calm and composed, devoid of any visible joy. Position yourself a bit deeper. Milner, when Lin pushes forward with the ball, you should maintain the same horizontal. The center-backs should maintain their positions. Don't all crowd forward, watch your backs. As time ticked away, by the 80th minute, Crystal Palace began to press hard. They were unwilling to accept a third consecutive loss at the start of the league. The tempo on the field quickened, and the players felt mounting pressure. In the 84th minute, Lin Chun had been searching for an opportunity and finally saw an attacking route. First, Minale launched a goal kick. Firmino dropped back to receive, heading the ball back to Sulla. The Egyptian pharaoh continued to carry the ball inward, yet he couldn't find a breakthrough opportunity. He had no choice but to pass back to Lin Chun, who upon receiving the ball did not pause, but quickly returned it. Sulla was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. He launched a diagonal through pass. The beautiful combination between the two instantly pierced through Crystal Palace's defense. Lin Chun smartly made a deep run along the right flank. After receiving the ball, without a moment's hesitation, he angled his body and sent a high ball into the penalty area. What began as a simple cross carried a subtle dip, sailing over the heads of the center-backs and perfectly landing towards Firmino. Indeed, it was a direct hit. The precision was so remarkable that Firmino thought he was hallucinating, as he had just looked up to see a ball. Watching the pass, Firmino focused intensely. He tracked it as it flew past the defenders hovering above him. Then, twisting his torso to adjust, Firmino struck with his forehead. Bang! Whoosh! Goal! Gerrard shouted, raising his arms in triumph. Firmino scores with Lin assists for his second of the match. Although he came off the bench, he directly contributed to 2 goals. He is still the Lin we can believe in. After being substituted, Lin Chun assisted twice with pinpoint precision, one through ball and one cross, as if showcasing his new abilities. Although some forward passes failed, overall no one is perfect. Lin Chun's passing ability has evidently improved compared to the previous matches. Despite the enhancement from the Perlo template, his overall attributes are still in the growth phase, hence the skills effects are not overwhelmingly extraordinary. After completing a through ball assist, Lin Chun attempted several more, but with mediocre results. Fortunately, with a cross, he assisted Firmino in scoring again, marking his first double in the league. The fans at the scene erupted in applause, celebrating Liverpool's victory over Crystal Palace. The remaining minutes quickly passed, and the referee signaled the end of the match. Look at all the Liverpool fans standing up. The match is over. Liverpool has achieved the desired result, securing 3 consecutive wins in the Premier League. They can't lose, not even once. With 9 points from 3 matches and a superior goal difference, they are at the top of the Premier League. I believe since last season, when the Premier League championship was mysteriously taken by Leicester City, and in recent seasons the title has been claimed by strong teams like Chelsea, Manchester City, and Manchester United. Liverpool must miss that once incredibly strong team, despite Gerrard's regret of slipping away from the championship that was within reach. But they have reached the pinnacle of Europe, winning the Champions League and domestic cup titles. However, since the departure of the golden generation, Liverpool has been further away from the trophy, and when Klopp joined the team, he mentioned wanting to help them win the league title during his tenure. I think this year presents the best opportunity for him. and for Liverpool as a genius has emerged from their midfield. The live camera immediately found Lin Shin on the field as Crystal Palace player Pang Qiong approached him. Lin, can we swap jerseys? Lin Shin nodded, saying, of course. The two quickly exchanged jerseys while another Crystal Palace player watched regretfully as Lin Shin's jersey was taken away. Lin Shin's jersey was swapped and Pang Qiong made a great deal. The jerseys of younger players tend to be more valuable. For instance, jerseys worn by top stars in their first season often sell for high prices, even astronomical amounts in the jersey market. If this performance continues, Lin Shin's jersey price will soon rise significantly. After the match, Lin Shin attended the press conference with Klopp. The reporter's questions clearly focused on Lin Shin. Lin, after being substituted today, you delivered a performance that convinced the fans. How is it that someone so young plays with such maturity on the field? Do you have a secret? Lin Shin smiled and replied, there is a secret: eat well, sleep well, that's the path to success. The reporters laughed heartily. Lin Shin mostly answered the subsequent questions with wit and humor, creating a great atmosphere. However, after the reporters finished their questions and listened to Lin Shin's answers, they felt something was a bit strange. Gradually, everyone sensed Lin Shin's linguistic charm and the art of expression. Another brilliant performance, and Lin Shin's commercial value was being recognized by more and more people. Soon Barnett received the first endorsement offer, and it was from China. On the morning of August 30th, Lin Shin was enjoying a wonderful rest in bed. The harsh ringing of the phone instantly shattered the morning's tranquility. In a daze, Lin Shin struggled to open his eyes and felt for his phone. Not clearly seeing who was on the other end, Lin Shin weakly answered the call. Hello, who is this? Barnett's strong voice hit Lin Shin's ears like a heavy hammer. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? It's almost dusk. You're young, how can you have such irregular habits? Lin Shin sighed. It's 8 a.m. Is that late? It's a rest day, man. I have an early class at 8. Barnett knocked on the door immediately. Lin Shin opened it to find Barnett holding a thick file. I didn't expect to get you your first endorsement contract so quickly. Upon hearing it was an endorsement contract, Lin Shin was overjoyed. Having an endorsement means income, which is precisely what Lin Shin urgently needed, or rather what everyone needs at all times in life. They offered a very good price, willing to provide you with a first-generation endorsement contract worth 7.5 million Chinese yuan. All you need to do is help them shoot an advertisement and be the cover model. Just strike some handsome poses to showcase their product. Moreover, I've only signed with them for a year. If your value rises and your popularity increases, they'll need to raise the price significantly if they want to continue working with you. As for this product, I used it today, and don't you think my hairstyle looks great? To be honest, the effect of this styling product is indeed quite good. It is said that it can last a long time after just one use. I need to personally test it, and many products from China are of excellent quality. As Barnett, the agent, naturally understood what kind of contract would be best for Lin Shin at this moment. A short contract with relatively high pay was what Lin Shin, still in the early stages, urgently needed. Lin Shin quickly agreed to the contract requirements, and both parties reached an agreement. A professional filming team would be dispatched immediately to Liverpool to avoid affecting Lin Shin's match performance. The entrepreneurial team arrived that night and began filming without delay with a beautiful female photographer dressed in a black dress outlining perfect curves. During the shoot, every move of the beautiful photographer stirred waves in the hearts of the other staff present. Lin Shin's job was quite simple. He just needed to hold the styling product, flaunting a handsome and shiny hairstyle facing the camera, with a professional fake smile holding the product, and saying the line, "Styling agent for men, I only trust Yiding Guan for 3 days." The beautiful photographer nearly had the camera glued to Lin Shin, meticulously capturing him while also taking some images of the styling product. Shouldn't we shoot more footage of the styling product, since that's what the headquarters requested? A cautious assistant suggested. The photographer immediately shot the assistant a glare. Shut your mouth. No one knows how many photos the beautiful photographer took that night. All that is known is that when the official hair product website issued a statement, only one photo was released. It was the very first photo taken by the beautiful photographer, featuring Lin Shin holding the hair product, his handsome professional fake smile, and well-defined muscular lines perfectly accentuating the product. Many fans flocked to the hair product's official website to like this image. The official account was astonished to discover that after the announcement, online sales of the hair product indeed surged predominantly from female buyers. They had hoped that Lin Shin's sexual tension and masculine charm would encourage more men to like their hair product, but they gradually realized they had inadvertently opened another sales channel. Soon Lin Shin's endorsement photos began to spread widely across the English internet. The image circulated like a virus, with countless female fans drooling over Lin Shin on their screens. Numerous football media outlets, including Sky Sports, shared the widely discussed photo along with captions. Do you know what true masculine charm is? Look at the picture. Before long, his teammates were also drawn to the trending topic. On August 31st, as Lin Shan stepped onto the training ground, Main immediately opened his arms to welcome him. Teach me how to possess masculine charm like yours, Lin. I'm willing to pay you for lessons. Sulla beside him tightly grasped Lin Shan's hand, while Firmino from behind grabbed him in a chokehold. Quick, tell me how to win a girl's heart. I've got my eyes on two models. Lin Shan was taken aback, turning to stare at Firmino, and asking too. You little. Firmino undeterred clung to Lin Shan, not letting him go. Lin Shan could only smile helplessly while embracing Firmino. I merely shot an endorsement commercial. I don't know how to pick up girls. I'm a devoted good man. Lin Shan truly did not know, but he gradually began to notice that the girls around him seemed to be drawn to him, as if by magnetic force. Klopp soon arrived at the training ground to commence tactical training. After completing the warm-up session, the players returned to their serious and intense preparations. In the fourth round of the Super League, Liverpool would face yet another formidable opponent from the Premier League's traditional Big Six, Arsenal. Fans call them a Forna, as Arsenal often sells its core players to balance the team's financial expenditures while renovating the stadium, which is necessary for maintaining normal operations. Because of this, Arsenal's competitiveness could not be sustained. However, under Professor Wenger's dedicated management, Arsenal consistently ranked fourth in the league, barely maintaining their Champions League qualification. Having Champions League qualification means being able to play in the Champions League, which in turn means more additional. Thus, a Forna is not a derogatory term. Instead, it is a tribute to Professor Wenger, who helped Arsenal through difficult times. After all, maintaining a consistent fourth place in a league as competitive as the Premier League, and doing so with minimal investment, is an exceedingly challenging achievement. This season, Arsenal has performed exceptionally well, achieving 3 consecutive victories in the first 3 rounds of the league, ranking third in the Premier League due to goal difference. Facing Liverpool, who also ranked at the top, many fans jokingly remarked, "I hope Liverpool can defeat Arsenal and return to where they rightfully belong." Klopp would never underestimate Arsenal. He knew they were a strong team. Therefore, during the pre-match training, Klopp pointed to his head, as if to prove he had washed his hair today, and proposed his new tactical plan. My brain has recorded all the major attacking tactics I've researched since becoming a coach, and I am very confident. Today we will practice a new attacking tactic. In addition to incorporating our strength in high pressing, we will also focus on side-channel breakthroughs when facing Arsenal. Side-channel breakthroughs are one of the most iconic tactics in football. They require 2 wingers to possess strong ball control and breakthrough abilities, as well as the team's fullbacks to have robust attacking capabilities. Liverpool perfectly fits these 2 requirements. Left back Robertson and right back Arnold. Ask any team in the Premier League which 2 fullbacks can compare to the assist and attacking abilities of these 2. Left winger Main and right winger Sulla. Klopp would confidently challenge all other teams in the Premier League to match the sharpness of these 2 peak performers. Thus, after careful analysis, Klopp and Kravitz concluded that side-channel breakthroughs were the most suitable tactic for this Liverpool team, and the new strategy was formed. To execute this new tactic and achieve side-channel breakthroughs, Klopp needed a powerful midfielder who could control possession in the midfield and accurately deliver the ball to the flanks, helping the team's formation push forward. The candidate Klopp ultimately determined was Lin Shan. When the 2 flanks achieve side-channel breakthroughs to create space, we can look for Firmino or make a backward triangle pass to other teammates to create shooting opportunities for everyone in the box. Our attacking direction will always have more than 2 options. Do not focus solely on the penalty area, as that will limit your vision. High balls, half-arc crosses, and ground-level backward triangles are all crossing tactics through which we can breach the opponent's goal. After establishing the direction for the new tactic, Liverpool wasted no time in commencing training. On the other side, Arsenal was also fully preparing for battle. On September 1st, live streams from Sky Sports and various international platforms started simultaneously. Online fans crowded into the major streaming platforms, eager to watch this highlight clash in the 4th round of the Premier League. When we mention Arsenal, we will certainly think of beautiful football. Coach Zhang observed Arsenal's starting lineup in the Chinese live stream. Arsenal has submitted their starting lineup featuring key players like Lacazette, Ramsey, Sanchez, Xhaka, and Welbeck. They excel at playing a possession-based game, using sharp forward passes and quick counterattacks to accurately tear through the opponent's defense and score beautiful goals. Playing against Arsenal, you can never afford to be careless. They can end the game in extremely tight spaces and short time frames, leaving everyone dazzled by their combinations. Just watching it can make you feel helpless. On the other hand, Liverpool also fields their strongest lineup. The super strong attacking trio combined with Henderson, Emre Can, and Lin Shan. Additionally, with 2 offensively strong fullbacks, their strength cannot be underestimated. Who will win this highlight clash and stay at the top? Let's wait and see. In the live broadcast room, let Lacazette play as the attacking midfielder. What kind of new tactic is this? You can always trust Professor Wenger. He will surely lead us to victory against Liverpool. Let's win the Premier League title again. Our finances are gradually stabilizing, and it's about time for a champ. We Arsenal are invincible. The Arsenal fans in the live broadcast room appeared very confident, having started the season with 3 consecutive victories, showcasing the team's powerful attacking force and wonderful teamwork. In this match playing at home against Liverpool, Arsenal surely wanted to leverage the advantage of time, place, and harmony. At this moment, Lin Shun was waiting in the player tunnel, following closely behind the starting players, with Sanchez, Arsenal's current star player, standing beside him. Sanchez proactively extended his hand, greeting Lin Shun. "Give it your best." Lin Shun responded with a thumbs up, smiling on the surface, but inwardly thought, "Watch how I take you down." Although Sanchez is a winger, he often roams in the attacking midfielder position, excelling at helping the team control the pace and create attacking opportunities. Henderson, playing deep as a single defensive midfielder, naturally couldn't keep up with Sanchez, and Lin Shun also needed to defend at critical moments. As the players entered the field, Lin Shun walked step by step out of the Arsenal player tunnel, feeling the hard ground suddenly give way to the soft grass. The blinding lights above the stadium shone down, and the Emirates Stadium was filled with an uproar of voices, with Arsenal fans in home jerseys wildly waving flags and cheering for their team. The familiar voice of Coach Jean echoed through the live broadcast room. This match is taking place at the Emirates Stadium, which has replaced Arsenal's previous Highbury Stadium. Henry was previously known as the Emperor of Highbury, and that's how it is. Since 2006, Arsenal has utilized the Emirates Stadium, which can accommodate just over 6,000 spectators, making it one of the top stadiums in England. Here, Arsenal fans can create a passionate atmosphere for the home team. Lin Shun could indeed feel the immense psychological pressure. The shouts of 6,000 fans were deafening. In such an atmosphere, it would already be commendable to display normal strength. Referee Oliver waved to confirm that both sides were ready, and then blew the whistle to start the match. Beep. The match has begun. Arsenal will kick off first. The ball is passed back to Xhaka, who organizes in midfield. Xhaka is quite a rascal on the pitch, experienced and skilled at using minor fouls to provoke opponents, unafraid of physical confrontations. Liverpool is pressing high and aggressively. Emre Can is forcing Xhaka into a corner. A lateral pass, then back to Ramsey, who controls the ball and calmly passes back to Koscielny under pressure. Coach Jean nodded. This is Arsenal style. They have the ability to elevate the game at a moment's notice and can quickly break through defenses with a single pass. When they decide to attack, all passes will be forward, never slowing down the pace. Liverpool certainly knows Arsenal style. They are playing cautiously, maintaining a tight formation. Even when executing high pressing, they must maintain cohesion among forwards, midfielders, and defenders. Liverpool is currently employing a high-pressure defense, which is rare in football and the most difficult type of defensive tactic to use. This defensive tactic requires the forwards, midfielders, and defenders to maintain proper distances, leaving no opportunity for the opponents to counterattack with the ball. However, if executed properly, it can be highly effective. Under normal circumstances, only strong teams would use this tactic. Arsenal has been waiting for opportunities, first controlling possession and looking for gaps. Sanchez was causing chaos in the front line with his frantic off-the-ball runs to disrupt Liverpool's defense. In the 13th minute of the match, a direct pass through the center. Henderson failed to intercept and passed it to Sanchez. Receiving the ball, he breaks through from the wing and continues to cut inside. Sanchez's dribbling is very standard. Lin Shun is intercepting. Lin Shun quickly returned to defense, stopping Sanchez's advance. Though physically strong, Lin Shun felt defensive pressure when faced with the incredibly agile and quick-changing Sanchez. He could only keep reaching out, pulling and lightly interfering with Sanchez's balance. This method is very common in the Premier League. Although he couldn't successfully intercept the ball, Lin Shun kept his body positioned in front of Sanchez, denying him space to shoot or pass. After some maneuvering, Sanchez had no choice but to pass back. At this point, all Liverpool players had returned to defend, forming a complete defensive chain once again. A beautiful recovery. Lin Shun performed excellently. Arsenal's passing is very aggressive. All Liverpool players must be ready to increase their running to cover back at any moment. Arsenal began to frequently increase direct passes, attempting to tear through Liverpool's horizontal defense with vertical circulation. Two completely different tactics clashed on the field, causing the pace to gradually quicken and confrontations to intensify. In the 30th minute of the match, Arsenal aimed to launch an attack directly from midfield again, with Ramsey advancing with the ball. Facing Henderson's pressing, he chose to pass sideways to Xhaka, who immediately executed a lofted through ball. Sanchez successfully avoided the offside trap, pushing into the penalty area to receive the ball. Just as he intended to flick the ball to turn, Lovren arrived timely to slide, tackle, and block. However, the ball was still at Arsenal's feet, and all eyes in the stadium were on Sanchez. After being blocked, Sanchez quickly took 2 steps to regain possession and was about to pass back to Xhaka. Xhaka prepared to shoot immediately. At this moment, Lin Shun stretched out his leg to intercept the ball. Xhaka hurriedly tried to reclaim the ball, but Lin Shan firmly positioned his strong body in front of the ball. Despite being frequently bumped by the rushing Xhaka behind him, he stood firm and unyielding. The referee then called a foul. Fuming with anger, Xhaka pushed Lin Shan hard after being called for a foul. Lin Shan was furious, a surge of uncontainable energy rising from his dantian. Without saying a word or showing any expression, he simply stared calmly at Xhaka. But this calm reaction made Xhaka feel extremely insulted. He instantly entered a furious state, roaring as he charged towards Lin Shan, and Arsenal players immediately rushed to intervene. At this moment, Lin Shan showed an expression. He smiled, a contemptuous smile. As he watched Xhaka, who was frantically yelling and entering a furious state, but could do nothing, Lin Shan laughed heartily. After the match resumed, Lin Shan was determined to take down Xhaka. This so-called bad boy was about to witness what it meant to be a young tough guy. Xhaka is carrying the ball. It seems he's betting his temper against Lin Shan. He attempts to force his way forward, but is pushed aside by Lin Shan towards the right. Lin Shan reminds me of how he previously dealt with Matic. He shows no fear against this Premier League bad boy either. Coach Jean smiled. It's as if he's pointing at Xhaka's nose saying, "Look how I deal with you, bro." The first half of the match was nearing its end. Although neither side had scored, both teams evidently increased their pace in the final minutes, making the game increasingly exciting, particularly the duel between Lin Shan and Xhaka. In the live broadcast room, I love watching these so-called bad boys break down. Lin Shan did brilliantly. Isn't Xhaka usually quite impressive on the field? Where did that bravado go? Even at the Chiefs Stadium, Liverpool's momentum is undiminished. The players are performing exceptionally well on the field. The fans could see that Liverpool was stable and didn't show any timidity despite being the away team. Especially in defense, they performed exceptionally well. Although they had less possession than Arsenal, they did not allow Arsenal any good scoring opportunities. Finally, the first half ended and the match moved into halftime. Coach Zhang held the statistics from the 45-minute match. During halftime, data analysis was Coach Zhang's main job. Compared to commentary, tactical analysis was his. In terms of tactical analysis, within Huaxia, few can match Coach Zhang's expertise. From the performance data of the first half, Arsenal's possession rate reached 61, higher than Liverpool's. However, in terms of shots, Arsenal only had one more than Liverpool, and they did not create any excellent scoring chances. Having possession without threatening attacks can be considered ineffective control. From the pace and progress of the first half, I believe Klopp's strategy for Liverpool was to suppress first, and in simple terms, it means adapting to Arsenal's rhythm in the first half, stabilizing the formation, and avoiding being overwhelmed at Arsenal's home ground. Once the first half ends, Liverpool will definitely launch a counterattack in the second half. Coach Zhang's prediction was entirely correct. At that moment in Liverpool's locker room, Klopp was emphasizing their tactics while pointing at the tactical board. As I said, after the second half begins, we will follow our pre-planned strategy. Break through on the flanks and let the entire Premier League see our new attacking tactics. Klopp was confident. Ending the first half with a score of 0-0 indicated that his pre-match tactical deployment was correct. On the other side, Professor Wenger was still emphasizing passing. He was very dissatisfied with the team's performance in the first half. I didn't see any threatening passes. Where did your short-range combinations go? Also pass that damn ball forward. No more useless sideways passing. We don't need to create space, as the flanks are Liverpool's strong suit. We need to play penetrating passes. Pass forward. I want to see more short-range combinations and quick passes. Wenger understood what kind of coach Klopp was. He had demonstrated strong tactical capabilities during his time at Dortmund, especially in terms of attacking strategies. Thus, in the first half, Arsenal was in control, but failed to score. Wenger immediately realized he had fallen into Klopp's trap. The next 45 minutes were crucial. As the second half was about to begin, Lin Shan stood up and cut a few more holes in his socks for ventilation. He then called over staff to apply some oil on his arms. Firmino looked at Lin Shan, who was applying essential oil to his arms, and couldn't help but ask, "What's that for?" "How about adding some cumin and chili powder and pairing it with an onion?" Lin Shan rolled his eyes at Firmino. "All you think about is eating. Soon you'll understand the purpose of my oil." Moments later, the second half began. As soon as the match started, Arsenal continued to take the initiative. Under Professor Wenger's reminders, the short passes and forward balls on the field indeed began to increase, and the familiar, beautiful football style that fans adored gradually emerged. In the 51st minute of the match, Main attempts a long shot, but it's too straight and is caught by the goalkeeper. Immediately counterattack, throw the ball to the flank. Pass across still to Ramsey to organize. Quick pass to Sanchez. Another quick pass to Lacazette. Lob pass. Does Welbeck have a chance? Break into the penalty area. The angle is a bit tight. Still choose to shoot directly. It hits the side netting. The home Arsenal fans are cheering wildly. Coach Zhang finally became excited. From the recent attacks, it was a quick pass from Ramsey to Sanchez, then Lacazette, and finally Welbeck. All were quick passes. Arsenal's beautiful football style has finally begun to show this is their strength, and playing to their advantages is key to winning the match. Although Liverpool's three defensive lines maintained good spacing, Arsenal's players exhibited remarkable synergy. Coupled with precise, quick passing, Liverpool's formation began to feel increasing pressure. In the 59th minute of the match, still insisting on organizing attacks from the back, Arsenal is slowly penetrating forward. Sanchez on the wing receives the ball and makes a wide transfer to the right. Lacazette stops the ball on the left and crosses. Welbeck heads it at the near post. It brushes past the post and goes out of bounds. Welbeck headers are not his strong suit. At this moment, Professor Wenger made a substitution. We just mentioned that Welbeck's headers are not his strength. Now we're bringing in someone strong in that department. In terms of target forwards in the current football world, only my Giroud. Substitute sensation Giroud is coming on. Arsenal is looking to strengthen their attacking front. If this rhythm continues, it is only a matter of time before Liverpool concedes a goal. Arsenal is gradually finding their form. As Arsenal gained momentum, the Arsenal fans in the live broadcast room also began to feel elated, finally able to sit up straight and continue watching the match. However, Liverpool's formation also began to push forward little by little, as if they had received some signal. After withstanding Arsenal's aggressive start, Liverpool was finally ready to implement their new strategy: flank breakthroughs. Lin Shun, positioned in the midfield, proactively drove the ball forward, looking for combinations on the same flank. In the 63rd minute of the match, Ramsey's long pass from the midfield aimed for a header, but unfortunately it was too powerful and was directly caught by the goalkeeper. Lin Shun immediately approached the midfield and waved at the goalkeeper. "Pass it to me." With a powerful throw, the ball was indeed delivered precisely to Lin Shun's feet. As he received the pass, Lin Shun felt Xhaka behind him. He exerted his strength to hold Xhaka off, expertly controlling the ball. Then he feigned right, tricking Xhaka's balance, and swiftly shifted the ball to the left. Lin Shun completed a beautiful feint and turn. The fans on site gasped in awe. At this moment, Lin Shun did not stop his forward momentum, taking 2 aggressive steps before making a penetrating pass to the right. On the right flank, Arnold received the ball as if he were in an empty field, immediately charging forward. He continued with the ball to the baseline, glancing up to see Firmino tightly marked. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shun, who had just completed the pass, was now making a late run into space. His clever gaze was fixed on the ball. Without hesitation, Arnold kicked the ball. A standard low cross, a back triangle passed right in front of Lin Shun. Xhaka exclaimed in panic, reaching out to try and pull him down. Yet Xhaka's hand felt like it was grasping a slippery eel, sliding right past Lin Shun without gaining any leverage. Xhaka was stunned. He had never seen such a situation before. Lin Shun set himself, aligning his right foot with Arnold's pass, locking his ankle tightly. He infused all his strength into the shot. The subsequent thunderous sound resonated in the ears of every fan. Bang! Goal! Jeremy Gerrard even leapt into the air. A spectacular strike. A thunderous, earth-shaking shot. Lin. Once again he rose to the occasion in a moment of truth. 3 Premier League appearances, 3 decisive contributions. What more could one possibly ask of him? He is only 18 years old. In the Bild commentary booth, guest analyst Iker Casillas sat with both hands clasped over his head, unable to suppress repeated exclamations of awe. I believe Zidane was absolutely right. The rhythm had clearly remained under Arsenal's control, yet inexplicably Lin Shun seized the opportunity. His reading of the game is exceptional. Football intelligence is often the greatest weakness of young players, but for Lin it has become his most distinctive strength. After scoring, Lin Shun sprinted toward the touchline and performed his signature celebration, fists clasped together in front of his chest. By now, Liverpool fans had grown accustomed to it and mirrored the gesture en masse. Sky Sports instantly captured the moment from behind. Lin Shun centered in the frame, his small, yet commanding silhouette radiating immense presence. Opposite him stretched thousands of away supporting Liverpool fans clad in crimson, all simultaneously striking the same fist-clasping pose. A breathtaking spectacle of unity. Teammates rushed toward him, one after another, leaping onto his back in jubilant celebration, punching the air, roaring with exhilaration, every face alight with uncontainable joy. "I love you, Lin. I bloody adore you." Roberto Firmino clung to Lin Shun tightly, shaking him vigorously, utterly sincere. Mohamed Salah embraced Lin Shun wildly. "Keep playing like this, lads. That's our tactic." On the touchline, Jurgen Klopp beamed with excitement, witnessing the full force of his newly devised strategy. Professor Arsene Wenger stood motionless at the sideline, his face etched with fury and bitter frustration. Victory had begun tilting unmistakably in Arsenal's favor. After introducing Olivier Giroud, Wenger intended to leverage his physical presence and aerial dominance to sustain relentless pressure on Liverpool's goal. Yet moments later came Liverpool's goal, an absolute blow to Arsenal's morale. After finishing his celebration, Lin Shun turned and glanced back. Most Arsenal players stood heads bowed in dejection. Only a few retained fighting spirit. Alexis Sanchez frantically clapped and shouted encouragement to his teammates. There's still time, lads. Still time. Don't let Liverpool beat us on our own turf. Professor Wenger made an immediate tactical adjustment, pulling Sanchez aside. Tell Giroud to command the space just outside the penalty arc. Once he receives the ball, he must either create room for you two, or initiate swift one-twos to unlock scoring chances. Wenger placed unwavering faith in Giroud, precisely why he consistently granted him playing time. At that moment, commentator Gian also turned his attention to Giroud. Giroud possesses a curious trait. Though his minutes are limited, he unfailingly delivers impact within them. His shooting technique is superb, and he consistently scores goals imbued with astonishing, almost surreal imagination. Moreover, Giroud activates the entire forward line, possessing the rare ability to generate opportunities for his teammates. Once play resumed, Arsenal immediately began building attacks around Giroud. Every forward pass or controlled possession in the final third saw Sanchez and Aaron Ramsey instinctively converging on him, orchestrating quick wall pass combinations. Giroud truly excelled. His frequent one-touch passes defied expectation. Minute 79, Arsenal surged forward en masse, making their final desperate push. Time was slipping away. To level the score, they needed more shots on goal. Ramsey drove forward with the ball. Lin Shin pressed fiercely, denying him any chance of an unknown breakthrough. Switch to the left flank, or find the dropping Sanchez. Sanchez, retreating to receive, flicked his ankle ever so slightly, sending a perfectly angled through ball diagonally backward toward Giroud. Yet Sanchez did not pause after passing. He spun instantly and surged forward. Giroud received the ball, then used the outside of his right foot to delicately curl it past the defensive line, sliding it into the space behind Dejan Lovren. Sanchez arrived precisely as the ball reached him, lifted his foot, and fired. A sublime combination of vision and execution. A deafening thwack caused Klopp to involuntarily hold his breath. Another thwack, a muffled resonant save, sounded like celestial music to Liverpool's ears. Oof, what a stunning shot. An exquisite save. Both goalkeepers have delivered outstanding performances tonight. Commentator Jin burst forth electrified. I'm certain Sanchez's shot sent shivers down every Liverpool fan's spine. The net was inches away from rippling. A single goal lead offers little margin for safety. In football, such a narrow advantage is perilously easy to overturn, and inevitably stokes the opponent's hunger for attack. Arsenal committed nearly their entire squad forward, yet Liverpool refused to flatten their shape. Instead, they maintained crisp structural layers. They resisted Arsenal's onslaught relentlessly, executing aggressive high-pressing, targeting Arsenal's defenders to disrupt comfortable build-up from deep. Liverpool's tactical identity is unmistakable. They will never abandon their philosophy to preserve a slender lead. They believe in stifling attacks through relentless pressure, transforming football into a true test of courage and resolve. The pitch became a battlefield of pure confrontation, neither side yielding an inch, like two sovereign nations defending their sacred soil to the last breath. Minute 86, intense central pressing. Ramsey continues driving upwards, still seeking the flanks. Lin Shin anticipated the move and intercepted successfully. He shields the ball with his body back to goal, holding off Ramsey. Granit Xhaka joins the challenge. A double team. Sanchez returns. Now 3 men converge. 3 players surrounded Lin Shin, completely attempting to dispossess him. Xhaka forced his way in with sheer physicality. Lin Shin held firm back to goal, shielding the ball, until he was finally dragged to the ground. Beep. The referee whistled a foul. Lin Shin had tenaciously protected possession. Though away from home, I can hear Liverpool's fans erupting in thunderous applause for Lin Shin. Lin Shin lay gasping on the turf, beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening on his cheeks. His physical exertion had been immense. As an 18-year-old, he had endured this grueling high-intensity match to its near end, fulfilling his tactical mandate with extraordinary resilience. Klopp made a substitution on the touchline. Jorginho Wijnaldum entered the field, replacing Lin Shin. After careful deliberation with assistant coach Peter Krwietz, Klopp opted for caution, concerned about potential injury with minimal time remaining. Wijnaldum would shore up defense and protect Lin Shin. Lin Shin rose slowly. Teammates swarmed him, clapping, embracing, tousling his hair, as they escorted him off the pitch. The entire Liverpool support rose to their feet. At that instant, Sky Sports, England's premier football media outlet, captured another iconic image: Lin Shin, a radiant star amid the roaring crowd. Sky Sports published a front-page double feature, one image showing Lin Shin surrounded by celebrating teammates as he exited the field, the other capturing his goal celebration, fists clasped with Liverpool fans. Headline: The summer story of a boy has only just begun. Liverpool fans and players alike applauded Lynch as Klopp and Kravitz waited by the touchline to embrace it. Naturally, Liverpool's other players also delivered outstanding performances, especially the young right. His offensive attributes are exceptional, and his crossing accuracy after surging forward is remarkably precise. Moreover, Arnold's crosses often carry a subtle deceptive arc, drifting unpredictably through the air, making it exceedingly difficult for defenders and goalkeepers alike to judge the first point of contact. Lynch sat on the bench as broadcast cameras repeatedly zoomed in on him. Liverpool fans watching the live stream stared intently at the match clock in the top right corner, silently willing time to accelerate. Surely every Liverpool supporter now understands what it means to endure each second as an eternity. They are mere minutes away from securing 3 points and claiming victory. Klopp stood frantically by the sideline, intensifying pressure on the referee, particularly once stoppage time. There's no need for further stoppage time, referee. Just go home early. I can recommend an excellent place, fine dining, entertainment, and leisure, all designed to soothe your weary nerves after a long day. Enough, referee. The time has expired. There's no justification for granting them another attacking opportunity. Let the match end here, for the good of both sides. Wenger, standing nearby, flushed crimson. What do you mean for the good of both sides? I certainly don't feel it's good for me. Grant us one more attacking chance, referee. Lynn moved far too slowly when he was substituted. He walked slower than my grandfather pushing his wheelchair. Both teams exerted every ounce of effort to wrest additional opportunities for themselves. The fourth official, overwhelmed by the cacophony, urgently signaled the head referee via headset the moment the clock struck the 93rd minute, eager to end the relentless barrage. Time's up. Time's up. Atkinson immediately placed the whistle between his lips, while Arsenal, still clinging to hope, launched one final desperate assault. Sanchez sent a direct cross in from the flank, aiming for Giroud, but the ball sailed too deep, soaring over Giroud's head toward the far post, posing no threat whatsoever. Beep, beep, beep. Atkinson instantly blew the final whistle. Klopp raised both fists aloft. The Emirates Stadium transformed into a jubilant celebration ground for Liverpool supporters. Lynch slammed his fist onto the substitute bench. Kravitz turned and enveloped him in a vigorous, exuberant hug. The match is over. A profoundly pivotal victory. Congratulations to Liverpool on securing an unbeaten start in the Premier League, amassing 12 points to lead the table outright. Following this defeat, Arsenal will plummet to 4th place in the league standings. A true clash of titans. Arsenal's elegant flowing football momentarily breached Liverpool's defensive line, yet Liverpool's superior composure in front of goal allowed them to capitalize on scarce golden chances and seize the lead. Lynch, operating centrally in midfield, scored the decisive goal and delivered multiple crucial interceptions and tackles. A truly all-around midfield masterclass. Every Liverpool fan who witnessed Lynch's performance today will undoubtedly hold him in deeper trust and greater esteem. Before the television screen, Lynch's mother embraced and shared elation. Seizing the moment of her radiant joy, Lynch tentatively spoke up. "Honey, my pocket money's run out. Could you transfer another 500? His mother's brows, just moments ago relaxed and smooth, abruptly knotted in suspicion. "Already spent. I gave you 100 just 2 days ago. How could it vanish so quickly? What did you do?" Lynch scratched his head and shook it wordlessly. "Never mind, honey. I'll do without." In one swift stride, his mother seized Lynch by the collar, instantly transforming into a force of nature. "Spill it. Where is it?" Lynch rose from the bench, his legs trembling faintly. Starting in consecutive high-stakes matches remains a formidable physical demand for an 18-year-old. His string of standout performances had drawn intense scrutiny. Before the screen, Denia switched off the television. "How does he strike you? Is he ready for selection? Our current U17 squad genuinely lacks a midfielder of such versatility. Though he is 18, regulatory provisions permit his inclusion. Should he shine at the upcoming U17 World Cup, the senior national team will inevitably require his talents, and he may well represent Spain at the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia." Seated beside Denia was none other than Julen Lopetegui, current head coach of the Spanish national team. Lopetegui had been actively searching for wingers as Spain's senior squad urgently needed dynamic wide attackers. Yet upon observing Lynch, Lopetegui found himself entertaining a fresh strategic vision. If his abilities truly prove exceptional, we could deploy Iniesta on the wing and pair Lynch with Busquets and David Silva in central midfield, a compelling and innovative configuration. The two coaches reached immediate consensus and resolved to formally extend an invitation to Lynch. Spain's U17 team was preparing for the World Cup, with championship glory as their unequivocal ambition. However, being drawn into the same group as powerhouses like Brazil cast a heavy shadow of pressure over. Denia had scarcely slept soundly these past days, haunted especially by thoughts of Brazil and England. Yet Spanish domestic fans pinned fervent, unyielding hopes upon the squad. Day after day, Denia agonized over finalizing the definitive tournament roster. Then Lin Shen emerged, bursting onto the Premier League stage with astonishing impact, each successive performance compelling Denia to focus ever more intently upon him. Ultimately, Denia invited Lopetegui, the senior team's head coach, to deliberate jointly, and together they decided to issue the formal invitation. News traveled swiftly to Linyu. The official invitation from Spain's U17 national team arrived at the hotel where Lin Shen was staying. The instant he opened the email, Lin Shen assumed it was a scam. Only after repeated verification and direct communication with Denia and Lopetegui did he confirm its authenticity. In that moment, Lin Shen's footballing journey acquired renewed purpose. U17 World Cup preparations loomed ahead, followed closely by the imminent 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. Lin Shen's ambitions ascended to a new tier. Without hesitation, he accepted Spain's U17 national team invitation and spoke directly with senior team head coach Lopetegui. During their call, Lopetegui offered Lin Shen a single solemn pledge: should you excel at the upcoming U17 World Cup, I guarantee you a place in Spain's 2018 FIFA World Cup squad. Confirmation of Lin Shen's U17 national team selection rapidly reverberated across China and throughout Europe. Tai Luhai stood stunned. He had once pounded his chest and vowed confidently that Spain would never take notice of Lin Shen. Now a seismic headline-grabbing revelation had erupted. Spain's U17 team officially announces the call-up of Lin Shen. The head coach of the Spanish national team, Lopetegui, declared that Lin Shen will be assessed during the U17 World Cup. With Lin Shen competing in the World Cup, Chinese football fans may feel a greater sense of involvement. Compared to having no representatives in the World Cup, if Lin Shen can successfully participate in the 2018 World Cup in Russia, it will certainly provide more excitement for Chinese fans. Thus, when news of Lin Shen potentially joining the Spanish national team for the World Cup broke, the Chinese football community erupted with multiple posts trending, while some felt it might be too soon. Fans' comments under the post were varied. I fully support Lin Shen attending the World Cup. His talent shouldn't be buried. The World Cup is a grand stage more suited for him. Isn't it a bit early to consider participating in the World Cup at just 18 years old? If Lin Shen chooses to join Spain, will he have a place in the midfield of the national team? Iniesta, David Silva, Busquets, these form Spain's midfield triangle. Unless Lopetegui moves many support Lin Shen's participation in the World Cup with Spain, while others question whether he will get playing time. Some even believe that Lin Shen can at most participate in the U17 World Cup. Joining the senior team for the World Cup seems impossible. Lin Shen remained indifferent to these comments. He focused solely on the upcoming matches. Only by delivering an outstanding performance could he silence the critics and truly catch Lopetegui's attention. The news of Lin Shen catching the attention of the Spanish national team quickly trended, bringing him back into the spotlight of European football. Moreover, with his recent outstanding performances, the experienced Barnett understood that this was the best opportunity to campaign for Lin Shen for the Golden Boy Award. The Golden Boy Award, also known as the Ballon d'Or for young players, considers a player's complete performance over the past season. Therefore, Lin Shen has already fallen behind other competitors in the selection. To compete for this award, Lin Shen must at least help Liverpool reach the Champions League group stage and ensure he has a chance to play in the Champions League. In order to be selected for the Spanish national team for the World Cup and to quickly improve his skills, Lin Shen felt a surge of motivation to shine in the upcoming U17 World Cup. On September 3rd, the second leg of the Champions League playoff finally kicked off. After winning the first leg away against Hoffenheim, Liverpool had already gained a competitive advantage. The second leg took place at their home ground, Anfield, one of Europe's most iconic stadiums. Liverpool fans created an imposing atmosphere. Before the match even started, Anfield had transformed into a sea of red. The Liverpool emblem fluttered in the air as countless fans waved their support flags, singing "You'll Never Walk." At 8:15 p.m. European time, the match had already been underway for 15 minutes. It seems Hoffenheim is eager to take the initiative, constantly attempting aggressive attacks since the match began. However, it feels strange that Liverpool has rarely withdrawn their formation, allowing Hoffenheim to press, although the defense has shown more resilience overall. Around 15 minutes into the match, Anfield was very quiet as Liverpool was being pressured by Hoffenheim. In the live stream, what kind of tactics is Klopp arranging? Does he really want to maintain the advantage at his own home? That's unrealistic. If Liverpool plans to advance to the next round based on defense, they must be prepared for a terrible outcome. This isn't the Klopp I know, and this isn't the Liverpool I recognize. Liverpool fans were discussing fervently while the match continued. In the 21st minute, dribbling towards the wing, a through ball finds Gnabry. It's this young German winger creating opportunities again. He cuts inside. His dribbling style resembles Robin. A sudden stop. Another feint. Crossing from the byline. Beautiful. Aiming for the far post. Is there a chance? Minale catches the ball. He is performing exceptionally well. Minale finds himself in a competition for the starting position with Karius. Given his limited playing time, I believe he will give his all to perform well. As Hoffenheim's opportunities increased, the Liverpool fans grew increasingly dissatisfied, and the first half eventually came to an end. Some fans even began to boo. No one knew what Liverpool was trying to do. From the first half's match statistics, Liverpool failed to register a single shot on target. They seemed to be constantly defending, while Hoffenheim played more actively. Hoffenheim managed 4 shots, but only 1 was on target, indicating low efficiency. But is it really low? Coach Zhang held a different opinion. The reason they only had 1 shot on target is that Lin Shen played the right role in midfield. Lin Shen remained at the top of the penalty area, blocking potential shooting spaces for Hoffenheim. When Hoffenheim's forwards shot, Lin Shen and the rest of Liverpool's defenders always quickly arrived to block. Under such a strong interference, the quality of Hoffenheim's shots also diminished. I believe this was a tactic deliberately formulated by Klopp to first suppress and then unleash, stabilizing the rhythm in the first half and exhausting Hoffenheim's stamina. Hoffenheim, which had been in an aggressive state, would certainly have less stamina in the second half compared to Liverpool. Coach Zhang truly deserves to be a master of tactical analysis. His thoughts were in line with Klopp's. Klopp and Kravitz discovered through their research on Hoffenheim's recent matches that Hoffenheim performed exceptionally well in the first half. They often like to score in the first half to establish an advantage, then retreat to defend in the second half, achieving 2 consecutive victories in the Bundesliga with such a tactic. Therefore, Klopp decided to first exhaust Hoffenheim's stamina and then launch a counterattack at home in the second half, taking advantage of the timing, location, and support to decisively defeat Hoffenheim. In the Liverpool locker room, "You all executed your tasks excellently in the first half." Klopp was very satisfied. "The second half is when we can completely unleash ourselves. Henderson and Emre Can will withdraw their positions while Lin pushes forward. The 3 wings will implement high pressing. Raise the tempo for me. I want to see a faster transition. Once the ball reaches midfield, it will be entrusted to Lin for coordination. The wingers and Henderson will increase their overlapping runs to create more opportunities for Lin to advance. Give me everything in these last 45 minutes. Completely crush Hoffenheim." Moments later, the second half of the match commenced. The players of Hoffenheim were still in the tunnel, discussing as they walked. "We must seize our opportunities in the second half. Indeed, Liverpool is not that frightening. If we can take our chances, we can definitely turn the score around in the second half. Come on, brothers. We must play in the Champions League." The advantage from the first half gave Hoffenheim great confidence until all the players arrived at their half and looked up at the Liverpool players in front of them. A powerful sense of oppression suddenly descended, an atmosphere entirely different from the first half. More aggressive, more lethal. It felt as if 11 demons were scowling, their eyes filled with flames and desires, staring intently at Hoffenheim, making the players feel uneasy. There's a different feeling in the air. It seems Liverpool is about to counterattack. Coach Jean keenly noticed the change in atmosphere on the field. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Gerrard suddenly leaned back comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs, no longer feeling the tension from the first half. "Just wait," Gerrard looked at Neville. "A good show is about to begin." Neville, a Manchester United legend, scoffed. He certainly did not want the rival Liverpool to play in the Champions League. As the match began, Lin Shen proactively advanced his position, and Liverpool displayed high pressing once again. They are pressing fiercely in the front, and Hoffenheim can no longer organize attacks from the back. Still pressing, Hubner has the ball, forced to clear it long. He doesn't dare to linger for even a second. The ball reached the midfield. Henderson seized control, first pushing it to Demirbay, who passed to Emre Can. A beautiful pass back. Liverpool has taken control of the ball. Hoffenheim gradually realized that the ball was no longer in their possession. In the 55th minute of the match, Demirbay is carrying the ball down the middle. Lin Shen is pressing closely. Demirbay attempted to launch a counterattack, but Lin Shen's strong physique was tightly positioned behind him. Desperately trying to turn around, Demirbay, after several fruitless attempts, had no choice but to pass back. Just as he handed it to Hubner, the high-pressing Firmino arrived just in time. With a clever positioning, he intercepted the back pass. Liverpool fans gasped as Firmino turned and slipped a pass to Salah. Salah initially intended to take the shot himself, as this was his area of expertise. All of Hoffenheim's defenders were focused on Salah, their formation shifting backward, with some defenders even arriving at the goal line to help the goalkeeper expand the defensive area. Just as the perfect opportunity seemed about to slip away, a shout suddenly rang in Salah's ears. "Salah, over here." Lin Shen made a late run, positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Behind him, the terrified Demirbay was desperately chasing back. Whack! Salah made a diagonal pass. Precise. Penetrating. Lin Shen lifted his foot, drawing back like a bow. Arms swinging. The cannonball embodied. It felt as if a surge of power emanated from his feet, flooding into his body, focusing on the instep of his left foot, ready to strike. Lin Shen felt the moment had come. At this moment, shooting was his first thought. Bang! He channeled all his strength into the incoming ball. A violent shot on goal. Baumann stood dumbfounded. He should have made a save, but he truly couldn't react in time. He didn't even have time to turn his head, only hearing the dull sound of the net being struck. Bang! Goal! Lin scored. Gerard shouted in triumph. Lin. Receiving Sulla's pass, he opened the scoring for the team and successfully extended their lead in the overall score. What a beautiful shot. A perfect strike. A true display of violent aesthetics. Who would still question the Spanish national team's intention to call Lin? I only regret he can't join England. Gerard inadvertently spoke his true feelings. In the live broadcast room, joining Spain would be great. It's tough to compete for the title with Kane in the England team. Lopez was seen in the stands along with Dania, both surely there to scout Lin. I believe they should be satisfied. Such power, such speed, they simply can't defend against it. Lin Chun was currently buried under all his teammates, celebrating wildly. Coach Jean smiled and spoke. This is actually the first successful shot Liverpool has made since the start of the match, and it was executed beautifully. Klopp's tactical arrangement has been perfect. This is how a strong team should perform. Willing to lower their stance, yet stepping up when needed, delivering great performances. The overall score widened again, and Hoffenheim was in a panic. After the match resumed, Hoffenheim pressed forward with all their might, but the more they pressed, the more space they left behind, providing Liverpool with more counterattack opportunities. In the 70th minute of the match, still going down the flank, directly sending a lofted through ball to Gnabry. Cutting inside after receiving the ball. Intercepted. Moreno successfully anticipated. Gnabry's intention was too obvious. He simply wanted to cut inside upon receiving the ball. Moreno completed the interception, and Lin Chun made a quick off-the-ball run to stretch the flank. Moreno's pass indeed arrived. Lin Chun received the ball and turned. With a clear mind, he had long noticed Sulla on the right. Sulla controlled the ball and cut inside along the flank as if entering a no man's land. Arriving at the edge of the penalty area, he lifted his foot for a curled shot. A beautiful strike went straight into the top left corner of the goal. Swish! What a goal! Ha ha ha! Now they have surely won. Liverpool scored again, and the overall score has reached an overwhelming lead. Lin Chun assisted and scored. Sulla rushed towards Lin Chun to celebrate, and at this moment Klopp made another substitution. The match had entered the 70th minute, and Liverpool had already secured victory. Klopp decided to rest the starters. Lin Chun, Sulla, and Firmino have been substituted. Klopp must be preparing for the next league match. The main players can only continue to perform well if they get adequate rest. After the substitutes came on, Liverpool stabilized the tempo, once again gradually consuming time, achieving a balance on the pitch. Ultimately, the match came to an end. Congratulations to Liverpool for successfully winning the match and advancing to the Champions League. They performed exceptionally. Barnett in the stands picked up his phone. Beep, beep. Hello, Bianca D. For tomorrow's front page and the top 3 trending topics in sports, I want to see posts related to Lin's performance in this match. No need for advertising sponsors. My agency will directly sponsor it. Give me the headlines. Oh, I want to see more posts about Lin, especially regarding his outstanding recent performances. Barnett began to exert his influence as a manager. The war for Lin Chun to win the Golden Boy Award starts from this moment. Congratulations to Liverpool, who have advanced to the UEFA Champions League group stage after winning the two-leg tie against Hoffenheim. The first leg presented Hoffenheim with a golden opportunity to extend their lead, but they failed to seize it. In the second leg at Anfield, the scales of victory tipped decisively in Liverpool's favor. Compared to the first leg, Lin Chun displayed far greater offensive intent in the return fixture, showcasing his extraordinary counterattacking prowess and generating numerous scoring chances for the team. At just 18 years old, representing his club in the Champions League, could there be anything more exhilarating? In the post-match press conference, Lin Chun appeared alongside Firmino and head coach Klopp, fielding questions centered entirely on the Champions League campaign. Firmino having helped secure Liverpool's place in the Champions League group stage. Do you aspire to go even further in this competition? Firmino smiled as he replied, absolutely. We are not here merely to fill the background. We will unleash our full strength on the Champions League stage. Lin, another outstanding performance. Are you already looking forward to the upcoming Champions League fixtures? Lin Chun beamed with excitement. For any club, the Champions League represents the pinnacle of competitive honor, and I am eager to demonstrate my abilities on such a grand stage. Sky Sports had dispatched none other than the legendary Steven Gerrard to cover the event, an opportunity to interview players from his former club, which filled him with genuine delight. Congratulations on delivering such an electrifying performance. I truly believe Liverpool will advance ever further, buoyed by the unwavering support of fans and the hopes of us all. Lin, may I arrange a dedicated interview with you? Seizing the moment, Gerrard extended the invitation. In 4 days' time, the Premier League's official media platform plans to launch a flagship interview series. I serve as its host. I would be honored to welcome you as our inaugural guest. I'll prepare traditional Chinese tea, Spanish ham, and we'll converse over dinner, a relaxed, unhurried format. I promise you an utterly enjoyable experience. He was invited by the legendary Gerrard, and his very first skill was intrinsically linked to him. As Liverpool's burgeoning superstar, receiving an invitation from the very soul of Liverpool was an extraordinary honor. They reached immediate consensus and swiftly formalized their agreement. Lin Chen's consistently exceptional performances had drawn increasing attention. Sky Sports was merely the first to extend an invitation, not the last. The Premier League's official media division had launched this interview series with the ambition of becoming the most influential digital sports platform, and was actively pursuing deeper collaborations with multiple world-class footballers. Among its roster of commentators were legends including Paul Scholes and Ashley Cole, and negotiations were also underway with Didier Drogba. The Premier League aimed to assemble a Premier League Legends ensemble, while its flagship series, Behind the Star Personal Stories, was set for a full-scale rollout. 4 days later, Lin Chen of Liverpool became the series' debut guest, and the Premier League immediately broke the news across all digital platforms with front-page headlines and extensive promotion. Behind the Star's special interview series launches. Our first guest is Liverpool's sensational new star Lin Chen. Countless fans flocked to click subscribe and reserve access. Within just 1 hour, new subscriptions surged past 100,000. Such staggering viewership and engagement astonished the Premier League's executives and revealed immense commercial potential. Unsurprisingly, a second endorsement offer soon followed, this time from the fashion world. Barnett arrived at Lin Chen's home clutching a contract, only to find Lin Chen showering. Undeterred, Barnett stood outside the bathroom door, shouting enthusiastically to convey the news. Lin, we've got an endorsement. Hermes wants you to front their new men's fragrance. They're prepared to offer an exceptionally generous fee. Lin Chen, half dazed by steam and water, caught only faint echoes of fragrance and generous fee. Hermes' new men's fragrance. Are they aiming to challenge Chanel's dominance in the London market? Chanel's fierce rivalry with Penhaligon's had become common knowledge. Chanel had recently unveiled a new men's fragrance line seeking to monopolize England's fragrance market, especially the pivotal London segment. Penhaligon's, battered by Chanel's aggressive campaign, saw its market valuation plummet, retreating repeatedly until cornered. Then unexpectedly, Hermes entered the fray. It turns out Penhaligon's was merely a minor irritant. The true threat lies with Hermes. Chanel's domineering expansion into North London had stirred widespread resentment. After Penhaligon's decline, Hermes resolved to launch an entirely new men's fragrance line, officially christened London Men's Eau de Parfum. Inspired by quintessential British tradition, the scent embodies classic masculine elegance. Its layered composition unfolds distinctively. The top notes exude crisp, invigorating freshness, the heart reveals a subtle allure, and the base resonates with rich natural elements. From opening to finish, the fragrance projects an aura of refined sophistication. Chanel's new fragrance campaign featured Cristiano Ronaldo as its global ambassador. Hermes opted for a dual ambassador approach, though targeting men. They enlisted Lin Chen and simultaneously signed Miranda, Europe's most acclaimed contemporary model. Renowned for her striking beauty and statuesque grace, Miranda was hailed as the queen of fashion and had been officially signed as a Victoria's Secret angel. She held an esteemed position on international runways and fashion weeks. Still young, yet already adorned with countless accolades. That evening, upon Lin Chen's arrival at the North London shoot location, Miranda, vibrant and radiant, had been waiting patiently. Lin, so wonderful to finally meet you. Miranda greeted him warmly, stepping forward immediately to Lin Chen rarely wore fragrance in daily life. After all, applying perfume before a match seemed rather unnecessary. Was he expected to bewitch opponents with scent? Yet fragrance for men could indeed serve a subtle, compelling purpose. The Hermes shoot director, a poised and capable woman, wasted no time launching into production. Lin Chen held the newly launched London Men's Eau de Parfum, opened it, and lightly misted his nape and pulse points, then delivered his pre-rehearsed line with effortless charisma. For men's fragrance, choose North London, the essence of masculine allure. Miranda stood elegantly beside him, maintaining perfect spatial harmony as she posed, her presence accentuating the fragrance's refined sophistication. Their chemistry was flawless. Barnett, watching nearby, could barely contain his envy, his mouth watering. When will such elegant, glamorous endorsements come knocking for me? I'd even do it for free. The female assistant turned off the repeatedly played advertisement, placing a steaming cup of Kopi Luwak coffee in front of the impeccably dressed Cameron. Stop looking. No matter what we do now, we cannot change the situation. The only way is to focus on ourselves. Cameron's face turned pale. He certainly did not expect that Hermes would strike back at Chanel at this crucial. Chanel had recently invested all its financial and material resources into sanctioning Ligon, believing they could effortlessly seize the North London market. Little did they know that Hermes, in collaboration with Miranda and Lin Chun, had suddenly unleashed a super bomb. After the endorsement video was released, it surpassed 2.0 views in just 1 hour, and within 24 hours, the view count was approaching 10 million. The name clearly pointing towards the London market, combined with the masculine allure of Lin Chun and the captivating presence of Miranda, instantly captivated the English market, leading to a skyrocketing sales increase. Cameron urgently convened a Chanel meeting, deciding to offer a higher price after Hermes and Lin Chun's annual endorsement contract ended, aiming to capture this lucrative opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chun's commercial value was being gradually unearthed, with more and more companies eyeing him, preparing to seize the opportunity at the right moment. The endorsement went viral, and the Sun managed to capture a video of Lin Chun and Miranda playfully joking around at the venue and posted it online. Lin Chun knew that there was absolutely no possibility between him and Miranda due to their significant age difference. Lin Chun was not oblivious to the beauties of contemporary European football. If he were to speak of someone who matched his aesthetic, he found himself more appreciative of Guardiola's daughter Maria. As Guardiola's daughter Maria grew up in luxury, her skin was exceptionally well maintained, her facial features were exquisite, and her tall figure made her a rising star model in Europe. The endorsement video featuring Lin Chun and Miranda spread across the internet like a virus, reminiscent of Lin Chun's childhood when he watched the explosive endorsement advertisements from Roja. On September 5th, at the Liverpool training base, Lin Chun strolled into the locker room, carrying his sneakers, suddenly catching a whiff of a familiar scent. This? Lin Chun turned to look. Firmino was holding a bottle of London perfume, spraying it into the air, while deliberately putting on a look of enjoyment. Real men use London perfume. Lin, will saying your name give me a discount? Lin Chun retorted with an eye roll. Firmino, if you have so much idle energy, just run a few more laps. Firmino laughed heartily. After these few matches, Lin Chun had fully integrated into the Liverpool team, with many first-team players expressing fondness for him. Of course, except for Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum was originally a key player for the team, but since Lin Chun's emergence, he had rarely had the opportunity to start, mostly coming off the bench. It was hard for Wijnaldum to accept being a substitute for an 18-year-old kid. On September 8th, in the 5th round of the Premier League, Liverpool was determined to defend their top position. More importantly, they aimed to achieve 5 consecutive wins at the start of the Premier League, a remarkable feat rarely seen in the league's history. This is often referred to as a dream start, a splendid beginning that seems only possible in dreams or illusions, and Liverpool was just one step away from achieving this dream start. Liverpool fans were eagerly anticipating a dream start, laying a solid foundation for the beginning. After all, the League Cup was about to kick off, and with the Champions League group stage, Liverpool would soon enter a tightly packed schedule across 3 fronts. If they could maintain a good points foundation in the league, it would prepare Liverpool for the upcoming challenges in the league. On September 8th, at Turf Moor, the passionate voice of Coach Jan energized all the fans who stayed up late to watch the match. Through ball. Brilliant pass, oh no, what a great assist. Break through the defense. Sulla receives the ball and penetrates the penalty area. Onion. Lob shot. Beautiful. Again, and again, it's in. Lin Chun assisted, Sulla scored. Liverpool leads by 2 goals. This is the 42nd minute of the first half. The exhilarating attacking football will surely have Liverpool fans shouting with delight. Liverpool kicked off with a tactical approach. Arnold's cross from the flank assisted Lin Chun's header into the net. And in the 42nd minute of the match, Lin Chun assisted the Egyptian pharaoh on the flank to successfully score, changing the score to 2-0. Liverpool's attacking football ravages the Premier League, unstoppable. They are just 45 minutes away from achieving a fantastic start and securing 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. The remaining time of the first half ended, and both teams returned to the locker room. Klopp had nothing to emphasize. He was very satisfied with the progress of the match. On the other hand, the Burnley coach was still stressing defense despite the fact they were trailing. You guys are too scattered, tighten your positioning, ensure good zone defense, and don't let Liverpool's distribution catch you off guard. Coach Zhang was also discussing Liverpool's attacking tactics at this time. What surprised me was that Liverpool played more like a kite-flying tactic. They let the ball fly quickly in the air, seemingly useless, but in fact through wide-ranging long passes they reduced the opponent's attention. After the defense moves back and forth multiple times, gaps will naturally appear, and Liverpool will keenly seize these openings to break through. After the second half resumed, Burnley continued to defend, while Liverpool maintained their offensive, turning the match into a one-sided attack and defense. In the 64th minute of the match, Liverpool still wants to organize an attack from the back. Arnold carries the ball on the flank, pushing forward. Pass it to the center Henderson, then switch. On the left side is Robertson, still seeking cooperation in the center. Robertson passed the ball back to Lin Shun, with Main making a forward run on the left. A lofted through ball. Beautiful. Main receives the ball on the left side of the penalty area. Back pass. There's Firmino in the center. Shoot. It's in again. The ball is in. 3-0. The match is over. Burnley had no chance to fight back. Liverpool took the initiative, and at Burnley's home ground, only the cheers of Liverpool fans could be heard. In the remaining time, Liverpool refrained from aggressive attacks to prevent the situation from turning into a feudal conflict. If they pushed Burnley too hard, causing them to commit a couple of malicious fouls, it would be counterproductive. Finally, the entire match concluded. Coach Jan was very happy. Congratulations to Liverpool for achieving a fantastic start, claiming 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. A great achievement. But many strong teams are waiting for them. Soon they will face the ultimate Manchester City, led by Guardiola, as well as the exceptionally strong Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea this season. A real storm is waiting for Liverpool to step into. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Don't pass snacks from the front rows to the back, and absolutely no throwing potato chips at classmates sleeping in the rear. September 9th. Lin Shun should have been reciting Remembering My Brothers on Mountain Dong. Yet instead he sat in the youth training academy listening to his English teacher. A blonde, blue-eyed English teacher approached Lin Shun. How do you say passion in English? Lin Shun replied. The teacher frowned. Why so lifeless? Aren't you a footballer? Then act like one. Lin Shun cleared his throat. Passion. Satisfied, the teacher immediately noted his outstanding performance, an asset certain to boost his future assessments. After completing this simple English-speaking class, Lin Shun returned to Liverpool Football Club to resume training. 2 days remained before the next match, and Liverpool was about to enter the UEFA Champions League group stage. The new season's Champions League reignited fierce competition. After a grueling qualifying round, Liverpool had finally secured their place in the main tournament. For Liverpool, the Champions League was not merely prestigious, it was essential. Advancing deeper meant revenue, meant transfer funds meant strengthening the squad, signing more stars, or perhaps even yachts. On the afternoon of September 9th, after dinner, Jurgen Klopp tapped his wine glass. The crisp chime drew everyone's attention. We'll gather in the meeting room shortly to watch this season's Champions League group draw. Good luck to us all. The group draw would determine Liverpool's opponents, and securing first place in the group promised a far more favorable bracket for the knockout stages. Everyone waited eagerly. Lin Shun took a seat in the front row, flanked by Firmino and Main. A live stream broadcast the draw to fans across China as supporters held their breath for the final outcome. Taka, guest draw master, began selecting teams from each pot. Klopp clasped his hands together, murmuring softly under his breath, "Whoever it is, just don't give us too many giants." Lin Shun, brimming with confidence, draped an arm around Klopp and patted his shoulder. "Relax, the draw's being conducted by Kaka. He'll surely help us break through." 3 minutes later, Group G. First team Liverpool. Moments later, Group G. Second team. At the mention of Monaco, collective tension shattered. Monaco? What on earth is Group G doing? In the Chinese livestream, commentator Zhang expressed disbelief. Judging solely by these 3 teams, predicting who would advance proved nearly impossible. Monaco hails from Ligue 1, the reigning French champions last season. Their strength may wane this term. Key players departed after the title win. Kylian Mbappe has already joined Paris Saint-Germain. Still, they remain a formidable opponent. In the live stream, honestly, Monaco isn't that threatening. Thankfully, Kylian Mbappe has moved to Paris Saint-Germain. Monaco's current firepower is noticeably diminished. Hope the next opponents are comparatively weaker. Firmino continued praying silently. Kaka commenced the third draw. Group G, third team. Firmino gasped sharply. Sevilla, the kings of the Europa League. Seeing Sevilla drawn third, commentator Jean chuckled. Well now, Liverpool has drawn the Europa League monarch. Sevilla from La Liga dominates the Europa League, but this season they've entered the Champions League. Their caliber is unquestionably elite. In the live stream, not too bad. We don't sense overwhelming strength from Sevilla. You're dismissing Sevilla's strength. Group G is undeniably a powerhouse group. Firmino strained with fervent hope, praying Kaka would draw a comparatively weaker fourth opponent. Then came the fourth draw, Shakhtar Donetsk. Silence fell over Liverpool's meeting room. No one dared speak. Even Klopp, seated in the front row, betrayed a faint twitch across his face. Lin Shun seized Firmino by the neck. "Talk. Did you do something to your senior, Kaka?" Main shook his head with a wry smile as Sulla couldn't suppress a laugh. In the Chinese livestream, the final Group G lineup appeared, and instantly Group G surged on trending topics. Klopp switched off the stream and addressed the squad. "Any thoughts on this draw?" Playfulness faded, seriousness returned. Lin Shun barely registered concern. Every group contained giants. Klopp turned to Sulla. "Sulla, what's your take on this draw?" Sulla grinned. A perfectly standard draw. I can't wait to kick off our first group match. Voices rose energized and defiant. The trio of opponents ignited Liverpool's competitive fire. Klopp then looked toward Lin Chun, the youngest in the squad, eager to hear the young man's perspective. Lin Chun showed no nerves, only exhilaration, eyes burning with hunger. Brothers, I don't care if they're powerhouses, Fortress Grounds, Europa League kings, or whatever else they're called. One thing only, crush them. Sky Sports front page headline. Group draw confirmed Liverpool to battle 3 elite teams for qualification. Klopp declares no weaklings in the Champions League. This draw changes nothing for Liverpool. Champions League action begins. First group match, Liverpool hosts Sevilla at Anfield, a clash of titans. Who claims the opening 3 points? With the group confirmed, Klopp launched immediate preparations, delving deep into a revolutionary attacking system to ensure Liverpool entered the Champions League fully armed. High pressing had long defined Klopp's philosophy, but now he sought to evolve it further, an intensified ultra-aggressive variant he dubbed ultra-high pressing. Though still theoretical, assistant coach Klavitz endorsed its viability, and the two worked tirelessly day and night, refining every detail. September 11th. Anfield Stadium stood ready. The Champions League group stage opened, Liverpool hosting Sevilla at home. The long-awaited Champions League spectacle had finally begun. Sevilla is a truly remarkable team. In the past, Sevilla was sometimes referred to as a black shop due to their adeptness at profiting from young players. There are differing accounts regarding the founding date of Sevilla FC, but most fans believe it was established in 1900. Before the various derbies that are now widely recognized, the most famous and intense match in Spanish football was actually the derby between Sevilla and Real Betis, often referred to by fans as the greatest derby. On September 10th, in the Roja live broadcast room, while waiting for the match to start, Coach Jean shared some interesting anecdotes with the fans. The assistant entered the broadcast room to deliver the starting lineup, and Coach Jean knew that a historic moment was about to arrive. Lin Chun made his first start in a UEFA Champions League match. Dear fans, both teams have submitted their starting lineups. This is Lin Chun's first appearance on the stage of the UEFA Champions League, a historic moment in his career. Both teams have submitted their starting lineups. Let's first take a look at Sevilla's side. Goalkeeper Rico. Defenders Escudero, Pareja, Jair Mercado. Midfielders Pizarro, Banega, and Zonzi. Forwards Joaquin Correa, Ben Yedder Navas. Among them, the 3 forwards of Sevilla deserve special attention, especially Joaquin Correa on the left flank. Since the start of this season, he has been performing exceptionally well in the league, scoring 3 goals in the first 5 matches along with 2 assists, showcasing an extraordinary average of contributing to 1 goal per match. Coach Zhang then began introducing the starting lineup for Liverpool. Liverpool is also fielding their strongest team. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Robertson, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders Wijnaldum, Henderson, Lin Chun. Forwards Main, Firmino, Sulla. The players have entered the field and the match is about to begin. Lin Chun stood in the center of the field, surveying the surroundings, diligently observing the positioning of each Sevilla player. In this match, Liverpool employed a newly developed wing breakthrough tactic combined with their traditional high press. The combination of old and new tactics often yields remarkable results, first creating breakthrough opportunities from the flanks, then penetrating through the midfield and assisting from the fullbacks. Multiple players pushing forward to participate in the attack always enhances Liverpool's offensive firepower. However, Sevilla did not restrain themselves. After the match began, they kicked off and aggressively pressed forward, attempting to take the initiative. Sevilla also aims to penetrate through the center as Banega drives the ball forward. Ben Yedder drops back, performing a 1-2 pass to the wing, and a diagonal ball finds Joaquin Correa. Still looking to attack this side, Joaquin Correa dribbles past. He bypasses Arnold and invades the penalty area. A shot from a tight angle. Lovren makes a timely tackle, blocking Joaquin Correa's shot opportunity. A successful defense. Sevilla found a shooting chance in their first attack, and it would be a lie to say Liverpool fans weren't nervous. That shouldn't have happened. Arnold's defense was a bit reckless. He lost his defensive position too early. Sevilla's midfield setup is quite interesting. Pizarro and Zonzi pushed forward, deliberately pressuring Lin Chun's side, forcing him to retreat. Lin Chun was drawn into a defensive position, while Banega surged forward into the midfield. Sevilla's intention was to deliberately create a midfield overload, seeking opportunities from other areas. As Coach Jean said this, he couldn't help but smile. I can hardly believe what I'm saying. Normally, an 18-year-old making his first start in the Champions League would be the one targeted, yet Lin Chun is the one being intentionally avoided. Sevilla must have conducted thorough research on Lin Chun, aware of his formidable physical presence. Lin Chun gradually sensed that he seemed to be being rendered ineffective by Sevilla. Sevilla deliberately positioned Pizarro close around him, denying him space to receive the ball. They then pushed their formation forward, forcing Liverpool to retreat. At one point, they managed to create a pressing situation on the field. However, Klopp simply instructed his players to stabilize the rhythm and maintain a chain defense with 3 tightly knit chains of defense set on the field. From the recent matches, it's clear that Klopp's tactics for Liverpool are evident. Offense is centered on wing breakthroughs and high pressing, while defense is based on chain defense and high pressing. In the 20th minute of the match, the situation on the field remained tense. Sevilla held a slight advantage, but found it challenging to create clear scoring opportunities. By this time, Lynch had become quite familiar with Sevilla's midfield pressing style. He began to increase his movement, and his sudden burst of speed caught Pizarro off guard. In the 26th minute of the match, Sevilla still wants to bypass Lynch's side through the center, but Lynch's evasive movement was excellent. He shook off Pizarro and pressured Banega. A side collision he intercepted. A strong tackle. He passed back to Arnold to reorganize, launching a direct over-the-top ball from the wing, and Sulla initiated an attack. Facing Escudero, he shifted his shoulder and cut inside. He's gone past him and is moving towards the center of the penalty area, across to the far post. A great opportunity. A header shot. Rico performed excellently. Lin Chun is getting into the game, and that tackle was outstanding. It's quite normal for a 17-year-old to feel a bit out of place on the UEFA Champions League stage for the first time. However, Lin Chun demonstrated his remarkable adaptability, quickly getting accustomed to the rhythm. After adapting to Sevilla's pressing rhythm, Lin Chun began to become more active in the midfield. Frequent physical confrontations and interceptions gradually pushed Sevilla's formation back. Ben Yedder, who had been exceptionally active since the start, also successfully caught Lin Chun's attention. Once you draw Lin Chun's focus, you should understand what you are about to face. Ben Yedder suddenly sensed something. He turned his head in response to the feeling and saw Lin Chun locking eyes with him in a moment of mutual understanding. Ben Yedder was certain there was a connection, but Lin Chun clearly was not. Coach Jean was narrating in the broadcast room as Sevilla's attack surged once more. Indeed, it came again from the left flank, though Escudero received the ball and made a through pass looking for Joaquin Correa. The latter beautifully crossed to Ben Yedder, then initiated a run hoping to combine with him. Ben Yedder immediately lifted his foot, preparing to pass to his teammate, but he saw Lin Chun charging in from his flank. The tension among Liverpool fans grew ever more intense. Lin Chun was so fast that he became a blur in the frame. He lunged fiercely at Ben Yedder. No matter what, he had to prevent Ben Yedder from slipping the ball to Correa. Bang! Ben Yedder clutched his leg and screamed, collapsing in pain. Lin Chun, however, was completely unfazed, having completed an excellent defensive play. He stood up, and Arnold approached him to express gratitude, otherwise he would have likely been bypassed by Ben Yedder. Oh my God, that was brutal. Lin Chun. A violent yet precise tackle to stop Ben Yedder's through ball. The tackle was spectacular. The referee deemed it a clean play. But I can hardly imagine how painful it must be for Ben Yedder at this moment. What on earth was that tackle, my goodness? Coach Jean couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed the Sevilla team doctor rushing onto the field with various medical tools in hand. Ben Yedder remained on the ground in agony, rolling back and forth as he attempted to alleviate the pain coursing through his body. I can't imagine how much that must hurt. From the replay, Lin Chun indeed made contact with the ball first, but then his whole body came crashing down like a rocket onto Ben Yedder's leg. In fact, he didn't actually tackle Ben Yedder. Lin Chun pulled back his foot, but his knee struck Ben Yedder's calf. Then Lin Chun rose up while Ben Yedder was knocked to the ground, completing a 180-degree flip, clutching his calf in pain and no longer making any sound. Lin Chun approached Ben Yedder, focusing on the team doctor's examination. He never intended to harm anyone, but he had to act as he did in that moment. After the examination, fortunately, Ben Yedder had not sustained any serious injury. It was merely muscle pain enough to make him instinctively roar. The team doctor immediately sprayed him with dry ice and rubbed it repeatedly to help alleviate the pain. Ultimately, amidst the applause of the fans, Ben Yedder slowly got to his feet. Lin Chun helped Ben Yedder to the sidelines to take a rest. Ben Yedder patted him on the chest, and Lin Chun returned the gesture by patting his back. The way men resolve misunderstandings is quite simple. Ben Yedder knew that Lin Chun had no intention of injuring him. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for Lin Chun to pull back his foot during the tackle. It seems there is no misunderstanding between them. Ben Yedder does not think Lin Chun intended to harm him. From the replay, Lin Chun indeed pulled back his foot, otherwise it would have been a very serious stomp. After a brief pause, the match continued. Once Ben Yedder received the referee's permission, he quickly returned to the field, rejoining the game. Sevilla was still pressing hard, especially their front trio, who showed remarkable synergy. Lovren continuously directed the defense, maintaining a close formation to minimize space in the flanks, not giving Sevilla any opportunities to shoot. Lin Chun entered observation mode. Although the trio appeared fierce, it was actually Sevilla's midfield providing the firepower support. particularly Banega, whose dribbling and forward passing abilities were exceptional, almost acting as Lin Chen's keen eyes focused on the engine Banega. He knew that as long as he could limit Banega, he could stifle Sevilla's offense. In the 35th minute of the match, Sevilla's goalkeeper Rico executed a short pass, threading through Firmino's pressure, and accurately delivered the ball to Banega's feet. Banega twisted the ball and turned without hesitation, ready to launch a forward charge. However, at the moment of lying down, he exerted a bit too much force, causing the ball to roll just a bit further than he anticipated. Banega initially didn't mind, but the next second a shadow swiftly darted past him. Like a baseball bat sweeping everything in its path, it crashed before Banega. Before Banega could react, Lin Chen seized the ball and surged forward, pushing Banega aside to complete the tackle. Banega stumbled back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The fierce tackle even elicited gasps from the Sevilla fans in attendance, while Lin Chen appeared unfazed, keeping his head up as he dribbled forward. At this moment, his Pirlo-like skills were shining bright. Lin Chen felt as though the field ahead was wide open. Even though Sevilla's defenders were doing their utmost to tighten their formation, they were trying to prevent Lin Chen from finding passing space. However, the slight and inconceivable passing route still appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. After a brief observation, he noticed Firmino making a reverse run, drawing the defender away from his marking area. Sulla stretched out wide, asking for the ball, while only Main surged forward along the left flank. Lin Chen immediately waved his left hand lightly, and Main instantly sprang into action, the two synchronizing in an instant. Crack! A perfectly timed through ball. The beautiful arc bypassed the defenders' heads and fell directly to the left side of the penalty area. Main successfully timed his run, and the ball set him up for a clear shot. Facing the goalkeeper, Main took a slight adjustment step before curling the shot towards the far corner. The ball followed the trajectory Main envisioned, smoothly sinking into the bottom right corner of the net. An exquisite curling shot from a tight angle. What a goal! It's in. Fiery steel. Smoky tie sway. Coach Jean was ecstatic. Banega intended to advance with the ball, but ended up being dispossessed. After winning the ball, Lin Chen had a clear mindset, immediately launching a counterattack, pushing forward along the center. Once he pressured Sevilla's penalty arc, he executed a beautiful over-the-top through ball, connecting with Mainy's forward run on the left side. I must say Lin Chen's passing has become increasingly precise lately, consistently providing his teammates with excellent. Originally, he was known for his long-range shooting ability, but now Lin Chen is gradually evolving, becoming a more well-rounded player. After Main scored, he pointed at Lin Chen, and the entire Liverpool team celebrated. Scoring just before halftime was crucial for Liverpool. Once the match resumed, Sevilla desperately sought to mount a counterattack, trying to salvage the game and at least equalize the score before halftime. However, a tireless young man dashing around the field and aggressively pressing suddenly appeared. In the 39th minute of the match, Banega passed to Nzonzi. Sevilla still aimed for the flanks. He passed to the right where Navas received the ball and intended to execute a 1-2 with Banega. Once again, Lin Chen arrived in time, twisting to withstand Banega and completing the interception. A long pass aimed for Main on the left, but this time the delivery was slightly too deep. After receiving the ball, Main controlled it backward first, stabilizing the tempo on the pitch. Liverpool began to reclaim control. In the 43rd minute of the match, Rico sent a long pass toward the center, aiming to win the header. Pizarro collided hard with Lin Chen, and the ball remained in a chaotic state. Nzonzi followed up for another steal while Lin Chen protected the ball with his back. He pushed Nzonzi aside and passed it back. I initially thought Liverpool needed to address the issue with Joaquin Correa, but from the current situation, it seems Sevilla needs to solve the problem with Lin Chen. His ability to intercept and compete in the midfield is too strong, while Sevilla's midfielders are all small and agile players. Pizarro, Banega, and Nzonzi struggle against Lin Chen's size and strength, which creates a natural disadvantage for them. As the first half concluded, the Sky Sports commentary room replayed the highlights of the first half, allowing fans to relive the exciting moments. Gerard watched for a moment before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He immediately covered his face with his hands and said, "This is hardly a highlight reel of the first half. Lin's presence is everywhere. He seems like an inexhaustible existence. Can you put in a bit more effort? An 18-year-old young man has torn your midfield apart like this. Have you no shame?" The Sevilla coach was extremely angry and was dissatisfied with the team's performance in the first half. In the second half, we need to increase our physical confrontations in the midfield and be more patient, giving them no chance to score. In the first half, Liverpool had been penetrating through the center, and the Sevilla coach believed that Liverpool would continue this tactic in the second half. But Klopp was already prepared with a new tactic ready to break through from the flanks. It was time to unveil our. Klopp pulled out the tactics board. In the second half, we should seek more team cooperation from the wings, creating opportunities on the flanks, encouraging the wingers to take unknown situations or to make diagonal passes. 15 minutes later the match began. Wanatwo Sulla returned the ball to Lin Shun, who received it and passed again. Beautiful. Another one too. Sulla burst into the byline cut and aiming to shoot. The shot was blocked. It bounced into the penalty area, still a chance. Follow up for the rebound. Lin Shun powerfully shot the ball into the net. Wonderful. Just as the next match began, Liverpool extended their lead. 2-0. Sevilla welcome to Anfield. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Gerrard stood up and applauded. Did you see that? Did you see that? The combination between Sulla and Lin was dazzling. Their level of understanding was high, indicating that their continuous play together in recent matches had formed a close bond. Sulla sprinted towards Lin Shun and jumped up to embrace him in celebration, while other Liverpool players rushed over, all tightly hugging each other. This Liverpool team has an exceptionally high level of cohesion. It is an incredibly united squad. You should understand how important unity is for a team. This is why Liverpool has had such a dream start to the season. Lin Shun stood out particularly. He has created goals in the last 3 matches, and I believe no one would question his starting position now. Winning 5 consecutive matches in the Premier League and leading the Champions League group stage with a 2-goal advantage, this Liverpool really gives me hope. As a Liverpool fan, Coach Jean could not hide his excitement. All Liverpool fans, like Coach Jean, were dreaming of a bright future. After the celebration ended, both sides returned to their halves, and the match continued. Sevilla gradually discovered that their formation was being pushed further back by Liverpool's wing breakthroughs. In the 72nd minute of the match, given the current situation, Sevilla could only bypass the midfield with long balls directly aiming for their forwards. They wanted to bypass Liverpool's central blockade directly, but playing long balls from the back is unlikely to create threats. Jair lifted his foot for a long pass, still trying to find Ben Yedder. Winning the first ball, he headed it to the right. Navas tried to control it to dribble past, but was read. Robertson intercepted and advanced. Navas had no choice but to foul. Another yellow card. There was a wide open space in front of Robertson. Navas must not let him counterattack. Sevilla found themselves in a real dilemma. Neither attacking nor defending was working, and the match had completely fallen into Liverpool's control. Finally, as the injury time ended, Anfield erupted in cheers. Klopp stood tall and proud while Lin Shun embraced Sulla and Main, laughing and thanking the fans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his Champions League debut, earning 150 points. With an outstanding performance in this match, he receives an additional 15 points, bringing the total to 255. Lin Shun was very happy. He was just 45 points away from obtaining his 3rd skill, and activating the 3rd skill would also unlock the next Growth Star C for free. If the effect is the same as the first all-around Growth Star C, he will gain the ability to directly increase one attribute by 20 points. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Jean stood up and applauded. The match is over. Congratulations to Liverpool for winning their first round of the Champions League group stage, securing 3 crucial points in a strong confrontation. What makes me even happier is that this Liverpool gives me more hope. I believe they have the ability to go further. Klopp was very happy and gave the team a day off, while Lin Shun chose to lie at home, playing a few rounds of football games to relax his muscles and enjoying a cup of milk tea coffee and a small piece of dessert. Soon a piece of news broke the tranquility. On September 13th, the final list of the European Golden Boy was officially announced. The announcement quickly sparked heated discussions online, and fans noticed that this year's list seemed to feature an unusually high number of talented young players. The UEFA's official special column program also analyzed this list. Several legends were invited to participate, including Gerard Vieira, Cantona, David Villa, and Casillas, all of whom were once legendary stars. Based on the current situation, I believe Kylian Mbappe has the highest probability. There are still 3 months left until the end of the season, and Mbappe has already played more important matches. Casillas favored Mbappe. Although Lin has also been performing exceptionally well recently, so have Jesus and Ousmane Dembele, and all of them have had good playing time in the top 5 leagues. From this we can see that teams are increasingly focusing on cultivating young players, and what they are doing can contribute to the progress of football. In addition to these 3, there is also Chiesa. I believe that unless Lin can enter the Spain U17 team and deliver an outstanding performance in a major tournament, he won't shake Mbappe's position in the journalists' votes. The upcoming U17 World Cup may be his last chance. Everyone agreed with Casillas. After all, Mbappe burst onto the scene earlier than Lin Shun, having the advantage of first impressions. If Lin wants to surpass others, relying solely on his club-level playing frequency won't be enough. Even if Lin performs exceptionally well in the past 6 months, he won't have the opportunity. Because others have played more matches than you, they will score more and receive more attention. That's just the way it is. Thus, the only event that can change Lin Shun's fate for the Golden Boy Award is the U17 World Cup. Lin should feel fortunate. He just happens to coincide with the U17 World Cup schedule, which is his only chance to make a comeback and surpass others. Gerrard spoke up. I believe in Lin and Barnett. But the difficulty of winning the U17 World Cup is immense. Just the talent-rich England makes it hard for Spain to defeat them. To be honest, I don't understand why he ranked in the top 25 of the Golden Boy Award. Our goal hasn't changed. We still aim to compete for the championship this season. We will prove our strength in this match. I believe Liverpool isn't that formidable, and we will put an end to their 5-game winning streak. Shinji Okazaki displayed immense confidence in response to the reporters' questions, consistently expressing his recognition of the team. Leicester City, nicknamed the Foxes, boasts one of the best owners in history, Vic High. During the 2015-2016 season, under the guidance of the resourceful Ranieri, they miraculously clinched the Premier League title, becoming one of the most memorable miracles in Premier League history. In the 6th round of the Premier League, Liverpool's opponent is Leicester City. When they meet, Okazaki boldly speaks out before the match, particularly targeting Lin Shun, and it's clear to everyone why. Liverpool continues to adhere to a high-pressing tactic combined with wing breakthroughs, while Leicester City executes a standard quick counterattack. On September 14th, at 4 p.m. European time, the weather is sunny with a gentle breeze, perfect for the game. In the Huaxiao live broadcast room, Leicester City has been maintaining a low defensive posture, contracting their formation and looking for counterattack opportunities. Another cross from the flank, and Liverpool creates a chance through the wing. The delivery is decent, heading towards the back post. Main heads it. He couldn't generate enough power. What a pity, Main missed a golden opportunity. On the sidelines, Klopp is clapping frantically. Since the start of the match, Liverpool has had several opportunities, but their finishing touch has always been lacking. Leicester City piles up players in the penalty area, executing an excellent blocking tactic that consistently disrupts Liverpool players' shooting actions. At this point, the match has already passed 30 minutes. Liverpool has taken 5 shots, 4 of which were on target, yet the score remains unchanged while Leicester City continues with their defensive strategy. From Leicester City's starting lineup, it's clear that they aim to create opportunities through defensive counterattacks. As the match becomes tense, Coach Zhang begins to analyze tactics for the fans. Vardy plays as the lone striker at the forefront, while Okazaki takes on the role of the attacking midfielder, facilitating play in the front line. Right back Mahrez is versatile both in attack and defense, while Ndidi in the center is particularly robust in interceptions. Especially their center-back Maguire, whose interception and heading abilities are among the best in the Premier League. Just as he spoke, Liverpool's attack surged back. Lin Shun received a pass from Henderson, controlling the tempo with small steps, looking for an opportunity to advance. Behind him, Okazaki swiftly retreated, hoping to catch Lin Shun off guard. Unbeknownst to Okazaki, Lin Shun was already prepared, using his back to fend off Okazaki and continuing to advance with the ball. Okazaki persistently followed behind, tugging and pulling at him, with multiple minor fouls constituting a foul. However, the referee deemed the attack advantageous and did not stop the match until Okazaki, in a fit of anger, rammed into Lin Shen's backside from behind. Beep. Foul. The referee arrived on the scene and issued a yellow card to Okazaki. Yet this did not quell Liverpool's fury. Al Firmino was the first to step forward, grabbing Okazaki by the collar with a fierce expression. Liverpool players surrounded Okazaki while Lin Shen, lying on the ground, caught a glimpse of Okazaki retreating and stealthily placed his right leg behind him. Caught off guard while retreating back, Okazaki accidentally stubbed his heel on Lin Shen's right leg, falling backward and landing heavily on the ground. Lin Shen then stood up, pointing at Okazaki with a mocking smile on his face. A large-scale conflict erupted between both sides, and the referee blew his whistle repeatedly to barely quell the clash. The first half of the match ended amidst the intermittent rhythm, with the score still at 0-0. After returning to the locker room, Klopp remained quite confident. "Believe me, brothers, they won't hold on forever. In the second half, we will continue to press forward aggressively and give them no chance to breathe." Klopp still intended to push for offense, while Lin Shen aimed to capitalize on Okazaki. Soon the second half of the match resumed. Liverpool's forward positioning saw slight adjustments. It was no longer just ordinary wing breakthroughs, but incorporated frequent 1-2 combinations. Lin Shen and Emre can position themselves on the left and right, providing fire support for Main and Salah. Henderson was situated in the center, frequently sending through balls to Firmino. The greatest advantage of this positioning is that it can separate Leicester City's defenders, preventing them from providing defensive help to their teammates. Leicester City's defense is precarious, and Okazaki is forced to retreat frequently to assist the backline. Minute 66 of the match. Still looking for the flanks, Lin Shen and Salah executed a 1-2. Salah broke into the penalty area. He cut inside for a shot. It was deflected by the goalkeeper, and Maguire cleared it with a long kick. The ball flew towards the midfield, and both Okazaki and Lin Shen contested for the header. Lin Shen fixed his gaze on the incoming ball, determined to intercept the first drop. Meanwhile, Okazaki surged forward from behind, and the two contested for the ball. Both players charged towards the first drop, and as they swung their legs, they had to seize the first point, resulting in a clash of feet. Okazaki knew that even if given 100 more chances he would never choose to clash feet with Lin Shun, yet this one time, he chose to confront Lin Shun head-on. Bang! Okazaki went wild. He felt Maddox's pain. A scream echoed through the sky. Ouch! Coach Jean chuckled. He seems to be in a lot of pain. But the referee did not stop the match. Liverpool was on the attack. The ball was passed to Emre Can. A 45-degree cross. To the back post. A powerful header. Beautiful, the ball went in. Good goal. Liverpool has finally taken the lead. Lin Shun's excellent header intercepted Emre Can's ball, was delivered directly to assist, and Firmino seized the opportunity without hesitation. Liverpool fans can start celebrating. In the live broadcast room, I don't know where Okazaki found the courage to challenge Lin Shun. In an unknown, Lin Shun could easily outplay him. Do you know what it means to have bloodline dominance? He's been living too comfortably. It's time to show them some color. Destroy this waste, and let him feel what pain really is. As Okazaki lay on the ground screaming in agony, he turned his head and saw Firmino heading the ball into the net, and the pain in his body seemed to multiply. Turning his head again, he saw Lin Shun standing over him wearing a teasing smile. At that moment, Okazaki's world collapsed. The Leicester City team doctor has entered the pitch. Shinji Okazaki appears to be in serious condition. Before the live broadcast, Maddox instinctively took several deep breaths. His wife sensed her husband's tension. What's wrong, dear? Maddox shook his head. Nothing. Just some unpleasant memories. Okazaki clutched his chest as the team doctor examined him for signs of concussion. Lin Shun is precisely this kind of player on the football pitch. You must never expect him to back down. In truth, football is just such a sport. Though this may sound unorthodox, playing with grit, even roughness, is far more suited to football than playing passively or timidly. Of course, under normal circumstances, sheer physical and mental toughness already embodies the fundamental hallmark of an elite footballer. Coach Jean remarked. They say football mirrors life, and indeed it does. If you lack hardness, if you possess no fierce resolve, you will never become a professional footballer. Professional footballers begin competing at the highest level from childhood. They understand precisely what is demanded of them on the pitch. Once you appear weak, you instantly become prey for opponents, and you'll never be allowed to express even a fraction of your true ability. Football is a terrifying sport, and footballers are a terrifying breed. On the pitch, they must fight first and foremost for themselves. Yet simultaneously, they must fuse ruthless self-interest with unwavering team spirit, pushing both to their absolute extremes. Only then can you possibly rise to become an outstanding professional footballer. So when you step onto the pitch, never assume that enduring injustice will help you focus on the game. Entertain that thought, and anyone will attempt to dominate you. After which redemption becomes nearly. You must retaliate, but never recklessly foul. Retaliate intelligently like Lin Shun, calmly, rationally, and without risking a card. That is the only conduct befitting the pitch. Coach Jean grew increasingly impressed by Lin Shun. Liverpool fans and Chinese supporters alike cheered with unrestrained delight. After the medical examination, play resumed. Trailing by 1 goal, Leicester City's continued reliance on defensive counterattacks had lost all purpose. Their overall formation finally surged forward, but in doing so they exposed ever-widening gaps behind for Liverpool to exploit. 79th minute. Leicester City pushes up en masse. Ndidi drives forward with the ball. Lin Shun attempts a tackle, but Ndidi is equally powerful. He shifts right. Maguire takes possession and bursts past defenders with remarkable agility. A curling cross to the far post. Vardy's chance. Lovren intervenes brilliantly. A superb clearance. At the far post, Arnold calmly controls the ball, keeping it in play. A long diagonal kick launches toward the left flank. Main is unmarked. Liverpool launches a rapid counterattack, with 4 players surging forward simultaneously. Lin Shun sprints forward just behind the front 3. Main receives the ball and explodes past Morgan with sheer pace. He halts abruptly, then flicks a delicate heel pass backward to Lin Shun, who arrives perfectly positioned to receive. Lin Shun meets the pass mid-stride. Pirlo's signature skill gleams vividly. He makes no attempt to control or settle the ball. Instead, with a subtle flick of his ankle, he sends a breathtaking cloud-skimming arc soaring toward the far post. It finds Salah surging into space. The Egyptian pharaoh receives and shoots. Immediately. He scores. Immediately. Coach Jean gasps in astonishment. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. A sublime assist by Lin Shun. A rainbow pass. Exquisitely delivered. Brilliantly executed. Liverpool's victory is sealed. They are about to claim their 6th consecutive league win. Salah drops to one knee once again, polishing Lin Shun's boots in celebration. Whenever Lin Shun assists him, Salah delights in this ritual. Leicester City collapses entirely. At full-time, Liverpool secures a commanding 20 victory. Lin Shun delivers another decisive assist. Fans grow ever more enamored with this remarkably gifted young talent. Immediately afterward, the new season's transfermarkt valuation rankings are officially updated. For the first time, Lin Chen now possesses his own market value. All eyes turn to how high Lin Chen's valuation will soar. On September 16th, European live streams launch punctually. Fans and analysts gather to debate the newly published valuations, scrutinizing which players are overvalued, which undervalued. A controversial topic guaranteed to draw massive engagement. Alongside Gerard, the show specially invites Robin van Persie, former Premier League captain, to join the panel. Van Persie, in your estimation, how high will Lin's valuation climb? Van Persie paused thoughtfully. Following Neymar's transfer, current market valuations across world football have surged dramatically. Moreover, Transfermarkt weighs age and performance across Europe's top 5 leagues when updating figures. Yet Lin has played only 6 league matches and 1 UEFA Champions League group stage fixture. Thus, I doubt his valuation will leap to truly astonishing heights. However, his youth grants him significant upward leverage, making his final valuation genuinely unpredictable. In fact, it may well stun everyone. Van Persie offered the most balanced assessment. Gerard nodded. His intuition remained strong. Lin Chen's valuation would exceed even the boldest expectations. Fans debated passionately in the live stream chat, some guessed low. Clearly skeptics, others approached the question with sober analysis, still others fervently hoped for the highest possible figure. Undoubtedly diehard Liverpool supporters. Amidst the online chatter, Barnett and Lin Chen sat tensely before a screen in distant Europe. Barnett especially appeared far more anxious than Lin Chen himself. Barnett, why are you trembling? It's your client's valuation being announced, not yours, Lin Chen teased with. Barnett clasped his hands together repeatedly in prayer. Don't speak. I'm praying for you. The Golden Boy Award race is fiercest right now. Your higher valuation works directly in your favor. Moreover, the higher your valuation, the more endorsement offers will flood in, and your future contract wages will inevitably rise. A strong market value becomes a pivotal catalyst for greater income and global recognition. Barnett understood the critical importance of player valuations better than anyone. He was, after all, a football. Hearing that his earnings stood to increase, Lin Chen immediately joined Barnett's prayer circle. Both repeated their silent invocations until the official rankings were unveiled. Without much delay, Barnett spotted Lin Chen's valuation. And just as he erupted in cheers, Liverpool fans exploded online. 45 million. I told you. We possess the finest young talent in world football today. At such a tender age, nearing the 50 million threshold. That's pure, unassailable excellence. Youth truly is an advantage. It dramatically accelerates valuation growth. No one anticipated it. On the latest Transfermarkt rankings, Lin Chen received a staggering new market value of 45 million. So much. 45 million. Lin Chen himself couldn't believe it, yet the Transfermarkt update clearly displayed a valuation of 45 million euros. Moreover, this post from the Transfermarkt in conjunction with UEFA provided a detailed explanation of the player valuation. Lin Chen valued at 45 million euros. Evaluation reason. His age of 18 adds significantly to his value. Despite being so young, he has demonstrated remarkable maturity in the Premier League. Although he hasn't played many first-team matches, he has shown exceptional potential. Additionally, his outstanding performances across various competitions have greatly enhanced his value. The explanation on the Transfermarkt update was clear. Lin Chen's age and the potential he displayed were his greatest assets. Furthermore, Lin Chen's strong performances in different competitions were regarded as rare by the valuationists because the intensity and atmosphere vary across different competitions. Displaying excellence in all of them indicates a strong adaptability and suggests that his performance won't be limited to just one event. Such stability is crucial in football. Barnett smiled with satisfaction, leaning back in his chair to light the cigar in his mouth. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen Barnett with a lit cigar. I didn't expect it to be this high. Look at the online reactions to your new valuation. It seems I'm not the only one hoping you'll win the Golden Boy Award. There will definitely be journalists deliberately asking you about your new valuation. When facing different reporters, especially those from the French football scene and the Sun, try to avoid answering any useless questions. Be cautious and ensure you safely navigate through the Golden Boy Award voting period. Lin Chen nodded and patted Barnett on the shoulder. Do you think I can win the Golden Boy Award? Barnett smiled. Of course. I've never felt this confident before. The news quickly spread across the internet. While there were fans supporting Lin Chen's 45 million euro valuation, most were from Liverpool and Chinese Spanish fans. Including Manchester United fans, many rival fans from Liverpool began to express doubts. Especially the Manchester United fans, who were very active. Any post regarding Lin Chen's 45 million euro valuation would see them first to comment, seeking attention, driving traffic, and stirring controversy. If Lin is worth 45 million, then Martial is worth 90 million. If Lin is worth 45 million, then the traitor Sterling from Liverpool is also worth 90 million. I've heard that Barnett has incredible connections, but I didn't expect him to reach the transfer market valuation rankings. So in this day and age, any young player who performs decently can have such a high valuation. Such comments flooded the internet. Manchester United fans certainly didn't want to see a super rookie emerge. After all, Manchester United and Liverpool are absolute rivals with a long-standing history of enmity. Football matches have become a way for the fans of both cities to express their anger. Back when they had Marshall, Manchester United fans often sang a song, "We have money, we have Marshall," while Liverpool has nothing. But now with Lin Chin's emergence, Manchester United fans can't accept it. Barnett was initially worried that these doubts would affect Lin Chin's mindset. However, when he arrived at Lin Chin's room on the morning of September 16th, the latter was lying on the bed playing a football game. "Damn it, this damn planner. If you can't handle the celebration, just get lost, and let me do it." Barnett stayed beside Lin Chin eating a sandwich, suddenly feeling that his visit was quite unnecessary. The guy in front of him was leisurely playing the game, even cursing the planner, seemingly unaffected by external. Lin Chin quickly guessed why Barnett had come to find him. The second round of the Champions League group stage is approaching. "Don't worry, Barnett, it'll make those guys shut up." Lin Chin was indeed still somewhat influenced, but the effects of that influence were positive and constructive. Not. Barnett looked at Lin Chin, feeling that the young man before him exuded a particularly unique aura. Confident, yet not arrogant, carrying a hint of steadiness combined with the unique vitality of youth. On September 18th, the third round of the EFL Cup began, with Liverpool fielding a completely. Since Professor Wenger's time, the EFL Cup has gradually evolved into a tournament for nurturing young players compared to the other for major leagues. Klopp fielded a total of 4 youth academy players while the opponent was a weak team from League Two. Eventually, the fully rotated Liverpool won 31, successfully advancing to the fourth round. All the main players got ample rest, allowing Liverpool to prepare for the second round of the Champions League group stage in their best condition, with the opponent being Shakhtar Donetsk. On September 21st, in the pre-match tactical analysis room, everyone thinks Shakhtar Donetsk will finish bottom in the group of death, but they slaughtered Monaco 30 in the first round, instantly attracting attention. Coach Zhang introduced. Shakhtar displayed powerful attacking prowess and pressing tactics in the first round. Their style is somewhat similar to Liverpool's current play. Klopp has been repeatedly emphasizing in training these days, "We must come out in our best form, we have to take Shakhtar seriously, we must win. From the very first minute of the match, we need to get into our rhythm quickly and start executing tactics that combine wing breakthroughs with high pressing. We need to seize the moments of transition between attack and defense, ramp up the intensity, and give Shakhtar no chance to breathe." After in-depth research, Klopp and Kravitz found that Shakhtar's tactical style closely resembled Liverpool's. In a head-to-head clash of similar styles, whoever can achieve a higher pace and greater intensity will gain the upper hand on the field. On September 21st, at 8 p.m. European time, Anfield. Fans, the Champions League group stage's second round is about to kick off. First, let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Shakhtar Donetsk will line up in a 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper Pyatov. Defenders Ismaili Rakitsky, Krivtsov, Butko. Midfielders Fred Stepanenko, Tyson. Forwards Bernard Ferreira, Marlos. Among them, the defensive midfielder Fred is attracting a lot of attention, with rumors that both Manchester clubs are interested in him. Liverpool will line up in a 4,213 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Robertson, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders Lynch and Emre and Henderson. Forwards main Firmino, Sulla. Ladies and gentlemen, the showdown officially begins. Recently, Lin Chin has indeed attracted a lot of attention. His market value of 45 million euros not only affirms his abilities, but also brings him considerable scrutiny. After the match began, the pace was not fast as both sides were in a testing phase. Coach Zhang took the opportunity to chat with the fans. To be honest, it is somewhat surprising that the transfer market would assign such a high value to Lin Chin. However, considering his age and the current era of financially driven football, perhaps he should not face so much doubt. As the fans discussed, the pace of the game suddenly accelerated. In the 19th minute of the match, Liverpool's two fullbacks suddenly surged forward, with Arnold and Robertson both making runs. Henderson controlled the ball in the middle, passing it to Emre Can, while Lin Chin made a run behind. One touch, one pass, another pass. A through ball sent from the wing. Lin Chin played it very calmly, and Robertson surged forward to receive the ball. Liverpool's counterattack was very beautiful and fast. They were actively increasing the pace. All players of Shakhtar retreated. Robertson engaged in a union with Butko, making a penetrating run. Main crossed from the byline. Krivtsov headed the ball away. The first touch at the top of the penalty area was seized by Lin Chin, cutting in for a curling shot. At the moment Lin Chun curled the shot, Fred happened to arrive, interfering from the side, and Lin Chun's curling shot grazed the crossbar and flew towards the stands, nearly resulting in a goal. From this defensive play, Fred indeed performed well, holding his position as a defensive midfielder. No wonder both Manchester clubs are interested in him. Liverpool officially sounded the horn for a counterattack, increasing their speed, determined to take the initiative at Anfield. In the 27th minute of the match, Lin Chun had been observing Fred and Stepanenko's cooperation was excellent, but the attacking midfielder Tyson basically did not participate in the defense in order to meet the needs of Shakhtar Donetsk's transition between attack and defense. Thus Lin Chun constantly faced two defensive midfielders, but if Emre could coordinate with him at the top of the penalty area, coupled with Firmino's retreating role with 3 against 2, they could quickly gain an attacking opportunity. After observing, Lin Chun immediately found Firmino and Emre quietly discussing until the three reached an agreement. In the 30th minute of the match, Shakhtar Donetsk's cross was unsuccessful, caught by Minale with both hands. The latter immediately threw the ball to initiate a counterattack, accurately finding Lin Chun in midfield. Before receiving the ball, Lin Chun quickly turned his head to observe behind him. Indeed, only Fred and Stepanenko were there. Firmino had left the penalty area and positioned himself at the arc's edge, ready to receive and act as a pivot. Emre made a forward run. Lin Chun controlled the ball with his chest, not waiting for it to drop. He executed a stunning lob pass. The beautiful arc bypassed the Fred behind him, landing perfectly in front of Emre Can. Face to face with Stepanenko, Emre Can shrugged his shoulder, calmly feinting before swiftly changing direction to complete the breakthrough. At this moment, Shakhtar had yet to sense the impending danger until Fred suddenly noticed Lin Chun, who had been behind him, suddenly made a big step forward, his off-ball run tearing through Shakhtar's midfield. Bang! Emre Can's pass was not directed to Lin Chun, but to Firmino. Swish! Firmino ran toward the pass, not stopping, and let the ball go through his legs. This clever one pass and one leak unexpectedly breached Shakhtar's defense. At this moment, Lin Chun, who had been making runs, twisted the ball and surged into the penalty area, forming a onion with the goalkeeper. Directly facing the goalkeeper, Lin Chun took small quick steps. Raising his arms high, he executed a signature shooting motion, extremely realistic. The goalkeeper instinctively made a save, but the next second Lin Chun's shooting motion transformed into a delicate touch. A feigned shot turned into a deft touch, shaking off the goalkeeper's balance. Immediately followed by another light lob. The ball soared over the white line. Perfectly executed. Goal! Gerrard stood up shouting. Lin, a perfect performance. Liverpool's extraordinary team coordination. The feigned shot and real touch even fooled me. This is the ultimate manifestation of personal tactics. Personal tactics rely on the player's own football intelligence and are minimally related to the coach. Lin showcased his powerful personal tactics. Liverpool leads 1-0. After scoring, Lin Chun sprinted towards the sidelines passionately, sliding on his knees, his arms slowly spreading apart with the slide. The Liverpool players rushed over from behind. Firmino hugged Lin Chun and yelled at the camera, "What do you have to say now? Shut your mouths. Close them tight." As a good friend of Lin Chun, Firmino obviously noticed the external doubts about Lin Chun, but he understood just how outstanding Lin Chun truly was. Liverpool fans erupted in celebration. The stands of Anfield echoed with shouts about Lin Chun. Lin, Lin, Lin. After a moment, the match continued. Lin Chun felt increasingly energized, his body lighter with each run, the burning fighting spirit igniting a vibrant flame. His body was completely exhilarated. In the 39th minute of the match, Fred advanced with the ball. Shakhtar attempted to launch a counterattack. Lin Chun pressed forward. Fred had to pass early. Fred should have passed earlier, but facing Lin Chun, it seemed he wanted to prove himself as an excellent midfielder, unexpectedly attempting a bike trick to deceive Lin Chun and break through. However, Lin Chun did not fall for the feint, accurately predicting the move. He sidestepped and intercepted the ball. Intercepted. Lin Chun's interception was very beautiful. Fred reached out to pull him back, attempting a foul, but Lin Chun still slipped past. Bringing the ball forward, Liverpool had another chance. All Liverpool fans at the scene stood up to watch. Lin Chun advanced with the ball rapidly as Liverpool's formation pushed forward. Firmino waited for the right moment to avoid being offside. Lin Chun decisively made a through pass, breaking through the flank. Good pass. Firmino received the ball and turned. Not a great shooting opportunity. The angle is very tight. Firmino wanted to force a shot, but the angle was simply too small. With a slight hesitation, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Return it. It was Lin Chun, who had made another run, once again shaking off Fred with his off-ball movement, the explosive few steps, making him faster than Fred. In an instant, Firmino laid the ball back, skillfully flicking it with his heel to return to Lin Chun. The Brazilian's agility while playing was vividly displayed. The pass had just the right amount of power, leaving Lin Chun enough distance to build up speed. Krivtsov dove in for a sliding tackle, trying to block the shooting space. But the cannon's skill was shining brightly. Lin Chun swung his left leg. The thigh motion propelled his body, concentrating all energy at a single point on the surface of his foot. Hit. Bang. A loud noise. Swish. The ball went in. Lin Chun saw the ball go in calmly, turning to face all the cameras, placing his right hand to his ear. His face was filled with confidence and dominance. Ha ha. Coach Zhang laughed heartily. A brace in the first half. What can they say now? Lin Chun is telling everyone to let the doubts come even louder. He will not be crushed. Never. A brace in just 45 minutes. This is the UEFA Champions League pitch. Fans, this is the Champions League. Lin Chun makes his second appearance in the Champions League and scores twice before halftime. Liverpool leads Dynamo Donetsk 20. Live broadcast studio. Could Lin become the next midfield maestro of goal-scoring brilliance, akin to the legendary Lampard? His uncanny instinct and exquisite attacking runs. Thank you to external skepticism, it has only intensified Lin's burning desire to score. Liverpool fans erupt in jubilation. A win in this second group stage match would give them 6 points from 2 victories, placing them firmly atop the group. A flawless start also lays the groundwork for securing first place in the group. Finishing top avoids premature clashes with powerhouse teams from other groups during the knockout stage draw. The final minutes of the first half expire. Both sides retreat to their dressing rooms. Dynamo Donetsk appears paralyzed, torn between caution and courage. Already trailing by 2 goals, they fear that an open exchange with Liverpool could prove even more devastating. Across commentary booths, analysts begin dissecting the tactical landscape. In my view, Dynamo should adopt an aggressive attacking approach in the second half. So opines Coach Zhang. Losing by 2 or 3 goals makes little difference. But if they mount a spirited counteroffensive and level the score, even a single point bolsters their hopes of advancing from the group. Coach Zhang wholeheartedly agrees. Fans watching live naturally crave such open high-stakes exchanges, the very essence of football's mesmerizing allure. Liverpool dressing room. This is the finest first-half performance I've seen from you all season. Klopp beams. This exclamation, though familiar, carries genuine fervor. Relentless aggression, rapid transitions, and incisive counterattacks. In the second half, we'll adapt dynamically to Dynamo's strategy. Should they surge forward, we'll deploy more direct vertical passes, exploiting pace to strike behind their defensive line. If instead they persist with counterattacking or high pressing, we'll maintain our first half approach, intricate multiplayer combinations augmented by overlapping fullbacks on both flanks. The key distinction between the overlapping fullbacks and multiplayer combination systems lies in the fullback's offensive commitment. Under the former, both wingbacks must repeatedly surge forward to join attacks. Through expansive long-range switches, accelerated ball velocity, and wider, deeper arcs, Liverpool orchestrates lateral overloads, stretching and fracturing the opponent's defensive structure. Compared to intricate small-area combinations, the overlapping fullback system operates across broader spatial dimensions, delivering superior stretching and disruptive repositioning. Klopp's preferred multiplayer combination play emphasizes tight-knit, localized synergy, featuring rapid one-touch interplay, wall pass sequences, and frequent second and third-man movements to carve out premium shooting opportunities. Lin Chun feels a surge of exhilaration. He is already envisioning a hat-trick. With 2 goals to his name and 45 minutes remaining, denying the ambition would be disingenuous. This would mark his first professional hat-trick. Lin, let's coordinate more off-the-ball runs in the second half. Wherever you are, I'll find you. Sulla drapes an arm around Lin Chun as they stride back onto the pitch, clearly intent on helping him complete the treble. Lin Chun pats Sulla lightly on the backside in gratitude. Since joining the club, Sulla and Firmino were the first teammates to extend sincere support and to deliberately foster friendship. Lin Chun knows well his swift integration into Liverpool's collective was made possible only through their unwavering camaraderie. At the restart of the second half, Dynamo Donetsk indeed pushes forward with renewed vigor, playing far more assertively than before. Dynamo's decision is sound. They must gamble. Sometimes a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Perhaps fortune will grant them greater opportunity. From the formation on display, Fred has shadowed Lin Chun relentlessly since kickoff, never yielding an inch. Fred has become a tenacious, adhesive presence, his gaze fixed solely upon Lin Chun. In the 53rd minute, Lin Chun drops deep to receive, but Fred instantly closes in. A subtle shove from behind attempts to disrupt Lin Chun's balance. Referee, he's holding me. Lin Chun protests loudly, while Fred immediately feigns innocence, palms upturned. Before Fred can react, Lin Chun erupts into explosive acceleration, darting free into Henderson delivers a laser-guided through ball. Brilliant pass. Lin Chun receives and turns. Liverpool launches a lightning-fast transition. Fred chases desperately, disbelief flooding his expression. What a young man. Utterly cunning. Lin Shin surges forward with controlled, relentless pace. As he nears the penalty area, Stepanenko abandons hesitation, lunging to haul him down. With every ounce of strength, he barely slows Lin Shin's bull-like charge. Lin Shin reflexively swats away Stepanenko's grasping hand. He had already mapped the perfect attacking path, just 2 more dribbles forward. Beep. The referee shows Stepanenko a yellow card. This should have been a pristine counterattacking chance, a favorable free-kick position. Sulla steps up for a direct attempt, but strikes with excessive power. Liverpool has earned numerous set pieces this season, yet has yet to unveil a coherent, effective free-kick routine. Perhaps this is a new strategic frontier Klopp must now explore. The match unfolds with breathtaking openness. Neither side yields, both commit fully to attack. 65th minute. Sustained forward pressure, compact central passing. Their play is sublime. Henderson receives and slides a horizontal pass. Thwack. Lin Shin meets the ball and flicks a soaring, wide-ranging cross toward the right flank. Thwack. Another elegant arc. Arnold curls a left-wing delivery toward the late-rushing Robertson. 3 sweeping positional switches have utterly dismantled Dynamo Donetsk's defensive shape. Coach Jean's voice rises with mounting intensity. Robertson surges down the flank. Blistering pace. A diagonal 45-degree cross. Perfect placement. Robertson's delivery aims for the far post, where Sulla stands ready, poised to meet it with a thunderous header. Yet a dark silhouette bursts forward, launching like a rocket towards Sulla's intended target zone. A powerful plant of the foot, then a soaring airborne lunge. Lin Shin traces a breathtaking arc through the air, like a golden carp leaping the Dragon Gate. Thud. Swoosh. Goal. Geo. Oh. 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 Goal. Coach Jean throws both arms skyward. A flying diving header, purely airborne. Lin Shin completes his hat-trick. Absolutely magnificent. At just 18 years old, he has scored a Champions League hat-trick. Modern football has birthed another elite prodigy. Lin Shin excitedly dashed to the sidelines, raising 3 fingers high towards all the Liverpool fans. His right hand remained by his ear, exuding a brazen demeanor reminiscent of the madman Mourinho. Liverpool fans mimicked Lin Shin's actions, placing their hands by their ears and displaying a provocative expression. At this moment, they only wanted to support Lin Shin unconditionally. Whatever Lin Shin asked them to do, they would do. They had already been ignited and motivated by Lin Shin's emotions, and they were completely captivated by his performance. Many Liverpool fans reminisced about the past, especially some older fans who had witnessed Liverpool's reign in English football. Now they saw the possibility of creating a glorious era for Liverpool again. In the live broadcast room, a person without personality can never become a good football player, and it is evident that Lin has a strong personality. At just 18 years old, he completed a hat-trick in the Champions League. Ooh, I wouldn't dare to dream about it. Wijnaldum, don't call me. I'm afraid Lin Shin will misunderstand. Where is morality for a hat-trick at the age of 18? Where is humanity? Where is Real Madrid? Where is Manchester City? Liverpool fans were completely crazy looking at Lin Shin, as if he were their faith. Still the same old saying, Liverpool fans could no longer recall when the team last had such a young talent. Helping Liverpool perform like this in such a match, Shakhtar Donetsk's strength was not to be underestimated. Everyone understood that, yet Liverpool achieved a complete victory over Shakhtar, and the main reason for this victory was closely related to Lin Shin's outstanding performance. After the celebration, they returned to their side as the second half continued. For the remaining time, Shakhtar Donetsk seemed like a withered eggplant, unable to lift their heads. Though they seemed to be attacking hard, there was actually no strategy involved at all, depended on individual player abilities, thus failing to pose any substantial threat. On the contrary, Liverpool frequently seized opportunities to transition from defense to attack, creating threats. In the 84th minute of the match, Sulla received a pass from Arnold and completed a dazzling solo run down the wing, successfully cutting inside to score, fixing the score at 4-0. Liverpool smoothly achieved 2 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage, accumulating 6 points to sit at the top. In the post-match press conference, Lin Shin was named the MVP of the match and attended alongside the head coach. Most reporters had watched the entire match and had prepared many carefully thought-out questions to communicate well with Lin Shin during the post-match press conference. This was their best opportunity to face Lin Shin directly and listen to his remarks. Lin completing a hat-trick in the Champions League at 18. How wonderful is this moment for you? Lin Firmino just said in an interview that he envies you for being both handsome and strong. How is your relationship with him? Lynn Barnett posted that you are the best young player in football today, no exceptions. Oh, what do you think about the competition with other talents? Questions like these were met with Lin Shin's smiling responses. This is definitely my most wonderful moment. It's even better than my first time eating ice cream with chilled Fanta. I don't know Firmino, he's an annoying guy who steals my eggs every morning. I have no competition with the other talents because they are geniuses while I am just a young man who wants to play football. With each of Lin Chen's answers, the reporters burst into laughter, elevating the art of language to its peak. Beside him, Klopp was also shocked. He had never expected that an 18-year-old could speak so humorously and cautiously. Unlike some players who enjoy denying reporters questions post-match or getting easily angered, Lin Chen always remained calm. Early the next morning, social media exploded with several Premier League legends, especially Liverpool legends who had not posted in a while, suddenly posting. Fans exclaimed it felt like New Year. Social media became so congested that it had to undergo emergency maintenance. Gerrard, at just 18, completing a hat trick in the Champions League is something I don't need to elaborate on. It reflects my past style. Lampard, a midfielder who scores like this, is very much like me in my day. Matthäus, congratulations to football for producing another versatile midfielder. By the way, the reason the double Ds couldn't coexist back then is surely because both were quite audacious. Yaya Touré, am I the only one who notices that Lin's dribbling is always so stable? He seems to always maintain his balance, even during high-speed advances. Dalglish, at this rate of development, one day King Kenny will surely become King Lin. John Barnes, for my birthday dream today, I hope someone can buy Lin, otherwise he will certainly affect my position among Liverpool's legendary midfielders. Lin Chen's hat trick was enough to keep them from staying calm. Major online media platforms released front-page headlines, and with Barnett's push, no one wanted to miss out on the traffic generated by Lin Chen. Premier League Football Report: the Premier League should do everything possible to keep Lin. His future market is immensely vast. Who is this outstanding midfielder at just 18 years old? Zidane, Guardiola, Matthias, or Cruyff? Football League: 40 million euros seems too low. Such a midfielder should be worth much more. Liverpool official: we have no money, we don't have Marshall, but we have Lin. Numerous posts and headlines surged into trending topics. On the sports section of social media, Lin Chen occupied 6 of the top 10 topics, and discussions about Lin Chen's entries surpassed 1 billion. For a time, the internet was filled with praise and bragging about Lin Chen, with fans wrapping him in a wave of discussions. Excessive exposure often makes players uncomfortable, and Barnett was waiting for the right moment. He would let Lin Chen's popularity soar for 2 days, and after attracting enough attention, he would then lower Lin Chen's hype through other matters. Barnett excelled at this kind of management. This approach would not only enhance Lin Chen's visibility, but also divert the media's and fans' attention, ensuring Lin Chen wouldn't be elevated too high. During this time, other young players also performed excellently. However, Lin Chen had a significant advantage compared to the other young players. He could participate in the upcoming U17 World Cup with Spain. If he could raise his profile through this event, even winning the tournament's best player, no other players could compare with. Therefore, Lin Chen's current goal had shifted to being selected for the Spanish U17 national team based on good performances and officially leading the team to compete in the U17 World Cup. Firmino, spit out my eggs. And Lin, don't touch my eggs. At Liverpool's training ground cafeteria early in the morning, Firmino, just as he always did, surreptitiously swallowed Lin Chen's eggs. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seized the moment when Maine wasn't looking and extended his mischievous hand once more into the honest man's plate. Insula, spotting this, hastily raised his arms to shield his breakfast tray. Assistant coach Klavitz sat down beside them, balancing his own meal. Good morning, lads. I'm relieved to see you're all brimming with energy. Lin Chen had long been intrigued by Klavitz, renowned across the coaching world as a master of video analysis. Within the global coaching community, Klavitz's prowess in video analysis was universally acknowledged as peerless. Klavitz, after years of dissecting countless matches, what is the ultimate weapon for victory? Lin Chen asked earnestly. The ultimate weapon. Klavitz paused thoughtfully. Based on my decades of experience, simply alternating left and right foot steps continuously throughout the match guarantees triumph. After Klavitz spoke, Lin Chen silently rolled his eyes. Puffed. What a textbook case of tautological nonsense, Firmino scoffed. Klavitz chuckled and reached toward his tray, fumbling repeatedly, until suddenly he froze. He jerked his head downward. Damn it, where the hell are my eggs? Over recent weeks of rigorous training and competitive matches, Lin Chen's attributes had improved markedly. Key metrics include name Lin Chen, age 18, height 184 m, weight 76 for kilograms, box shooting 75, long range shooting 79, attacking positioning 77, heading 71, stamina 78, explosiveness 79, speed 79, defensive positioning 77, dribbling 74, strength 91, long passing 75, skills, riser howitzer, Perlo pass. With the assistance of the all-round midfielder Stellar C system, his midfield-related attributes accelerated notably. Both defensive and attacking positioning rose by 9 points each. His strength attribute, already at 90, had edged up to 91 after sustained competition and training. The higher the value, the steeper the climb. His overall attributes had surged decisively past the 70 threshold, an extraordinary feat for an 18-year-old, marking him unmistakably as a generational prodigy. Lin Chun now eagerly anticipated the upcoming U17 World Cup, and should fortune favor him, reaching the final would entail 2 group stage matches plus 3 knockout fixtures, a total of 5 games. Liverpool Football Club had coordinated with the Spanish national team since Spain's opening group opponent posed little threat. Lin Chun would join the squad for their second group match to integrate seamlessly. Consequently, Lin Chun would miss Liverpool's next 5 fixtures. Unfortunately, the season had only just begun. The 5 matches included the 4th and 5th rounds of the EFL Cup alongside 3 Premier League contests. The EFL Cup's 4th and 5th rounds featured largely weaker opposition, and the 3 league fixtures pitted Liverpool against Watford, Burnley, and Bournemouth, each comparatively modest challenges. The quadrennial U17 World Cup drew intense attention across Europe. Noting Lin Chun's and Ojo's selection for the tournament, the European Youth Development Language Academy planned to gather all its academy prospects for live viewing. Ojo had earned a starting berth as central defender for England's U17 national team, and England stood as Spain's most formidable rival in this edition of the U17 World Cup. A wealth of exceptional gifted youth filled the squads, none more prominent than Phil Foden. Yet, even as the U17 World Cup loomed, Lin Chun remained firmly focused on club duties. On September 24th, Liverpool faced AS Monaco in matchday 3 of the UEFA Champions League group stage. And currently bottom of the group, Monaco had performed abysmally in their first 2 league matches, though many observers still believe they possessed the pedigree to advance from this section. On September 24th, 1 hour before kickoff, the Chinese livestream commenced punctually. In fans, the match is about to begin. Liverpool traveled to face AS Monaco away. Between 1987 and 1995, under Professor Arsène Wenger's stewardship, Monaco evolved into an extraordinarily successful club. This was a magical team, one that nurtured countless superstars and forged generations of young talent. And though their first 2 matches fell short of expectations, their underlying strength remains formidable. Klopp was keen to secure qualification for the knockout phase as early as possible. Clinching top spot would afford his key players vital rest. In subsequent less consequential Champions League fixtures, he could field promising youngsters and rotational squad members. And thus Klopp resolved to deploy an advanced tactical system, refined through intensive collaboration with Klavitz, for this very match. Relentless high press. In the pre-match dressing room, Klopp delivered his final tactical exhortations. We must accelerate our transitional reactions. We must intensify our pressing structure. We must tighten collective coordination. And finally, what else do we need? Klopp turned his gaze toward Firmino. Firmino roared instantly. Unwavering determination to win. Klopp stared speechless. Win? Win what? Finally, we need more space. Once we win possession high up the pitch, launch an immediate counter-press. Push them relentlessly into their own penalty area. Harass their goalkeeper directly. This relentless high-press strategy would transform Liverpool into a frenzied, unrelenting force. And Lin Chun understood it perfectly. He loved it. Because he knew, he was a madman himself. Moments later, the match began. Fans, the game has kicked off. Monaco line up in their favored 433 formation. Goalkeeper Subasic. Defenders Jorginho, Glick, Jemerson, Rocht. Midfielders Tielemans, Fabinho, Moutinho. Forwards Lopez, Lamar, Bald. Indeed, Monaco's quality runs deep, particularly in midfield. Young Fabinho possesses exceptional tackling ability, reportedly already scouted by Liverpool, while Tielemans and Lamar have drawn interest from elite clubs worldwide. A compelling subplot of tonight's clash lies in the direct duel between Lin Chun and Fabinho. Liverpool meanwhile deploy a 4,213 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. Defenders Robertson, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders Lin Chun, Henderson, Emre Can. Forwards main Firmino, Salah. Moments later, the match begins. Beep, kick. Lin Chun surged forward instantly. The entire Liverpool formation lunged upward. Firmino unleashed furious pressure. Monaco barely managed to kick off before being forced into desperate back passes, all the way to their goalkeeper. Yet Liverpool refused to relent, rushing the keeper like rabid hounds. Relentless high press, now unleashed upon reality. Liverpool is pressing ferociously. What formation is this? Multiple forwards surge forward in unison, charging straight toward the opponent's penalty area, denying Monaco even a moment to catch their breath. Firmino pressures the goalkeeper, forcing a desperate long clearance into midfield. Emre Can wins the aerial duel. Lin Chun secures possession. Liverpool maintains relentless high pressure, Lin Shin dribbles forward. He feints past Moutinho with rapid shifts of direction, then slides the ball wide to the flank. Main receives and lays it off. Two-touch combination play. Fabinho steps up to intercept Hedon. This is their first direct confrontation. Lin Shin had long heard of Fabinho's reputation as one of the most elite defensive midfield archetypes destined for world football. He does not take this duel lightly. Rather than attempting a risky dribble, he uses his physical strength to shield the ball with his back to Fabinho, protecting possession and steadying the tempo. By now, Liverpool's front line is fully stretched. Both fullbacks have pushed up to winger positions while the wingers themselves split wide. One lurking inside the box, the other stationed at the edge of the arc, and the midfielders surge forward as well. Instantly, 7 attackers converge on Monaco's defensive third. Like a volley of spears, strike after strike pierces deep into Monaco's heart. Lin Shin reasserts himself as the tactical fulcrum, orchestrating chances through a seamless blend of long and short passes. All forwards instinctively move to connect with him in rapid one-touch combinations. Graceful passes ripple across the pitch, the sound of Liverpool's symphony and offensive ballet in motion. Bang! Lin Shin switches play to the right flank. Bang! Arnold's cross is cleared. Snap! Lin Shin wins the first touch, intercepts, and instantly redirects to the left. Commentator Zhang cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Many claim Lin Shin relies solely on brute force. But look at his passing now: precise, intelligent, commanding. In Monaco's midfield, Lin Shin moves like a phantom, repeatedly winning tackles, regaining control, and restarting the attack. Monaco gradually realizes the crux of the problem. Without neutralizing Lin Shin, they cannot stem Liverpool's tide. Their midfielders begin converging on him, closing in from all sides. Fabinho relentlessly attempts to cut him off. Yet to his astonishment, Lin Shin consistently evades his. Lin Shin's offensive positioning attribute has surged dramatically. Seasoned by experience, he now unfailingly identifies Fabinho's weakest zones when choosing his next move. At this pivotal moment, it is a pure contest of offensive intelligence versus defensive discipline. A silent chess match unfolds between the two, while Liverpool and Monaco lock into a tense rhythm of attack and defense. Liverpool dominates the assault. Monaco braces for defense. Minute 19 of the match. Keep driving forward. Henderson awaits behind. Execute a vertical 1-2. Henderson threads a perfect through ball for Lin Shin. Brilliant. Space opens up. After 2 sharp dribbles, Lin Shin plays a crisp short pass right, then delivers a diagonal through ball to the surging Arnold. Arnold receives, then swings a sweeping arcing cross toward the far post. A signature switch of play. Robertson settles it cleanly, but intends a low cross into the center only to find Monaco's penalty area densely packed. At that instant, Lin Shin bursts forward in a mighty stride, his right arm braced against Fabinho, powering upward relentlessly. Pass. Robertson delivers a subtle outside off the foot diagonal through ball. A flawless delivery. Lin Shin accelerates, drives his thigh to stabilize his body, lifts his foot to shoot. Fabinho arrives in a flash, sidestepping deftly to slide directly into Lin Shin's path. With subtle yet decisive force, he uses his frame to seal off Lin Shin's shooting angle. What a tackle! Once again, Fabinho demonstrates uncanny anticipation at the edge of the arc. Lin Shin overcommit. His wind-up took just a fraction too long. Seeing the interception imminent, Fabinho launches a booming long clearance, launching a swift counterattack. Yet Liverpool's ultra-hyper system leaves no sanctuary. Wherever a Monaco player receives the ball, suffocating pressure descends instantly. Lopez hasn't even settled the ball before Emre Can appears. Arnold sprints back desperately, both close in and win the ball back. The camera tracks the counter, then abruptly cuts to Monaco's defensive half. It looks like Monaco's defenders and Lin Shin are exchanging heated words. Commentator Jean hesitates, but upon closer inspection confirms genuine friction among them. After the midfield turnover, several Monaco players rush toward Lin Shin, taunting him. "So you're the so-called prodigy midfielder," they keep praising. Pretty underwhelming, honestly. As fellow young players, Monaco's central and defensive midfielders show Lin Shin no deference. In their eyes, he possesses nothing truly extraordinary. Monaco enters this match with fierce determination to prove their strength to the world, to reaffirm. Fabinho, whom Liverpool has reportedly targeted, feels an inner urgency to shine on the grandest stage, especially after his former teammate Mbappé was signed by Paris Saint-Germain. Fabinho even worries that Lin Shin's emergence might diminish Liverpool's interest in him. To secure his dream transfer, delivering a flawless performance against Liverpool becomes his ultimate letter of allegiance. Lin Shin merely smiles, unmoved. He has heard rumors of Liverpool's interest in Fabinho, likely as a replacement for Emre Can. Fabinho's verbal jabs leave Lin Shin unaffected. His focus remains unbroken. The match resumes, Liverpool continuing its suffocating high press. The sheer intensity of Liverpool's pressure leaves Monaco gasping, trapped, disoriented, unable to break free. At this rate, Liverpool scoring is merely a matter of time. Launch a high ball down the flank. Arnold's delivery is pinpoint accurate, finding Salah. Salah controls, cuts inside past the defender. Another feint, drives to the byline, but no crossing angle remains. He spins, then slips the ball into the arc. Salah deliberately seeks connection at the edge of the arc. This time Lin Chun has carefully lurked behind Fabinho. At the exact moment Salah releases the pass, Lin Chun explodes into unmarked space, leaving Fabinho trailing. This is a weakness Lin Chun had studied meticulously. Fabinho's youth makes him slow to track runs behind him. Now the arc belongs entirely to Lin Chun. He draws back like an archer, minimizes his wind-up, whips his lower leg forward with astonishing speed and arc, striking the ball cleanly. Bang! Though appearing effortless, the shot rockets toward goal with deceptive velocity and a subtle, lethal curve. The keeper dives desperately to his side, but the arc is too severe, bypassing fingertips, curling sharply into the net. Swish! Goal! Ha 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 ha! Lin Chun, what a goal! Effortless mastery, pure elegance. Fabinho failed to monitor the space behind him. Lin Chun seized the moment, arriving late to unleash the decisive strike. 4 goals in 2 Champions League matches. Lin Chun tops the Champions League scoring chart. After scoring, Lin Chun refrains from celebration, head held high, surveying teammates, radiating quiet, unshakable confidence. You are all outstanding young players, among many. I am not among, I am singular. With Lin Chun's goal, Liverpool took a 10 lead, needing just 45 more minutes to secure their 3rd consecutive victory in the UEFA Champions League group stage. After Lin Chun scored, there was little time left in the first half, and it came to a close. Klopp was very satisfied with the team's performance in the first half. On the other side, Monaco was eager to equalize. If they lost this match, they would essentially lose all hope of advancing from the group stage. The second half resumed quickly. Monaco made no substitutions, but adjusted their tactics to withstand Liverpool's intense pressing. This was the first time Klopp's high-pressing tactic made its appearance, and Monaco was fortunate to be the first to experience it, although this experience proved to be quite painful. Upon the resumption of the match, Liverpool continued executing their high-pressing tactics, applying relentless pressure. The suffocating feeling engulfed Monaco, like being trapped in water with possession firmly held by Liverpool. Henderson's form improved significantly. With Lin Chun's support, he played even more comfortably in midfield. It was the 57th minute of the match. Monaco attempted to penetrate through the middle, with Tielemans advancing the ball forward. Although advancing was his strength, facing Liverpool's midfield blockade, his advantage was nearly negated. Yet as he moved forward unexpectedly smoothly, he was not met with the full force of Liverpool's midfield. But just after taking 2 or 3 steps forward, Henderson suddenly charged in from the front, with Lin Chun and Emre Can closing in from the sides. The three instantly tightened the encirclement, employing their familiar trap-like defense. Tielemans realized it was too late to pass back, trapped in the encirclement and unable to escape, ultimately losing possession. Liverpool immediately launched a counterattack, transitioning at lightning speed, giving Monaco no chance to breathe. Liverpool had a chance to counterattack. Emre Can advanced quickly with the ball, while Lin Chun pressed forward. A wide transfer to the left. Robertson secured the ball. After stopping the ball, he looked into the penalty area, but found no good passing options. Forcing a shot would waste this counterattack opportunity. At this moment, Lin Chun rushed over from behind to support. Robertson immediately passed back, and Lin Chun continued without adjusting, showcasing his Pirlo-like skills. With a pop, he executed a beautiful curling shot with the outside of his foot, heading straight for the back post. Salah, who had already exchanged glances with Lin Chun, stepped forward successfully, avoiding the offside trap and leaping high. Heading was not his strong suit, yet this time, he did not waste Lin Chun's excellent setup. Bang! The ball bounced off the ground. The most difficult shots for goalkeepers are those that bounce. Subasic was helpless. Gerrard raised his arms in celebration. Gugualal. Again, it's in. The Egyptian pharaoh shows his prowess. Lin with a goal and an assist. Salah indeed called Lin Chun over to his side again, performing his signature shoe-cleaning celebration. The live broadcast continued. Seeing Lin in such good form, I feel relieved. The first round of the U17 World Cup group stage is underway. We are struggling against North Korea, still 0-0 after 60 minutes. Let's quickly finish this match and let Lin join the U17 national team. With a 2-goal lead, Monaco's desire to win was thoroughly extinguished, and the match fell back into darkness after resuming. In the 79th minute of the match, Klopp made a substitution. Lin Chun was taken off the field. After being substituted, Lin Chun went directly back to the locker room with Kravitz. The club had already prepared a private jet for him, ready to head to the U17 World Cup venue to join the Spain U17 national team. Everyone is looking forward to your arrival. On the plane, Barnett accompanied Lin Chun on his journey. The U-17 World Cup has just concluded. In the first round of the group stage, Spain narrowly defeated North Korea 10, with Ferran Torres scoring the winning goal. Barnett took advantage of the flight time to introduce Lin Chun to the key players of the Spain U-17 team. The key players in defense are left-back Victor and center-back Eric Garcia. Eric Garcia is a center-back who is currently valued highly by Manchester City. In midfield, there's Sergio Gomez, who switched from left-back to attacking midfielder, and Batiste, who is good at interceptions. The most notable player in the front line is, of course, Ferran Torres, who also comes from Manchester City's youth training. Lin Chun nodded repeatedly, looking at the current lineup before asking, who is the leader of this team? Every team must have a leader, the center of unity and the spiritual leader of the team. Barnett smiled and said, it's you. Lin Chun was taken aback. Me? Barnett nodded. Your market value is 40 million euros. They all together aren't worth as much as you. Players who started in the Premier League at 18 and scored a hat-trick in the Champions League are truly rare. Coach Dania has already told me that he wants to build the U-17 Spain midfield system around you. Lin Chun never expected that as a newly joined player he had become the most valued player by Dania. After arriving at the U-17 World Cup venue that night, the hotel where Spain was staying was brightly lit. Even though it was already 11 p.m., all the staff were waiting at the hotel entrance with Coach Dania and his assistants at the forefront. As soon as Lin Chun's car stopped at the hotel entrance, Dania quickly stepped forward to welcome him, while the staff applauded in welcome. Dania had already held a meeting. Everyone, if I find out that anyone disrespects Lin, you can pack your bags and go back to Spain. From now on, you don't need to come back to work. Dania had essentially established a military order for all the staff. Many players from the Spain U-17 team were waiting at the hotel entrance. Lin Chun greeted the staff, and after entering the hotel, he high-fived each teammate. Ferran Torres and Eric Garcia greeted him with friendly smiles, all eagerly anticipating Lin Chun's arrival. Major media platforms quickly captured photos and published them online, rapidly trending. News about Lin Chun officially joining the Spain U-17 national team spread across the internet like wildfire. From the moment he entered the hotel, Lin Chun's luggage mysteriously vanished, taken by the staff to help organize. Dania took Lin Chun upstairs to show him to his room, with all the young players closely following behind. Lin Chun suddenly felt a bit dazed. After all this time, it turned out that the top star in the team was me. Having officially joined the Spain U-17 national team, Lin Chun quickly began enjoyable training with the squad, where the atmosphere was very positive. European fans were closely watching Spain, who were already favorites to win and now had a 40 million euro super talent joining the ranks. If Lin Chun's skills in the top 5 leagues were still not comprehensive, he mostly relied on physical confrontations and Pirlo-like passing to deliver decent performances on the field. However, upon arriving at the U-17 national team, Lin Chun faced opponents who were all young players. Although they were all young, Lin Chun's youth was entirely different from that of these players. Dania would seek Lin Chun for a chat every afternoon after lunch, treating him as a close friend. Not as a coach, but as a friend, Dania chatted with Lin Chun. You have no idea, a few days ago we couldn't score against North Korea, and it drove me crazy. Luckily, Ferran Torres scored the winning goal, Dania said while placing a peeled egg into Lin Chun's plate. Klavitz told me you like eggs, so eat more. European fans take the U-17 World Cup no less seriously than the Senior Team World Cup, and Spanish fans are extremely eager to win the championship. I feel so much pressure. Dania was using the opportunity to vent to Lin Chun, implying that he hoped Lin Chun could deliver his best performance. Just keep your heart calm, Lin Chun said with a smile, patting Dania. Hearing this, Dania smiled in relief. Lin Chun then continued, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee the outcome. If I fail to meet the fans' expectations, they'll say it's your coaching that is lacking. Dania's smile instantly froze. No, please don't. After a hard-fought 10 victory over North Korea, Spanish fans were worried about the team. But with Lin Chun's addition, worries transformed more into expectations. On October 2nd, in the second round of the U-17 group stage, Spain faced Niger. Dania's goal was to secure the top spot in the group, so winning against Niger was a must. Lin Chun sat on the bench for this match, having just finished playing a Champions League group match against Liverpool. Given the opponent's strength was not too formidable, Dania planned to let Lin Chun come on as a substitute to familiarize himself with the team. At 4 p.m. European time on October 2nd, the livestream began on time. The major livestream rooms were packed, and the Huaxiao livestream was particularly explosive, with countless fans arriving to watch Lin Chun's U-17 World Cup debut and Spanish fans frantically sending comments. Why isn't Lin starting? I think Sergio Gomez should play left wing, and Lin should be at the front in the middle to optimize the attack to the maximum. We should have confidence against Niger, but thinking about how we played against North Korea, I'm suddenly a bit anxious. Fans were discussing, and the match officially began. The broadcast intentionally zoomed in on Lin Chun sitting on the bench. Coach Jean smiled and began to speak. Lin Chun is currently valued at 40 million euros, making him the highest valued player in the entire U17 team, surpassing Foden. Both teams have taken the field and the match begins. Niger set up a 451 defensive formation, hoping to secure a point against Spain. Especially after seeing Spain's lack of attacking ability in the previous match against North Korea, Niger's confidence grew even more. Spain firmly controlled possession, playing their familiar possession game. At halftime, Spain had a stunning 79 possession, completely dominating the match, yet the score remained 0 in the livestream room. If football was decided by possession rate, Guardiola would win every match. Stop focusing on possession, damn it, Denia. Play some forward through balls. Let a left back play as an attacking midfielder. Sergio Gomez is making it harder than eating shit. Denia clearly had a difficult expression, and after returning to the locker room, he was very dissatisfied with the team's performance. Lin will replace Pedro and Sergio will play left wing. Against this ironclad defense, we need to increase our short-range combinations. Centering around Lin Chun, we will increase vertical passing, and forward Ruiz will increase his offside runs, while Ferran Torres will make more runs into the channels. Lin has unlimited shooting rights. Whenever he wants to shoot, he can do so anytime and anywhere. Moments later, the second half began. Lin Chun is coming on. Coach Jean felt a surge of joy upon seeing Lin Chun enter. Lin Chun wearing the number 10 jersey of Spain U17. You have to admit Spain values Lin Chun immensely. They have given him almost every privilege possible. The moment Lin Chun donned the number 10 jersey, the Spanish fans erupted in cheers and applause. Finally, I've waited for Lin. Having Sergio Gomez play left wing is the best arrangement. Our number 10 looks perfect on Lin's back. I just hope we can break the deadlock quickly. There's really not much time left. After the second half began, Niger still played defensively, while Lin Chun played exceptionally clearly. He frequently made vertical off-the-ball runs, darting behind Tiki-Taka. Although he sat on the bench in the first half, Lin Chun didn't waste a single second constantly scanning and observing, quickly identifying the flaws in Niger's formation. Although the formation was 451, Tiki-Taka would recklessly push forward during counterattacks, trying to seize the few chances available. Niger set up a defensive formation, but their overall tactics still held a mindset of opportunistic stealing, with the formation and tactical ideas being completely inconsistent. Lin Chun constantly took small steps, searching for the space left by Tiki-Taka's forward runs. Finally, in the 58th minute of the match, a long pass to Ferran Torres on the flank. He controlled it with his chest, but the power was a bit too strong, and it got intercepted. Niger tried to counter, passing it to Tiki-Taka. Turn with the ball. Just as Tiki-Taka turned, Lin Chun, who had been lurking for a long time, had already anticipated the move. Rushing in from the side, Lin Chun used his strong body to directly push Tiki-Taka aside and intercept the ball. A brutally forceful tackle. He then quickly pushed forward, driving the ball towards Niger's penalty area. The young Niger defender was stunned, not daring to rush in. With the protection of the midfield lost, the defensive line became exposed. Lin Chun dribbled the ball to just 2 steps outside the penalty arc. Still no one came to pressure him. There was an abundance of shooting space. With a right-footed swing, he struck the ball hard. His whole body leaned back like a spring to lower the trajectory, ensuring it wouldn't miss the target. Lin Chun didn't even look up to check the goal, because he was very precise in judging the position of the goal. His eyes were fixed on the ball, ensuring he struck the right spot. All Spanish fans stood up, holding their breath. The ball flew off with force. It headed towards the goal Lin Chun envisioned. The speed of the ball was incredible. The trajectory was erratic. The goalkeeper stood frozen, and anyone else in his position would have made the same move, remaining motionless. Swish. Oh, Coach Jean laughed heartily. It's in. That ball went in. It's Lin Chun again, a signature super long-range shot. A powerful shot that left the goalkeeper stunned. Lin Chun scores on his U17 World Cup debut. Spanish fans instantly transformed from silence to ecstasy. Lin Chun dashed towards the sidelines, leaping onto the advertising board. He pointed at his chest, his face filled with confidence. Ferran Torres arrived behind him, also stepping onto the advertising board, embracing Lin Chun. The two stood firmly on the board, enjoying the celebration moment. The cool autumn breeze blew, and the air was filled with excitement and joy. Hopes and dreams intertwined. The moment of dreams coming true was intoxicatingly surreal. The change brought by Lin Chun's appearance was immediate, and compared to the other young players, his abilities were clearly on a whole different level. In the live broadcast room, I can't imagine how exciting this U17 World Cup will be because of Lin. Spain is lacking a vibrant midfielder. The control system must include an offensive-minded midfielder to unleash its true power. It seems this match is also heading towards victory, with the battle for the top spot in the group focusing on the upcoming showdown with Brazil. With a 1-goal lead, Spain resumed their preferred ball control style, controlling the rhythm, maintaining possession, achieving the desired possession rate. This was Cruyff's football philosophy, which evolved into Guardiola's approach. In the possession philosophy, only by keeping the ball under one's control can the balance of victory tilt in one's favor. During these days of training, Denia had Lin Chun play the role of the central controller. Possession systems usually have a slower rhythm focusing on stable passing, but to quickly tear apart the opponent's defense one needs the ability to rapidly elevate the pace of the game. And Lin Chun possesses such ability. While his speed and explosiveness are not exceptionally high at the moment, they are already sufficient compared to his peers. With his strong physique, whenever Lin Chun tried to advance through the midfield, it was like a bulldozer. In the 63rd minute of the match, controlling the rhythm in the center, it's very steady. It's all about one-touch passing combinations. I feel like I'm watching a miniature version of Spain's first team. Bisha spreads the ball with Gomez on the left. Receiving the ball explosive power, he goes straight for Gasolina. A back pass into a triangle finds Lin Chun. Lin Chun did not stop the ball, deftly flicking it to the right. Ferran Torres makes a clever run to evade the offside trap and penetrates the penalty area. A shot from a tight angle. It's in again. After a long period of ball control, Spain wore down the patience of the Niger players, then suddenly sped up, transitioning from the wing to the center. Using a combination of wing and center play, they tore through Niger's defense and scored again. The score is now 2-0. The camera then shifted to Spain's first-team head coach Lopetegui in the stands. Lopetegui is also watching from the stands. He must be looking for fresh blood for the first team. I'm sure Lin Chun, who came off the bench in this match, will not disappoint him with a goal and an assist. Also, the outstanding Ferran Torres and Gomez could become new members of the national team for the upcoming Euro. With a 2-goal lead, Spain began to slow the pace and control possession. Coach Jean smiled and spoke. Spain is playing very smart. They know when to ease off and when to tighten up. There's no need to go all out and risk injury to key players with reckless fouls if they push Niger too hard. Facing Brazil in the best condition and starting the knockout stage is the best choice. Niger attempted to counterattack for an opportunity. However, under the strong pressure of ball control, they were ultimately powerless and the match ended. The referee blew the whistle, signaling Spain's victory in the second round of the group stage. The match is over, fans. The second round of the U17 World Cup group stage has come to a close. Spain easily defeated Niger 2-0, claiming all 6 points and securing their place in the next round early. But who will become the group leader still depends on the third round showdown between Spain and Brazil. Lin Chun, who came off the bench in this match, effectively resolved Spain's lack of impact in their possession system. I believe Lopetegui will not overlook Lin Chun's characteristics, as the first team has the same issues. The camera showed the best player of the match in the bottom left corner, and Lin Chun was undoubtedly the choice. The Spanish fans on site were already in a frenzy. Although it was just a group match, Lin Chun's addition gave them a glimpse of a brighter future. Lin Chun and his teammates thanked the Spanish fans, and after returning to the locker room, Denia hugged Lin Chun tightly and refused to let go. You all performed exceptionally well, brothers. Remember the state and rhythm of today's match. In the next match against Brazil, we must take all 3 points. The third round group match against Brazil will determine who can advance as the group leader, which is crucial. Advancing as the group leader means avoiding early encounters with strong teams in the subsequent knockout. Thus, Brazil, who also won both matches, was preparing thoroughly. After the match, Sky Sports posted a photo of Lin Chun holding the MVP trophy for the match, captioning, "Now the entire football world should focus on Lin." The U17 World Cup has garnered significant attention in Europe, and Lin Chun's outstanding performance after coming off the bench has set the internet ablaze, with countless Spanish fans praising him. Sky Sports' post was wildly shared, liked, and commented on by fans. I am now full of confidence about winning against Brazil. Don't underestimate them. The Samba team has many exceptionally talented young players this year. Let the focal battle begin soon. Ooh, I can't wait. Denia had been considering the wing and center combination against Niger, which revealed a new attacking strategy. So from October 3rd until just before the match, Denia had been training a brand new attacking combination, an improved version of the wing center strategy, focusing on breakthroughs from the wing and small area combinations, but transitioning to central pressure during frontline attacks. From the wing to the center, shifting from a slow rhythm to sudden explosive pressure, disrupting the opponent's defense through variations in possession rhythm and passing routes in search of the optimal shooting space. At the same time, Lin Chun's ability to dominate his peers also gave Denia hope, officially designating Lin Chun as the true core of the team. On the other hand, Brazil also commenced a 3-day, closed training session, undoubtedly preparing a grand gift for Spain. Both teams' coaches were giving their all to secure group supremacy. The rest was up to the players on the field. On October 7th, at the Sports Arena, all 6,700 seats were filled with clear yellow and red colors as Spanish and Brazilian fans faced off. Even before the match started, the atmosphere was thick with tension. All major live broadcast rooms were open, streaming simultaneously. Just the real-time online viewers in major Huaxia live rooms had already surpassed 5 million, nearing the 10 million mark. Special invited commentator He Wei was incredibly excited, and the familiar, delightful commentary that fans were used to had long since returned, with everyone exclaiming, "This is the flavor." Zhongyang Television Station. Zhongyang Television Station. Zhongyang Television Station. You are currently watching the last round of the group stage focused match of the 2017 U17 World Cup, where Spain faces Brazil. Both teams have strikingly distinct playing styles. Brazil showcases a fluid and graceful football dance. Each player on the field transforms into a football sprite, exhibiting tremendous creativity. Meanwhile, Spain represents elegance, embodying grace, and excelling at composing beautiful symphonies on the field. In this clash of titans, like a meteor colliding with the earth, who will seize the top spot in the group? Let's wait and see. It is worth noting that if the two sides draw, Brazil will still top the group based on goal difference. Thus, Spain's only option is to secure a victory. In the broadcast room, fans are anxiously waiting for the match to begin, and the starting lineup from both teams has been confirmed. He Wei received the list from the assistant. Dear fans, the starting lineups have just been announced. First, let's take a look at Spain's side. Goalkeeper Alvar. Defenders Victor Eric Garcia, Guillermin Muriel. Midfielders Bisha Murcia Linchun. Forwards Sergio Gomez Ruiz, Ferran Torres. In the broadcast room, this is the strongest lineup I can come up with. Let's compete with them. Brothers am currently mingling among Brazil's fans. Once Spain scores, I will take off my coat to reveal Lin Chin's jersey in celebration. If anything unexpected happens, please inform my mother. I am not a coward. I forgot to mention earlier, Spain. Let's secure the top spot. He Wei continued to introduce. Brazil also boasts an array of talent, with many gifted young players on their roster. Goalkeeper Blazank. Defenders Wifasong Lucas Bitong Gasolina. Midfielders Bobson Antonio Alansoza. Forwards Brenner Lincoln Paulinho. In the broadcast room, Spain must be cautious of Paulinho's long-range shooting ability. Let the samba dance once again. Let Brazil shine in the World Cup once more. On paper, neither side fears the other. The referee Shaklala led both teams into the players' tunnel, and the match was about to begin. Lin Chen positioned himself at the back of the team, donning Spain's red number 10 jersey. Holding hands with the ball boy, they slowly entered the field. The dazzling lights shone down from above, accompanied by the applause and shouts of the fans. The powerful atmosphere created by thousands of fans felt like a dream reminiscent of a movie. This is football. How can you not love football? After a moment, the match began. Brazil kicked off first, with Lincoln passing back. Alonso turned in place after receiving the ball, spinning like a top towards the right flank. Paulinho skillfully dribbled the ball, showcasing Brazil's fluidity and creativity in their movements. Spain, on the other hand, deployed a complete formation with 3 solid defensive chains aligned, utilizing the chain defense, most commonly employed in modern football. From the pace of the match, Spain is not in a hurry to attack, but is instead stabilizing their formation in their half. A very wise approach. Brazil gradually realized that the situation was not as they had anticipated. Spain, usually adept at ball possession, had voluntarily surrendered control to Brazil, opting instead for a defensive counterattacking strategy. The camera frequently shifted focus to the sidelines, where Delia stood, seemingly trying to read something from the young coach's expression, yet all that was visible on Delia's face was calmness. In the world of football, only the strong who dare to lower their stance can maintain victory. Spain seems to be doing just that. As a tactical analysis master, coach Zhang discerned Delia's thoughts swiftly. Brazil scored a total of 7 goals in their previous 2 matches without conceding, showcasing their formidable attacking power. Especially their front 3, each possessing exceptional unknown breakthrough abilities. After the match began, Brazil dominated the field completely, their relentless attacks crashing against Spain like a tide. In the 29th minute of the match, Brazil launched an attack directly from the flanks, seeking a two-known combination with the center. However, the midfield players were tightly restrained by Lin Chun and Bisha, forcing them to the flanks. A Tuntuo down to the baseline, but there were no good crossing opportunities. A forced shot. It hit the defender and went out for a corner. This is Brazil's 3rd corner since the start of the match. Gradually, the fans began to notice the problem. Brazil is dominating possession, but failing to score. Their midfield is completely restrained. Unable to connect with the midfield, attacks solely from the flanks are unlikely to pose a threat. Brazil's coach Dong pondered on the sidelines, feeling as if he had fallen into Spain's trap. Spain appeared to relinquish control and offensive opportunities, yet they completely sealed off the midfield. By leveraging the confrontational and aggressive abilities of Lin Chun and others, they forced Brazil to attack from other areas. Brazil's attacks lacked a combination of flanks and center because the middle was blocked, leaving only the sides. The flanks are also the areas on the field least capable of facing the goal directly. Even if a shooting opportunity arises, most attempts are at sharp angles, posing little threat. Conversely, the continuous and overwhelming pressing attacks intensified the fatigue of Brazil's players. Soon Brazil actively slowed the tempo, attempting to recover some stamina. At this moment, Spain took the opposite approach and suddenly accelerated. Lin Xun waved his hand, signaling like a commander. Spain's overall formation quickly opened up, fully utilizing the width of the field, employing a strategy of slow tempo, pulling, and sudden explosive pressing. Spain is accelerating now. Oh, it's their turn to attack. Delia has arranged a great strategy. The pulling and explosive state of Spain alternates perfectly. It's a flawless tactic. The physical condition of the Brazilian players visibly declined, unable to keep up with Spain's sudden shift in tempo. Spain also launched their attacks from the flanks, but unlike Brazil, they had strong support from the center. Soon the combination of flanks and center became frequent. Repeated local combinations and wall passes disrupted Brazil's defense. Spain's opportunities increased while Brazil teetered on the brink, struggling like a bird in a storm. At any moment, they could be knocked to the ground. In the 36th minute of the match, bang, boom, Victor combined with Gomez for a flank play. Victor reached the baseline and made a horizontal pass. Ruiz made a diagonal run to receive the ball, but was already close to the baseline with a very tight angle, making it impossible to shoot. However, he did not intend to shoot. He pulled the ball back with his left foot, then quickly flicked it with his heel. An unexpected back pass. Lin Xun surged like a lion. He surged past Antonio to reach the ball, drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. Then a loud explosion was heard. Bang! A powerful strike. It's a goal. Lin Xun. An explosive shot opens the scoring for Spain, leading Brazil 1-0. In the official La Liga live broadcast room, invited commentators Casillas and Zidane applauded in celebration. Beautiful play. That was impressive. Even if it were me, I might not have been able to defend that. Too close, the ball was too fast, yet such power kept the trajectory remarkably steady. Casillas has always been fond of Lin Xun, closely following his performance in the Premier League. I've seen many of his performances in midfield in the Premier League. His style is quite different from mine. I believe he mainly relies on physicality and long shots. However, his passing ability has significantly improved recently, and with that improvement his football intelligence has also increased. It might not be so apparent in the Premier League, but among his peers he truly stands out. In the commentary room of Sky Sports, Gerrard stood up to applaud, and the fans in the live room went wild. Lin is going to play in the World Cup representing our Premier League. One of the outstanding young talents in today's football. If it weren't for Mbappe, I wouldn't want to add another name. Just imagine if Lin Xun really leads Spain to win the U17 World Cup with such a prestigious trophy, then the Golden Boy Award. Don't get ahead of yourself upstairs, don't jinx it, we haven't even finished the group stage yet. Liverpool fans were particularly excited. If the club could produce another European Golden Boy, it would be a tremendous honor. At this moment Lin Xun was surrounded by teammates, all celebrating wildly around him. Lin Xun signaled to his teammates to remain calm. Don't get too excited. The match has just begun. We need to continue with our original tactics and maintain our rhythm. Spain was in excellent form, entering the match's tempo quicker than Brazil, but at this moment the Brazilian coach was also making tactical adjustments on the sidelines. After the match resumed, Brazil's formation clearly changed. From the current positioning of the midfield and forward line, Brazil's striker Lin Kong has begun to increase his frequency of retreating. Brazil seems to want to alleviate the pressure in midfield, providing more options for their two wingers. Spain had always utilized their midfield advantage to force Brazil to attack from the flanks, making it difficult for Brazil to create threats. However, after further adjustments, Lin Kong began to drop back extensively. As a striker with a pivotal role, Brazil frequently played high balls into Lin Kong's area. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, and with a muscular build, Lin Kong looked nothing like a young player. His powerful physique gave him excellent ball protection and playmaking ability. Spain's defenders began to feel a stronger sense of pressure, especially Eric Garcia, whose physique was not particularly strong as a ball-playing defender. In the 43rd minute of the match, still playing high balls directly from the back, Lucas' long pass is very accurate. Lin Kong shields Eric Garcia heading the ball, setting it up for the right side. What a great pass. Paulinho receives the ball on the right. He shoots. Alvaro made a save, but the ball is still in the box. There's a chance for a follow-up shot. Brenner with a sliding shot. It's in. Brazil equalizes just before halftime. Beautiful. Both teams are back on equal footing. Lin Kong's repeated contributions finally created an opportunity for the team, and Brazil's tactical adjustments paid off. Brazil plays a high ball directly from the back, bypassing Lin Xun in the center, targeting Lin Kong's head or chest. This clever attacking method avoids Lin Xun while maximizing their strengths, taking full advantage of their capabilities. Both teams are indeed strong contenders for the championship, a true battle of the titans. With just a few minutes left in the first half, the score remains 1-1. After returning to the dressing room, Denia hurriedly made tactical adjustments. If Brazil continues to play high balls, to find Lin Kong Bisha will drop back to form a double defense. The two fullbacks will constrict towards the central area, giving Lin Kong the chance to turn or shoot from distance. That guy's shooting is poor, but we must not give him space to get the ball. In the front line, we should still utilize a combination of flanks and central play, or we must dare to push forward and participate in the attack. We can look for Ruiz in the front line, or Lin pressing up, or Ferran Torres making diagonal runs. Remember, keep the game under our control, and the scale of victory will tip in our favor. The Spanish fans in the live room were visibly tense, while fans from Huaxia and Liverpool eagerly awaited the start of the second half. The excitement of this U17 World Cup group leader showdown exceeded the fans' expectations. The second half quickly resumed, and the thrilling end-to-end battle began. Spain's two fullbacks also started to join the attack. Victor is very fast, combining with Gomez for a 1-2 reaching the baseline. A back pass. Linchin wants to shoot, but Lucas intercepts. Successfully dispossessed a long pass to the right to initiate a counterattack. Paulinho drives forward with the ball passing to the center. Alonso adjusts and takes a long shot. It's over the bar. The fans in the stands gasped. Both sides are playing at an incredibly fast pace. This exceeds the standard expected of young players. Whenever one side fails to score, the other immediately completes the next offensive and defensive transition, with both sides showcasing immense stamina and speed. If the game is to enter a high-scoring situation, we will see who has the stronger ability to seize opportunities. The formations of both sides clashed, neither giving way, neither retreating an inch. At this moment, the phrase "football is a man's game" was embodied vividly. Lin Shun accelerated while striving to keep his thoughts clear, constantly observing Brazil's defense. The faster the pace, the more mistakes will occur, especially for young players where passing and receiving errors are inevitable. As time ticked away, after a full 30 minutes of the second half, no goals had been scored, although there had been plenty of shots. Both sides were dominating, but failing to score, making noise without rain. Seeing that the score was likely to end in a draw, Casillas couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as he was about to say something, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Linchin finally seized the opportunity. Faced with Spain's high pressing, the defender was forced to pass back to the goalkeeper, and Blazang hurriedly cleared the ball. In a rush, the kick was not far, and the ball rolled towards the right side. Oh no, it's a chance. Ferran Torres intercepts the ball. Spain's counterattack. Lin Shun immediately took a long stride forward, cleverly making a half-arc run to evade Antonio reaching for the ball on the right side of the box. Ferran Torres immediately backpassed. An accurate cross. Lin Shun struck the ball instantly upon receiving it. A blistering shot from a tight angle. Bang! Brawling Dove with a single palm, but the ball rebounded straight back to Lin Shun. He surged forward, beating the defender to the ball, and with a delicate toe poke he slotted it home. A clinical finish. Goal! He scored. Casillas raised his arms in exultation. Lin. He's completed a stunning brace, turning the tide for Spain against Brazil. No wonder this young talent commands a 40 million valuation. Who dares question his worth now? In the Chinese livestream, commentator He Wei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Shun has struck again. Fans never assume victory will come knocking uninvited. But for Lin Shun, scoring is as effortless as dandelions drifting down a hillside, utterly within reach. His arrival at the U17 World Cup is nothing short of dimensional dominance. Time is slipping away. The match clock shows only minutes remaining, even with stoppage time added. Brazil's chances of equalizing grow increasingly slim. After scoring, Lin Shun sprinted toward the touchline and clasped his fists together, a signature celebration gesture. Spanish fans instantly mimicked him, returning the gesture with solemn, respectful fist clasps. A crowd of Spaniards collectively performing a traditional Chinese gesture, an unprecedented sight on European football pitches. This moment evokes memories of an Argentine who once led a team of Italians against another Italian side. Truly a parallel of poetic symmetry. Teammates rushed over to join the celebration. Ferran Torres had also delivered an outstanding performance. Lin Shun wrapped an arm around Ferran and patted his head affectionately. Ferran buried his face against Lin Shun's chest, shy tender like a bashful bride. What a brilliant pass. Brothers, time is running out. Because his mother is Spanish, Lin Shun had undergone intensive Spanish language training and now speaks fluently without barriers to communication. Don't retreat blindly into defense. Attack to defend. Maintain relentless pressure and deny them any breathing room. Lin Shun knew full well in football passive defense invites only greater peril. True defense lies in assertive, incisive attack. When play resumed, Spain re-emerged, not as the team anyone recognized. They displayed fiercer aggression, sharper intensity, and burning, unrelenting desire. The elegant gentleman still wore his suit, but beneath it lean lines had given way to taut, sculpted muscle. Clenched fists betrayed fierce ambition. Brazil found no opening to mount an attack. Time bled away rapidly, until the referee lifted the whistle to his lips. Beep, beep, beep. Full time. The match is over. Congratulations to Spain on a commanding victory in this clash of titans. 3 points secured and top spot in the group. A magnificent, exhilarating triumph. Lin Chun thrust his arms skyward, embracing teammates in jubilant unity. Coach Denia charged onto the pitch, hugging each player. Securing first place in the group was precisely his ultimate objective. Viewers in the live stream erupted with euphoria. The comment feed scrolled in a dizzying torrent. Friends, I'm no coward. I've survived as a Brazilian fan among Spanish supporters. First place is merely the beginning. Spain's true goal is nothing less than the championship. Lin, if you see this, please DM me. Every night after 9 o'clock Up there. The queue to meet Lin Chun is currently 3 years long. As fans celebrated and players rejoiced, the system chime resonated clearly within Lin Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 300 points, unlocking your third skill draw. Initiate the draw. Lin Chun instantly affirmed and thought yes. Before him, a radiant golden skill pool spun swiftly. He awaited its revelation with breathless anticipation. Suddenly, the tranquil surface churned, plunging into profound, fathomless depths, where a shimmering golden light began to rise slowly from the abyss, laced with streaks of white brilliance. Each skill radiated a unique luminescence calibrated precisely to the player's essence. White gold radiance. Neither of Lin Chun's first 2 skills had shown thus. The first, Cannonball Shot, had blazed with pure gold. The second, Perlo's Visionary Pass, with deep black gold. Who then might this white gold luminescence herald? Swift as a falling star, his white steed dissolving into stardust. He is the very embodiment of speed, the sovereign of dribbling, the dream lover of countless female fans, the White Knight himself. Graceful, ethereal, and utterly singular. Among midfielders, he stands alone in the annals of football. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the platinum tier skill wind chasing Kaka. Kaka. Lin Chun's heart soared with elation. Though his physical strength and passing ability were already formidable, what he lacked most, especially during transitions, was explosive acceleration and forward-driving momentum, sheer pace, and burst speed. Kaka's arrival filled that void flawlessly. Platinum skill wind chasing Kaka. While advancing with the ball in midfield, the host gains an instantaneous 10 boost to acceleration and a 10 increase in top speed. Dual speed attributes receive an additional 10 bonus. Lin Chun was thoroughly satisfied. Though his current speed metrics remained modest, consistent training and match experience would amplify the impact of this 10 enhancement exponentially. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 3 skills and may now claim your next Stellar C free of charge. The second Stellar C has begun gestation. Estimated completion 30 days. Upon completion, absorption is free, no points required. The second Stellar C loomed ever closer. His first had forged him into a complete midfielder. What extraordinary attributes would the next bestow? Lin Chun waited with eager anticipation. As Lin Chun waved to fans in gratitude, his attention lingered on the system interface, when suddenly a new button appeared in the lower right corner, arresting his focus. With a mere thought, he tapped it gently, and before him unfolded a sea far vaster, deeper, and more boundless than the original skill pool. Its waters ran so profoundly dark they seemed to absorb light itself. Depth beyond measure, mystery beyond reckoning. Host has accumulated 2500 points, unlocking 1 chance at the Divine Tier Hidden Grand Prize Pool. Each draw costs 500 points. The Divine Tier Hidden Grand Prize Pool contains Skill. Lin Chun could not glimpse their names. Only 3 enigmatic question marks shimmered in silence. His current point threshold was evidently too low to unveil these divine skills. Yet the sudden emergence of this grand prize pool ignited fierce anticipation. Such terrifying depth surely concealed treasures beyond imagination. Lin Chun realized as his power grew, the system's hidden layers gradually surfaced, revealing ever deeper intricacies. What form would he ultimately take in the days ahead? Lin Chun eagerly awaited that future. Post-match press conference. Lin, I am a reporter from Sky Sports. Which team are you most eager to encounter in the upcoming knockout draw? Lin Chun replied, actually, it doesn't matter which team I face, to me they are all the same. The reporters on site exchanged glances, surprised by Lin Chun's audacious response. Lin Chun continued, because they are all respectable teams, all strong teams. To reach the knockout stage of the U17 World Cup, each has its own style. Denia, sitting next to Lin Chun, let out a sigh of relief. He knew that a young player performing so excellently on the field must possess high emotional intelligence. To some extent, both football intelligence and emotional intelligence influence a player's performance on the pitch. By qualifying as group leaders, Spain will avoid a certain number of strong teams in the draw. The strongest potential opponent Spain might draw is Mali, which boasts numerous talented midfielders like Ducour, known for their formidable presence. Besides Mali, other possible opponents include Iran and Albania. With no intention of disrespecting any team on October 8th, when the team collectively watched the knockout draw ceremony, Denia prayed with both hands, repeatedly chanting Albania in his mind, more devoutly than when he had vowed before the priest at his wedding. Denia was not afraid of facing Mali, rather he wanted the team to maintain good form and strong physical reserves before the semifinals. Drawing a relatively weaker opponent in the quarterfinals would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. If the opponent is Albania, Denia could make at least half of the lineup changes. Key players could get ample rest to prepare for the semifinals. From a tactical standpoint, Denia indeed hoped to draw Albania. Special guest Drogba teamed up with Spanish legend Casillas to begin the draw. Soon matchups began to emerge. Brazil's opponent in the quarterfinals is France. Casillas beamed as Brazil drew France. With two championship favorites clashing early, one team would inevitably exit, which was the best possible news. Denia secretly rejoiced. Had they not secured the top spot in their group, it could have been Spain facing France at this moment. England draws Iran. As Iran was drawn by England, the situation became increasingly clear. Casillas then drew Spain, while Drogba slowly revealed another ball on which the name Mali was clearly written. Spain faces Mali in the quarterfinals. Click. Denia's anxious heart finally shattered, while Lin Shen beside him was quite pleased, patting Denia's thigh. Not bad at all. Mali is quite good. Denia forced a bitter smile, although he wasn't sure why drawing Mali was something to be happy about. Spain must field their strongest lineup. Mali is not a weak opponent. In fact, they have the toughest midfielders in this World Cup. Ducour alongside Guidou and Samark forms a classic iron triangle in midfield known for their toughness. Especially Ducour, whose long legs deliver a powerful presence, making him the player with the most interceptions per game in the current U17 World Cup. Denia continues to train the team's offensive strategy, combining wing and midfield plays, aiming to penetrate the strong defense of a team like Mali through changes in rhythm. Spanish fans are filled with anticipation, while fans in Roja also eagerly await Lin Shen's performance. After the draw, Spain prepares for the match with full force. At this time, Barnett, who is participating in the U17 World Cup with Lin Shen, received a collaboration invitation from a company specializing in selling safes. They hope Lin Shen will become the spokesperson for their safe company, using slogans based on Lin Shen's strong defense and impenetrable interceptions on the field, claiming that their safes are as secure as Lin Shen's defensive abilities. The two first went to the insurance company, where they confirmed through real experiments that their safes indeed possess strong protective capabilities. The tests included Barnett attacking with a power drill, striking with a hammer, and even using gas attacks, all intercepted by the safe. Satisfied with the safe's protective capabilities, Lin Shen agreed to the contract invitation. The 2-year contract included an endorsement fee of $2.8 million each year, along with a free safe for Lin Shen's use. After everything was finalized, they began filming the endorsement ad where Lin Shen held the safe, showcasing his strong arms. Powerful safe, protecting your important assets, safeguarding your private funds, securing everything you own. With defense as strong as mine, with stability like mine, you deserve to have it. Not to mention, many viewers declared they would definitely purchase a safe solely due to the unexpected endorsement style and slogan from the safe company. Indeed, the comments in the ad video were filled with such remarks. Next time for sure. Next time will definitely. Let's not wait for next time. Can we make it this time? October 10th. U17 World Cup official live broadcast room. Special guest commentators Casillas, David Villa, and Zidane were in attendance. In my view, Spain has a greater chance of winning, but the match might go into extra time due to their previous exertions, while Mali has exerted comparatively less energy. Although Mali plays a tough style, Spain has the opportunity to disrupt their defense through their skilled passing and change. Of course, Casillas supports Spain's victory, but is also aware of Mali's strength. A real-time poll among fans showed that 58% predicted a Spain victory, slightly higher than for Mali. This might also be due to the fact that there are far more Spanish fans than Mali fans. In the pre-match live broadcast room, someone exclaimed, "Brothers, trust me, last night the ancestors visited me in a dream. Mali will win this match." Spain versus Mali is like knights battling orcs. Orcs never kneel to anyone. Orcs never kneel. My knights are symbols of glory. I predict 7-0 Spain will serve Mali 7-up. 7-up. No way. No matter how big the gap in strength, keep calm, maintain the rhythm, and defend well. There's no way to concede 7 goals. Zhongyang Television Station. You are now watching the U17 World Cup quarterfinals with Spain. I am the commentator He Wei. The main players from both sides have begun to take the field, and the Spanish fans immediately erupted in cheers. Lin Shen clapped continuously, boosting his teammates' morale as both sides positioned themselves in their respective halves. Moments later, the match began with Mali kicking off. Since the match has just started, and the pace has not picked up yet, let's take a look at the starting lineups of both teams. Mali has deployed their preferred 4141 formation, clearly aiming to play defensively and counterattack. Goalkeeper Youssef. Defenders Kane Hamadi Diaby Konate. Defensive midfielder Samarak. Midfielders Drame Ducour Guido Ter. Center forward Ndiaye. In addition to the iron triangle in midfield, center forward Ndiaye also requires close attention. Ndiaye possesses formidable individual combat capabilities. He is strong, fast, and has excellent heading ability. Midfielder Ducour is a target for many Premier League teams, with reports suggesting that Crystal Palace intends to make an offer exceeding 30 million for him. As for Spain, the starting lineup has been adjusted from the last match against Brazil. Goalkeeper Alvaro. Defenders Miranda Eric Garcia, Guillemont Muri. Midfielders Bisha Murcia Linchun. Forwards Sergio Gomez Ruiz, Ferran Torres. The left back has been substituted for the defensively stronger Miranda, likely to counter Ter's incursions. After the match began, Mali indeed aimed to slow down the pace, meticulously organizing their passing, and if Spain pressed, they would immediately clear the ball. Mali has studied Spain's tactical approach extensively. The coach believes that tempo changes are a significant way Spain poses a threat. Thus, slowing down the pace through tough confrontations and fouls, making the game's rhythm intermittent, is the best way to stop Spain. After the match began, Mali was indeed doing just that. Ducour led the midfield clashes, and the iron triangle was ruthlessly engaged in midfield battles. 2 or even 3 players surrounded Linchun, preventing him from controlling the ball and moving forward. Ducour, leveraging his physical advantage, hindered Bisha from assisting Linchun. Mali temporarily split Spain's midfield into 2 phases, forcing Linchun to single-handedly support the midfield and front line isolated and unsupported. Mali's midfield strategy is very effective. Udraim, though appearing as a left-back, is also part of the midfield, collaborating with Ducour to suffocate Linchun. The aggressive tactical style has made it difficult for Spain to play, and frequent minor fouls have kept the game's rhythm from flowing smoothly. As a result, the first half has become intermittent, and by the 30th minute of the match, there have been no effective attacks, and Spain has been unable to organize smooth combinations. Currently, the real-time possession rate shows Spain at 70, yet they have not managed a single shot on goal. Spain needs to make some adjustments to escape the mire of Mali, and cannot become entangled in futile struggle. Mali can accept a draw, even a penalty shootout, but Spain's original goal must be to win the match. And Denia is discussing tactical adjustments with the assistant coach, while Linchun is carefully observing. When the situation on the field becomes tense, observation is Linchun's best way to find solutions. In the 33rd minute of the match, Bisha is trying to find Linchun, but Ducour is putting him under great pressure. Samarak is closing in from the side. Bisha must pass early. Intercepted. Mali has a chance for a counterattack. Guillemont appears just in time, clearing the ball with a powerful kick, sending it forward. Hamadi controls the ball with his chest, directing it to the right side. Spain's front line is pressing hard, giving Mali no chance to maintain possession. A long pass goes directly to Ter with Miranda in pursuit. Unknown Ter is being shut down. Miranda positions himself while defending brilliantly and winning the ball back. He passes back to the goalkeeper to reorganize the attack. The situation remains the same. Spain can defend, but Mali can also defend, resulting in a stalemate. Just when things were tense, Linchun suddenly changed his running pattern. A roundabout arc-shaped run emerged as Linchun, through observation, detected a potential offensive opportunity. Ducour and Drame have deliberately split the midfield, preventing Bisha from forwarding the ball and cutting off his supply line. However, Linchun made a bold decision, moving next to Bisha and whispering a few words, leading to a dramatic change in their positioning. In the 40th minute of the match, Linchun is actively dropping back while Bisha is making an off-the-ball run forward. The two frequently exchange positions vertically in midfield, disrupting Mali's midfield cover. Ducour occasionally has to follow Linchun, leaving his central zone. Seeing Ducour fall for the bait, Linchun knew the moment had come. In the 42nd minute of the match, Linchun drops back significantly, raising his hand to ask the goalkeeper for the ball. Alvaro decisively makes a short pass, breaking through Mali's high press and accurately delivering the ball to the retreating Linchun. Linchun receives the ball and turns, but Ducour indeed arrives right in front of him. At this moment, Linchun did not choose to force his way through. Instead, he pointed to the left side, lightly flicking his left ankle, but passed to the right. Pointing left and passing right. Delivered to Bisha. Bisha receives the ball without stopping, and with a similar flick of his ankle, he sideways passes it. Linchun makes an off-the-ball run, squeezing past Ducour to complete the connection. A perfect 1-2. The clever vertical interspersing of the 1-2 finally breaks through Mali's defense. At this moment, Linchun looked up to see Mali's entire defensive line for the first time completely laid out before him, with no midfield protection in sight. Gomez Ruiz and Ferran Torres pressed fiercely into the penalty area, completely flattening Malice's defense. Two choices lay before Lin Chun. Should he carry the ball forward or choose to make a direct through pass to create opportunities for his teammates? There was no good space for a direct through pass. Lin Chun was certain that if he played a direct through ball, it could very likely squander this excellent counterattack opportunity. At this moment, Dania shouted from the sidelines, "Lin, opportunity." In a flash, Lin Chun opted for a long-distance dash. The skill-chasing Tiki-Taka sparkled. Ducor, starting from behind, attempted to regain possession, while Lin Chun exploded with the ball. Accelerate. Dash. Counterattack. His voice grew increasingly passionate. Lin Chun is advancing with the ball. Before him lies an expanse of open space. A long-distance dash. Lin Chun hopes to create a better scoring opportunity for Spain. The ship docks at the harbor, never to experience storms. Lin Chun's through pass may waste the opportunity, but it also avoids the danger of being countered by Mali. But only by facing the storms can the ship raise the sails of victory. Lin Chun dribbled the ball forward with impressive speed. Approaching the penalty area, a favorable 4-on-4 situation formed in the front field. While dribbling, Lin Chun observed closely, constantly twisting his head left and right, trying to find space. Ferran Torres ran smartly with Ruiz retreating to provide cover. Ferran Torres surged forward into the gap, and Lin Chun decisively flicked the ball into the penalty area. What a great pass. A lofted through ball. Ferran Torres receives it. Onion. Shot. Hiwei exclaimed. Ferran Torres did not waste the opportunity. That shot was spectacular, reminiscent of the legendary Jin Tong Tuanyo. Spain takes the lead before the end of the first half. Lin Chun's pass was exquisite. It fell perfectly in a spot the goalkeeper couldn't reach, allowing Ferran Torres a clear shot. Ferran Torres was exceptionally excited after scoring, kneeling on one knee and signaling Lin Chun to place his right foot on him, performing the classic shoe-shining celebration. Dania was very pleased. Entering the second half with a 1-goal lead increased Spain's chances of advancing. With just a few minutes left in the first half, the match approached halftime. They will definitely change their tactics in the second half. Mali has done this in every group match. When they fall behind at halftime, they launch a more intense onslaught. Therefore, we must display greater resilience in the second half. Dania said this while staring intently. Undoubtedly, when it comes to resilience, toughness, and true masculinity, Lin Chun, donning the number 10 jersey and sitting in the center of the locker room, is the epitome of it. As the second half commenced, the situation unfolded precisely as Dania had anticipated. Malice midfielders launched intense collisions and pressure with fierce physical confrontations affecting Spain's attacking rhythm. At this moment, Lin Chun stood out like a war god. Ducor dribbles through the middle, charging forward with speed. Lin Chun is pursuing, pressuring from the side, and forcefully outmuscles Ducor to regain possession. Though both are young, Lin Chun seems to be telling Ducor, "I fear no collision even in the Premier League, so how could I fear you?" The 63rd minute of the match. A 3-man encirclement in the middle. Lin Chun fiercely protects the ball, refusing to let it go, passing back to Antonio on the right side. Ferran Torres has a chance advancing with the ball. Moving down the right flank, a long cross to the left side. Gomez receives the ball and crosses. A back triangle. Gomez executed a back triangle pass, and Lin Chun, arriving late, shook off Ducor and shot from the top of the penalty area. Bang! The ball struck the defender, producing a loud sound before rebounding in front of Lin Chun. He followed up, taking another shot. An explosive second effort. Like a venomous snake, striking directly towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Swish! Ha ha ha! Hiwei laughed heartily. Lin Chun scores. 2-0. Spain is not only scoring, but also exerting complete dominance over Mali. They have proven with their fierce display that they are strong contenders for the championship. After scoring, Lin Chun was overjoyed, rushing to the sidelines and jumping onto the advertising boards. Behind him, Ferran Torres quickly followed, lifting him up in yet another signature display of arrogance. The Spanish fans went completely wild. He is the embodiment of magic. He is the reincarnation of the war god. He is. Having a hand in both goals. If Spain successfully advances to the semifinals, Lin must be the best player of the quarterfinals. Although Spain was originally a favorite to win, I actually didn't have high hopes. But with Lin's current performance, my confidence has skyrocketed. On the stands, Lopetegui looked extremely satisfied as Barnett next to him handed him a beer. This year's Spanish national team midfield is too old. We need a young player to provide firepower. As he spoke, Barnett handed over a fine Cuban cigar, showcasing the prowess of a top agent. Indeed, very suitable. Lopetegui gave a positive response, and Barnett finally breathed a sigh of relief. In Barnett's view, participating in the World Cup was immensely important for Lin Chun. After the match resumed, the rhythm was completely under Spain's control. The possession was dominated, with Mali only managing to regain control during clearances or when stopping Spain's attacks. Ultimately, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Hiwei was very happy. The match is over, dear fans. Mali is leaving, they have given it their all. We can see many young players crying, but they should hold their heads high as they leave. Spain, on the other hand, must continue moving forward with Lin Chen still conducting the midfield symphony. I don't know if Spain will win the championship. I also don't know how Lin Chen will grow in the next 3 to 5 years. But what I do know is that Lin Chen has been the standout player of this U17 World Cup so far. I see boundless potential in him. Dear fans, this concludes our commentary for this match. In 3 days, the U17 World Cup semifinals will see Spain take on France, another clash of titans. I will continue to stay in the broadcast booth to bring you the commentary, while the other semifinal will feature England facing Croatia. The winning teams from these 4 will meet in the finals to compete for the highest honor of this U17 tournament. The broadcast focused on Lin Chen, who was once again named the best player of the match. Ducour immediately sought out Lin Chen to exchange jerseys, with the two chatting as they walked. Lin Chen admired Ducour, understanding that such a stylistic midfielder would surely carve out a place for himself in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Ducour looked at Lin Chen with stars in his eyes, longing to become a midfielder like him. Before the broadcast, Spanish fans, Huaxiao fans, Liverpool fans, and more all gazed at Lin Chen with shining eyes. Especially some fervent female fans who stared at Lin Chen as if he were a hungry wolf, a fierce tiger. Upon entering the locker room, Dania led the cheers, and the young players celebrated loudly, turning the locker room into a sea of joy. Lin Chen, named the best player, was being interviewed by a reporter. The interviewer was a white-haired English beauty named Tina, known as the most charming reporter in the UK. Facing Lin Chen, Maiko's eyes sparkled. Lin, having successfully reached the semi-finals of this U17 World Cup, do you have aspirations for the ultimate championship? Lin Chen smiled and replied, it would be false to say I don't want to win the championship. There's no need for false modesty, but I also don't want to be arrogantly overconfident. I believe, based on my and my team's strength, that any team wanting to win the championship must bring their absolute best against us. Because we are the strongest contenders for the championship. The night after the match against Marissa, what do university students represent 100? The teacher asked. Talent, Lin Chen shouted across the screen. Indeed, after playing Marissa during the day, he had online classes and even assignments to complete that night. Fortunately, as a student with exemplary conduct, Lin Chen easily finished all the assignments in half an hour. However, online classes were unavoidable as the school had specifically set up a classroom with a camera for online lessons. In the entire online classroom, there were only Ao Qiao and Lin Chen. They exchanged glances through the screen and shared a knowing smile. When good friends lock eyes, they often share an inexplicable laugh. While the teacher was asking what university students must be, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, talent, causing the entire class to burst into laughter. Several female classmates occasionally turned around, glancing at the camera, seemingly trying to leave a deeper impression in Lin Chen's eyes. How can there be such energy at night after just finishing a match during the day? Come on, shut his microphone. Lin Chen found online classes amusing, as if an angel was reaching out a hand, enticing him to move forward. But the devil always sends out its evil claws to tightly bind him. The devil might even mute his microphone, preventing him from shouting. After the long online class ended, Lin Chen comfortably opened his computer and arranged to log into FIFA in FIFA Online 3. Lin Chen received several card packs, among which was the midfielder he desired. As Lin Chen bathed and changed, he connected with Ao Qiao to open the packs, while sincerely praying in his heart. Green light. Please give me a green light. 14 rated Yaya Toure always appears with a green light, and it's the midfielder card Lin Chen wanted the most. However, in Lin Chen's expectant gaze, vibrant colors lit up, but there was no green. With only one card pack left, Lin Chen hesitated and chose not to open it. He wanted to save the opportunity for tomorrow night. Looking at the pile of useless cards just opened, Lin Chen felt like crying. Who designed this terrible drop rate? Don't let me catch him. Just as he was happily playing the game, Barnett, Lin Sky Sports has sent you an invitation for an exclusive interview. Lin Chen shook his head and replied, I'm currently playing in the U17 World Cup, no rush. Just wait until after the match to interview me. They are sending Liverpool legend Gerrard to interview you, and they are willing to pay well. A half-hour interview where you just need to chat with Gerrard and answer a few questions can earn you 1 million. Lin Chen's hand holding the game controller suddenly paused. If that's the case. The money isn't the main thing, I just want to meet Gerrard. Barnett chuckled and shook his head, as Lin Chen always knew how to be considerate. With the collaboration confirmed, Sky Sports immediately dispatched a professional interview team to Lin Chen's hotel. In the same room, Lin Chen was staying with Ferran Torres. By the time Gerrard arrived, it was already the next noon, and Lin Chen had just finished lunch and hurried back to his room. Gerrard had been waiting for a while and was playing Lin Chen's FIFA game, holding the last card pack in Lin Chen's bag, which Lin Chen had intended to open tonight. Gerrard opened it for Lin Chen ahead of time and a green light flashed revealing the 14-rated Yaya Touré. With this connection, Lin Shun, who already admired Gerard, was overjoyed, and the interview proceeded smoothly. Gerard was initially worried about how to build a good rapport with Lin Shun, but the appearance of the 14-rated Yaya Touré instantly bridged the distance between them. Gerard felt as if Lin Shun was embracing him like an old friend. "Don't be nervous, just smile," Lin Shun said as he hugged Gerard. Yes, look at the camera." Gerard was taken aback. "Wait a minute. Aren't I interviewing Lin Shun? Why am I the one getting nervous here?" Most of the questions were routine, such as Lin Shun's views on his professional future and whether he could win the Golden Boy. The initial questions were quite normal, but as it progressed, the questions began to spiral out of control. It gradually evolved into questions like, how did Lin Shun manage to achieve such impressive physical test results during the first team assessments, astonishing the Liverpool staff? What would he say about the increasing number of female fans? Several female models frequently liked Lin Shun's social media posts. Was there some untold secret behind this? To the point where Lin Shun couldn't help but glance at the name on the microphone, confirming that it was indeed Sky Sports interviewing him and not the Sun. Half an hour later, the interview concluded, and Gerard immediately returned to Sky Sports to report. Sky Sports promptly released the interview content across the internet, featuring it on the front page, with back-to-back MVPs aiming for the U17 championship. Spanish fans eagerly liked and shared the news, thrilled to see Lin Shun's confidence, which in turn boosted the confidence of the Spanish fans. In the U17 World Cup semifinals, Spain faced France. The match garnered significant attention as both teams featured the most highly regarded midfield players of the tournament. In the pre-match tactical analysis room, Casillas also discussed France's midfield. There are reports that Real Madrid is very interested in the young Tchouaméni. This midfielder has shown all-around capabilities, being young and extremely talented. Konate in the defense is also a target for many teams. Spain will undoubtedly face a tough battle. This semifinal is going to be really challenging. Denia has been adjusting the team's condition daily, doing everything possible to relieve players' muscle strain and avoid excessive fatigue. In 3 days, Denia only trained 1 day, using the other 2 days to help the players relax. On October 14th, at the New Delhi Sports Stadium, all the fans anxiously awaited the battle to begin, with 1 hour left until kickoff and both teams having submitted their starting lineups. The Huaxiao live broadcast began on time, with He Wei providing exciting commentary for the fans. Dear fans, both teams have submitted their starting lineups. Let's see how they will clash with each other. Spain's lineup is fully starting. Goalkeeper Alvaro. Defenders Miranda, Eric Garcia. Midfielders Bisha, Antonio, Lin Shun. Forwards Sergio Gomez, Ruiz, Ferran Torres. France has an abundance of talent. Goalkeeper Fofana. Defenders Lacroix, Bienda, Bamioko, Konate. Midfielders Kakari, Tchouaméni, Phillips. Forwards Pintor, Adli, Giri. The red and blue clash. The match has officially begun. Denia was initially filled with confidence in the team, as they had been on a winning streak and had yet to taste defeat in the U17 World Cup. However, France was also undefeated and had displayed formidable attacking strength with several large-margin victories. Their extremely sharp counterattacks and quick passing combinations had a touch of beautiful football, but they also incorporated more forward passes. Denia's only concern was whether the defense could keep up with the speed of France's counterattacks. Once the match began, both sides were in a testing phase. Spain maintained possession, seeking opportunities and stabilizing the rhythm, while France was eager to attack. Lin Shun found that the situation was not as he had anticipated. Although France's starting formation was 433, their positioning in the attacking line was irregular and diagonal once the match started. Pinto's position was dropped back, Adli moved to the front on the right, and the attacking midfielder Phillips frequently exchanged positions with Tchouaméni. Something unusual was afoot, Lin Shun observed, carefully attempting to identify weaknesses. In the 13th minute of the match, the ball remains under Spain's control, with Bisha passing to the flank and Miranda pushing forward with the ball. Gomez makes a penetrating run along the side. A back pass, still looking for Lin Shun. Intercepted. The pass lacked power, and Tchouaméni made a precise interception. Lin Shun chased back. Tchouaméni gave no chance for a counter, sending a long pass to the right to find Adli. This outside off-the-foot pass reminds me of Pogba. Adli controlled the ball with his chest, flicked it over his shoulder. Beautiful. He deceived Guilliamin. Spain's backline is quite exposed. Crossing to the back post. A sliding shot. Oh no. France takes the lead. Pinto scores at the back post. Wonderful. France leads 1-0. This is even Spain's first goal conceded in the first half of the tournament. France is the most aggressive team in the U17 World Cup to date, without question. Conceding a goal at the start was clearly not part of Denia's plan. The young Spanish players were momentarily stunned, as they had never felt the atmosphere of being behind in this tournament before. An overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation surged forth. Lin Shun rushed back to the goal, retrieved the ball, and returned to the midfield running while pumping his fists and shouting at his teammates. Keep your heads up. The match has just begun. There's still plenty of time. Lin Shen's spirit was extremely high. He glared with fierce determination, showing no sign of being discouraged by the conceding goal. Instead, it ignited his inner fighting spirit and desire as his anger gradually spread throughout his body. Seeing the spirited Lin Shen, the young players quickly regained their focus and immersed themselves in the match. However, France's new tactics in the attacking line remained a threat. Their diagonal 433 formation combined with rapid counterattacks meant Spain needed to find a solution quickly. France had never employed this tactic in the previous matches, clearly a feast meticulously prepared for Spain. Lin Shen controlled the rhythm while diligently observing, doing his utmost to prevent Chouameni from sending forward passes, thus limiting France's counterattacks. Denaya and the assistant coach were striving to find a solution, while Spain gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, being pressed back into their own half by France. In the midfield, Lin Shen did his best to increase his coverage, but both wings were in precarious positions. The panic among Spanish fans was palpable. If this continued, conceding a second goal was just a matter of time. In the 27th minute of the match, Denaya finally stood up and went to the sidelines, sharing a glance with Lin Shen. Seizing the opportunity of a foul in the attacking zone, the two took advantage of the limited time to communicate. They want to attack diagonally. We should increase vertical penetrations, Lin Shen suggested. Denaya nodded, realizing they were on the same page. Have the two defensive midfielders frequently drop back to assist with flank support. Once we regain possession, you initiate the counter, allowing Ferran Torres and Ruiz to increase their positional exchanges. Attack with speed in the front, focus on exploiting the flanks, and avoid blending the sides and center. Find opportunities from the wings. Utilize Ruiz as a pivot to create more shooting space for both wings and yourself. Denaya quickly made tactical adjustments. Being appointed to lead the team in the U17 World Cup was clearly a testament to his capabilities. Lin Shen returned to the field to convey the tactics, and the Spanish formation adjusted slightly. Frequent positional exchanges in the front and increased vertical interceptions in the back to protect the flanks. The retreat of the two defensive midfielders effectively disrupted France's diagonal attacks, preventing connections between the wings and center. Spain's new defensive adjustments were quite effective. Stabilizing their defense, Spain finally had the energy to seek offensive opportunities. The continuous positional exchanges in the front disrupted France's backline. The space was gradually increasing as Lin Shen continued to observe, never giving up on seeking opportunities. In the 43rd minute of the match, pushing forward with the ball, Spain still sought to find a good chance to score. The flanks did not force a cross, but maintained a rhythm. Ferran Torres moved to the left, Gomez switched to the right, and Lacroix changed from defending inside to defending against the byline, looking somewhat unaccustomed. The defensive direction suddenly shifted. Lacroix had not yet adapted, and Gomez seized the opportunity to push down the flank, successfully breaking through. He delivered a powerful cross into the middle, attempting to assist Ruiz. Bang! Bogged cleared the ball. The clearance landed not far from the edge of the penalty area. Lin Shen intercepted the first drop, shouldered past Chouameni, and completed the breakthrough. With a right-footed pull, he exploded forward, shifting left and evading Kikeri. His body was in an unsteady state, but the chasing wind Taka shone brightly. After bypassing two players, Lin Shen instinctively touched the ball forward, continuing his dribble and sprinting directly at the defense. All Spanish fans stood up, their eyes focused on Lin Shen. Bogged charged in Hedon, but Lin Shen dropped his shoulder, instantly bursting into an inward cut. Against an English Premier League defender, such a burst might not be considered too fast. But in the eyes of the 17-year-old Bogged, this burst seemed like an illusion. It flashed past, bypassing three players. Lin Shen surged into the penalty area, facing an unknown situation. With a determined gaze directed to the right, he swung his right foot to shoot, aiming to the left. A faint shot. Swish! The goalkeeper was left stunned, rooted to the spot. Hiwei excitedly exclaimed. Lin Shen scores with a stunning solo effort. Spain equalizes the score. 1-1. Football is a high-speed competition. You either charge forward or retreat from the game. There's no time for hesitation. Football is like life, it represents everything. The reactions and instinctive decisions you make in the face of difficulties on the field reflect how you will confront challenges in life. Do not shrink back, do not evade. Courageously charge forward. This is the meaning that football brings to us. If you love football, then please move forward with determination, like Lin Shen. My friend, remember this. With dreams in your heart, you can forge ahead without hesitation. Youthful exuberance does not require breaks. As the ball went in, Lin Shen rushed toward the sidelines and slid on his knees in jubilation. With his knees gliding on the ground, he slowly straightened his upper body, spreading his arms wide. In the Spanish commentary room, Casillas stood up and applauded. Utterly elegant. A perfect shot. An exquisite sliding celebration. Lin, He helped Spain score a goal. Beautiful. They've leveled the score and both sides are back on equal. Teammates rushed over, piling onto Lin Xun and roaring with excitement. Equalizing just before halftime greatly boosted their morale. The Spanish fans in the stands erupted in celebration. Countless young fans were glued to Lin Xun, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Dad, I will become a midfielder like Lin in the future. A young man wearing the Spanish number 10 jersey sat in front of the television, his gaze resolute. A kind-looking man patted Rodri on the shoulder. Rodri, you're already 21, while Lin is only 18. Rodri was unfazed. So what? Even though Lin is younger than me, I believe he is currently better than I am. He is my future goal. Lin Xun was thrilled after equalizing before halftime, and Spain celebrated for a long time before returning to their half. After the match resumed, the remaining minutes quickly passed, and both teams returned to the locker room. The exhilarating first half captivated all the fans' attention, and the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise as the enthusiasm of the fans reached its peak. The situation was indeed somewhat beyond our expectations at first, but I am glad that you quickly adjusted and adapted to the opponent's rhythm. Denia was delivering a speech in the locker room, hoping to inspire the players. However, as he spoke, he thought it might be better to have a peer give the speech, which would likely have a greater impact. After some thought, he set his sights on Lin Xun. Lin Xun was sitting in the center of the locker room, discussing the details of the first half with Ferran Torres, while sipping water. Among all the players in the locker room, Lin Xun appeared the most relaxed. Lin, say a few words, Denia suddenly called out. Lin Xun was taken aback. He hadn't expected Denia to call on him at this moment, but he still stood up and walked to the front. Actually, I don't have much to say. I don't feel any nervousness at all because I have confidence that we will definitely win. We won all 3 matches in the group stage, and we defeated that notoriously tough Mali. We carry the hopes of millions of fans, and we have immense support behind us. Therefore, we shouldn't be anxious or shrink back because of any difficulties. Lin Xun scanned the locker room, locking eyes with each teammate. I don't know if we will have the chance to fight side by side again after this U17 World Cup ends. This might be our... We have put in so much effort to reach the semifinals. I really don't care about the effort we put in. People always tell me to enjoy the journey and not to worry about the results. But I don't care about how much sweat and tears I have to pour into the process. I just hope our efforts can help us defeat our opponents. Brothers, gather around. Lin Xun raised his left hand. All the young players raised their left hands, resting them on Lin Xun's arm. Everything for football, Lin Xun shouted. Everyone echoed, everything for football. The second half of the match began. Both teams' tactics officially clashed, and the situation on the field became increasingly tense. Both sides had opportunities to attack and created chances to score, but strong defenses prevented the opponents from finding the net. The game became more beautiful and intense as it progressed. In the 55th minute, midfield interception, Tchouaméni on the ball, and there's Lin Xun with a direct interception. Whenever Tchouaméni tried to push forward with the ball, Lin Xun would certainly intercept him directly. Facing Lin Xun, Tchouaméni reached out, trying to hold Lin Xun back to gain some breathing space. But Lin Xun disregarded everything, shouldering Tchouaméni's hand and pushing forward. Rapidly closing in, Tchouaméni twisted the ball to the right, trying to protect it. Yet Lin Xun charged toward him forcefully, pushing Tchouaméni aside from the side. A brutal tackle. Cocker rushed over and Phillips pressed from behind, completely surrounding him. Lin Xun used his strong body to shield the ball, barely going down, and with his toes he passed the ball out. Bisha received the ball and advanced down the left flank, opening up a clear path for Spain. Union against Lacroix. Gomez is looking to go down the line. Foul. The referee shows a yellow card. Lacroix didn't give Gomez another chance to cross. Spain has gained a free kick opportunity on the right side of the front field. Lin Xun stepped up to take the kick, raising one hand high. The French players instantly thought Lin Xun was signaling a tactical move, and the defenders were tense. In reality, there was no tactical arrangement. Lin Xun was merely stretching and loosening his arms. He took a run up. He struck. The curved ball was aimed at the back post. The placement was quite good. A leap and header. Oh no. Ruiz missed the chance to take the lead. Under Connacht's interference, Ruiz's header lacked power and was easily collected by the goalkeeper. Ruiz held his head in regret, while Lin Xun loudly called for the players to return to their half. France indeed launched a rapid counterattack. The goalkeeper quickly took a goal kick. Geary dropped back, heading the ball to the right flank. Adderley sprinted with the ball. Miranda made a precise tackle, disrupting the ball and earning applause from the Spanish fans. The pace of the transition between offense and defense is too fast. Neither side can afford to lose focus. Any mistake could lead to a lethal counterattack from the opponent. Mutual restraint and mutual attacks time ticked away in the match. Until the 70th minute, the score remained 1-1. At this moment, Denia made a substitution, bringing in the more offensively potent Victor to replace Miranda. Spain still aims to strengthen their attack. They want to resolve this in regular time. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Spanish fans anxiously awaited an opportunity. Lin Xin kept running tirelessly, searching for a chance to score. In the 76th minute, France still wants to counterattack, seeking Italy again. Victor, full of energy, completed the interception with greater speed. With the ball, he advanced along the flank, but Italy couldn't catch up. Gomez received the ball on the wing, drawing bang, bang, a 1-2. Beautiful. Victor reached the end line. A golden opportunity. Lin Xin had been waiting for this moment. He quickly took off and bypassed Kouamini with a clever run. As he reached the left side of the penalty arc, Victor delivered a perfect cutback. Once again, it was the familiar Spanish-style cutback. The perfect pass allowed Lin Xin ample space to run. A two-step run up. Lin Xin's eyes were glued to the approaching ball. Gerard's powerful shot glimmered. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, channeling it into his foot. Drawing the bow like an eagle spreading its wings, he unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom. It went straight into the lower right corner of the goal. Swish. The ball. It's in. Huh. Hiwei exclaimed excitedly. Oh my god. He scores again. Lin Xin. He scored again. He stepped up at the most crucial moment. Lin Xin scored a brace in the U17 World Cup semifinals. What an outstanding young talent. What a spectacular performance. Facing all the young players. He is completely a presence from another dimension. A dominating existence. In such a critical moment, scoring a comeback goal, Lin has proven just how outstanding he truly is. Casillas exclaimed with immense excitement. No player of the same age can compare to Lin. None. Based on Lin's performance in this U17 World Cup so far, if he can ultimately secure the championship, the competition for the Golden Boy Award will also come to an end. I don't believe there's anyone who can contest Lin for this year's Golden Boy Award. The Spanish fans cheered and celebrated, dancing in the stands, a classic celebration in the world of football. This style of celebration originated in Poland, where they began dancing together in the stands. I'm talking about everyone embracing and dancing together, and soon many club fans started to emulate it. This unique form of celebration has since spread to other countries and regions, eventually making its way to England and Spain, becoming a favored celebration style among local fans. The Spanish fans dancing like this is also a way of expressing a message. Even if we're not watching the match and are just dancing, we can still win, because victory is as simple and easy as dancing. The Spanish fans were all going wild. At that moment in the language training school, cooperating with Liverpool's youth academy classes had just ended, but no one was leaving as the match was being streamed in the classroom. Goal. They scored. Lin. Our classmate Lin scored. A commotion immediately erupted around them. All were youth players from around the world here to improve their language skills, and almost all of them were focused on this semi-final match. On the other side, England is also performing excellently. Ochoa just made a block, and England is already leading 3-0. Could we see a derby between classmates in the U17 World Cup final? Ochoa versus Lin Xin. By the way, I have good news to share with everyone. The teacher suddenly walked into the classroom, clapping the desk and catching all the students' attention. During yesterday's general meeting, the principal clearly stated that if England can reach the final of the U17 World Cup, we will organize all youth players to watch the U17 World Cup live together on that day. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted. I love the principal. Go England. Unbeknownst to how many fans were waiting in front of the live broadcast, waiting for the moment the match whistle would blow. After the match resumed, Lin Xin exerted all his effort to boost his teammates' morale, forming a chain defense with 3 blocking lines lined up. The first line of defense began executing high pressing, penetrating into the French back line to prevent France from comfortably organizing their attack. Spain is preventing France from starting their attack from the back. Cruyff once said that an attack that can be organized from the back is truly a good attack. Spain is pressing fiercely, forcing France's backline to resort to long balls for their attacks. In the 85th minute of the match, France was getting increasingly anxious as the match was nearing its end. Push forward, everyone push forward. Chouameni shouted loudly to his teammates. Just as he prepared to press forward himself, Lin Xin appeared like a ghost, staring directly at him, as if to say, "Where are you pushing to? Where do you want to push?" Chouameni was heavily obstructed while dribbling, forced to pass back, unable to get past Lin Xin's line of defense. Better to go for a long pass from the flank. Pintor received the ball and cut inside. One more touch trying to take on Murray, but it was intercepted. Murray's speed is quick, his positioning is precise. Pass it to the midfield. Antonio is shielding the ball. Spain is playing with great patience, not hurried to clear the ball, nor willing to hand over possession to France. Though they lead by just 1 goal, they are not fully retreating to defend, but rather continue to maintain their style of play, attacking instead of defending. Attack is always the best defense. The match quickly reached stoppage time with 3 minutes added. The French team was still seeking opportunities to score, but the positioning of Spain's defense was very tight. In the 92nd minute of the match, Chouameni delivered a lofted through ball, and the striker successfully broke the offside trap. But Alvaro rushed out early, leaping to clear the ball. Lin Chun shielded Chouameni with his back in the center, stopping the first touch. His strong body, controlling possession, forcibly squeezing past Chouameni to complete the turn and dribble. An unreasonable breakthrough. The French team hurriedly pressed, executing a tight mark in a small area. Lin Chun was slow and steady, not rushing, but his rhythm was very stable. Every small burst of dribbling created more space for shielding the ball. The French team desperately tried to steal the ball, but could not, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense. At this moment, time had reached the 93rd minute of stoppage time. The referee put the whistle to his mouth, not giving the French team any more chances. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Chun fell to the ground laughing. Spanish players rushed towards Lin Chun one after another, jumping up to play a game of stacking on top of each other. It's over, the match is over, Hiwei exclaimed passionately. Fans, this match has ended. Spain has narrowly come back to win against France with a score of 2-1, successfully advancing to the U17 World Cup final, where they will meet England. The champion will be determined between these two teams. The best player of this match, Lin Chun, performed brilliantly, with a brace helping the team turn the game around. His increasingly steady playing style showcases his strength. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Gerard stood up and applauded. Still no player in the U17 can compare to Lin. After honing his skills in the Premier League and Champions League, Lin's overall playing style is improving. Lin Chun was lying on the ground celebrating, but soon teammates began to pile on top of him. Gradually, a suffocating feeling arose as countless hands began to grope him. Hey, who the hell is grabbing my butt? Ferran, get your evil hands off me. The live broadcast camera cut to the stands where several Spanish legends were standing up and applauding. Soon, numerous Spanish legends posted congratulatory messages on social platforms, with almost every post from the legends, including Lin Chun's mention. Casillas, the next 15 years for Spain worry-free in midfield. David Villa, who else can say that Spain's midfield is in transition? Hand my ring over to Lin, he deserves it. Iniesta, why do people say Lin is the combination of me? Don't make me cry. Xavi, why do people say Lin is the combination of me and Iniesta? I think the live camera continuously focused on the field where Lin Chun was exchanging jerseys with Chouameni. You played well, Lin Chun patted Chouameni on the shoulder. I will come to Liverpool to hang out with you if I get the chance. I hope we can become good friends. Chouameni was emotionally affected by Lin Chun. Facing players stronger than himself, he always felt a sense of admiration. After the jerseys were exchanged, Lin Chun was returning down the player tunnel when Denia hurried to his side. Where's the jersey? Lin Chun smiled and said, it was swapped, it's with Chouameni. Denia's heart instantly sank. My daughter, who is in college, is crazy about you. Last night, I promised her that I would keep the jersey from this match. Damn, I was too late. Lin Chun laughed heartily while hugging Denia. No worries. The jersey from the final is reserved for you. Denia replied happily. It's a promise, you can't back out. I won't back out. I'll take your daughter out for a meal as well. Denia instantly came to his senses. You rascal. At the post-match press conference, Lin Chun accompanied Denia, and reporters rushed to ask Lin Chun questions. Denia sat beside him, experiencing Klopp's leisure for the first time. With Lin Chun present, the reporters hardly paid him any attention. Lin Xavi posted on social media claiming support for you to join the main squad in Spain. What are your thoughts on Lin? Guardiola's eldest daughter, Maria, posted a photo wearing your jersey celebrating victory on social media today. Do you two have any contact? Lin, Liverpool has had 2 wins and 1 loss in the last 3 league matches, ending a streak of consecutive victories. They are currently 2 points behind Manchester City in the live standings. Do you wish to return to Liverpool quickly to help the team reclaim the top position? The reporters' questions flooded an overwhelming Lin Chun, who could only do his best to answer them. His signature high emotional intelligence and eloquence were on full display again. The main strategy was to give the impression of saying a lot while actually revealing nothing. Xavi supports me being in the main squad. I would prefer if that was said by Lopetegui. Maria? We currently have no contact, but I believe we will. I'm glad to see her celebrating in my jersey. I hope this doesn't affect Guardiola's mood for dinner. 2 points behind Manchester City. I will catch up for the decisive battle, and then let's see what happens next. Denia sat calmly beside him, not having to worry about Lin Chun saying anything wrong. A person who can precisely stab an egg with a fork amidst a pile of food won't make mistakes even in his speech. After returning to the hotel post-match, many Spanish legends came to offer their support. David Villa, Raul, and others interacted with the younger players, sharing their experiences from the finals. Actually, there's nothing to be nervous about. Although the opponent England is very strong, if you've seen Lin's performance against Foden and Palmer in the Youth League, you won't feel the slightest bit nervous. These players were the mainstays of the England U17 team, but when facing Lin, their performance was hard to describe. David Villa sat closely beside Lin Chun, sandwiching him between himself and Raul like a hamburger. Lin, we all have great confidence in you. I also have great confidence in my teammates, Lin Shan replied with a smile. We are a united team, and unity is the key to victory. Hearing Lin Shan's response, the Spanish legends nodded in satisfaction. Lin Shan never sought the spotlight solely for himself. Despite the focus of social media and legends mostly being on him, Lin Shan always highlighted the contributions and support of his teammates at critical moments. All media were focused on the U17 World Cup final, with major outlets prominently displaying links for viewers to reserve their spot. The number of reservations surpassed 10 million within just one day, steadily advancing towards the 100 million mark. Sky Sports reported many youth training schools in England announced they would suspend classes on that day to watch the U17 World Cup final together. Several schools in Spain announced that they would organize a collective viewing of the U17 World Cup final for all students and staff. In England and Spain, and in many countries across Europe, football is truly a part of people's lives. Public interest in this final has reached its peak, with almost all online platforms discussing it. England versus Spain, a truly epic showdown. The winning side will ascend to the pinnacle of U17 World Cup glory. Meanwhile, fans have also begun to pay attention to the best player selection of this year's World Cup. Winning this honor signifies that you will become the best among the world's finest young talents. Unique. Both sides are intensely preparing, with all tactical assignments for England revolving around Lin Shan. Head coach Greg repeatedly watched the videos of Lin Shan's previous matches. The more he watched, the more his worries intensified. Foden and Palmer were not familiar with Lin Shan because he had completed his task against them in just 20 minutes. This guy is a real monster. A legendary monster. I have never seen a 17-year-old who is so adept at physical confrontations. Palmer recalled the immense impact he felt while defending Lin Shan unknown, as Lin's powerful strength had directly overturned him. In unknown or two-known situations, I think we have no chance at all. At least 3 to 4 people need to surround him in a localized area to prevent Lin from unleashing his abilities. Palmer and Foden's statements dampened the atmosphere of England's preparations as Greg and the coaching team worked tirelessly day and night to develop targeted tactics, desperately seeking solutions. Having reached the finals, no one was willing to hand over the championship easily. On the other hand, the atmosphere surrounding Spain's preparations was relatively relaxed. In the tactical meeting room, everyone gathered together, and Denia patted Lin Shan. Here only you and Foden and Palmer have faced each other directly, along with their defender Doyle. Share your experiences. Lin Shan scratched the back of his head, thought carefully, and said, They say Foden and Palmer are excellent. Actually, I didn't feel much at that time. I just played for 20 minutes. I intercepted, contested, scored a goal, clocked in, and then clocked out. Lin Shan suddenly looked up, seriously gazing at his teammates. Thinking about it carefully, I believe we can definitely win. Lin Shan smiled. Take it seriously, don't underestimate the opponent or yourself. We will definitely win. The U17 World Cup final is about to commence, featuring a pinnacle clash between Spain and England. The odds for Lin Shan to win the Golden Boy Award have risen to second place, with only a slight gap behind. Approximately 330 media outlets worldwide have announced their collaboration to broadcast the U17 World Cup final. All fans' attention is focused on the U17 World Cup final. This is the last grand feast of global football before the Russia World Cup, attracting the eyes of the football world. Legends from the top 5 leagues have emerged, invited to various live broadcasts to discuss the final. Spanish legends have arrived at the official live studio to cheer for their team. In the Roja live studio, there are 2 factions. A large group supports Spain and Lin Shan, while a smaller group backs England. With Lin Shan in the team, Spain undoubtedly garners more support. My hands are even trembling. In the pre-match live studio, Casillas raised his hands, which were indeed trembling. I have never felt this nervous, even during the Champions League final, when facing an unknown situation. Good luck to Spain. Spain, England, and most other schools are already prepared, opening live broadcasts to watch the pre-match prediction. Lin Shan and Ocho's class is packed with students, not just from their own class, but also from neighboring classes, all seemingly eager to watch the match in Class 3. The true clash of Class 3, Ocho versus Lin. The key to England's victory lies in whether they can contain Lin. I can't take it anymore, let the match begin. Let's bring football home. On October 20th, at 8 p.m. European time. In the Roja live studio, Hiwei is excitedly awaiting the match to begin, as all live studios have switched their screens to the stadium. Football fans, the 2017 U17 World Cup final is about to start. What you are seeing now is the Salt Lake Stadium, the second largest stadium in the world, capable of accommodating 1,000 people. However, for safety and security reasons, approximately 1,000 people are present at this match, an incredibly overwhelming number. The shouts and sounds from 1,000 people will truly resonate in the hearts of these young players, making this final a real test for both sides. It is not just a physical test, but also a mental and spiritual one. If you fall behind by a goal and your psychological defense collapses, the match will lose all suspense. Only teams that possess both physical and mental attributes are qualified to reach the pinnacle of the U17 World Cup. We can see the live camera focusing on the stands where many celebrities have arrived to watch this final. Casillas, Villa, Raul Golden Boy, Torres, Roberto Carlos, Zidane, Maldini. And other prominent figures Taylor, Camille, Maria. Maria is wearing Lin Shen's number 10 jersey, her face beaming with joy. As Hiwei introduces, the lights at the venue suddenly dim, and the U17 World Cup pre-match light show begins, creating a thrilling atmosphere among the fans. Then the entire arena falls into endless darkness with all fans holding their breath. 3 beams of light focus on the players' tunnel, where both starting lineups are waiting. Lin Shun, who performed exceptionally well, has been designated as the team's captain before the final, wearing the captain's armband at the forefront of the team. The 3 beams of light slowly move forward as the referee Marciniak leads both teams onto the field. Lin Shen holds the ball boy's hand, stepping onto the field with the captain's armband shining brightly. The number 10 jersey appears particularly striking under the spotlight. The cheers of 1-0 fans crash into the ears like thunder, and from this moment on, over 1 billion viewers in front of their TVs focus solely on you. Every move you make on the field will tug at the nerves of all the spectators, making them rejoice or sorrow, excited or shout. Welcome to the U17 World Cup final. This is the Salt Lake Stadium. Zhongyang Broadcasting Television Station. Hiwei passionately begins. Zhongyang Broadcasting Television Station. Hello to all fans both on-site and in front of the television. You are now watching the 2017 U17 World Cup final held at the Salt Lake Stadium. The teams are Spain dressed in red home kits facing England dressed in white home kits. Now let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Go Spain. Win the championship. Claim the top of the world. The captain's armband on Lin looks perfectly natural. Our best number 10 player, our most trusted midfield general. England is determined to reach the pinnacle of the world. This is the most outstanding U17 team England has ever had. Foden. Win the championship. Get the best. Let's bring football home. Both sets of fans have already plunged into extreme euphoria. First, let's take a look at England, who has deployed their most proficient 433 formation. Goalkeeper Anderson. Defenders Gibson, Gahey, Ocho, Doyle. Midfielders Gallagher, Angel, Smith. Forwards Hudson-Odoi, Gibbs, White, Foden. In terms of overall strength, England's lineup is incredibly At that moment in a Huaxia live studio, a seemingly honest-looking host named Wang noticed a comment on the screen. Why isn't Palmer starting? He neither breaks through nor passes. Why should he start? Hiwei continued to introduce. Spain, on the other hand, also has all their main players out. Goalkeeper Alvaro. Defenders Miranda, Eric Garcia, Guillemot Muri. Midfielders Bisha, Antonio, Lin Shun. Forwards Sergio Gomez, Ruiz, Ferran Torres. Both teams take their positions in their respective halves, and shortly after the match begins, Spain starts with the kickoff. Multiple players spread out on the midfield line, clearly aiming to launch an attack. Ruiz passes back, and multiple players sprint forward. Lin Shun receives the ball, lifts his head to observe, and England immediately rushes to intercept, preventing Lin Shun from passing forward. Gallagher approaches quickly while Lin Shun braces himself, cutting inside to create space. In a textbook-like long pass, he sends the ball towards the left side of the penalty area. Gomez follows up with a header assist. Miranda, making a late run, receives the ball and sweeps towards the far post. Ferran Torres launches into a diving shot. Oh! Hiwei gasps. It's in. Spain has scored an opening goal. A dream start. They have achieved a dream start. Ferran Torres scored brilliantly. Spain clearly executed a meticulously rehearsed opening strike. The Spanish fans in the stadium erupted instantly. No one had anticipated such an early goal. England had conceded within the first moments of the match. Iker Casillas and Raul exchanged celebratory high-fives, exuding the quiet confidence of legends. Lin Shun, momentarily elated, suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned his head to see the English players remaining eerily calm. Phil Foden swiftly retrieved the ball and sprinted back to midfield, though every player immediately repositioned themselves, poised for kickoff, as if this conceded goal had been fully anticipated. Head coach Greg stood pitchside, arms lowered in a calming gesture. For this final, he had prepared no fewer than 20 contingency tactics, including precise counterattack protocols should England fall behind by 1 goal. Thus, Spain's early goal came as no surprise to England. On the contrary, they knew full well this final would never devolve into a dull, low-scoring affair ending 10. England would deploy the wolf pack strategy, leveraging their superior collective strength to stretch the game wide open, playing with bold, expansive intensity. They would engage in an all-out attacking duel. After celebrations subsided, play resumed. Spain strives to retain possession, but England denies them the space, launching relentless counterpressing to reclaim the ball. In central midfield, Gallagher and Unhell shadow Lin Chin tightly. Even when he's off the ball, they cling to his flanks like second skins. Gallagher, a quintessential defensive midfielder, welcomes physical confrontation without hesitation. Lin Chin cuts sharply across lanes, striving to carve out viable receiving angles. Yet under their coordinated double-teaming and persistent tugging, even Spain's playmakers struggle to identify clean passing lanes toward Lin Chin. The battlefield gradually shifts toward the wings, where Foden and Odoi possess extraordinary unknown dribbling prowess. Minute 13, Spain advances possession forward. Lin Chin executes a timely back pass to prevent turnover. Antonio surges left while Gomez takes control and drives forward. Unknown. He beats Doyle, then threads a through ball into the center. Lin Chin receives, turns sharply, shoulders off Gallagher, and slides the ball rightward. He finds Ferran Torres with surgical precision. Ferran attempts to beat Gibson unknown, but Gibson, locked in peak defensive focus, extends his foot with uncanny timing to intercept. Lin Chin sprints backward urgently as Spain's entire formation retreats. Yet Gibson unleashes a laser-guided through ball down the flank, piercing the defensive line. Odoi, exploiting his blistering pace, bursts past Moyer with a perfectly timed run off the ball. What a chance! Odoi bursts into the penalty area. He has a clear shot from the left. He cuts inside. He curls it. Goal! In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville leaps to his feet, roaring. Odoi! A masterclass of individual brilliance. England's transition from counterpress to counterattack is razor-sharp. Every player seamlessly integrates into the attack. This is how England must play. Yes, Spain fields Lin Chin, but across multiple positions, England's collective quality remains superior. Who said we'd suffer a humiliating defeat against Spain? This is genuine football, not some scripted simulation. Odoi slides to his knees in ecstatic celebration, surrounded instantly by his jubilant teammates. Lin Chin rallies his teammates, sensing a deliberate tactical shift. England is consciously diverting possession away from him. Hold compact in zonal defense. I'll expand my running range. They cannot contain us this way indefinitely. Gallagher and Unhell are assigned solely to mark Lin Chin, but their effectiveness remains modest. Early in the match, their stamina still peaks, granting them greater defensive efficiency. Yet as minutes accumulate, fatigue will inevitably erode their mobility. Lin Chin is confident he can dismantle their midfield containment. With the score leveled after barely 15 minutes, the match's intensity escalates exponentially. The crowd holds its breath, eyes riveted, muscles taut, utterly spellbound by every movement on the pitch. Lin Chin intensifies physical engagement, using strength, timing, and relentless pressure. The young Gallagher and Unhell now feel the same punishing duress once endured by Foden and Palmer. Having fully adapted to the tempo and defensive ferocity, Lin Chin begins revealing his terrifying dominance. Minute 25, central combination play, still channeled through Lin Chin for orchestration. Gallagher presses fiercely. Antonio releases the pass. Yet before Lin Chin can receive, Gallagher and Unhell surge forward from behind, converging left and right to seal him in. Lin Chin retreats with his back to play, feet set ready to receive. He extends his foot as though to trap the ball, then lets it slip deftly between his legs before spinning sharply. Seizing the narrow gap before the trap fully closes, he forces his way through the narrow corridor between them. A back-to-goal two-man breakthrough. Raw, uncompromising power. Gallagher lunges desperately to grab him, but Lin Chin is immovable. The foul attempt fails. The referee waves advantage onward. Lin Chin surges forward unimpeded, like a force of nature breaking through thin air. Only the defensive line remains. He races into the top of the box and shoots without hesitation. Thud. Thud. Ocho throws his body into the path of Lin Chin's shot. The ball rebounds rightward. Ferran Torres collects and lifts across toward the center of the box. But the cross sails too high, landing awkwardly. Lin Chin sprints forward. Ocho lies sprawled on the ground, the landing zone completely unmarked. A direct shot proves improbable. A headed flicken would be the safest, most logical option. 99% of players would instinctively choose that flicken, the epitome of prudence and control. Lin Chin belongs resolutely to the remaining 1%. Reaching the drop point, he lifts his gaze, watching the ball descend through the air. Suddenly, he turns his back to goal. A spark of pure inspiration ignites in his mind, flooding his nerves, his limbs, his very being. He plants both feet and explodes upward, soaring higher, arching his spine backward midair. His right leg whips forward, a crescent blade slicing through atmosphere, radiating chilling, lethal grace. His ankle locks. Perfect contact detonates at the exact center of the ball. Power transfers flawlessly, impact zone ideal. For a suspended, breathless instant, his airborne form embodies untamed primal strength, frozen in breathtaking motion. Thud. Swoosh. An acrobatic scissor kick. Unleashed, unstoppable, unforgettable. Lin Shin springs up and sprints toward the touchline, pointing both index fingers downward, staking his claim, "This is my domain." A brazen, electrifying celebration, his face alight with unshakable self-belief and fierce, radiant arrogance. Goal. Iker Casillas is beside himself. My God. WTF. What kind of goal was that? Explosive, primal, transcendent, flawless, absolutely unequivocally perfect. Salt Lake Stadium erupts, every fan stunned into awestruck silence. The sheer difficulty of that bicycle kick triggers visceral disbelief. Spanish supporters gape, speechless, repeatedly raising both hands in reverent, worshipful gestures toward Lin Chun. Across streaming platforms, that scissor kick echoes the legendary volleys of football history and surpasses them. An 18-year-old executing this. His core strength is astonishing. Can an 18-year-old really perform such a feat? Suddenly I'm praying the U17 World Cup extends its schedule. Don't send Lin back to Liverpool yet. This kid is a bona fide monster. Did you see that? Did you see that? Casillas has lost all composure. Raul enters full-blown frenzy, pacing wildly around the broadcast studio, unable to remain seated. He doesn't know what he's doing. Only that seismic shock surging through his body forbids stillness. A monster. A raw, unfiltered, undeniable monster. A moment of pure, spontaneous genius. I guarantee, if asked to replicate it, he couldn't do it again. Not even once. Yet certain players possess the rare gift of channeling inexplicable energy precisely when it matters most. That is the hallmark of true world-class stardom. In China's official broadcast studio commentator, He Wei nearly swears aloud, then bellows with unrestrained exhilaration. Lin Shin scores with a stunning bicycle kick. Why do we love football so deeply? Because it tells stories of grit and perseverance, and because in its highest moments it reveals the absolute zenith of human artistry. In football, nothing is impossible. 18-year-old Lin Shin, U17 World Cup final, stuns the world with an otherworldly scissor kick. As the first half draws to a close, Lin Shin's goal restores Spain's lead. The score reads 2-1. I have lost count of how long it has been since I last saw such talent in a young player. He truly reminds me of many players from the past, yet he possesses a unique spirit of his own. Gerrard watched Lin Shin, who was celebrating wildly, once again leading the score. As a legendary figure of England, he was supposed to support his national team. However, as a Liverpool legend, he felt an inexplicable affection for Lin Shin, and Gerrard found himself engulfed in deep inner turmoil. The Liverpool players were also watching the final, as Klopp had specially organized a team-building event for all club staff and players. Everyone was gathered in the meeting room watching Lin Shin's performance, and the star players of the first team were sending their blessings to him. As teammates, they naturally hoped Lin Shin could win the ultimate championship. Did Lin Shin's goal bring him closer to winning the golden boot of this U17 World Cup? Firmino suddenly thought of this question, and Sulla quickly checked the live scoring chart on his phone. Lin Shin has now tied with Foden at the top of the leaderboard, both sharing the first place. The Liverpool players immediately erupted in cheers, all eagerly anticipating the upcoming match. After the celebration ended, the match resumed. England continued to employ a pack-of-wolves strategy, maximizing the role of every player. Greg made adjustments from the sidelines, shifting the tactics to a dual-wing attack. The fullbacks began to push up to participate in the attack, especially Gibson on the left, frequently combining with Hudson-Odoi. Both possessed incredible speed and formidable attacking abilities. England no longer penetrated through the middle. Whenever there was an attacking opportunity, they would directly launch long passes from the wings, deliberately avoiding Lin Shin as a focal point. This is a wise approach. With Lin Shin's presence in midfield, it is evident that England cannot match Spain in a heated battle. To quickly equalize, England will have to exploit the flanks. On the right side, Muri was the weakest link in the Spanish side, lacking in speed. He has ball control, but his unknown defensive skills are not very good. Danilo was mostly there to assist Muri in playing out from the back. However, against Hudson-Odoi and the frequently advancing Gibson, Muri's disadvantages became increasingly apparent. Ferran Torres also frequently tracked back to help Muri defend. Gradually, England began to regain the rhythm of their attack through wing breakthroughs, creating more shooting opportunities. Lin Shin dared not leave his position in the center. If he participated in the wing defense, England's midfield would explode. Gallagher and Smith Rowe are both immensely talented young stars from England. If they are allowed to exert their influence in midfield, Spain would only become more dangerous. In the 29th minute of the match, Spain still advanced through the middle with Lin Shin carrying the ball. Unknown against Angel. Cut in with a shoulder drop. A short-range explosive breakthrough, but Gallagher followed closely behind. Lin Shin shielded the ball with his back, pushing off the defender to pass it to the wing. Miranda made a run to receive the ball, diagonally entering the penalty area. Ruiz headed the ball towards goal. It was too straight. Anderson received the ball securely. A powerful throw-in initiated a counterattack still targeting the left side. Gibson was sprinting quickly while Bediala marked. Eat it raw. Passed. Hudson-Odoi executed a 1-2 combination and Gibson received the ball at the goal line. A cutback. Gibson's ankle flicked, cleverly executing a cutback that pierced through the defense. Smith Rowe made a run in the center and struck with a curled shot. Alvaro stood frozen with no reaction. It was too close, and the ball was too fast. Spanish fans instantly fell into despair. The venue fell silent. Then, bang. Oh no. The shot hit the post and bounced out of play. So close. England's dual wing attack began to create more opportunities. Greg's in-game tactical adjustment ability was strong, and Denia needed to react quickly. At this moment, Delia just stood up from the coach's seat and waved to Lin Shin from the sidelines. He had become accustomed to entrusting tactical adjustments to Lin Shin. Tell the two fullbacks to pinch in towards the middle. Pull the two wingers back, change to two wide midfielders, and when attacking, push your positions forward, transforming the formation to 442. When defending, you will drop back and change the formation to 451. Denia decided to sacrifice his trump card, a tactic that Lopetegui favored. With two tactical formations for offense and defense, the Spanish U17 team had practiced this countless times, allowing for speed and attack, while maintaining a solid formation in defense. However, what worried Denia most was Lin Shin. In this tactical setup, Lin Shin was the crucial linchpin. During defensive transitions, he needed to retreat to a deeper midfield position, and during attacks, he had to push up to a higher midfield position, putting extreme strain on Lin Shin's coverage area and stamina. But what was even more challenging was Lin Shin's football intelligence. He had to appear in crucial positions at critical moments. Denia had absolute faith in Lin Shin. The significance of an all-round midfielder lay in this. Lin Shin swiftly conveyed the instructions to his teammates, and the match continued. Spain's movement began to increase, especially the runs of the two wingers caught the attention of the fans. Spain's defensive formation has transformed into 451, with both wingers retreating significantly during defense, effectively limiting England's dual wing strategy. In attack, both wingers would quickly push up while Lin Shin would move to a very advanced position. This playing style consumes a lot of player stamina, but it is evidently effective as Spain gradually began to regain control on the field. Lin Shin's frantic runs were matched by Gallagher's relentless marking. Gallagher, known for his running, was surprised to find that he could not keep up with Lin Shin's pace. He found himself repeatedly fixated on Lin Shin, as if watching some kind of monster. As one of England's top midfielders, Gallagher had always been a top presence among his peers, often referred to as a genius. It wasn't until today that Gallagher realized his so-called genius was merely a ticket that allowed him to encounter Lin Shin. In the 43rd minute of the match, as the first half neared its end, some fans even left early to buy hot dogs and beer, avoiding the queues during halftime. Foden carried the ball on the right, attempting a long-range shot. A signature low shot, but it was caught by Alvaro. Lin Shin immediately retreated, waving his hands urgently. Alvaro launched a counterattack with a powerful throw-in. Lin Shin, with his back to Gallagher, leaped high to head the ball to Antonio. The latter received the ball and made a diagonal pass, accurately finding Gomez. Bang! Gomez received the ball again and sent a long ball to the right side. Bang! Ferran Torres received the ball and made a cutback. Lin Shin sprinted, pushing past Angel, receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Once again, it was a familiar position. Once again, it was a familiar shot. Once again, it was a cannon shot. Bang! A violent strike. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still. Lin Shin felt that there was only the ball in his eyes, only the goal in his heart. In the instant he struck, Lin Shin adjusted his body posture with all his might. With textbook-like long-range shooting technique, his ankle struck the pass firmly in midair. The England defender tried desperately to block it while Ocho dove forward, throwing his body into the fray once again. But this time Lin Shin's shot was a low drive. It skimmed along the grass without even spinning. The sheer power, the incredible speed of the ball. With a sound piercing through the air, it hurtled towards the lower right corner of the goal. Swish! Anderson dove to the ground, but he couldn't even touch the ball. Goal 8. Gugu all. Casillas raised his arms in celebration once again. Another goal. Lin. Our Lin. Beautiful. What a fantastic play. What an incredible performance. The first half of the match is about to end and Lin Shin has once again increased the lead. The score is now 3-1. What do they have to say now? Lin's market value is worth 40 million against his peers. He is a dimensionality reduction strike. Such a mature long-range shooting technique, such powerful artillery-like force. Not even Anderson, nor any top professional goalkeeper, could easily save this shot. Hiwei finally couldn't hold back, cursing. Damn it, what a great shot. Lin Shin. In the first half, he scored twice, helping Spain to further extend their lead, with the score now at 3-1, Spain leading by 2 goals. England had just managed to regain their attacking rhythm, but after the Nias adjustments, Lin Chin began to exert his influence as an all-around midfielder. The transition between attacking and defensive formations once again disrupted England's deployment. Spain played exceptionally well in this match. Scoring the second goal seemed like a brutal shot, yet it turned out to be a low drive after the kick reminiscent of the repeated changes left the opponents clueless about his tactics. Lin Chin sprinted to the sidelines, leaping towards Dania. All the substitutes and staff rushed over, embracing tightly. In various live broadcast rooms, "This is an incredibly united team. They truly deserve the victory. Spain's decision to invite Lin Chin is the best move of this season. Congratulations to Lin for surpassing Foden and topping the U17 World Cup scorer list." As for the real-time Golden Boy Award odds, Lin Chin has risen to the top, overtaking Mbappe by 2 percentage points. As the remaining minutes of the first half came to an end, both teams returned to their locker rooms. Greg had not given up. Despite trailing by 2 goals, he still believed England had a chance. "Change the strategy. Gallagher, get in there. I don't care what methods you use and make Lin's life miserable. This is a match. Against such a strong opponent, don't play too cleanly. The two wingers, especially Foden, need to increase their cooperation with Smith Rowe. Take any chance to shoot, increase long-range attempts." On the other side, Dania was still emphasizing teamwork. Continue to combine wing and central play in the second half with more vertical runs and direct passes. Increase vertical runs and send more through balls. Adjust the formation to 442 during attacks. The pace must be fast and the movements must be quick. Everyone must give their all on the field and put in more effort. Anyone who dares to slack off, be arrogant, or feel that the match is already over will be immediately substituted. At this moment, Dania emphasized the player's mental state. He was worried that a 2-goal lead might cause some players to become too relaxed on the field. Lin Chin adjusted the captain's armband, taking deep breaths repeatedly, trying to calm his emotions. With only 45 minutes left until the ultimate victory, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited, but being overly excited early was not a good thing. Half an hour later, the second half resumed. Both teams return to the field, and the match officially begins. The direction of the game is certainly not what England imagined. Trailing by 2 goals, they are already in a difficult position. They must fight with all they have, otherwise the championship will be handed over to Spain. England began to increase their localized short-range combinations. The fans' impression of England had always been rough, favoring long passes, lacking flexibility and footwork. But the emergence of Foden, Smith Rowe, and others brought more intricate ball movement to England. In the 55th minute, Greg made a substitution, bringing on Palmer for Hudson-Odoi. Palmer is coming on, and Foden will switch to the left. Palmer will go to the right. The young Palmer has good ball control on the wing, especially with his continuous cutting in and curling shots, which always create danger. After Palmer came on, England's wing play was adjusted. The most uncomfortable player was Murray, who faced tremendous pressure in this match, but there was no right back on the Spanish bench to replace him. In the 65th minute, Spain controlled the ball at the back to stabilize the rhythm, passing to the wing for Murray. England was fiercely pressing. Murray directly launched a long pass, hoping to find Lin Chin. The power was too great. Gallagher flicked it with his head, and Doyle made a timely forward run to send a through ball. An opportunity for Palmer on the wing. He received the ball, cutting and moving steadily towards the center. He wants to shoot. Blocked by Eric Garcia. But did that ball hit his hand? The referee should consult with the linesman. The match has been halted. Lin Chin immediately strode to the referee. His hand was tucked in, not expanding the area of defense. Palmer rushed up to argue. Both sides began to clash, unwilling to let the ruling go against them. The referee and linesman deliberated for almost 2 minutes before blowing the whistle, angrily pointing to the penalty spot. England has been awarded a penalty. They still have a chance. It seems Palmer will take this penalty himself. In the 65th minute, England has been awarded a penalty. If scored, the gap will shrink to 1 goal, and England's chances of equalizing will increase. The Spanish fans were almost holding their breath. Alvaro stood on the goal line, constantly patting his muscles, trying to get himself pumped up. Lin Chin stayed on the right side of the penalty area, ready to rush in for defense. Palmer stood over the ball, took a deep breath with the eyes of millions of fans focused on him, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Palmer, the run-up. He shoots, aiming to the right. Alvaro accurately predicted the shot and blocked it with one hand. This ball was saved. Eric Garcia cleared it with a powerful kick. As Eric Garcia cleared the ball, it struck White, who was charging in, and bounced to Smith Rowe in midfield. At this moment, Alvaro struggled to get up, but Smith Rowe quickly shot a lob. The goalkeeper was helpless. The Spanish fans were nearly suffocating. At the critical moment, Lin Chin dashed back. Just as the ball was about to enter the net, Lin Chin leaped once more, in an overhead kick position. But this time it wasn't a shot, but a clearance. Bang! An astonishing overhead kick clearance off the goal line. You must understand what this means. Casillas roared. A crucial goal line clearance. Alvaro stepped up and Lin Xun ensured that the ball could not go in with a goal line clearance. Spain stands united, maintaining their 2-goal lead over England. After the goal line clearance, Lin Xun lay on the ground clutching his waist and rolling repeatedly, while the Spanish team doctor rushed on to check. Lin Xun leaned against the doctor's knee, gasping for breath and calling for his teammates to come over for water. He wasn't injured at all. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to stall the gradually flowing England offense. In various live streaming rooms, attack and defend, this is what an all-round midfielder means. I bet the missed penalty will completely crush England's morale. The God of War. Lin Xun is the true God of War in this match. Congratulations to Spain for adding a fierce general. The pinnacle of the world is within reach. The camera cuts to Lopetegui in the stands, who, unlike previous matches, sits beside Barnett with excitement written all over his face. He could no longer pretend of facing such a powerful young player. Lopetegui only wished to call him up to the Spanish national team immediately. Watching the live broadcast, various legends seemed to focus solely on Lin Xun. The entire Spanish team performed excellently, but Lin Xun shone brighter than the rest. To be honest, I suddenly look forward to facing Liverpool with Lin in the Mountain King battle, Aguero spoke. You've definitely seen many outstanding midfielders in Spain. Iniesta, Xavi, you know what I mean. Aguero turned to David Silva. Do you think they were as excellent as Lin when they were young? No. David Silva was always honest. I think the national team needs him. All the Manchester City players were watching the final initially to cheer for their young brothers Foden and Palmer, but the situation turned out to be completely different from what they had imagined. On the other side, Chelsea was also watching the final, intending to focus on Gallagher, but everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Xun. The traditional Premier League powerhouses suddenly realized that Liverpool with Lin Xun could very likely become the biggest rival in the Premier League this season. Lin Xun's goal line clearance greatly boosted the morale, and after the match began, Spain gradually regained control, showcasing their strong ball possession ability. The attack from the center to the wings continuously pressured England's flanks, resulting in a tactical clash. One side attacked from the wings while the other also attacked from the wings, making the scene increasingly tense. In the 73rd minute of the match, Spain made a substitution. Left back Victor came on to replace Miranda. Victor has stronger attacking attributes. Danilo wishes to suppress the attack with an offense. In the 79th minute, England still does not want to go through the middle. Ochoa directly booted the ball to the wings to find Foden. Steady control of the ball, turning and advancing. Foden's dribbling was very beautiful. Unknown with Victor, he goes down the line. He couldn't get past. Victor just came on full of energy, took 2 steps back to position himself, and pushed Foden away to regain possession. A through ball to the wing. Spain has a counterattack opportunity. Gomez made an overlapping run to receive the ball, sweeping the ball into the middle. A shot. Ruiz's shot was blocked by Ochoa's flying save. The goalkeeper controlled the ball, and England escaped a crisis. Ochoa, England's defender, also performed excellently in this match, contributing several key blocks. He, like Lin Xun, came from Liverpool's youth training. Time passed second by second, and the tension among England fans was palpable. In the 85th minute of the match, the midfield fell into a strangulation. Again, Lin Xun's strong body forced Gallagher away, protecting the ball with his back. He is like someone who should not be playing in the U17 World Cup. He should be competing in a real first-team World Cup. Whether it is emotional intelligence, physique strength, or dribbling, he is on a different dimension. In Chelsea's observation room, Hazard couldn't help but discuss with his teammates. His good brother Gallagher was completely crushed by Lin Xun in this match, utterly crushed. The match quickly reached the 90th minute, and the fourth official raised the stoppage time board, indicating 3 minutes of added time. Only 3 minutes remained until the championship, and Lin Xun was still running desperately, trying to block England's space. On the sidelines, Danilo continuously made downward gestures with both hands, despite the young players on the bench being eager to step in. In the 92nd minute of the match, this is England's last chance. Everyone has pushed forward, and all of Spain is retreating. Anderson carried the ball out of his own penalty area, signaling for everyone to enter Spain's penalty area. At this moment, besides Anderson, almost everyone was gathered in Spain's penalty area. Lin Xun, who was initially in midfield, also intended to retreat to the penalty area to participate in the defense. But seeing Anderson carrying the ball forward, he turned and sprinted towards Anderson. Anderson was not under pressure and wanted to get a bit closer before passing to increase the success rate. But Lin Xun leaped and lunged forward, and Anderson in a hurry took a shot, but it lacked power, landing just at the top of the penalty area. Bisha cleared it with a big kick. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the referee. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xun raised his fist and shouted excitedly. All the Spanish players rushed towards Lin Xun. The fans at the scene erupted in cheers. A tsunami of shouts swept over the Salt Lake Stadium. The match is over. The match is over. Hiwei excitedly said, "Dear fans, At Salt Lake Stadium, under the witness of hundreds of thousands of fans present and hundreds of millions of online fans, the 2017 U17 World Cup has officially come to an end. Let's meet here to enjoy the feast of football together. Reflecting on the wonders of the football world, we are amazed by the attack of the Gallic rooster, shout for Croatia's indomitable spirit, and cheer for Malice's powerful storm. But ultimately we are enchanted by the elegant dance of Spain and captivated by Lin Chen's heart, representing the vitality of football. What Lin Chen represents is the essence of youth. Dear fans, I am He Wei, and I'm delighted to share this incredibly wonderful final with everyone. The scene fell into extreme revelry. Spanish fans rushed to the front of the stands to cheer. The young Spanish players embraced their teammates tightly. Admiring everything happening around him, Lin Chen gazed at the scene before him with delight. At this moment, only one thought occupied Lin Chen's heart. My football youth has truly begun. Fans stormed the pitch in a frenzy, and the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. In the live stream, viewers flooded the screen with barrage comments. Premium floating screen messages purchasable only with Joy Beans completely enveloped the display. Join me in a thunderous celebration for Spain. They've claimed the championship. This is merely the beginning. This generation of young talents will invigorate Spain's senior national team with fresh blood. The match has ended. Congratulations to Spain. At Liverpool's academy, most faces bore expressions of profound disappointment. Yet some English fans who supported Lin Chen felt both heartbroken and genuinely elated for him. The academy's official website urgently published a front-page headline: "Congratulations to our student Lin Chen on winning the U17 World Cup. Congratulations to our student Ojo on securing second place in the U17 World Cup." Lin Chen had long lost count of how many times he'd been lifted, embraced. Even his cheeks bore unidentifiable red marks. Scarlet smoke from Spanish fans' flares blanketed the entire sky above Salt Lake Stadium. The aerial broadcast camera panned downward, but beneath the crimson haze visibility vanished entirely. On-site staff formed human cordons, advancing row by row into the chaotic throng. Gradually, these cordons partitioned the crowd, urging fans to return to their designated stands. Simultaneously, the stadium DJ amplified announcements over the loudspeakers. Please contain your emotions and promptly return to your spectator stands. Do not disrupt on-site order. The trophy podium requires space for assembly. Please. Fans slowly dispersed. Lin Chen's captain's armband had vanished without a trace. Had security not intervened decisively, even his jersey and shorts might have been stripped away. After finally breaking free from the surging crowd, Lin Chen hurried back through the players' tunnel and made his way to the rear entrance of England's dressing room, where he found Ojo. Tears glistened on Ojo's cheeks. He had clearly just wept. To fall one step short of glory was agony no one could easily bear. Lin Chen rushed forward and wrapped him in a powerful embrace. "Ojo, keep pushing forward. You'll always be my brother." Lin Chen struggled for words, so he simply held Ojo tightly, patting his back repeatedly and whispering encouragement. Since their days at the academy, they'd shared a dormitory and later attended language enhancement classes together, forging a bond deep as kinship. Witnessing Ojo's extraordinary performance in this match, Lin Chen felt sincere joy for him. He believed Klopp would surely take notice. After bidding farewell to Ojo, Lin Chen returned to the dressing room, where head coach Dania, electrified with exhilaration, seized him in a wild celebratory hug. "Team, this victory belongs to every single one of you. From this moment onward, you may hold your heads high before the entire world. Because you are world champions. You are the finest young athletes on this planet." Lin Chen led the team in a jubilant victory dance, players linked arms in a human train spinning wildly through the dressing room. A true bacchanalia of triumph. The trophy podium was swiftly assembled. Spain's squad, already dressed and ready, awaited celebration. Spectators had returned to their stands, and the DJ began announcing the tournament's individual awards. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the individual honors of this U17 World Cup. The player of the tournament is..." The livestream atmosphere ignited to fever pitch. Viewers across the globe shared the same certainty in their hearts. From Liverpool, Spain's U17 captain on the field, the authentic number 10, Lin Chen. The DJ roared Lin Chen's name. Every fan in the stadium echoed it in unison. For Lin Chen, this was his first experience of stepping onto the pitch as a world champion, and the sensation was utterly unparalleled. Outside the player tunnel, youth players lined both sides, bowing reverently in homage. Lin Chen delivered an outstanding World Cup campaign, edging out Foden by a single goal to top the scoring charts and claim the Golden Boot, as well as being named player of the tournament. For a midfielder to achieve such distinction speaks volumes about the magnitude of the feat and further underscores Lin Chen's exceptional prowess. He embodies the quintessential elite midfield archetype. Throughout the tournament, he demonstrated commanding midfield control, formidable physical resistance, precise interception skills, and masterful passing vision. Though areas such as set-piece execution, ball retention, intricate dribbling, center-off gravity manipulation, and field awareness still offer room for growth, recent matches reveal steady progress in both speed and explosive acceleration. Still in his developmental phase, Lin Chun has already executed a dimensional superiority over peers his age. Possessing unmistakable distinctive strengths, he deploys with surgical precision against opponents' vulnerabilities. Exploit strengths, mitigate weaknesses. That is the path to victory. In football, to ascend to true stardom, one must cultivate an unmistakable identity. He Wei watched Lin Chun, holding aloft the gleaming golden boot and the player of the tournament trophy, with quiet, heartfelt satisfaction. Across multiple livestream platforms, no debate. This honor is fully deserved. I'm already anticipating his next market value update. The undisputed architect of this triumph. Mbappe, don't call me. I fear Lin Chun might misunderstand. In the stands, Barnett pulled out his phone to check the real-time Golden Boy Award odds leaderboard. Lin Chun's odds soared far ahead of Mbappe's, ranking first overall 8 percentage points clear. A chime resonated in Lin Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone of winning the U17 World Cup. Reward 150 points. Lin Chun claimed the 150 points, leaving roughly 100 points shy of the 300-point threshold. Teammates now filed forward in orderly succession to receive their championship medals. The FIFA president fastened gleaming gold medals around the Spanish players' necks, while the ultimate prize, the U17 World Cup trophy, awaited its rightful recipient, Captain Lin Chun. All Spanish supporters in the stadium emitted a low, resonant growl. Young Spanish players stamped fiercely in place on the trophy stage, arms thrust downward in unison. Lin Chun ascended the stage with dignified composure, his bearing that of a seasoned commander. Cradling the radiant U17 World Cup trophy in both hands, his face radiated triumphant, unapologetic exultation. Leaning back slightly, he strode deliberately toward the center of the podium, a swagger born solely of youth, impossible to counterfeit at any other age. Step by step, he reached the podium's apex, then lowered the trophy. The stadium's collective growl deepened, thickening like gathering thunder. Then, Lin Chun raised the trophy high above his head. Instantly, the stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Staff members could feel the turf trembling beneath their feet. Lin Chun's ecstatic, almost contorted visage, illuminated by the trophy's golden glow, was seared forever into the memory of every fan. Behind him, fireworks exploded in cascading brilliance. Confetti rained from the heavens. Lin Chun's story has only just begun. Sky Sports headlines: Spain U17 wins championship, Captain Lin receives 2 major awards. Manchester Evening News: pride of the Premier League, Lin Chun returns in glory. Huaxian News: congratulations to Lin Chun for winning the championship. News about the Spain U17 victory and Lin Chun's 2 personal awards quickly swept across the internet. As long as you open your social media platform after October 20th, you will surely see posts about Lin Chun. Numerous posts were wildly shared, topping the trending searches, with countless fans commenting and liking, as if the internet was flooded with entries about Lin Chun. Barnett didn't just simply hire bots, he also leveraged his connections as an agent to contact journalist associations and media groups in various countries, including France, Germany, and England. He either sold a favor to the other party or asked them to return a favor, thus securing front-page news releases from top media outlets around the world. That night, Spain sang victory songs as they boarded a plane back home. The roads were lined with celebrating fans, and the airport was packed. The players, protected by more than 50 security personnel, fought their way through the crowd of fans and barely managed to board the bus. Countless fans wearing Lin Chun's number 10 jersey surrounded the bus in celebration, and Lin Chun rolled down the window to interact with them. As it was a U17 team, most players were quite young and were not allowed to drink to avoid affecting their growth. Thus, during the celebratory dinner, the players mostly chatted, sang, and danced, creating a wildly chaotic until the celebrations ended late at night. Klopp and others sent congratulatory messages to Lin Chun, explicitly stating he would have 5 days off to rest. Klopp: Lin, you have 5 days off starting today. I'll come back after that. Lin Chun: boss, I don't think I need a break. Klopp: no, you do. Don't let me see you during these 5 days, or your eggs will belong to me from now on. Lin Chun: come on, that's not fair. After all, having just finished several intense matches, Lin Chun felt he could rejoin the team immediately, but Klopp was worried it might harm Lin Chun's muscle growth, considering he was only 18. Taking 5 days off meant Lin Chun would miss Liverpool's 4th match in the Champions League group stage. However, Liverpool had won all 3 of their previous matches, accumulating 9 points, and needed just one more win in the 4th round to secure qualification with a solid chance of topping the group, so there was no pressure. On the first day of his break, Lin Shun experienced the culture of Spain, tasting the famous Iberico ham endorsed by. The next day, he took his parents to see Shakira's concert, The Wife of Peak. Despite disguising himself, he was recognized by Spanish fans at the concert, causing an immediate commotion, and Shakira invited Lin Shun on stage to receive cheers. Afterward, Lin Shun returned to England and explored North London. The days of rest made him feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed, while he also sensed his fame was steadily growing. From being an unknown when he first arrived at Liverpool to now needing to be fully disguised while walking on the street to avoid being recognized by fans, which could lead to chaos. On the fifth day, Lin Shun returned to Liverpool accompanied by Barnett, who had secured another endorsement deal for him. Ultimately, an offer from a well-known local brand in England, Royal Enfield, caught Barnett's attention. They are willing to pay a substantial price for a 2-year endorsement contract, offering you €4 million. After 2 years, you have the right to decide whether to renew for another year, with the renewal fee being $5 million. Additionally, I've negotiated an extra bonus for you. They will give you a dark gold cruiser motorcycle as a gift. Naturally, Lin Shun agreed to the generous endorsement deal. At 3 p.m. that afternoon, Lin Shun arrived at the endorsement headquarters, where the head of the headquarters was waiting respectfully at the entrance with several assistants. "Lin, we've been waiting for you." Barnett patted his shoulder, while the head of Royal Enfield looked unimpressed and did not respond. "Peter, how could you treat this old man like this after such a long time?" Peter scoffed. "Long time? Didn't we just meet last week? Have you forgotten how you tormented me during the negotiations? We've known each other for 20 years at Barnett." 20 years. Lin Shun couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Barnett, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose. "All right, Peter, don't be angry. Let's finish the negotiations today and come to my house tonight. I still have a bottle of 82 Lafite." Peter was stunned. 82 Lafite. Did you really buy it yourself? Barnett smiled, putting his arm around Peter and leading him in. "Of course. I also invited Mike over. It's been a long time since the three of us gathered." Royal Enfield placed great importance on Lin Shun, sending the head of the headquarters to welcome him, along with 2 beautiful assistants standing behind Lin Shun, ready to serve him tea. After both parties signed the contract, the endorsement began immediately. Enfield quickly released the news across the internet and published the live stream link. The dark gold cruiser motorcycle designed by Enfield was not meant for speed, but focused on aesthetics, ensuring it looked cool, adhering to the principle of looking good rather than going fast. The 2 beautiful assistants, also beauty streamers, would introduce the new series of dark gold cruiser motorcycles endorsed by Lin Shun to the fans during the live stream. This would also mark Lin Shun's live streaming debut on social media. The moment Royal Enfield announced their endorsement collaboration, it instantly set the internet ablaze. At this moment, Lin Shun was at the peak of his popularity, and with the outstanding design of Enfield's new series of cruiser motorcycles, countless fans flocked to watch. At 5 p.m. the live stream began on time. The online viewer count rapidly exceeded 1000, making it impossible to see the exact number. The barrage of comments flew by so fast that it was difficult for Lin Shun to focus on even a single comment. Where is Lin Shun? Isn't Lin the endorser? Why are there 2 women in the live stream? Bring Lin Shun out and make these 2 step aside. Lin Shun, if I buy an Anjin Shuanhong dark gold cruiser, can you sit on my pillion? Someone above, mind your manners, mind your spittle mind. The chat erupted. The 2 beautiful hosts first livened the atmosphere, and then Lin Shun made his formal entrance. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Shun. I am delighted to cooperate with Huangjiao on Feared, and very grateful to the dashing Pai Te for the invitation." Pai Te, standing behind the livestream screen, heard the thanks and smugly raised an eyebrow at Ba Nei Te. "Did you hear? Lin just complimented me on being handsome." Ba Nei Te shrugged and said that those who carry Huaxiao blood are generally polite. When dealing with people they do not know well, they like to offer pleasantries, so do not take it to heart. Pai Te fell silent, saying nothing, but silently gave Ba Nei Te the middle finger. After a bit of small talk, the hosts began presenting the new series of motorcycles to the audience. But fans cared more about how cool the bike actually looked, so the female host turned to introduce Huangjiao on Feared's brand new motorcycle series. She opened a phone, and an exceptionally imposing image appeared. Although only a render, it was enough to stun the viewers in the livestream. What we are showing now is the brand new series endorsed by Lin Shun, named Anjin Shuanhong Dark Gold Cruiser, equipped with the latest engine and an all-new chassis architecture. On design, we referenced the first generation of the custom cruiser series and created a more explosive exterior. In terms of handling, we pursued the most comfortable control design, not chasing speed but pursuing stability. Lin Shun added that when riding motorcycles, one must pay attention, ride for style, not for speed, obey traffic rules, and drive safely. Because the new model is still in production, we can first enjoy the engine roar of the regular series. The Anjin Zunhang's engine note will be even more pleasing than the regular line. The female host spoke as she revved the throttle a few times, and an explosive roar instantly filled the live. The new dark gold beast was already enviable, and when fans learned that Huang Jiaoan feared would give Lin Chen one for free, that Lin Chen would not spend a single cent, the chat shifted from congratulations and fireworks to a different tone. Who would ride that thing? Not even for a dog. Rev it again so I can hear. Damn, isn't that a tractor? Your ancient engine note sounds like a tractor. Take it out to the countryside, and you'll scare all the pigs away. The female host laughed. Seeing that the chat's direction was being steered by a bunch of sour voices, she suddenly hatched an idea. It seems everyone has their own view of this bike. What if I announced that we would raffle this bike away randomly? Snap, just like that. The chat pivoted again. Not even for a dog. Dogs cannot ride motorcycles. How would that work? Give it to me to ride. Who said it sounds like a tractor? Even if it sounded like a rocket, I'd still ride it. Come on, kick out all those who just said it's worse than a tractor and don't compete with me for the raffle. Lin Shun watched the chat and laughed until he bent backward and forward, tears of laughter in his eyes. He finally understood how many characters the internet contains. The live stream was perfect, and Huang Jiaoan feared had not expected the endorsement effect to be so excellent. Coinciding with Lin Shen's livestream debut, vast numbers of fans tuned in, pushing the new motorcycle series onto the motorbike world's trending charts. With the 5 days rest concluding, Luopu also finished the Premier League's 10th round, defeating Acid and Whala 10 and continuing to chase Manching. After 10 rounds, Coach Jean analyzed the current Premier League situation for the fans. The special guest Manching legend's son, nicknamed Xiao Taiyang, also appeared in the studio. After 10 rounds, Manching sits at the top. Luopu is second, 2 points behind Manching. Resi sits third with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Ayasena has 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, and ranks 4th on goal difference. Kiersi with 8 wins and 2 losses is 5th. Acid and Whala with 8 wins and 2 losses is 6th. Most surprisingly, Monlian sits 8th with 6 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw after 10 rounds. Since Fujizan Juesher departed, Manlian's path to rebuilding has been long and obstructed. Xiao Taiyang laughed and remarked, how many head coaches has this Monlian gone through? Has anything really changed? They just changed the soup without changing the medicine. First lose to Luopu, then lose to Acid and Whala, and draw with Wofuod. If they keep playing like this, soon there will be no team left to lose to. They have no shame. After the jibes, Xiao Taiyang brought up the fixtures for the Premier League's 11th round, and the most compelling match was undoubtedly the Titanic showdown. In this 11th round of the Premier League, Shaolin is set to return to the team. Luopu will face Manching. This is a match neither side can afford to lose. If Luopu loses, the gap to the top will be stretched to a full 5 points. Allowing Manching to accumulate so many early points will make it impossible to catch them later. Xiao Taiyang spoke with a wry seasoned humor. If Manching loses, they will hand over first place, so both sides will fight like mad in this match. With Shaolin's addition, Luopu's squad is now more complete, while Manching under Guadio Lost Molding possesses even greater strength. A heavyweight duel like this could go either way, or it is truly hard to predict. Fans followed this focal clash closely. On October 30th, the Titanic showdown would commence. On October 26th, when Lin Shen first stepped into the club, the players were all waiting inside. From the mysterious way Kelawisi greeted him, Lin Shen guessed something was about to happen. Luopu had prepared a grand welcome ceremony for Lin Shen. Firemino and others set off confetti poppers, and all the staff loudly chanted Lin Shen's name. A 60-year cake sprayed fireworks, and on its top, written in chocolate, was "Welcome home, U17 world champion." In an instant, Lin Shen felt a bit dazed. A surge of intense emotion welled from his heart. He had never imagined the Luopu club would welcome him so warmly. Teammates stepped forward to hug Lin Shen. They embraced and jumped in celebration together. Lin Shen looked up and laughed. He truly felt the wonderful family-like atmosphere. Luopu watched the cheering crowd with a relieved smile. Leading such a united team into the Titanic showdown, Luopu felt more confident about securing the crucial 3 points. The battle for the top of the Premier League, Manchester City faces Liverpool. The Super Showdown is about to ignite, with the battle for the Premier League summit unfolding ahead of schedule. In recent years, Manchester City and Liverpool have become the fiercest rivals. Since Mansour took over at Etihad, he has spent lavishly, allowing Manchester City to develop along with effective management and training, gradually constructing a complete team system, making their current lineup particularly formidable. Under Guardiola's guidance, after a fruitless last season, Manchester City has surged forward this season, achieving consecutive victories across all competitions. Before the match, fans predict a slight edge for Manchester City with a 57% winning probability over Liverpool, while legends Steven Gerrard and Jamie Carragher express some concern for Liverpool. I believe if Liverpool wants to defeat Manchester City, the priority is to solidify their defense. Gerrard argues that Liverpool should focus on counterattacks. I think just the opposite, Carragher interjects, holding a completely different opinion. So far this season, many teams have played defensively against City. Manchester United, Spurs, Who has won? I believe we should take the offensive. Gerard looks at Carragher with an expression of disbelief. Take the offensive, eh? This match is held at Manchester City's home ground, not at Anfield. We should be more conservative. The two have differing views, and Liverpool fans also take sides, some supporting Gerard, others backing Carragher. Some are conservative, some are radical, while others believe the radicals are too conservative. Klopp and Kravitz spend the night analyzing how to respond to Manchester City. Both men take this focal battle seriously, and Kravitz's views largely align with Gerard's. We should focus on quick counterattacks utilizing the front three combined with Lin's protection in the middle. We absolutely have a chance to break through City's defense during our limited attacking time. Back in their Borussia Dortmund days, they utilized this tactic against Bayern Munich with great success. But now, looking at Manchester City's current lineup and system, a devilish thought lingers in their minds, refusing to fade. After a long pause, Klopp speaks, his gaze filled with energy as he looks at Kravitz. Kravitz is startled. The last time he saw that look was when Klopp was about to lead a youthful Storm to face Bayern in a high-octane match. Manchester City is indeed very strong. But are we weaker than them? Klopp's tone is calm, yet it carries a resolute determination. Everyone says we should play defensively, that we should avoid their strengths. Klopp smiles. We will take them on directly. Let's take them on directly. Kravitz says nothing, but immediately begins to work with Klopp on offensive tactics. He understands that when Klopp shows such intensity, no one can stop him. The world of football always needs a madman. Guardiola is one, Mourinho is another, and of course Klopp is two. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the date, which has finally arrived on October 30th. The battle for the Premier League summit. Major streaming channels start an hour early, with countless fans pouring in. Streaming rooms from China, England, France, and Germany are packed, with the online viewer count steadily rising. Manchester City is invincible. With the blue moon shining, our dynasty is being built. No one can stop our momentum. Etihad welcomes you. Liverpool will win. The sky will surely be filled with red. In the Chinese streaming room, fans' favorite duo Director Zhang and Director Zhang are ready. Hello football fans. It's great to gather with you for this week's focal battle. I am Zhang Jun. For this crucial match, we have specially invited guest commentator Li Weifeng. Li Weifeng waves and nods to the fans in the streaming room. Both sides have submitted their starting lineups. Let's first look at Manchester City's side. Li Weifeng can't help but shake his head and smile at Manchester City's starting lineup. This Manchester City team is indeed too strong. In goal is Ederson, who quickly became a key member of Guardiola's system after joining Manchester City. The three defenders are Otamendi, Stones, and Danilo. Left back is Benjamin Mendy, fast and powerful. Right back is Kyle Walker, the English speedster. Holding midfielder is Fernandinho, an extremely experienced Brazilian defensive midfielder. Guardiola once said, give him 11 Fernandinhos, and he can win everything. The two central midfielders are David Silva and De Bruyne. This can be said to be one of the top central midfield pairings in today's football. If it weren't for Modric and Toni Kroos, I wouldn't even consider adding them to the list. The two forwards are Aguero and Jesus, both equally powerful. Especially Aguero, known as the king of the penalty area, with an extremely high scoring efficiency. He is the all-time leader in scoring efficiency in the Premier League and has the potential to break multiple records, including being the first to achieve a hat-trick. Lee continues to introduce Liverpool's starting lineup. For Liverpool, goalkeeper is Mignolet. The defenders are Robertson, Lovren, Matip, and Arnold. They are currently the strongest attacking fullbacks in football. The two defensive midfielders are Henderson and Emre Can. Henderson has excellent coverage, and Emre Can has the ability to advance, recently showing improved form. The talented midfielder Lin Chun, recently crowned U17 world champion and recognized as the most promising young player in football today. The attacking trio consists of Main, Firmino, and Salah, all incredibly powerful. Although the midfield and attack are very strong, the central defense still needs reinforcement. Therefore, I believe Liverpool will play defensively this match. Even Director Jean agrees, and everyone is in consensus. At this moment, both teams' locker rooms are ready for the match. Captain Henderson concludes the final speech and is the first to walk into the player tunnel. Lin Chun follows at the end of the line with Aguero, who looks relaxed, cheerfully waving at him. Moments later, referee Atkinson leads both teams onto the pitch. As Lin Chun steps onto the field, the crowd erupts in cheers. Now he is one of the hottest stars in the Premier League, with Pep Guardiola watching Lin Chun from the sidelines. Previously, Lin Chun expressed his admiration for Maria. If it were anyone else praising his daughter, Guardiola would feel happy, as it is a form of recognition. But this guy in front of him hearing praise for his daughter from him only makes Guardiola feel uneasy. Fans in the streaming room quickly notice Guardiola's unusual demeanor. Guardiola, stay strong, you got this. Is Guardiola feeling threatened by Lin Chun? Let me repeat Guardiola's inner frantic roar. Lin Chun, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The live camera just captured an intriguing scene. It seems that Guardiola's daughter has been swayed. Maria is wearing Lin Chen's jersey cheering for him. Both teams entered the field, and after an intense coin toss, it was decided that Liverpool would kick off first. Firmino stood at the kickoff point with 7 Liverpool players lined up on the midfield line. Coach Jean focused intently. From the starting positions, it looks like Liverpool intends to play an attacking game against Manchester City. Some fans might not be aware, although Manchester City ended up empty-handed last season, finishing 4th in the league. Most of it was due to poor away performances and injuries to key players. Last season, Manchester City was undefeated at their home ground, which was a formidable record. The whistle blew. Beep. 7 Liverpool players surged forward. Firmino passes back. Lin Chen receives the ball and makes a long pass to the left. Main takes the ball on the wing, stopping and dribbling past his opponent, trying to match Walker's speed. He's been caught up. Barely holding on to possession, he stops abruptly and passes to the edge of the penalty area. Henderson follows up and shoots. Henderson's shot was powerful, but unfortunately the angle was too straight, and Ederson confidently collected the ball. The 7 Liverpool players pushing forward quickly retreated, demonstrating a ferocious spirit on the field. Coach Jean watched and felt a sense of familiarity. He suddenly recalled that this was the wolf pack tactic displayed by France in the recent U17 World Cup final, wasn't it? From the current attacking runs, it seems like a wolf pack tactic. Klopp must have integrated the wolf pack tactic of France with ultra-high pressing tactics. Excellent coaches always actively adopt new and advanced tactics. Klopp is doing just that. Having just returned to the team, Lin Chen began to increase his movements in midfield to regain the rhythm of first-team matches. After all, the opponents in the Premier League are completely different in strength compared to those faced in the U17 World Cup. Moreover, in this match, he has to face David Silva, the Spanish magician, and the leader of Belgium's golden generation, De Bruyne. Not to mention the experienced Fernandinho. This will undoubtedly be a challenging test. Fernandinho, with vast experience, stayed close to Lin Chen after the match began. When Lin Chen moved without the ball to receive a pass, Fernandinho would actively move away, maintaining a certain distance. The moment Lin Chen controlled the ball, he would aggressively press, a tactic that often proved effective. Lin Chen's ball control skills were still in the early stages of development, making it incredibly difficult to face Fernandinho. The tempo became intermittent and Lin Chen could only barely use his body to shield the ball, but he couldn't find space to pass forward. In moments like this, the experience of veteran players shines through. Fernandinho is indeed one of the best defensive midfielders in the Premier League today. Although Lin Chen can shield the ball with his physical advantage, the routes for advancing passes are completely blocked. As Liverpool's attack faltered, Manchester City gradually regained possession. A powerful ball control system enveloped Liverpool, seeping through like water, gradually pushing forward and compressing Liverpool's defense. Gradually, Liverpool realized they were passively chasing the ball being orchestrated by Manchester City. The ultra-high pressing was not effectively implemented, and Manchester City's passing frequency became increasingly rapid with more passing spaces available. The 19th minute of the match. In the center, David Silva holds the ball and moves forward. Lin Chen intercepts Hedon, but Silva's ball control is exceptionally sharp, shielding the ball with his back and passing to the wing. Benjamin Mendy makes a powerful cross. A trademark low ball is switched to the right with Kevin De Bruyne pushing forward. There's a chance for a cross. The moment De Bruyne touched the ball, Lin Chen desperately sprinted into the penalty area. He saw space at the far post. De Bruyne delivers the cross. A signature rainbow pass, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. It sailed over Lovren's head, heading straight for the far post. Aguero made a ghostly run, somehow drifting behind Robertson. Liverpool fans momentarily seemed frozen in place, staring intently at Aguero. The Argentine striker leaped high. Just as he prepared to head the ball, Lin Chen rushed in. He leaped to clear the ball. Beautiful. Lin Chen's timely defense, and Manchester City earned a corner kick. After successfully clearing the ball, Lin Chen stood up and patted Robertson on the back. Stay focused. Robertson nodded gratefully. De Bruyne takes the corner, aiming for a tactical play. David Silva receives at a backward triangle. Fernandinho follows up and shoots. Henderson blocks the shot with his body, and the ball deflects to the left. Main passes the ball to Firmino, all in one swift motion. A diagonal through ball. Salah shakes off Mendy and pushes forward. Advancing with the ball, Liverpool has a counterattack opportunity. A sudden stop, cutting inward. Salah's inward cut is extremely fast and frequent. 2 Manchester City players surrounded him, trying their utmost to deny him shooting space. The Egyptian pharaoh continued to forcefully change directions, twisting his body to shoot. Bang! Coach Jean exclaimed. Oh no! Stones successfully blocked it. The pace of the match is incredibly fast, with both sides frantically transitioning between attack and defense. Manchester City is attacking with the ball. One careless mistake could lead to a counterattack from Liverpool. Once Liverpool loses possession, Manchester City will find attacking openings. This clash of two elite teams truly showcases the essence of their strength. No one dares to make any mistakes. Even a tiny error can be magnified by the opponent. At this moment, the gap between amateur players and professionals is vividly highlighted. Lin Chun had been observing. 30 minutes had passed since the match began. Some Manchester City fans were not friendly. Every time a Liverpool player passed the ball, there were boos from the City fans. Especially when Lin Chun was blocked by Fernandinho while carrying the ball, some City fans even laughed. Since his emergence, Lin Chun had overshadowed much of the spotlight that City's Prince Foden had, and some City fans naturally did not hold a favorable view of him. For the boos and middle fingers, Lin Chun accepted them all. He remained focused on the match and gradually discovered his advantage. While facing Fernandinho with the ball was indeed difficult, when moving without the ball, the sudden burst of Kaka's skills combined with his strong physical confrontational advantages allowed him to push through Fernandinho and seize fleeting opportunities. Lin Chun began to increase his movements, actively seeking space to push forward. In the 39th minute of the match, still it's Manchester City controlling the ball. The attack on the wing is gradually progressing, appearing unhurried. De Bruyne holds the ball and sends a through pass trying to find Walker. Robertson anticipated accurately and dove in to intercept the ball. Still looking for Maine. Walker is chasing back, but Maine has plenty of space to advance. Lin Chun immediately started sprinting forward with all his might. Fernandinho hurriedly turned, but Lin Chun exploded into action, forcing his way past Fernandinho to the top of the penalty area. Maine immediately sent a backward triangle pass. An incredibly comfortable pass. Lin Chun received the ball and flicked his ankle. Not a powerful shot, but a curling shot. Using finesse, Ederson dove to the side. But the ball drew a beautiful arc, bypassing Ederson's palm and finding the net. Whoosh! Lin Chun laughed excitedly. He rushed towards the sidelines, passionately sliding on his knees in front of the Manchester City fans. Thousands of middle fingers were raised. The angry faces of the City fans were directed at Lin Chun. But Lin Chun showed no fear. Instead, he slid with even more flair. His posture became increasingly graceful. His piercing gaze met all the Manchester City fans, reflecting confidence and conviction. The stylish slide from the Etihad. Create conditions if there are none. If there are difficulties, then resolve them. Lin Chun, despite being frequently interfered with by Fernandinho while holding the ball, faced a temporary setback in his offense. However, he quickly utilized his strengths, capitalizing on his off-ball movement to keenly seize the opportunity for a shot. What a beautiful strike. What a beautiful goal. Coach Jean sincerely felt happy for Lin Chun, for he saw that Lin Chun did not frequently pursue powerful shots just because he had the ability to do so. Instead, he could choose different shooting methods based on the circumstances to achieve the best results, which is what a top. Liverpool fans in the live broadcast room erupted instantly, the comments rolling in. That ball guy over there, let me ask you, what's the use of ball control? Don't be arrogant. Upstairs, Guardiola's system is already very mature and Manchester City has maintained control of the game's advantages. Manchester City was just a bit unlucky, or rather their ability to finish the game decisively did not match. You must never give Lin any space for late runs. He reminds me of the former Lampard, a midfielder who ranked among the top 10 scorers in Premier League history through goals, and Lin could very well be the next. Fernandinho was very angry, feeling furious with himself. The goal conceded was clearly due to his failure to keep up with Lin Chun's off-ball movement, which led the team to suffer a blow. After finishing a graceful slide on his knees, Lin Chun just got up and turned to see Maria in the stands waving at him frantically. Lin Chun waved back at her with a smile, which only fueled Pep Guardiola's anger on the sidelines. At this moment, if Guardiola had a Gatling gun, he would not hesitate to unload his magazine on Lin Chun. The remaining minutes of the first half ended with neither side scoring. Guardiola jogged back to the locker room, his face evidently serious. It seems Guardiola has a lot of work to do. He must be dissatisfied with the team's performance. From the statistics of the first half, Manchester City actually had the advantage in several areas, yet Liverpool was ahead by 1 goal. This precisely indicates that to achieve victory, the only thing you need to do is score. As both teams returned to the locker room, Klopp continued to emphasize attacking and pressing. I can tell you we're a bit off in the first half. It's fine, we're the ones leading, but we don't need to retreat entirely. I want you to keep pressing high. I want to see you starting to pressure them from the front bit by bit. Don't give them any space to pass comfortably. We respect them, but don't think too highly of them. Show your determination, show your confidence. We have the ability to compete against any team in the world. Klopp believed there was nothing wrong with Liverpool's current tactics. On the other side, Pep Guardiola was repeatedly emphasizing aggressiveness. Everyone sit down. The tactical adjustments in the first half were problematic, just minor issues, but I believe we still have time. Guardiola pulled up the tactical board. In the second half, David Silva will drop back and Fernandinho will increase the blocking against Lin's off-ball runs using more subtle movements. De Bruyne will push up to the very front. Whenever there's an opportunity, everyone should intentionally deliver the ball to his feet. De Bruyne will counterattack, and I want you to maintain the positional gap between him and Lin. Leave yourself space for receiving and passing the ball. Increase penetrating through passes. The two strikers should exploit the space between their fullbacks and center backs. If there's a chance to penetrate the penalty area, shoot or make horizontal connections. Guardiola clapped vigorously, trying to ignite the fighting spirit of all the players. I assure you, if we regain our form in the second half, we will definitely be able to turn the score around. We need to shake them off. Only by shaking them off can we hope to become Premier League champions. Moments later, the second half resumed. From the positioning on the field, Manchester City has designated De Bruyne as the sole attacking midfielder up front to fully utilize his forward passing ability. The team is working hard to control the rhythm. Liverpool was still executing high pressing, and David Silva's drop back added a passing option in the backfield. Gradually, Manchester City stabilized their passing rhythm with tactical adjustments and then began to increase forward passes. Kevin De Bruyne's beautiful off-ball runs earned him a lot of space to receive the ball. Henderson was doing his utmost to pressure, but facing the peak De Bruyne, it was somewhat difficult. 51st minute of the match. Ederson held the ball in the backfield. Firmino pressed aggressively, making a short pass. Walker came to the defensive midfield position to receive, turned, and passed to David Silva. Lin Chun immediately rushed to intercept, blocking directly, but magician David Silva backheeled the ball, not dragging his feet. After turning, he made a beautiful through pass, accurately finding De Bruyne. Henderson hurried to press, but De Bruyne welcomed the pass with a turn, gently flicking it with the outside of his boot, and then quickly turned. After brushing past Henderson, he executed a textbook-like through ball, delivering a beautiful through pass that instantly penetrated the defense. Robertson's flying tackle couldn't stop it. Aguero twisted the ball and penetrated the penalty area, facing Mignolet with a tight angle shot. Straight into the corner. Oh, a tremendous goal. Sergio Aguero, the super striker from Argentina. A tight angle shot equalizes the score for the team, proving the effectiveness of Manchester City's tactical adjustments. De Bruyne's through ball is incredibly penetrating. The Etihad finally erupted with the score now at 1-1. Klopp on the sidelines hurriedly gestured for the team to remain calm. Lin Chun did not expect the equalizer to come so quickly, but that is the kind of team Manchester City is, possessing the capability to change the situation in an instant. After the match resumed, the Etihad Stadium did its utmost to cheer for the team, and Manchester City was on a roll. Lin Chun began to observe, gradually shifting his focus to David Silva. Since David Silva dropped back whenever the backfield had the ball, David Silva was undoubtedly the organizer. 62nd minute of the match. Ederson held the ball, and Liverpool pressed high again, directly targeting the goalkeeper. As Ederson controlled the ball, he noticed David Silva dropping back to ask for the ball, and indeed delivered a through pass. Just as David Silva was about to receive the ball, a sudden sound of urgent running came from behind. He thought to himself that it was not good and hurriedly dropped back. But Lin Chun's figure was like a leopard, forcefully pushing past David Silva and intercepting the ball a step ahead. After the interception, he turned his head to the right, swung his left foot, and made a straight pass to the left, passing without looking at his target. A wonderful arc traced a rainbow-like trajectory across the grass, revealing De Bruyne's unique skill, the curved pass. Firmino successfully timed his run, shooting directly without stopping the ball. A Van Persie-style volley. A beautiful arc left Ederson frozen in place. The Etihad fell silent again. As the ball went in, Firmino celebrated passionately, while Lin Chun, who assisted, rushed towards the fans, cheering and drawing all eyes. Firmino, celebrating, turned to see Lin Chun's expression, bursting into laughter and running towards him. Maine arrived beside Lin Chun, staring intently. He suddenly understood why some girls uncontrollably shout that line when they see a handsome guy. Hello, big brother, you're so handsome. Because at this moment, Maine also wanted to shout that. In the major live streaming rooms. Whether he's strong or not is beside the point. When it comes to showmanship, Lin is second to none in today's football world. So damn handsome. I admit he is the second man after Peng Yen who poses a threat to my looks. If I could assist like that, I can't even imagine how exhilarating it would be. Liverpool players embraced, tightly celebrating together, while Klopp on the sidelines merely gestured for calm, urging all players to stay composed. The match isn't over yet. There are still about 30 minutes left. Manchester City definitely has time to equalize. Liverpool must not let their guard down. Especially Aguero, who has been in exceptional form recently. If he is given a chance, I believe he can score. After the match resumed, Liverpool continued to press with their style of play. Manchester City's attacking patterns changed again, with Aguero and the young Jesus starting to make overlapping runs. Jesus has a high football IQ, possessing the unique agility of a Brazilian player. Jesus was originally a strong contender for this season's Golden Boy Award, but currently no young player can overshadow Lin Chun. Jesus' excellent movements disrupted the defensive line, while Liverpool's centre-back duo feared such nimble and quick players. Henderson was forced to drop back for support, and Emre can also began to retreat. In the 70th minute of the match, Walker carries the ball down the flank, using his speed to dominate. The England speedster is indeed fast. A horizontal pass. Walker intended to play a 1-2 with De Bruyne in the middle, but Henderson had to foul him. He could not let De Bruyne make that. Beep. Henderson fouled. The referee had just blown for a stoppage when De Bruyne suddenly approached the ball and quickly took the free kick. A beautiful through ball raced toward the left side. Aguero, lying in wait, burst into the box, shaking off Lovren. Facing Mignolet, he deftly lifted the ball into the net. Liverpool players didn't even have time to react to what had happened. Aguero scored again. I just warned that Liverpool must pay attention to Aguero, the incredibly talented goalscorer. De Bruyne and Aguero have an incredible understanding. They just exchanged a glance and knew exactly what to do next. De Bruyne with a second assist, Aguero with a brace, and Manchester City equalized once more. What a match this has been, absolutely thrilling. Both sides have already scored 4 goals, but I still feel there will be more goals to come. The flickering hope of Liverpool fans was extinguished once again as Manchester City fans plunged into jubilation. The situation favored Manchester City. Even if the match ended in a draw, they would still lead Liverpool by 2 points. If Liverpool wants to regain the top spot in the Premier League, they must secure a victory. After the match resumed, Manchester City intentionally slowed the pace. When the ball is at their feet, they prefer to play useless passes in the back rather than make direct passes forward. Linchin kept urging, press up, press harder. Don't let them waste time with possession. In the 79th minute of the match, Manchester City is still passing in the back, and De Bruyne has dropped back to assist. David Silva passed to De Bruyne, who then distributed it to the flanks, all with one-touch passes. Walker advances with the ball and Robertson makes the interception. But this ball goes out and possession remains with Manchester City. The Manchester City fans erupted in applause. Whenever a Manchester City player holds the ball, their fans cheer and applaud, boosting Manchester City's morale. And whenever Liverpool players intercept or hold the ball, Manchester City fans immediately drown them out with boos. Manchester City maximized their home advantage, enjoying favorable conditions. Time flew by quickly, and before long, it was already the 85th minute with the score still tied. Even Linchin couldn't help but feel anxious. Liverpool players ran desperately, searching for attacking space. But when a team like Manchester City sets up a tight defense, you should understand how difficult it is to break through. Linchin could only repeatedly use his off-the-ball runs, charging into Manchester City's box, trying to create more opportunities by continuously pulling apart their defense. In the 89th minute of the match, Arnold has the ball, sending it across from the flank. The placement is good. Firmino heads the ball. It grazes the post and goes out. Oh my, Firmino missed a golden opportunity. Liverpool fans gasped, while some Manchester City fans even trembled in fright. Linchin buried his head in his hands, silently screaming, "Give me another chance. Let me finish off, man." However, Coach Jean believed Liverpool's chances had slipped away. Having missed such an opportunity, I think Liverpool may not be able to turn the score around. In the world of football, wasting opportunities leads to punishment. Yet the Liverpool fans continued to sing "You'll Never Walk Alone," even though this was the Etihad, Manchester City's home ground. Linchin had not given up. All Manchester City players retreated, everyone back into the box. Linchin moved forward into the box, ready to receive the ball. Mignolet carried the ball even outside the box, taking 2 steps forward before launching a long pass to the left flank. Robertson steadied the ball, executing a trademark in City off-the-foot pass. Robertson passes again. The power is a bit too much. The placement is deep. The cross flew straight to the far post. Stones misjudged the jump. Linchin's eyes widened as he leapt. Pushing off the ground, his body slightly leaned forward in the air. He swung his head with all his might. Bang! Swish! The header hit the ground. It rebounded into the net. Liverpool fans erupted instantly. A deafening cheer resonated. His face twisted with excitement. Linchin struggled to get up, bursting with joy as he ran, while tearing off his jersey, leaping onto the advertising board. With arms crossed over his chest, he gazed ahead with an imposing presence. His stance was as steady as a mountain. The Etihad fell into a deathly silence. Coach Jean had been closely watching Linchin, and when Linchin scored the winning goal, the shout echoed through the live stream, reaching every fan watching. Last-minute winner. A last-minute goal. Linchin scored the dramatic winner. A powerful header. Even a header which isn't his forte. A youthful exuberance in full bloom. Linchin. A last-minute winner in the Battle of the Titans. 3-2. This is undoubtedly the most thrilling match I've seen this season, even ranking among the greatest clashes in Premier League history. The Premier League's official account immediately posted across the internet, featuring an image of Linchin celebrating after scoring the winner, running with his jersey off, arms crossed in a powerful pose. Title: To all who strive for their dreams.